firmly. Seeing the determined look in his eyes, Ma Weihao believed him and dropped the subject. Soon, the car pulled up to the Olympic Sports Center, the venue for the ceremony. That was Emperor Beast's effort. Now, what about Sister Nyos? With Asian superstar attached to her artist's name, doors opened easily. She had no trouble booking shows. In fact, she could take her pick. In the end, she chose for relatively light-hearted variety programs. Indonesia's national hit I Can See Your Voice, Malaysia's Shein Model Student, Turkey's Got Talent, and Pakistan's long-running Coca-Cola Studio. In each, Chu Zhi would appear as a surprise guest, a special team member, a guest judge, and a performing singer. Among them, I Can See Your Voice was especially interesting. Produced by MNC, the largest broadcaster in Southeast Asia, the show had already run for 5 seasons. Its concept? Imported from South Korea. Once again, the Koreans proved endlessly inventive when it came to variety formats. The program's flow was simple. The show invited contestants, and celebrity guests had to guess whether they were hidden vocal masters or completely tone-deaf. Everyone knew MNC TV was located in the south of Jakarta, Indonesia, right next to the Senayan shopping mall. Anyone who had ever visited Jakarta would know it. The director said today's surprise guest is a really big name, said assistant Azan. Yusuf Susan let out a soft, "Oh," and showed little interest. She had already reached her peak at 38, becoming Indonesia's undisputed national diva. She was the centerpiece of the program. Could there really be a guest more surprising than her? Impossible. It didn't make sense. After finishing her makeup, Yusuf Susan waited in the lounge. Half an hour later, an assistant director from the production team came by to go over the script for the show. Yusuf Susan, the diva that she was, barely spared him a glance. She only replied now and then with a half-hearted hum. The assistant didn't dare show the slightest dissatisfaction. The difference in status was obvious even in their clothes. The assistant wore plain jeans and a wrinkled shirt, while Indonesia's diva sat there in a white belted dress decorated with black clover and star motifs. It didn't look spectacular, but it was expensive. Roar? That works. Yusuf Susan nodded in satisfaction. The song was popular, not too difficult, and just right for showcasing her vocal skills. The format of the variety show was simple. Contestants disguised themselves, and if they fooled the panel, they could pick a guest to sing with. As one of the permanent guests, Yusuf Susan often used this as a chance to flaunt her singing. Just as the assistant was about to leave, Yusuf Susan said casually, "Next time, get me a different makeup artist." The assistant didn't dare ask why. If she wanted it changed, it would be changed. Once he left, Yusuf Susan wiped off her lipstick. The shade chosen by the show's makeup artist didn't suit her at all. Chanel No. 420 only made her look older. And aging was a subject Yusuf Susan was extremely sensitive about. Half an hour later, filming began. Contestants went on stage one after another, some plain-looking, some more striking. The panel of guests discussed each one. He looks like someone with talent. Not necessarily. The show has invited plenty of people who look talented but were actually nobodies. Trust me, he's got a good vocal quality. He definitely can't sing. The chatter went on. The live guests included singers and entertainers, and they all played up the variety show atmosphere. For example, they unanimously decided the second contestant must be tone-deaf, since his voice was raspy and he fumbled through every question. But then he opened his mouth to sing and stunned everyone. He was a natural powerhouse. Yusuf Susan's eyes widened. She even shouted, "He really sings so well." Audiences loved moments like these, when the guests looked completely unprepared and shocked. The production team knew exactly how to push those buttons. Over 200 people filled the studio audience. These were the moments they lived for, the part of the show that sent the energy soaring. It was like the Cinderella story, predictable, yet always irresistible. Finally, the last contestant went on stage. He was tall and handsome. "My name is Habib. I'm currently an actor." "What university did you graduate from?" asked Ridwan, the liveliest of the panelists, known for his goofy face and constant appearances on variety shows. "Surakarta Institute of the Arts," Habib answered. Gasps rippled through the audience. The Surakarta Institute of the Arts was Indonesia's only prestigious arts university, even ranked among the world's top 50 in film and music. For the entertainment world, that was an impressive background. "You're an actor? What have you been in?" asked Yusuf Susan. Habib listed 4 or 5 dramas, but they were all minor roles with little screen presence. The other guests questioned him further. From his answers, it was clear he was still new to the industry, barely out of school, just starting to find his footing. The guests discussed among themselves. Actors are usually multi-talented. I think he can sing. From my experience, whenever the show brings in a handsome guy, he's usually tone-deaf. Or maybe the show knows we think that, so they planted a surprise? Or maybe they're trying to trick us by using reverse psychology. Are we getting stuck in a spiral of suspicion here? With full confidence, Yusuf Susan declared, Allah gave him good looks and the ability to act. But singing too? Impossible. Her role as the clueless diva was steady, and she knew how to play it for the cameras. The guests voted. 3 believed Habib could sing, the other 4 didn't. Then Habib began to sing Come Over, a song that had gone viral in Indonesia recently. His performance wasn't just good, it was leagues above karaoke level. He knew how to find resonance and emotion in the music. No way. He studied acting at Surakarta Institute, but he can sing too? That's unbelievable, shouted Yusuf Susan. Ridwan burst out laughing. Ha ha, I knew it. My gut told me he could sing, and he's amazing, on par with professional singers. The others piled on praise as well. I couldn't sing like that at his age. I love his voice, so good. He's a singer trapped in an actor's body. With that, Habib had won the round. When asked to choose a duet partner, he picked Yusuf Susan. She stood to join him for a rendition of Roar. Musical note. I used to bite my tongue and hold my breath. Musical note. Habib started, his English carrying a slight accent. Musical note. Scared to rock the boat and make a mess. Musical note. Yusuf Susan followed smoothly. But as always, the difference showed the moment they sang together. Yusuf Susan's professionalism crushed him completely. Her technique, emotional delivery, and tone were all on a higher level. Then, midway through the song, a powerful and captivating male voice suddenly rang out. Musical note. Now I'm floating like a butterfly, stinging like a bee. I earned my stripes. Musical note. Musical note. I went from zero to my own hero. Musical note. The voice was familiar. Yusuf Susan's mind was racing to place it when, suddenly, someone in the audience squealed like a pig being slaughtered. The stage lights swung toward the figure walking out from backstage. It was Chu Zhi, the original singer of Roar, the superstar himself. The 200-plus audience members were all entertainment fans. 80% of them recognized Chu Zhi at a glance and screamed, Chu Zhi, it's really him. I can't believe this. Am I seeing Chu Zhi, alive, walking, singing in front of me? It has to be him. No one else could look like that. Chu Zhi's looks were impossible to copy, even with plastic surgery. Fans knew it. Even the panel of 6 celebrity guests were left slack-jawed. Ridwan blurted out, Are you kidding me? Our little variety show actually invited Chu Zhi. Before, their shocked reactions had been mostly for show. But now their eyes were wide as saucers, their disbelief genuine. The production team had really pulled out all the stops. This is the surprise guest. Yusuf Susan finally understood. All above, this was too shocking. Musical note. You held me down, but I got up. Musical note. Chu Zhi continued seamlessly. As a diva, Yusuf Susan was used to big stages. She steadied her nerves and sang back. Musical note. Already brushing off the dust. Musical note. Habib, on the other hand, was completely lost. Singing with his country's top diva had already made him nervous. Now he was standing beside Chu Zhi, and so close he could feel his presence. Who on earth could handle that? Habib could only stammer incoherently, staring blankly as Yusuf Susan and Chu Zhi sang together. His brain had completely shut down. On that stage, Chu Zhi was the absolute center. Yusuf Susan's skill still shone, but in front of an international star, her light seemed dim. When the song ended, Chu Zhi smiled and said, I'm your surprise guest, Chu Zhi. The 200 audience members clapped so hard it nearly shook the ceiling. It sounded like 2,000 people were applauding. I love your new album. This surprise is incredible. The moment Chu Zhi walked out, my heart almost stopped. My God, this isn't a dream, right? The excitement filled the room. Afterward, Chu Zhi chatted briefly in Chinese and promoted his album. But the eyes of both guests and audience never left him, not even Yusuf Susan's. Because before being a diva, she was a fan too. Chu Zhi's tour across 4 countries had paid off. When the episode aired 2 weeks later, his album sales skyrocketed. Even in smaller markets like Pakistan, sales grew explosively. The album sold an additional 160,000 copies. Everyone at the company, Neo Jiangxue, Boss Wang, and the rest, was overjoyed. In the music industry, image might matter, but album sales were still the ultimate standard. That was why Chu Zhi could dominate even over top Korean boy groups like G-Z, shattering their records. G-Z had boasted 3 albums over 4 million, 2 over 5 million, and several at 2 million. But Chu Zhi had just joined their ranks with real numbers. Looking further back, why was Michael Jackson undisputed as the king of pop? Because Thriller alone had sold over 67 million copies, more than double the runner-up. With sales like that, no one could touch him. That was why Neo Jiangxue and the team had been so obsessed with reaching 5 million. In the 21st century, aside from American stars and a handful of top Korean groups, few in Asia had ever done it. Chu Zhi was one of the rare exceptions. By the end of the Asian tour, his album The One Gazed Upon by Gods had sold 3.78 million across Asia in a single month, plus 1.26 million in Europe and North America, totaling 5.04 million. At the same time, a young Hollywood diva's album had sold 4.17 million. In terms of numbers, Chu Zhi had won. Number 465. Are we too poor to afford it? Advisor Chu's suggestion will be brought up for discussion in our department as soon as possible. Thank you, Director Chun. No need for thanks. Supervision in this area does have its shortcomings. We'll try to settle the matter within 2 days. 2 days? That seems rather rushed. I wouldn't want this to disrupt your department's original plans. The country's digital music industry is growing more and more rapidly. Regulation was already under consideration, and now that Advisor Chu has raised the issue, it is the right moment to handle both matters together. Today, Chu Zhi had come to Tiantan Road in the Dongqing district of the capital. The meeting place was a modest 2-story building, quite unremarkable from the outside. The person he was speaking with was the head of the Publishing Administration Division. His official consultant title was extremely useful. Even though his position as a general advisor technically belonged to another system, his suggestions were always taken seriously. This visit was about album certification. The primary authority for album sales certification worldwide is IFPI, International Federation of the Phonographic Industry. As had been mentioned before, different countries follow different certification standards, and even the executing institutions differ. In China, the certification is handled by the National Bureau, and IFPI recognizes those results. Perhaps authorization is not the right word. The Bureau does not need anyone's authorization. More accurately, IFPI accepts and records the Bureau's certifications in the global database of album sales. The 5 million copies equals half a diamond album figure that Neo Jiangxue had brought up earlier actually referred to American certification. Because of the United States military strength and its position as a global power, its RIA, Recording Industry Association of America, certification is valued even more than IFPI's. International stars are far more eager to pay the steep price for RIA certification. Naturally, Brave Neo's first instinct was also to use RIA standard. In that case, I won't disturb your work further, Director Chen. No need to walk me out. I can find my way. When you have time, do come by and guide us more often. Advisor Chu, in the film and television industry, you're highly sought after both in front of the camera as an actor and behind the scenes. I've heard that many productions want to invite you as a historical consultant. What a pleasant way of putting it, guidance. In truth, Chu Zhi's honorary position was nominally on the same level as Director Chen's, but Director Chen held an actual administrative post. There was no real comparison. What guidance could he possibly give? I'm hardly a professional in that field, Chu Zhi replied. Why would they come to an outsider like me? As for a so-called historical consultant, that's just another marketing tactic disguised as authenticity. Many historical dramas had approached him, claiming they wanted their costumes and architecture to better match history. Chu Zhi had rejected them all without hesitation. Yes, he had read many history books, and his role as the Emperor Beast gave him some unique insights. But compared to scholars who had devoted their lives to the subject, how could his knowledge measure up? Leaving the little courtyard, Chu Zhi hurried on to his next appointment. Why did playing the Emperor Beast always feel so busy? Yet when you thought about it, nothing seemed all that critical. Let's break down an ordinary busy day for the Emperor Beast. 7:30 a.m. Flight from Shanghai to Beijing. Since he still had events in Shanghai the night before, he couldn't fly in earlier. He landed around 10 a.m. 11 a.m. Commercial shoot for Kinzo at Tiananmen Park, lasting about 3 hours. The airport was nearly 40 kilometers from the park. 2 p.m. Appointment at the Bureau. 4 p.m. Attended the Understanding the Forbidden City from the Central Axis press event at the Forbidden City as a Goodwill ambassador, lasting about 90 minutes. 6 p.m. Livestream connection for the Douyin campaign #LaborIsBeautiful, at least requiring a hotel setup. 7 p.m. Attended the Red Cross Cleft Lip Angel Growth Fund charity banquet, lasting about 2 hours. 10:15 p.m. Flight to South Korea for a meeting scheduled the following morning. At the moment, Chu Zhi was en route to the Forbidden City. For lunch, he grabbed a quick takeaway from a roadside restaurant. Even so, he still picked food he liked: a high-calorie family bucket, extra chili powder, junk food, and a bottle of soda, small comforts in a rushed day. Even top stars normally didn't keep schedules as relentless as Chu Zhi's. On the one hand, the Emperor Beast needed to strengthen his presence in the Asian market. On the other, he constantly took part in charity events and cultural promotion. At the same time, he could not stop moving forward. His core goal was to break into the European and American markets. With more than 200 employees depending on him, every endorsement and commercial performance mattered. Events like the Forbidden City Gathering were relatively dull, but still valuable. Organized by the Forbidden City Museum and the Dongqing Publicity Department, the project used the museum's bookstore to promote the Central Axis cultural heritage. It resembled a salon where experts and scholars gathered to discuss and explain heritage issues. Chu Zhi himself learned quite a bit. Without attending, he wouldn't have known that the Forbidden City housed a library, or that Beijing's Central Axis had been submitted as a World Heritage application covering 14 locations. The Emperor Beast gained knowledge, though little of it was exciting enough to dwell on. Now, let's revisit a matter earlier overlooked: Chu Zhi's personal merchandise. After separating from Sunagawa and going independent, his merchandise had quietly gone on sale. Official flagship stores were available on platforms like JD.com and Taobao. Compared to other celebrities' outrageously priced products, Chu Zhi's merchandise was quite affordable, a decision he made himself. Wang Yuan served as the overall manager. She designed the framework. Each sales period introduced unique products, never repeating past items. The strategy of hunger marketing, combined with reasonable pricing, triggered a trending hashtag. #Do they think we can't afford it? The phrase came from a Little Fruits fan's complaint. User Dark Love Murder Case. GYS official flagship store is out of stock 300 days a year. Isn't it time to fix this? At least find another manufacturer to increase production. Otherwise, rival fan clubs will think we can't afford to buy anything. This Little Fruits fan even posted screenshots. Both JD.com and Taobao stores were perpetually sold out. In 1 year, they had tried to purchase items more than 30 times. Each attempt met with out of stock. Over 2 years, countless fans had faced the same problem, gathering into one giant chorus of complaints. Yes, I've left so many messages on the official Little Fruits Weibo account. At first, I thought the JD.com flagship store was some reselling middleman who couldn't get stock. Turns out it's really the official store. Fake celebrity stores push unrelated items. Real celebrity stores are just empty shelves. Forget everything else. I waited half a year for the airplane calendar, and then customer service told me it was gone. I cried. The frustration had been building for a long time. Within just an hour, thousands of comments piled up under Dark Love Murder Case's post, many with pictures of sold-out pages. If anyone tallied the numbers, they'd find that instead of 300 days a year, it was more like 340 days. New products were always snatched up instantly. Among the keywords, airplane calendar appeared most often. Dream on. Only 20,000 copies were released on the official site, another 30,000 through other channels. Even on resale sites, there's nothing. Better to plead with the official store. I'd trade my roommate's 10 years of singlehood if it meant no more limited runs. New Little Fruits fans, like one named Fei Yu, asked curiously, "Just join brother. Jio's fandom. Sorry if this is a silly question, but what exactly is the airplane calendar?" Veterans explained. It was a commemorative Air China x Chu Zhi joint calendar. The photos were stunning, with 18 shots across 12 months. Who could resist a uniform photo shoot? You people keep offering others. That's insincere. I'll do it. I'd give up 30 years of dating just for JYQ version phone cases to stop running out. What a ruthless oath. The topic soon spread to Instagram and Twitter. Overseas stores like Amazon also showed out of stock. Demand abroad was even fiercer, especially in South Korea and Japan. Korean fans bought photocards. Japanese fans snapped up figurines. Both groups were already accustomed to purchasing celebrity merchandise. Part of this success was thanks to Wang Yuan, who was not only the general manager but also the chief designer. Only fans truly understand what fans want. Many of her designs hit straight at the fandom's weak spots. Take, for example, the utterly useless bath reminder device, a small black disc that, when pressed, played Chu Zhi's voice saying, "Remember to dry off after your shower." To everyone's surprise, male fans purchased it in higher numbers than female fans. Men, after all, were always fascinated by odd little gadgets. Altogether, Chu Zhi had released over 40 different merchandise items. Very few fans managed to collect them all. The undisputed queen of collectors was a Japanese idol named Hashimoto Satomi. She owned 3 sets of the airplane calendar, 1 displayed, 2 stored as collectibles. Hashimoto Satomi came from a fairly comfortable family, but every yen spent on merchandise was money she earned herself as an idol. In fact, most of her income was funneled into collecting. When she saw the trending topic on Twitter, the urge to show off surged within her. Hashimoto. Chu-san, my eternal idol. She posted photos of her entire collection. Whether it was pride or showing off was debatable. But for Hashimoto Satomi, it was both. Satisfied, she thought to herself, what a deal. She had often bought anime merchandise before, where calendars alone could run from 1,400 to 3,000 yen. Chu Zhi's merchandise was cheaper and no less in quality. She considered it an absolute bargain. Because of the trending news, more casual passers-by learned about Chu Zhi's merchandise, though most didn't care much. The general public wasn't interested in celebrity goods, only slightly curious that they could be sold out for so long. Back to reality. Neo 2. Are there any invitations from European or American shows? Wang Yuan stretched, having just finished sketching designs for the next product. There are, but not many, Neo Jiangxue replied after a pause. And honestly, the ones that came aren't worth attending. Wang Yuan's good mood evaporated. She muttered without knowing what else to say. The resistance of the Western music market to Chinese artists was obvious. From a God's eye perspective, just compare Maroon 5's Sugar with Chu Zhi's Bones. The latter's numbers were barely half, despite both being pushed hard. Don't worry. We still have good opportunities, Neo Jiangxue said. There's the Qatar World Cup theme song, plus a guest performance at the opening ceremony. True enough. Still, the lack of recognition for the man gazed upon by God despite its sales left Wang Yuan angry. If Chu Zhi had been American, or better yet, white, he would have been hailed as a breakout superstar. Instead, most media reports mentioned only the album itself, without a word about the man behind it. Quite telling. Number 466. Japanese album confirmed. Chu-san, where are you right now? The call came from Koguchi Yoshihiro, someone Chu Zhi had not seen in quite some time. I'm in Spring City, China, Chu Zhi replied. He had come to attend a wildlife conservation forum. Playing the role of the Emperor Beast was like being a brick. Wherever he was needed, he went. Spring City? What a coincidence. I'm here too, Koguchi Yoshihiro said over the phone, his voice brimming with delight. Let's have dinner together tonight. Since they were both in Spring City, Chu Zhi had no reason to refuse. He agreed readily, exchanged a few more words, then hung up as work still waited on his end. Koguchi Yoshihiro was in a very good mood after the call. He had once again been invited by Mango TV to appear on Phantom Music City, so he had been staying in Star City. Checking the map, he realized Spring City was just a little over 1,000 kilometers away. A short flight would take him there. If someone were to ask why he called that along the way, His answer would be simple. The earth is round. Anywhere could be on the way. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Koguchi. If you need anything, call me anytime, said Zhu, the Mango TV staff member assigned to receive him. Normally, variety show guests had their accommodation and meals arranged. Thank you, Zhu-san, Koguchi Yoshihiro said politely. He set his luggage in his room. He rarely traveled with a manager, only with a personal assistant. His assistant's flight was later, so he would arrive in Star City afterward. The reason he avoided traveling with his manager was blunt. The man was plain-looking, and Koguchi Yoshihiro, who openly admitted to being vain about appearances, disliked being seen with him. Before his debut, he had no right to demand a change. After fame, the years of cooperation made it inconvenient to swap. Opening his backpack to take out his laptop, he also pulled out 3 albums of The Man Watched by God. He had promised to get autographs from Suzuki Kanno, Kuroki Ozawa, and Aoi Miyabi. Suzuki Kanno needed no introduction. She was the national wife of Japan, even topping Chu Zhi in fan polls for most anticipated artist concert. 9 out of 10 so-called lost generation otaku men were Suzuki Kanno fans. Kuroki Ozawa and Aoi Miyabi were both rising actresses in Japan. Their common trait, striking beauty. Chu Zhi had, in fact, gathered quite a following of female Japanese artists. It gave him the right to confidently tell Japanese male fans, "Your idol may not be me, but your goddess idol definitely is." Koguchi Yoshihiro logged into his email and checked the schedule the Phantom Music City staff had sent. Recording would start the next afternoon at 4. Perfect. He booked a 3:30 p.m. flight to Spring City, dinner with Chu Zhi in the evening, then a flight back the next morning. Flawless timing. Since Spring City was famous for its mushrooms, he treated Chu Zhi to wild mushroom hotpot. Over dinner, Koguchi Yoshihiro brought up Sony Music's invitation for Chu Zhi to become an album spokesperson. He also reminded Chu Zhi that it was time to prepare a Japanese album. Let's make it a proper studio album, with 10 tracks. I still have plenty of good songs on hand, Chu Zhi said. Back at his hotel after dinner, he thought it over. Thanks to previously drawing a Detective Conan music pack, he had quite a few quality songs stockpiled. The Emperor Beast never wasted resources. Album theme. Even if we hold nothing in our hands, I still have love. Riding on the silver dragon's back. Even if we hold nothing in our hands. Yakimachi jealousy. Chu Zhi sorted through his songs, looking for ones about love and perseverance against fate. Soon he lined up 5. Umstrina Lip, Crimson Lip, Time After Time, Awajwu Jada, In the City Where Flowers Dance, Ota, Spring Song, Sadame, Fate, and Secret of My Heart. Conan truly was a treasure chest. He then used an album voucher and spent 5 character coins to exchange for Zard's compilation Cruising and Live, pulling out 2 classics, Aorerishang, Shaking Feelings, and the Japanese second national anthem Fukanide, Don't Lose. That made 10 songs, fully arranged. But reviewing the list, Chu Zhi decided Aorerishang didn't quite fit the theme. He swapped it for Inishinghuta, Counting the Distant Stars. Mid-May, after the China-Vietnam diplomatic celebration, I'll begin recording. Hopefully I can release it after the Summer Supersonic Music Festival, around August or September, Chu Zhi murmured to himself. This year's Chinese-language album may not happen, since after the English debut succeeded, it's best to ride the momentum with another one. The 4 Great Classics concept album can wait. The Emperor Beast's success came from one thing: crystal clear goals. This Japanese album will be untouchable. Satisfied, he checked his balance. Only 13 character coins left. That was the only thing troubling him. As for why Koguchi Yoshihiro had come to Spring City instead of Beijing, Shanghai, or Star City, Chu Zhi shrugged it off. It was none of his business. The next day, after the forum ended, Chu Zhi was invited by Boss Huang, the organizer, who also happened to be head of state-owned Fujian Bank. Out of courtesy, Chu Zhi attended. A vegetarian organization had also been invited, and its president, Zhang, saw an opportunity. We must protect other living beings, which is why vegetarianism is humanity's most perfect lifestyle. Since Mr. Chu is so active in charity, surely you will support vegetarianism? Zhang declared. Whenever question marks floated in Chu Zhi's head, it meant the problem wasn't him. It was the other person. Regaining composure, Chu Zhi asked, President Zhang, Are you asking me to promote vegetarianism? Yes. I am sure you have never been to a slaughterhouse. If you did, you would see cows crying as they await death. I wept when I saw it. It made me want to keep living, Zhang said passionately. He pressed on. Besides, eating vegetarian benefits the economy. While China has eliminated absolute poverty, many still cannot afford meat daily. If everyone adopted vegetarianism, that problem would disappear. Last year, we imported more than 10 million tons of meat. Imagine the treasury savings if we stopped. That money could go toward development. And American researchers have proven that a vegetarian diet improves skin and overall health. As a celebrity, that should appeal to you too. Zhang spoke quickly, confident his logic was airtight. Chu Zhi's face remained calm, but his sharp gaze weighed Zhang carefully, trying to decide whether this man was foolish or malicious. I have 2 questions, President Zhang. Please ask. I'll do my best to answer. First, I cannot judge whether those American studies are sound, but according to UN FAO data, the top 3 countries for per capita meat consumption are New Zealand, Australia, and the United States. If vegetarianism is scientifically superior, why hasn't the United States set an example by limiting meat intake? Zhang sighed. Because truth is in the hands of a minority. Vegetarian organizations exist in the West, but their influence is small. If our nation adopted vegetarianism swiftly, we could surpass the United States in another form of progress. And with your influence, Mr. Chu, it would happen much faster. Chu Zhi asked his second question. Imagine a rich man who ate delicacies all his life. In his later years, he bought a cottage and grew his own cabbages. Next to him, a poor farmer also ate cabbage daily. The rich man says, "What was the point of working so hard? In the end, I eat the same as you." President Zhang, are the rich man and the farmer truly the same? If the rich man had always been vegetarian. Chu Zhi cut him off. He did not want to hear another word. I don't oppose vegetarianism, but do not force your ideals on others. Boss Wang, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. He stood and walked out. The private room fell silent. Boss Wang's face tightened with suppressed anger. He had hoped to build goodwill with Chu Zhi, but the vegetarian group had ruined it. President Zhang opened his mouth to complain about Chu Zhi's rudeness, but could not bring himself to say it. The gathering fizzled out in awkward quiet. Yet the episode did not sour Chu Zhi's mood. He returned to Qiantang for a small 618 e-commerce campaign with a major platform. The details had been negotiated by Lao Qian. Chu Zhi only needed to attend the signing. The Emperor Beast's influence had grown to the point of quietly reshaping people's fates, just like what happened to Hashimoto Rimi, a young idol in his circle. Rimi, do you know you're famous now? Do you know? In Star Entertainment's makeup room, Hashimoto Rimi was fixing her makeup when her friend and fellow trainee Takizawa Nanako burst in. She grabbed Rimi's shoulders and shook her hard. Rimi felt like Nini's stuffed ragdoll bunny, shaken mercilessly. Nanako's twin tails were disheveled from running. Famous? What are you talking about? Rimi asked, confused. Your Twitter has 400,000 followers now. Nanako nearly shoved her phone into Rimi's face. What? Rimi pulled back her head and stared. It was true. Her account had jumped to 440,000 followers overnight. She was stunned, as if Ultraman himself had landed in front of her. She was just a small idol with barely 20,000 followers. How could her count soar by more than 300,000 in a single night? It's because of your tweet yesterday. Now you're trending as the so-called peripheral offender, Nanako explained breathlessly. Offender? Wait, I didn't commit a crime. Rimi panicked at the word offender. She checked the phone herself to see what was going on, Nanako still rambling beside her in a flurry of half-coherent words. Number 467. The Merch War and the Rising Star. The merchandise came from her haul yesterday. Calendars, keychains, orange badges, even life-sized body pillows. The comment section underneath exploded. Merch thief. Merch demon. Merchandise criminal. An idol who doesn't focus on her career. I think you can't handle so many goods. Sell them on Mercury. Don't tell anyone. Send me a private message. I'll carry this burden for you. Think about it. Even Little Fruits fans in China can't get their hands on this merchandise, not to mention fans overseas in Japan or Korea. No wonder Hashimoto Rimi's bragging stirred up so much jealousy. It was bound to blow up. For clarification, the word guzi is a homophone of goods. Official anime merchandise is called official guzi, while fan-made goods are fan guzi. For idols, posters or photo sets are idol guzi. Fans who buy them belong to the guzi circle. But when this concept spread to China, the meaning shifted a little. No need to dig into that here. I didn't expect you to get so popular, Rimi. You're chasing your idol, but also building up your own fame. I'm so jealous, Takizawa Nanako said, her envy written all over her face. Even though the comments looked like hate, the 30,000 new followers proved one thing. A large number of people now knew the name Hashimoto Rimi. And most of it was positive, since people felt the pleasant surprise of, wow, she likes Ragdoll too, she's a fellow fan. There are just too many Ragdoll fans. Their Twitter account has over 20 million followers. Even if only a small fraction notice me, it's still huge, Hashimoto Rimi analyzed calmly. I want to start chasing idols too, Takizawa Nanako muttered. Then, curious, she asked, Rimi, how do you manage to snatch every piece of merch? I saw so many comments from fans saying they couldn't get a single thing. That's a secret. Hashimoto Rimi wasn't about to reveal that she put in tons of preparation. For example, Amazon sales open at exactly 6 o'clock. She placed her order at 5:59. She had quick credit card payment ready. A pile of small tricks added up to miracles. At the word secret, Takizawa Nanako's eyes dimmed ever so slightly. Hashimoto Rimi, meanwhile, was delighted. As an idol, her goal was to get more famous. Fame meant more money. More money meant she could freely buy merch. Wasn't that a kind of self-sustaining loop? A tree planted by chance, yet flourishing anyway. High Twitter follower counts didn't always translate to real-life popularity, but agencies still used it as a reference. After all, Starlight Agency was only a small fry in the industry. Even having an artist with several 100,000 followers was rare. That night at the theater, Hashimoto Rimi was assigned 2 extra songs and moved closer to the front of the stage. For small idols, singing on various stages was normal, though most of the profits went back to the company. In Japan, idols had to climb step by step. Once you got a little famous, you could sell handshake tickets. Usually 1,000 yen for 10 seconds. There had even been a case of an otaku buying 1,000 tickets just to shake hands. Back at her apartment, Takizawa Nanako searched online for Chu Zhi's merchandise. What she found horrified her. A user with the ID, Oshima Nagako, was willing to pay astronomical prices. An item that sold for 3,000 yen, called a bath lift, was now being offered for 60,000 yen. 20 times the price. Compared to becoming a star, Takizawa Nanako thought flipping merch for cash sounded much more appealing. On Japanese internet, merch robbers sparked lively debate. But on the Chinese internet, everyone was discussing something else. The National Press and Publication Bureau had just announced new rules. Notice on the certification of audiovisual publication sales. It laid out clear standards. In China, 20,000 sales qualified as gold record, 40,000 as platinum, 200,000 as diamond. Before, diamond record didn't even exist. Application channels and verification processes were published openly. Applying required a 2,000 RMB certification fee. Once certified, sales data would be entered into the National Audiovisual Publication Database and connected to the IFPI Global Sales Database. Although the Bureau had always had a certification system, it had never been made public. That secrecy let wild certifications flood the market. No names were mentioned, but one well-known music platform's shady practices had led to Chu Zhi's album Wild Growth being sold as 4 separate ones. Wild, Savage, Growth, Bloom, just to inflate numbers. The songs were good, but the manipulation was absurd. People's Daily reported. Thanks. Hashtag contribution to review and certification. Hashtag Chu Zhi at Eat a Big Orange played a key role in improving the management of audiovisual publication certification. This marks the maturity of our domestic audiovisual market. The notice itself didn't attract much attention, but Weibo did. Overnight, the credit was pinned on Chu Zhi. CCTV's news blog even interviewed Tencent Music's director about it. For the entertainment industry, this was big news. Now, most singers would prefer to get their albums certified, but younger artists were unfazed. So what? Platinum certification can't hold us? Are we supposed to aim for diamond? Plenty of singers can't even sell 200,000 physical albums. Why was there such a huge gap between platinum and diamond? It was frustrating. It wasn't just the younger generation. Even veteran singers in their 40s had to admit defeat. How could they compete when Chu Zhi had stopped being a contestant and was now acting like the judge? The sky is vast, the plains are wide, the wind blows the grass, and you see Chu the cat. Chu Zhi arrived in Baotou to shoot an ad. If it felt like he was filming commercials every week, that wasn't far from the truth. The Emperor Beast currently had 13 domestic endorsements, 18 international ones, not counting portrait licensing. And most brands signed on for long-term deals. Take today's shoot with Anta. It was for their summer theme. Gallop across the grasslands, passion of summer. A few months later, there'd be another one for winter. During the 2-day shoot, Chu Zhi spotted a horseback riding field nearby. His interest lit up. After a few quick lessons from local herders, he felt confident enough. Mounting the horse, he shouted, "I am El Bu of Baotou, El Feng Xian. State your name, challenger." Of course, such antics needed a partner. Fortunately, Lao Qian was there. "I am Yuan Shao of Zamadian. I care not who your grandmother was." Lao Qian bellowed back. The two rode in circles, chasing each other. Don't be fooled. At best the horses were trotting. But the two men laughed like children. "Two complete idiots," Wang Yuan muttered on the side. Chu Zhi added, "A man remains a boy at heart till death." Still, I didn't expect Brother Qian to play along like this. Neither of them understood what was so funny. Just swapping ancient place names with modern ones. What was the joke? Zhao Zilong of Shijiazhuang, and so on. But Wang Yuan didn't press it. It was rare to see Xiao Ju this relaxed. Most of the time, Chu Zhi was stuck in work mode. It was good to see him unwind. The day after tomorrow, they would head to Vietnam. Wang Yuan worried that Chu Zhi might get nervous. A 70th anniversary celebration was a massive event. State leaders would definitely attend. Maybe Zhou will even make the evening news this time, Wang Yuan thought, half joking but half serious. Meanwhile, in Vietnam, preparations for the event were underway. The celebration would be held at Bai Chao Park No. 1, also known as the Presidential Palace. Over 360,000 people have left messages on the Ministry of Culture's website, requesting Chu Zhi attend. Why does a foreign singer who's never even been to Vietnam have such massive popularity? Minister Fan frowned. "The report you gave me says it's because he's handsome? What nonsense." He hadn't even read the rest, only the first line. Secretary Nguyen knew exactly what happened. His boss hadn't bothered to finish reading. Calmly, he said, "That report was my mistake, sir. But it's true that all cosmetic clinics in Hanoi use Chu Zhi's appearance as a standard. Among students and white-collar workers, his recognition is extremely high. He is handsome, yes, but not to this extent," Minister Fan muttered, still staring at Chu Zhi's photo. Secretary Nguyen agreed. As an ethnic kin, he resented using a Chinese star as a beauty benchmark. It felt like blind worship of the foreign. "Should we adjust publicity?" Secretary Nguyen asked, hinting at lowering the hype. Minister Fan didn't look away from the photo. Suddenly, he asked, "Aren't my eyebrows very similar to this Chinese star's?" Question mark. Secretary Nguyen froze but answered smoothly, "Exactly the same." "Too similar," Minister Fan nodded. Then he asked, "What were you saying about publicity? Whether to let VTV promote Chu Zhi's attendance more, to show the public you respect their wishes," Secretary Nguyen explained carefully. "You handle it," Minister Fan said, satisfied. Secretary Nguyen took a deep breath and walked out. He wanted to slam the door to vent his frustration, but restrained himself. Eyebrows alike. What nonsense. He could only curse silently in his heart. The 70th anniversary of China-Vietnam diplomatic relations was approaching. Meanwhile, another international event opened in Nansha, the International Finance Forum, IFF. The IFF headquarters were based in Beijing, with over 20 UN member states participating. It was the largest unofficial finance summit in the world. Naturally, many top scholars attended. Among the audience was Su Xuanmian, a popular financial content creator online, known for making economics easy to understand and full of practical insight. He had quickly risen into the top 100 influencers in the field. IFF is a global financial diplomacy and strategy think tank for emerging economies. "I'm heading inside now. No filming allowed. I'll update later," Su Xuanyan said, switching off his phone to record for later rather than livestream. Inside, he took his seat. The keynote was delivered by Lane Para, a world-renowned economist, former senior advisor to France's Ministry of Finance, now head of the UN SCAP Division for Development Financing and Macroeconomics. The long list of titles didn't matter. What mattered was that Lane Para was a heavyweight. His talk explained how the world's financial centers always shifted in stages, and these transitions were irreversible. Environment shaped national character, and national character determined the pace of change. Venice in the 13th century, Amsterdam in the 17th, London in the 19th, New York in the 20th. And now, the center was moving eastward. In fact, it had already begun shifting toward Asia at the end of the 20th century, only to be interrupted by the United States. Then Lane Para said, not only finance is moving east, the cultural center is also shifting. For example, the famous singer, Chu. Su Xuanyan froze. He had come to hear about global finance. Yet here was his idol's name being mentioned. Number 468. A billion-dollar decision. Cultural migration tends to follow financial migration. Does that mean the signs of financial migration actually appear much earlier than we perceive? The topic was introduced by Lane, who specialized in international economics. He mentioned Chu Zhi only in passing before returning to the main discussion. Most of those present did not have a strong sense of cultural shifts. After all, America still held the core power of cultural export, so the effect was not obvious. But finance was different. That was far more tangible, and many people in the room nodded as they listened. By the time Su Xuanyan stepped out of the forum, the sky had already darkened. The conference had gathered quite a few young people from Europe and America. Su Xuanyan, whether deliberately or casually, brought up Chu Zhi in conversation. Out of every 10 participants from Western countries, at least 3 had heard of him. In particular, 2 young people from Norway and Finland became excited and declared that Chu Zhi was their idol. Sales of Chu Zhi's English album had indeed spiked in Norway and Finland. It wasn't hard to understand why. In terms of rock music popularity, the first tier was the United States and France, while the second tier included Norway, Finland, Sweden, and Germany. To give examples familiar to his peers, artists like Children of Bodom, Rammstein, Nightwish, Fintroll, Mayhem, and Roxette were all excellent bands from those regions. Jiawai is actually better known in Northern Europe than in Central or Eastern Europe, Su Xuanyan observed. For the first time, he felt the expansion of his idol's influence abroad, not as abstract online data, but in reality. Back at the hotel, Su Xuanyan was in high spirits. He could not even tell whether he was more thrilled by Lane's talk about cultural shifts or by hearing a 50-year-old Nordic economist mention his idol's name. It felt like the worlds of 2 dimensions colliding with 3, and the excitement left him buzzing. On his Weibo account, CXLXY233, he fired off 3 posts in a row. GYYYDS. I'm the most steadfast little fruits. From a fair standpoint, who can compare to Chu Zhi? Fans quickly swarmed in. Didn't you go to a finance forum today? Don't mess around. I searched online, and Jiawai didn't have any event. Same here. I almost thought he went to a music festival again. He's hiding in a barbershop somewhere. A few days earlier, Su Xuanyan had scored tickets to the Strawberry Music Festival, and that night, he had also posted 3 times in a row. Longing leaves an echo. Su Xuanyan spent the entire evening looping Chu Zhi's songs. Meanwhile, Chu Zhi himself was wielding a staff of echo in-game. That's right. In the middle of the night, he was still grinding levels with Grandpa Chun. Chen Shu, the so-called sunny boy, was terrifyingly skilled, slipping through battles even above 20 stars, and still carrying the team. Chu. Jiawai, shouldn't you get some sleep? It's already 5 or 6 in the morning, and you've got a flight to Vietnam later. Chen Shu typed in the chat channel. They had been playing from midnight until nearly 3 a.m. Didn't you promise to carry me to Glory King? Don't wimp out now. Come on, keep pushing. Don't kill the vibe, Grandpa. You know staying up late is bad for us, so we might as well just pull an all-nighter. Chu Zhi replied. Grandpa Chen's answer was a simple, come. After grinding all night, Chen Shu finally carried Chu Zhi to King rank, 50 stars. By the time Chu Zhi's Emperor Beast hit 30 stars, his go-to hero, King of Lanling, stopped being effective. He had to switch junglers. Turns out, heroes are like people. Everyone has a limit. Solid. The two of us together just slay without mercy. Although honestly, I'm only responsible for the quack quack. You're the one doing the slaying. Anyway, Grandpa, get a good rest. Yesterday's photos are done, and you don't have to come to the office today. With that, Chu Zhi logged off. Huh. Chen Shu exhaled, exhaustion finally overtaking him. Drowsiness crept over his eyes, and even his breath came out unevenly. Earlier that night, he had felt emo, lost in late-night melancholy. But after an all-nighter in King of Glory, the mood had completely lifted. It wasn't surprising. From what Chen Shu knew, Chu Zhi rarely gamed at all, much less played all night. Normally, his schedule was extremely disciplined. Unless there was something special, he would be reading books instead. Wait. Chen Shu's face changed, his drowsiness evaporating in an instant. A chilling thought struck him. He hurriedly quit the game. Sure enough, over 30 missed calls lit up his phone. Chen Shu used a OnePlus, which in gaming mode automatically blocked calls and notifications. The calls were from his closest friends and his parents. When he opened WeChat and checked his moments, his worst fears were confirmed. His latest post had exploded. Losing her means I've lost everything. There's nothing worth holding on to in this world anymore. He had meant to set it visible only to his ex-girlfriend. But he had pressed the wrong option, making it visible to all his contacts. Grandpa Chun had broken up with his girlfriend and was trying to play the tragic angle to win her back. But now it had blown up in his face. Without separating his work and personal accounts, this was a fatal mistake. Parents, relatives, friends, everyone had seen it. Disaster. Panicked, he set the phone aside, hardly daring to open the flood of WeChat messages. He took a deep breath and began calling everyone back one by one. It took him 3 hours that morning to explain to his parents and 7 or 8 close friends that no, he wasn't suicidal. Many people messaged him and called. But not his ex Chen Shu understood. This time, it was over. So tired, he muttered, slumping on the couch with a pounding head. If he hadn't posted that message, if he hadn't been using a OnePlus, if he hadn't turned on gaming mode, if even one link in the chain had broken, this wouldn't have happened. Now he realized why Chu Zhi had stayed up all night gaming with him. He was afraid Chen Shu might do something foolish. He wanted to call and thank him, but words stuck in his throat. Instead, he sent a simple WeChat. Zhi, thank you. Half an hour later, Chu Zhi sent back a meme. You sure made me feel awesome, hands on my hips. By then, Chu Zhi was already in a meeting. A temporary but important one, with 20th Century Fox and the renowned director Cameron. On April 10, 1912, the luxury liner Titanic embarked on its maiden voyage. On board, wealthy young heiress Rose traveled first class with her fiancé Cal. Meanwhile, a penniless foreign painter named Jack won a third-class ticket in a game of chance at the dock. Thus began the story of Jack and Rose. The film, titled Unsinkable, was a massive production, with Fox investing over $350 million. There was no way Hollywood would hand such a leading role to a Chinese actor, even one who had been recognized at Cannes. But if Igwa Entertainment also invested, the picture changed. Money buys leverage. Even Fox, a Hollywood giant, could not shoulder such a colossal budget alone. Other studios were reluctant as well. Paramount, Warner, and MGM had all declared it madness to spend billions rebuilding the Titanic 1:1. A guaranteed loss, they said. Only Disney had chipped in a small $50 million. Why make a risky gamble when MGM could simply fund another James Bond movie instead? Yet Fox's executives could not ignore Chu Zhi. For 3 consecutive years, his name had appeared on Forbes Celebrity 100, each time with annual earnings exceeding $100 million. He was, without question, Asia's biggest moneymaker. If he could cover the missing $120 million, with Cameron's personal recommendation and the international prestige of Farewell, My Concubine as precedent, Fox would accept him. But $120 million, even with the weak exchange rate, came to over 600 million renminbi. A staggering sum. Chu Zhi's team, led by Niu Jiangxue, had been negotiating with Fox for weeks. Did Emperor Beast even have that kind of money? In 4 years, Chu Zhi had earned about $490 million. After taxes, spending, and charity, his current balance was around 1.5 billion renminbi. Not an infinite fortune. For reference, Via's tax evasion fine alone had been 1.314 billion renminbi. It was possible, but such a huge investment required careful thought. Chu Zhi even spent one of his personality coins to consult his system. After 3 weeks of audits and investigations, Niu Jiangshui's team decided to go ahead. Even in the worst-case scenario, if the film flopped, the damage to Chu Zhi's acting career would be real, but his singing career would remain untouched. And the prestige of funding a Hollywood blockbuster would expand Igwa Entertainment's reach overseas. The deal was set. Chu Zhi's $14 million salary would be rolled into the investment. Igwa would invest $106 million, and according to the contract, Chu Zhi would clear 8 months next year for filming and shoulder promotional duties across Asia. What a massive investment, Lao Qian remarked. But we definitely won't lose money. Fei Ji added, even if it does lose money, it opens European and American markets for us. We'll earn it back with albums. Cameron has had success with sci-fi, but shifting to a medieval romance does carry risks, Niu Jiangshui said. Clap, clap, clap. Wang Yuan drew everyone's attention. No investment is a guaranteed win. Every deal carries risk. Fox isn't stupid. They wouldn't put up $180 million if they didn't see hope. Niu Jiangshui's leadership was strong, but the pressure of a 9-figure deal was immense. That was when Wang Yuan's voice of experience mattered most. Chu Zhi would need to part with 1/3 of his savings. The thought stung, but Emperor Beast knew he had to. He approached his ad broker, Chi Chiu. Chiu, I feel like I don't have enough global endorsements. Do we have any good offers? There are, but the prices aren't right, Chi Chiu replied. Chu Zhi nodded. More work was needed. Otherwise, he worried he wouldn't even have enough for retirement. Leaving the company, he spotted overseas agent Li Gihian, looking exhausted. Emperor Beast reminded him kindly. Brother Li, I know staying up late is your thing, but try to take care. Li Gihian, nicknamed Lucky Star, was notorious for his late-night habits. His motto, if the moon doesn't sleep, I won't either. I'm the little bald baby. Soon after, Chu Zhi headed to the capital airport, boarding a flight to Hanoi. The 70th anniversary of China-Vietnam diplomatic ties was about to begin. Number 469. This is a legend. Hanoi's Noi Bai Airport was slightly unusual. It was the main airport of Vietnam's capital, yet also served both military and civilian functions. Old Qian knew full well how bizarrely high Chu Zhi's popularity was in Vietnam. He had expected a scene similar to Singapore or Tokyo, where fans practically formed a welcoming army. Yet, even with that in mind, the reception still exceeded his imagination. The moment they descended the airplane stairs, not even stepping into the terminal yet, a massive banner came into view. Welcome Chinese artist Chu Zhi to Hanoi for cultural exchange. And beyond the banner, dozens of people were already waiting. That was the key detail. They had only just stepped off the plane, not even out of the airport. Even the most capable fans, no matter their tricks, could not possibly enter the tarmac. This was not a question of money or influence. With planes constantly landing and taking off, allowing fans into the area would mean courting disaster. The only ones capable of arranging this welcome were people from the government. The official phrasing on the banner made this obvious, and sure enough, a man in gold-rimmed glasses stepped forward, introducing himself as Secretary General Nguyen of the Ministry of Culture. Chu Zhi and Old Qian exchanged a subtle look, both reading the same thought in each other's eyes. Vietnam's leaders must be awfully free these days, huh? After all, Chu Zhi was not the only artist invited to this exchange celebration. Were they really going to personally greet every single one? Minister Fan is quite busy, Secretary Nguyen said warmly. So he asked me to come receive you personally. Teacher Chu, you are an outstanding artist with many excellent works. You are deeply loved by our people. Welcome, welcome. He pushed up his glasses as he spoke. His English carried a tone that was friendly yet properly distanced, striking the balance with practiced ease. Thank you, Secretary Nguyen. Chu Zhi immediately responded with perfect composure. China and Vietnam are socialist neighbors connected by mountains and rivers, lips and teeth. We share a community of common destiny with strategic importance. To be invited here is an honor. I hope to contribute, in my own small way, to the friendship between our peoples. When it came to official rhetoric, the Emperor Beast was second to none. This celebrity has some depth, Secretary Nguyen thought to himself. Empty platitudes were one thing, but delivering such polished, dignified official speech on the spot was not easy. He extended his hand. Their handshake was immediately greeted by the flashing shutters of cameras behind them. The people who had come with Nguyen were all reporters, representing mainstream media such as Nan Dan Daily, Saigon Jai Fong, and New Hanoi Daily, along with internet outlets like NGI. After 2 steps forward, the journalists began their interviews. Nguyen spoke in rapid Vietnamese that Chu Zhi could not follow, so naturally the questions turned toward him. "Mr. Chu, what are your impressions of Vietnam?" a Saigon Jai Fong reporter asked in Chinese. Their paper was one of the few in Vietnam with a Chinese edition. "China and Vietnam are bound by mountains and rivers. Our cultures are close, and our destinies linked. I believe Vietnam has a bright new future ahead," Chu Zhi replied smoothly. The reporter seemed satisfied, then followed with another. "Mr. Chu, your singles have repeatedly broken domestic records, making you the most popular foreign artist in our country. What do you think of this?" "I will continue creating music that people will enjoy," Chu Zhi answered. Polished, meaningless but safe. Enough to deal with reporters. Once they left the tarmac, no journalists followed. Secretary Nguyen's enthusiasm cooled somewhat, though he still maintained impeccable courtesy. A Secretary General was no fool. He escorted Chu Zhi to the Capella Hotel near Hanoi's famed 36 Streets. He was busy, so the detailed reception work was handled by others. Before leaving, however, curiosity got the better of him. "Teacher Chu, why did you specifically choose this hotel?" Nguyen asked. "Because the 36 streets best represent Vietnam. I thought it would help inspire my songwriting," Chu Zhi replied. "I hope you gain much," Nguyen said with a faint smile, his curiosity satisfied. Then he left briskly. As if our culture is so easily understood, Nguyen thought inwardly. Being kin himself, he held little fondness for Chinese people. But of course, he had shown no hint of this during their interaction. Representing Minister Fan, he could never allow personal feelings to tarnish official face. Elsewhere, Xiao Zhuzi had settled the luggage. Lao Qian approached the event coordinator to request the schedule. Large-scale events like the St. Petersburg Cultural Forum or this celebration were arranged in meticulous detail, even without rehearsal. Every activity had its time and place. Except for the Tokyo Olympic Games on Earth. The 36 ancient streets were Hanoi's largest market for small commodities. Each street specialized in a particular type of merchandise. Walking through them, Chu Zhi felt as if he were strolling through Hong Kong in the 70s or 80s, only to have the illusion broken by the Europeans passing by. Most of the people on the streets were from Europe or America. Cafes were everywhere. Mei Li Jian had a certain affection for Vietnam, contributing the world-famous painting Saigon Iron Fist and writing the morally upright yet unconventional drama Miss Saigon. "Brother Gio, do you know a little travel tip for here? If a foreign man and a Vietnamese woman book a room in a star-rated hotel, they must show a marriage certificate. Otherwise, they cannot check in," Lao Qian said suddenly, noticing couples on the streets. "So usually they go one after another," Chu Zhi replied. "Another useless piece of trivia added," Chu Zhi muttered. Many things could only be understood through experience. He looked at Lao Qian suspiciously. "But, Lao Qian, how do you know all this?" Sighing, Lao Qian said, "I have a friend who was young and reckless. The first time he went to Ho Chi Minh City, he almost got caught. Never trust local guides here, and if a girl knocks at your door at midnight, do not open it." Lao Qian took a neutral pen from his pocket and held it in his mouth, lost in recollection. Though the 36 ancient streets were extensive, it did not take long to walk through all of them. Lao Qian bought quite a few souvenirs, while Emperor Beast looked around but bought nothing. Is this really Brother Gio's way of doing field research? Lao Qian did not say it openly, but observed carefully, as seeing Chu Zhi in his fieldwork mode was rare. Why would Lao Qian, dating a foreign girlfriend, feel the need to roughly understand a language? Curiosity drove him to want to understand the foreign words his girlfriend sometimes spoke. He would even say, "To understand you better, I want to learn your language." Few women could resist that, and in the past, Lao Qian had always succeeded. Now, with Bing, he had settled down. Around 5 or 6 in the evening, they grabbed a casual meal at a street-side stall, Vietnamese national dishes like pho and spring rolls. Chu Zhi thought it tasted like Chinese cuisine with a touch of French influence. After the meal, glancing at the time, Chu Zhi, Lao Qian, and Xiao Qing waited at a convenient roadside spot for parking. The clouds above had turned gray, not fully soaked by darkness yet. Soon, a black bulletproof VinFast electric car arrived. Vietnam officially supports its domestic brand, so all 3 layers of the official car fleet were VinFast. The brand claimed to be the Asian Tesla. The name sounded slightly ominous. The car was sent by the Vietnamese Ministry of Foreign Affairs, responsible for reception. The official performance would be tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. Tonight, they went to familiarize themselves with the venue, which required guidance due to its special setup. Nearby Chow Park, security was armed to the teeth, and surveillance cameras outnumbered the surrounding greenery. Chu Zhi walked forward without distraction. The reason for the night visit was simple. Most staff at the presidential palace had already finished work. A few minutes later, they arrived at the presidential palace press hall. The celebration venue doubled as the location for Vietnam's top leaders to hold press conferences, equivalent to the Golden Hall of the People's Assembly Hall, the nation's highest standard press venue. The layout had been adjusted. Seats were arranged along the walls, leaving a central space for speeches and performances. Brother Gio, you will be the third to perform. After Vong Lu's speech, the coordinator informed him. What songs will Brother Gio perform? We need the accompaniment, another staff member asked. Because of the special occasion, there is no microphone stand. Bring your own microphone, the coordinator added. Any other specific requirements? The coordinator in charge of rehearsal was a Ministry of Foreign Affairs employee. Though only 27, she was deputy director of the Foreign Guest Reception Office. In Vietnam, calling someone Brother Gio indicated respect, similar to calling the top leader uncle. It was a formal title, not a fan nickname. Do you have the performance list? Chu Zhi asked, curious about who had been invited. Sorry, Brother Gio, I don't have a complete list, the deputy director replied. Understandable, with leadership speeches interspersed, the list could not include the leaders themselves. Chu Zhi entered work mode, carefully asking about camera positions, including the route from the side hall. From the answers, Emperor Beast understood that 2 television stations, VTV and CCTV, would cover the event. After about half an hour of rehearsal, Chu Zhi realized that the celebration performance format differed from forums, music festivals, or concerts. The audience's view was parallel and much closer. Staff efficiency, however, was slow. Audio adjustments took over 10 minutes. Finally, rehearsal concluded. Chu Zhi thanked the staff. Performing after Vong Lu added a bit of pressure. Vong Lu was China's 3rd-ranked official and the delegation leader. The deputy director escorted Chu Zhi out of the presidential palace. The sky was pitch black, as if someone had placed a sack over the ground. Brother Gio, what do you think of the interior? Only one person can go in and look. I am stunned, Lao Qian muttered. The decor is fine, about this size, Chu Zhi indicated with his hand. Half the size of a football field, that is not small, Lao Qian nodded, losing interest as size implied nothing remarkable about the decoration. Xiao Qing, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs staff responsible for guiding them, remained silent, well aware of the rules, and probably understood Chinese. Lao Qian suddenly said, Brother Gio, we should set a small goal, perform at the People's Assembly Hall. That's an ideal dream, Chu Zhi laughed. Even attending a meeting there was more likely than performing. Not impossible, though. In 3 to 4 decades, as an established artist, a milestone party celebration could very well lead to an invitation. Returning to the hotel, Xiao Qing left with a reminder. Brother Gio, if anything comes up, call me immediately. I am always available. Chu Zhi had a bit of stomach discomfort, likely from the temperature variations in dinner, as the tripe did not sit well. Around 10 o'clock, the front desk called to inform him that a Mr. Lu had requested a meeting. Chu Zhi had no prior notice but decided to meet him in the executive lounge, assuming it was not a fan. The visitor was in his 50s, dressed neatly, giving a clean and sharp impression, though his oily skin shone under the overhead lights. Consultant Chu, sorry for disturbing you. I am Lu Ya, the man greeted without invitation. His formal address indicated official status. Chu Zhi, unsure of the visitor's role, called him Teacher Lu. Lu Ya introduced himself. High-ranking enough, Secretary of Zhongli, equivalent to a regional governor in the civil servant hierarchy, likely accompanying the 3rd-ranked official. An impolite visit. Consultant Chu, after tomorrow's celebration, will you have any arrangements? Luya asked. I return home the day after tomorrow. Chu Zhi replied confidently, accustomed to staying composed at cultural and tourism conferences. After tomorrow, there is a major commodity trade meeting with Qatar. It would be ideal if Consultant Chu could attend, Luya said. Wait, Secretary Liu wants me at a trade meeting? I hold a ceremonial post, not a real one. How is this related to international trade? Chu Zhi thought. Confusion was natural before understanding the situation. Luya did not explain immediately but suggested, Consultant Chu, we can move to a different location to discuss. The conversation required confidentiality. They moved to a more enclosed location in a car, windows rolled up. Only then did Luya begin explaining the matter. Why was the Qatari royal family so wealthy? Its natural gas reserves were the third largest globally, accounting for roughly 20% of the world's liquefied natural gas exports. China imported millions of tons of natural gas from Qatar annually, yet the export price was higher than that of the United States. Chu Zhi understood the general situation but wondered how this concerned him attending a trade meeting. Luya clarified, Qatar could export more to China at a lower price. Now, the United States knew that Qatar wanted to court China. Qatar knew that the United States knew. China knew that Qatar knew, but none of it could be spoken openly. Qatar could not simply approach China, as if the two nations were equals in potential. They needed a cover, because political games between countries were an art of finding the right pair of underpants. Even if they made up some ridiculous excuse, the truth could not be exposed. Qatar had to provide the United States with an opaque cover. So this cover must be, hey, surely it wasn't that extreme? Chu Zhi turned in surprise to look at Luya. Since both sat in the back seat, he had to speak while turning sideways. Seeing this, Luya smiled, noting how easy it was to talk with a smart person. Because the Qatari crown prince, the two grand princesses, the deputy director of the Royal Asset Investment Office, and the sales director of Qatar Petroleum are all fans of Consultant Chu. Out of love for everything associated with him, they adopted this approach, Luya explained. Sounds like a tale from 1001 Nights, Chu Zhi commented. Even if these people were his fans, they could not influence major commodity trades. Honestly, Emperor Beast did not quite understand the meaning behind this arrangement. It is a tale from 1001 Nights, but it is sufficient, Luya said. That is why Consultant Chu was invited to tomorrow night's meeting. So I am benefiting at the country's expense, Chu Zhi said. Indeed, it was China's strength that attracted Qatar, yet the credit fell on him. If word got out that Chu Zhi helped the country secure more resources, it would be a legendary feat, a gift of fame delivered right to his doorstep. In truth, Chu Zhi did not understand the entertainment industry. The United States had used this trick long ago, employing celebrities as a cover. The biggest benefit was giving the public something to talk about, whether they believed it or not. The spread was enormous. Naturally, I have the time, Chu Zhi agreed. After discussing the serious matters, Luya added one more sentence before ending. Zhongli eagerly anticipates Consultant Chu's work tomorrow. Number 470. Balancing emotion and duty. All the civil servants from both China and Vietnam participating in the celebration were present. With so many high-ranking officials in one place, it was almost a miracle the numbers didn't overflow. Vietnam's top leader and third-ranked official were there, as well as the heads of the foreign affairs and commerce departments. From the Chinese side, the third-ranked official, the ambassador to Vietnam, and the head of the commerce department were present. Many scholars and experts from both countries also attended, a true assembly of authorities in their respective fields. The director of the International Communist Movement Research Department at the Marxism Research Institute of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, a professor from the Government Management School at Beijing Normal University, and the director of the Vietnam Research Institute of the Vietnamese Academy of Social Sciences were all there. These scholars had the ability to influence a nation's trajectory to a certain extent. Everyone sat upright, and no topic discussed was trivial. China was the first country in the world to establish diplomatic relations with Vietnam. In the 70 years since, friendly cooperation between Vietnam and China has always been the mainstream of our bilateral relations. Vong Dong began his speech. In the struggle against imperialist colonial aggression, The Chinese Revolution provided Vietnam with immense encouragement and support. We will never forget this. With Vong Dong, Vietnam's top leader, framing the celebration, the event officially began. Even a brief statement from a leader carries weight. In such occasions, the phrasing is deliberate. Vietnam and China's friendship, rather than China and Vietnam, always placing the speaker's own country first. Words are chosen with precision. It takes more than a casual mind to navigate political nuance. Vietnamese scholars presented research reports on finance, culture, and history between the two countries. The Vietnamese leadership occasionally intervened to facilitate small, non-disruptive collaborations. For example, they finalized a joint project between Renmin Education Press and domestic Vietnamese historians to translate and publish Vietnam's classical four great novels. Strong national influence brings practical benefits. What Chinese experts call the four great Vietnamese classics, Jin Yin Xiao, Gong Yuan Yin Xiu, Zheng Fu Yin, and Hua Jin Zhuan, was readily accepted by Vietnam and even proudly used domestically. The presence of the director from Renmin Education Press at the celebration was no coincidence. These matters were meticulously planned. Interspersed with presentations were performances leaning toward traditional art forms. The organizers had prepared dances from the Dai ethnic group, the Tai Bowl Dance, Zhou Wen and Kotsung Theater, and the Chow Plays. According to Vong Dong, they originally wanted to showcase the water puppet theater, but the venue limited its execution. The Chow Play feels a little Lovecraftian, Chu Zhi said, waiting at a hallway corner. He had glimpsed some of the performances, and this one left a strong impression. What started as rural-themed suddenly featured a dancer with an eye painted on their palm, their hand movements suggesting 1,000 hands and eyes, creating an intense contrast. Regional differences shaped appreciation. Chu Zhi found the world-class Vietnamese pianist Dang Tai Shan's rendition of Ambush from 10 Sides particularly moving. My piano skills are far from this level, Emperor Beast thought, acknowledging that even with 34 iterations of training, there remained a gap between himself and a professional pianist. During a mid-event tea break, Vong Lu, China's third-ranked official, delivered his speech. China and Vietnam must fully implement the important consensus reached by our top leaders, uphold the traditional friendship of our countries, and remember our shared ideals, beliefs, and historical mission. Why did China's third-ranked official speak so late? The arrangement placed Vietnam in the first half and China in the second. If the event were held domestically, the order would reverse. Once Vong Lu finished, it was Chu Zhi's turn to perform. At Chu Zhi's age, he was an unusual choice among the celebration's artists. There were no pop stars invited. Even classical vocalists were absent. Every invited artist was a master in traditional cultural fields. His entrance naturally sparked surprise. Is he really the popular Chinese singer? Vong Dong asked rhetorically, already expecting the answer. He is also China's most renowned star currently. His recent album sold over 5 million copies, the secretary replied. Hundreds of thousands of people wished him to attend the celebration, so Minister Pan extended the invitation. Indeed, public opinion must never be ignored, Vong Dong commented. Vietnamese scholars were also surprised. How did such a young and attractive guest suddenly appear in this formal event? They were less concerned about what Chu Zhi would sing and more about what his presence represented. It is a bit awkward for him, Secretary Vong thought, observing Chu Zhi. Among a gathering of traditional artists, inserting a romantic pop song could feel out of place. Even though his English album songs were uplifting, their rhythm and noise might not suit the context. Still, Secretary Vong would recommend him again. This was the voice of the public, the achievement of the minister. Good-looking young man, Vong Lu commented, then asked the nearby secretary, "You are younger. Have you heard Chu Zhi's songs?" Secretary Luya replied, "Only always go home to visit. I know nothing about music. You should try." Chu Zhi's songs have a classical charm, Vong Lu encouraged. The young secretary nodded, agreeing to listen. Even the third-ranked official personally recommended it. At the center of the hall, Chu Zhi wore a formal Zhongshan suit. Broad shoulders and a well-proportioned figure gave him a tall and handsome appearance. My performance is a Vietnamese song, gp.m.trong.m, Chu Zhi announced. His system companions were particularly pleased. After exchanging 3 personality coins for this work, Emperor Beast had only 9 coins left, no double or triple digits remaining. All vouchers were used. Chu Zhi took a deep breath. The Vietnamese song was ideal because it was a cover of the Chinese Inmong song Dreaming of Mother, with Vietnamese-style arrangements and lyrics, incorporating unique instruments like the hulankin, moving countless Vietnamese netizens. It also retained the original melody, allowing a careful listener to sense the flavor of grassland music. Its style aligned with the 20th century, appropriate for the attending leaders and scholars. Dreaming of Mother, excellent. Secretary Vong nodded approvingly. Traditional performances like the Dai Dance Mother and Chow Play My In River depicted rural life, including a mother severely injured while saving her child. Only a few pieces matched in theme and style for this audience. Stay steady, Chu Zhi reminded himself. He was not nervous. The content could easily evoke empathy. What if it triggered absolute despair? He avoided alcohol and the immortal wine skill before going on stage. However, he had forgotten that his recently acquired passive skill, Crowd Freak, automatically activated the first stage among the hundreds present. Then he began to sing. Number 471. The Sound of Absolute Despair. If Chu Zhi exchanged for a single song, it included the creative materials and memories, as well as automatic copyright registration. For an album, the copyright had to be registered manually, though now companies had teams for this. Once written, submitting it to Nyo Jiangxue would suffice. This feature meant that drawing a foreign language song granted a bit of knowledge in that language. For instance, 6 Korean songs together could teach fluency, while 1 Vietnamese song only offered a little. Therefore, Emperor Beast's Vietnamese accent had minor flaws under careful listening, but nothing major. Musical note: New York.bu.tri.rng lane I, c.na.ching.ting.m.gi. Musical note. Musical note: m.gi.New York, sichen.now, con.ong.mong.nh.v.m. Musical note. Even Vietnamese officials like Nguyen Dien Ji and Minister Phan were surprised, noticing the effort put into mastering the language. Leader L was not shocked, partly because he knew the performance roster in advance, and partly because it was known that the chief consultant of the Ministry of Culture and Tourism was a language prodigy. At events like the Hokkaido Song Festival and the St. Petersburg Forum, Chu Zhi always learned the host country's language. Domestic advisors had analyzed that part of Chu Zhi's ability to establish himself in Asia was due to his fluency in Japanese, Korean, and Russian. Chu Zhi modified some lyrics, because the one going far away was himself, not his mother. About 30% of the despair in the song, the revised Chinese lyrics roughly read, "Yet I have gone to distant lands. Legends say those who leave transform into stars in the sky, shining their light on the ones they love." 2 passive skills amplified the effect. Immortal Wine enhanced live performance, letting his innate abilities reach divine levels. Once alcohol hit his stomach, his expressive talent could not be contained. Meanwhile, Crowd Freak increased perception. Emperor Beast could feel his senses sharpen, manifesting through his 5 senses. Looking down at the floor, he could even discern the wool pattern of the ocean carpet forming waves. It felt like leaving an all-night internet cafe session, with dopamine flooding the brain and heightening perception. Musical note: m.gi.New York, chn.rtxa, trong.m.con, di.m. Musical note. Musical note: m.do.dng.htkhc.ca, saw.con.thi.m.bun. Musical note. Chu Zhi's emotions gradually escaped control, pushing despair in these 2 lines to 60%. The lyrics told the story. His mother was far away, yet he often saw her in dreams. She still hummed familiar tunes, but why did her brow furrow? The lyrics' imagery was intense. Why did Emperor Beast never buy childhood memory marshmallows, even when system prices dropped? Because he had wonderful dream chocolate and dead pig elixir, which ensured good sleep and continuous sweet dreams. His sweet dreams showed his mother in good spirits, eating together, watching TV, good dreams, but waking reality could differ. Suddenly waking from a dream, realizing mother is gone. My longing for mother flows like a spring, hoping to always stay by her side. The Vietnamese lyrics, translated into simple Chinese, were unadorned and heartfelt. For Chinese-speaking listeners, Learning Vietnamese was tricky due to voiced plosives and pronunciation habits. Yet no Vietnamese scholars, leaders, or artists cared. They were all swept up in the song's emotion. The despair reached 80% in Chu Zhi's empathy. Aftershock is praise for a singer with deeply charged emotion. The song's effect on the first half was intense. Secretary General Nguyen felt an inexplicable tightness and unease. Even more so his superior, Minister Phan. Minister Phan tried to maintain composure, yet memories of his mother surfaced. Born into a prominent Ho Chi Minh family, Phan was an illegitimate child and had a hard childhood. Fortunately, his mother protected him, but at 26, she was found dead from a gunshot. Ruled a suicide. The song revived those memories. Vietnamese leader Nguyen Dinh, more stoic, was equally affected. A glance around revealed the hall's atmosphere was gray, like heavy winter clouds, no sunlight, with sparse roadside plants. Life seemed absent. Most had just watched a local performance without stirring emotions. Now, the tidal wave of emotions swept everyone. Mother, why can't you always stay by my side? Mother, you always wanted me to be happy. Yet do you know my greatest happiness is being with you forever? The raw, unembellished delivery of Chu Zhi pushed despair to 90%. His hand subconsciously clenched the microphone, friction audible, revealing emotional instability. The song neared its end, yet the despair deepened, diving into a chasm deeper than any abyss. To you far away, worry no more for me. I have grown up and will take care of myself. One day, we will meet again, mother. Despair hit 100%. Emperor Beast himself was overwhelmed. Even the word mother was sung in Chinese, two characters like a cuckoo bleeding. No one noticed that any system voice buff at full capacity was another form of mental assault. Chu Zhi was singing at 100% for the first time. The song ended. The effect was clear. Hold it in, ma. Chow, I must hold it in. One day, I will rise to the highest position and expose everyone who harmed my mother. All of them, Gigi. Minister Phan's heart surged, telling himself to control his emotions. A skilled politician must hide expressions. Being seen crying over a song by the leader would be unfit for a political powerhouse. Yet the next second, Phan noticed the leader. Nguyen Dinh, expressionless, had tears at the corners of his eyes, moved earlier than anyone. Looking around, Phan saw every Vietnamese in the hall, even the diplomats serving tea in the corridor. Every single one was crying. Phan was astonished. Could one song really make everyone cry? Was it really necessary to be so fragile? A simple song brought tears. His own tears came from personal memories, entirely different. Of course, others had mothers too, with stories and memories. It was understandable. The song made hundreds empathize, exaggeration at its extreme. Fans silently admired Chu Zhi, noting their similarity in talent. Vietnamese national treasure pianist Dang T's son, Canadian citizen, had lost his mother in her 80s without illness or pain, yet even he wept after the song. 60-year-old Dang longed for his mother. At full despair capacity, even Chinese officials who did not understand Vietnamese fully grasped the emotion, except for government translators. It was no exaggeration to say full despair meant even robots could feel the singer's emotion, let alone flesh and blood listeners moved to tears. No wonder he was hired as chief consultant at such a young age. Art knows no borders. Consultant. Chu's voice tells stories. Each word conveys longing. Now I understand a bit about Consultant Chu's family, Sai. The 47-year-old ambassador to Vietnam, considered in his prime, had a tough demeanor and was known as the Black Stone in Vietnamese politics. He too sobbed, unsure why he was so affected. Poor relations with parents aside, the song enveloped him in sorrow, the ending crashing like a flood. Artist, is this what Japanese call a song from hell? So sad. Yet why unleash the ultimate move right away? Luya thought, tears streaming, offering a handkerchief to Leader L. Even in a hall where all were crying, offering the handkerchief did not reveal the leader's emotion. Luya understood why the third leader recommended Chu Zhi's work. No one could surpass him in emotional expression. This is how a Chinese artist should be. Any country listening can feel the emotion directly, Leader L praised. Even saying Chu Zhi had given him a huge surprise. He did not need to understand art or music. Once this song aired on VTV, it would create tremendous impact. A national celebration with domestic singers leading the performance. What could be more satisfying? Leader L thought the news broadcast should definitely cover it. The audience was stunned by the song. Chu Zhi bowed slightly, a polite gesture thanking the quietly appreciative audience. He had not yet recovered himself, so he hurriedly followed the Vietnamese staff and exited the center of the hall. The staff guided him to a seat in a corner of the hall. The artists invited to the celebration could take their seats after performing. Group performances like Chaoshi or Dai ethnic dances required only the lead to stay. Thank you, Chu Zhi said, noticing tears on the staff's cheek for the first time. He silently praised himself. Even without using 100% despair during a sad song, based on today's feedback, it could have been lethal. Only when Emperor Beast sat down did the applause begin. The audience was too stunned to react immediately. It was not thunderous applause. With leaders and artists present, hand-clapping was gentle and restrained. The celebration continued. It was fortunate that Chu Zhi was the only guest performing in a singing format. Other artists were either traditional dancers or Jingpadai performers. Their styles and dramatic tension were completely different. Otherwise, the brilliance of GP.M.Trong.M would have overshadowed them. Even if one considered a step back, with diverse presentation forms, all guests were masters. Yet the audience had been emotionally stretched too far by Chu Zhi's performance, making it hard to summon further feeling immediately. Based on that live performance alone, he could be hailed as a world-class artist. What a pity. Deng Taishan thought the performance should have been at Vienna Music Hall, or at the very least Thompson Music Hall. Performing at the politically charged Baichao Garden 1 was a waste. Deng Taishan noticed only 2 media outlets present. CCTV had some global influence, but VTV had almost no impact in the Asian language sphere, let alone internationally. It should have been covered by the New York Times, The Times, or Bild. Occasionally, Deng Taishan glanced at Chinese artist Chu Zhi. Having traveled to many countries, he was stunned for the first time and wanted to establish contact. Teacher Chu's stage was breathtaking, said Tong Ri during a break. Tong Ri, the leader of the Dai opera troupe, followed Jingpa custom, so his surname would be Lata. The Dai opera Mia Mo Pinyin Gue seemed influenced by the Shimin Bao story. The Chao Wang style had such power, Chu Zhi commented. The Chao Wang style, if forced to describe, was like the painted-face Jing style. The master really was a master. The performance was excellent. Tong Ri was surprised. Many Dai themselves did not know the opera, yet a young artist could explain it accurately, boosting immediate respect and goodwill. Mia Mo Pamin Shaman. The story is basically adapted from Shimin Bao, modified for Dai opera, Tong Ri said. Because he was the first to speak, another nearby opera master also approached to make contact. All the artists present were conquered by Chu Zhi's performance. It was straightforward. Talent spoke for itself. The performances varied. Some Dai were from Chinese Dai, while Vietnamese Nung and Dai were from Chinese Zhuang. Every invited guest was carefully selected. Chinese leaders gave speeches. Unlike translating Vietnamese literature, Chinese culture influenced Vietnam in many ways. The speeches confirmed a Confucius Institute would be established at Vietnam National University. Currently, Hanoi University was the only university with a Confucius Institute. Did I make everyone cry at the 70th anniversary of China-Vietnam relations? Maybe that is not ideal, Chu Zhi thought while watching the program. Not at all. Chao Shi Mayan He and the group dances were not happy topics. Mayan He was a tragedy. The celebration focused more on performance form. My song just expressed emotion a little better. Chu Zhi judged his performance flawless. Occasional tears were a good emotional release. After all, he rarely cried growing up. The celebration lasted 3 hours. The Vietnamese side likely arranged a dinner. National leaders were busy, so the Chinese ambassador to Vietnam attended, with only Vietnamese diplomatic leaders present. Of course, most invited artists were also there. It has been 2 years since I last met Mr. Deng, the ambassador said. A world-renowned pianist greeting him voluntarily deserved acknowledgement. Life in Canada is more convenient. Deng Taishan raised his glass. The two chatted casually. Deng then asked, "Where is Mr. Chu?" I did not see the performer of GP.M.Trong.M. Consultant Chu had business, so he did not attend the dinner. The ambassador explained, knowing Chu Zhi had flown to Qatar with Leader L. That is unfortunate. Deng Taishan's expression immediately fell. He wished he had not come either. Indeed, if not for networking with Chu Zhi, he would have returned to Canada that afternoon. Soon, several Vietnamese artists asked the ambassador for Chu Zhi's contact. The ambassador could check, but could not disclose without permission. The Chinese singer Chu Zhi brought emotional expression to a peak, once said. I want to hear it again, even if it makes me sad once more. I asked. The details of China-Vietnam relations will air tomorrow night on VTV's national news, another added. The performance will likely be edited, but I worry about it being cut too much, said another. Even with editing, gp.m.trong.m will be broadcast completely. Though absent, Chu Zhi became the topic of conversation multiple times during the dinner. Chinese and Vietnamese artists eagerly discussed his performance. Number 472. Chu Zhi in the spotlight. Ding, 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 ding. Accompanied by the familiar melody, news continuous broadcast began. Everyone knew the program lasted only half an hour. Every news segment was timed to the second, unless it involved special events like the 19th National Congress. Even so, Chu Zhi's performance was reported for over 20 seconds. On May 15th, the celebration of the 70th anniversary of China-Vietnam. Diplomatic relations was held in Hanoi. Comrade L. Yaohua and President Nguyen Dng of Vietnam attended. China-Vietnam relations over the past year have maintained a positive trajectory, with political trust continuously strengthened and trade and investment cooperation growing robustly. Both sides have learned from each other and advanced together, demonstrating the vitality of scientific socialism to the world in the 21st century. Artists included Dai opera performer Tong Ri, Zhuang opera performer Tsin Hongshan, singer Chu Zhi, Vietnamese pianist Dang Thi Sun, Chaoshi performer Li Xiong, among others. Outstanding artists from both China and Vietnam added brilliance to the event. The ordering of the artists was by age, a common practice. But the footage focused on clips of Chu Zhi's singing. This setup, this report, this level of exposure. Compared to Chu Zhi, current top stars like Lin Xia, Tao Luo, and Shi Yao were like salted fish. And what do salted fish do? They only say 6666. A phrase widely spread among fan circles even reached the entertainment industry. Do you know why Chu Zhi's nickname is Jiwai? Because he's six-folds of. Young entertainers firmly believe this. Appearing on news continuous broadcast was the biggest promotion, not for those who did not watch, but for those who did. Older artists, around 50 and above, would watch punctually. For example, Ho Yubin, known as Walking Dictionary Uncle, felt as if 100 torpedoes were dropped into the lake's center, continuous and overwhelming. Artists like Tong Ri and Tsin Hongshan were unfamiliar with the program but often appeared in international cultural exchanges, so being mentioned in the news was no surprise. But young Chu Zhi, a rock rises with the wind in a single day, soaring 90,000 miles. Little Chu isn't just going to the sky, he's going beyond the sky. Ho Yubin exclaimed. Brother, what are you talking about? His wife asked curiously. Ho Yubin draped a hand over his wife's soft shoulder. Little sister, I'm talking about this kid Chu Zhi. From the first time I participated in the same program with him, I felt he was exceptionally talented, extraordinarily gifted. Born in 1998, only 25 this year, and already officially recognized as an artist. This kind of achievement is astonishing. If you have no words, brother, don't repeat the same idiom 3 times, his wife said. Little Chu, is that the Chu Zhi Zhenzhen often mentions? At first, Ho Zhenzhen did not follow stars. Watching I Am a Singer-Songwriter with Ho Yubin, she became a fan, Little Fruits. Repeating 3 times just sounds better, Ho Yubin explained. Little Chu is the phrase that girl always mumbles. He could rely on looks, but he insists on talent. To be officially recognized at such a young age, this kid has endured a lot, his wife said, thinking of how young people endure. Hardship. Tomorrow is our wedding anniversary. I've booked the restaurant you love. Ho Yubin shifted the topic. Then I'll call Zhenzhen to come back tomorrow, his wife instinctively replied, thinking of their daughter. But Ho Yubin interrupted. Why bother? Tomorrow is our private day. If she wants to eat, let her boyfriend take her, Ho Yubin said. His wife considered it reasonable and stopped insisting. She then curiously searched online for information about Chu Zhi, knowing that tonight the internet would be full of news. UFOO, too excellent. I haven't even digested the fact that Zhi's English album is popular in Europe and America, and suddenly he's on the news broadcast. Yao yao meow. This isn't an ordinary Little Geo. This is Little Geo from Wang Wei's poetry. Yunyang, I'm in tears. I first became a fan in Future's Child. Thinking back to my youthful days, I was a bright, handsome boy then. Unlike now, a mother of 3. Time waits for no one. Whoa 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 whoa. Do I need you to tell me how amazing Brother Geo is? Bald Chong, put it out here. Within an hour, I must get the audio of Brother Geo's performance, or I will chop down every tree in front of your house. My saw recognizes no one. Xielang Wujia. I found it on foreign sites. Seems like VTV will air it tomorrow. Don't ask me for resources. I'm not an expert. The internet users left dense comments. With recent increases in data costs, fewer messages were posted locally. More to say about foreign audiences, because the main subject was abroad. Emperor Beast took a private jet for the first time, arriving in Qatar with leaders. Such a display was enormous for a first trip. This display did not mean many people. The entourage was small. It referred to security measures. Movies often show how to protect dignitaries, but reality was even more cautious. Having a private jet was convenient, but Emperor Beast could not afford one on his current income. Even if he could, he would not buy one. Chu Zhi knew being too high-profile was unwise. Chu Zhi and his parallel world counterpart Chu Shun were worlds apart. The latter had bought an airline company for convenience, not just a private plane. Chu Zhi had gone to bed before 2 a.m. last night. For him, that was early, so no naps were needed during the flight. Emperor Beast followed his usual pace, sitting with the third-ranking official in the same cabin. Initially, he was restrained, similar to meeting a teacher in a restaurant as a child during summer vacation. He gradually relaxed. Leader L spoke little, mostly the secretary Luya did. Speaking less was better. The last thing needed was mundane questioning. The flight time was long enough to write sheet music for 10 songs and design album covers. Secretary Luya was stunned, seeing Chu Zhi writing in Japanese. Writing Japanese songs? Truly diligent, Luya thought. Leader L was busy reviewing various documents. As the nation's third-ranking official, it was normal. Many approvals and decisions required his attention. That a star could be so busy was inconceivable to Luya. The reception was handled by Crown Prince Balzari and Deputy Director of the Royal Investment Office, Kazi. The Crown Prince attended because the Emir was seriously ill and bedridden. Nearly all national matters were handled by the Crown Prince, the de facto king. Kazi treated his idol enthusiastically, asking after him during the drive to the palace. Vehicles were arranged with Balzari sitting with Leader L, Kazi accompanying Chu Zhi. The third-ranking officials and Luya had told him that the Crown Prince, 2 princesses, and the Royal Investment Deputy were fans. Chu Zhi had thought it exaggerated, but Kazi and the eldest princess were truly dedicated little fruits. At the palace dinner, the eldest princess, Maisa, requested signatures on special edition vinyls of the one gazed upon by gods, and after the clouds disperse. Clarification: special editions, collector's editions, commemorative editions, and combinations thereof are all different versions, though all are premium releases. Commemorative vinyls are extremely rare, produced roughly 10 per 100,000 copies for major distribution events. Chu Zhi himself had never seen one. Fan manager Wang Yuan had organized them. Vinyl covers differed from CD albums. For the one gazed upon by gods, the vinyl featured half Chu Zhi's face, with his eye replaced by a cat's eye. Chu Zhi signed and left a message. Kazi was more direct. Kazi said, "Mr. Chu, the fan festival has been held 3 times domestically. Next year will be the 4th. It might be monotonous to stay in the country. I suggest holding it abroad. Doha Qatar Cultural Village is perfect, with a music hall, beach, and gallery. I can provide assistance if needed. I can also cover accommodation, food, and transportation for 300 little fruits selected by lottery." Chu Zhi considered the offer but mentally declined. Many selected little fruits were minors. Could their parents really allow them to travel abroad? Even if parents accompanied them, handling so many abroad would be difficult. Money was not the issue. Chu Zhi wanted the Orange Festival to remain a shared memory with fans, free of mishaps. The dinner was a venue for the Crown Prince and Leader L to discuss cooperation. For others, it was a fan event. Elder sister, is Brother Gio even better looking than on screen? Kazi asked his cousin. Mesa said, the filters in Korean dramas reduce attractiveness. Brother Gio is better looking in real life. Chu Zhi unusually ate his fill at the dinner, skipping late-night snacks back at the hotel. Leader L's objectives were achieved. Preliminary contracts for commodities were settled. The next morning, Chu Zhi prepared for a tight schedule, flying home to attend the 100 Flowers Film Awards. The eldest princess, Mesa, wanted to send her idol on her private plane, but Chu Zhi firmly refused. Kazi suggested a compromise, a Qatar Airways flight, similar to Emirates, a luxury airline. During Chu Zhi's participation, VTV broadcast the cultural exchange activities. As Dang Ti-sun had expected, Chu Zhi's performance was preserved in full. Number 473. Across Borders, Across Hearts. VTV in Vietnam had a decent coverage rate, enough for a national station to matter, but the internet infrastructure was poor. The app and official website had been delayed for years. Normally, it wouldn't be a big deal. Young people in Vietnam rarely watched this channel, and those who still had TVs mostly used them for casual viewing. If you wanted to follow a drama, video platforms were far better. But today was different for a certain group of young fans. They had been waiting since early morning for the broadcast of the Vietnam-China Diplomatic Anniversary Arts documentary, which would air after the news program Vietnam View. VTV doesn't even have an official website in this day and age. No wonder they can't grow, Hongvu muttered, venting his frustration. He, Hongvu, although a Dai ethnic minority and not fluent in Chinese, idolized Chu Zhi. Almost all the music on his phone was Chu Zhi's works, especially the Chinese-style tracks, which he adored without reservation. It made perfect sense. Absolutely. Chinese dramas and films often became wildly popular in Vietnam, but Hongvu had never worshipped those actors because he knew they were fleeting stars. No celebrity could stay famous forever in Vietnam, but Chu Zhi could. Beauty was a universal treasure. Hongvu had even reshaped his nose to match his idols. Since the cosmetic surgery, he walked with a newfound confidence. Even visiting the restroom felt smoother, and his self-esteem had skyrocketed. At 21, Hongvu was vice president of Chu Zhi's overseas fan club in Vietnam. Thanks to organized promotions, all Vietnamese fans knew exactly when the Celebration Arts documentary would air. In general, Vietnamese fans were highly organized and disciplined. Otherwise, how could tens of thousands of petitions to invite Chu Zhi have appeared? The Vietnamese fan strategy had been inspired by Korean fans. Last year, 1.24 million Korean fans petitioned at the Blue House to invite Chu Zhi for the 30th anniversary of China-South Korea diplomatic relations. It had failed, as there was no official celebration, only verbal congratulations from both ambassadors. Simply put, Korean fans failed, and the Vietnamese copycat succeeded. Korean fans were furious. Out of jealousy and frustration, they clashed with Vietnamese fans on Twitter, using offensive language. Posts were filtered, but in the parallel world, anyone curious could check them. At 9 p.m. Hanoi time, 8 p.m. in the capital, an hour apart, Vietnam View ended and advertisements appeared. After waiting for over 10 minutes, Hongvu finally saw the long-awaited segment start at 9:15 p.m. But at first, the screen showed zhuang dances, Dai dances, Chow opera, zhuang opera, and classical Chinese dance. An hour passed. It felt even longer than being forced to stand during class. Hongvu was about to wilt from impatience. Truthfully, he had no interest in these traditional performances. He only wanted to see one Jiawai. Yet even this small request seemed impossible. The key problem, live TV couldn't fast forward. He decided to switch programs. Why did you turn it off? It's good. His father Hong Bien-gu called from behind. Xiao Hong didn't even notice when old Huang had sat down on the sofa. Turn it back. The last program is good, Hong Bien-gu repeated. What's good about it? Hongvu grumbled but adjusted the channel back, muttering less under his breath. Sit to the side, Hong Bien-gu said, annoyed by his son blocking the view. Hongvu dragged a small stool closer. Being nearsighted, the distance between the sofa and TV was too far, so he sat at the coffee table. Keep your phone farther away, Hong Bien-gu reminded before resuming watching. The TV showed the traditional programs old Huang liked. What show is this? I never heard of it before. They're all artists. Even that traitor Dang Ti's son was invited, Hong Bien-gu exclaimed. Old Huang had strong nationalistic feelings. He didn't care for Dang Ti's son, even though he was Vietnam's most accomplished musician. Changing nationality made him worthless in Hong Bien-gu's eyes. This is a cultural showcase for the 70th anniversary of China-Vietnam diplomatic relations. Of course, they invited top artists from both countries, Hong Vu explained. It made sense. The earlier news about the anniversary was in the People's Daily, but he hadn't expected the TV broadcast to include the art segment. It's China-Vietnam relations, Hong Bien-gu corrected, then asked curiously, since when did you get interested in these performances? He knew his son well. Hong Vu had zero interest in traditional culture. Hong Vu followed his idol on Instagram. The latest update read, celebrating the 70th anniversary of China-Vietnam diplomatic relations, performing with artists, feeling quite the pressure. The automatic translation made it clear. Many Vietnamese fans instinctively read it as China-Vietnam, with China first. Because tonight my idol is performing, Hong Vu said. Chu Zhi. Hong Bien-gu frowned. His dislike of the Chinese singer was all due to his son. Hong Vu had never liked studying, preferred computers and phones, and had been nearsighted from a young age. Last year, Hong Bien-gu gave him money for laser eye surgery. No one expected Hong Vu to use that money to undergo cosmetic surgery to look like his idol Chu Zhi. After learning this, Hong Bien-gu's dislike of the singer only grew. Inviting a young singer to this kind of event? Isn't that embarrassing? Hong Bien-gu said. No matter the event, Jiawai is a god. Hong Vu replied with full confidence. Haha, Hong Bien-gu sneered. Part of his judgment was dislike of Chinese celebrities, part was practical. The earlier performances were from older, highly respected artists. A young star among them was like a playful wolf joining a pack of elders. The next segment passed. It was obvious the VTV director knew who was most popular. Chu Zhi's performance had been placed third from last on purpose. Not last, because the grand finale performances, both traditional and modern, had to feature Vietnamese artists. Chu Zhi stepped to the center of the hall. Hong Vu immediately put down his phone, fully focused. Hong Bien-gu, previously hunched forward, now leaned back on the sofa. I will sing a Vietnamese song, gp.m.trong.m, Chu Zhi said. Without much introduction, he began. Oh, in Vietnamese? Hong Bien-gu was slightly surprised. Hong Vu, the fan, was thrilled. His idol had learned Vietnamese just for the fans. How could he not love such devotion? The excitement didn't last long. The melancholic prelude pulled viewers into the 1990s. No era could hide the melody of time. Musical note, the sky is so vast. Did you hear my call? Mother, where are you now? I miss you so much. Musical note. Simple, unadorned lyrics, a direct outpouring of emotion. Hong Bien-gu shivered, staring at the screen. The song carried an unbearable sadness. Hong Bien-gu leaned closer, listening to the young Chinese singer's voice, more affecting than he expected. Hong Vu felt electrified, frozen in place. Musical note, no matter where I am, I hope my children are happy. Once you shielded me from the wind and rain, your warmth remains. Mother, now you are far away. Musical note. The song's ending was not heart-wrenching or loud, but as serene as a lake. The mirrored surface reflected the trees and sky. One felt immersed in it. As night fell, the tender green of the trees became ink-dark. Darkness hung overhead. There was no moon, no light, nothing visible. It was as if black walls enclosed all sides, north, south, east, west, and above. The endless blackness was terrifying. Hong Bien-gu instinctively leaned back, wanting distance from the TV, holding his breath. It felt like being underwater, not wanting to see the bottom, holding one's breath to dive under the only spot without a black wall. It initially felt better, but soon the weight of the water pressed on his chest, making him uncomfortable. Chu Zhi's voice, steeped in pure despair, could move seasoned political veterans to tears. Ordinary people were even more affected. Musical note, do not worry for me anymore. I am grown and can take care of myself. We will meet again, mother. Musical note. At the end, 21-year-old Hong Vu cried uncontrollably. To be precise, not only the 21-year-old, even his father Hong Bien-ge, 48, a grown man, had tears streaming down his face. It's so painful, ugh ugh ugh, Hong Vu sobbed, chest tight from the song. Hong Bien-ge could not hold back his tears either, thinking of his own mother. Ugh ugh ugh, Dad, whatever you say, I still say my idol is amazing, Hong Vu sobbed, struggling to finish the sentence despite his voice breaking. Hong Bien-ge said nothing. He had fallen into thoughts of his own mother. Dad, why are you crying? Hong Vu asked, trying to regain control of his emotions. I miss your grandmother. When I was little and my body was weak, it was your grandmother who carried me to the city for treatment every week, Hong Bien-ge said. Dad, don't cry, please don't cry. Hong Vu quickly comforted him. Tears, however, were difficult to control with words. Hong Vu raised his voice. Dad, Grandma is still alive back home. If you miss her, just go see her. Why cry? Hong Bien-ge snapped out of his thoughts. Right, his mother was still alive. Why was he crying? Feeling embarrassed in front of his son, Hong Bien-ge shifted the topic. I feel like this Chinese singer lost his mother. That's nonsense. Hong Vu immediately replied. Hong Bien-ge explained. The song carries such deep emotion about missing one's mother. I think it must be sung by someone who can no longer see their mother. I didn't expect the most impressive performance to be by a Chinese singer, Hong Bien-ge said as he stood, intending to call his own mother. Hong Vu didn't know it, but his father's words seemed to awaken something in him. From Vietnam to China, all the news focused on Emperor Beast. Chu Zhi and his team, however, were focused on another matter. Are we sure Jiawei never releases departure photos? Chu Zhi is already high profile enough. We should keep a low profile. Even without departure photos, candid photos from the scene are enough. Departure photos are unnecessary. True, we will still outshine everyone. This conversation took place between Chun Day and De Wong in their company, regarding Chu Zhi's attendance at the upcoming Mass Film 100 Flowers Award ceremony. Departure photos were typically official, edited images released by the celebrity's social media before attending a formal awards ceremony. Who still compared celebrities from the red carpet? That was ancient history. Today, in the entertainment industry, the moment you arrive, the comparisons begin. Don't be surprised at this trend. If it weren't profitable, stars wouldn't bother. Fans are the driving force. Before the main star even arrives, fans have already started. Fan attention is guided by management teams, but the real reason is fashion magazines, the top 5 men's magazines and 7 major women's magazines. Fashion experts evaluate attire in departure photos. The competitive tension rises. Terms like departure photos, red carpet, and outfits define the fashion battlefield. Self-media also evaluates clothing, praising or criticizing. For example, highlighting who wears haute couture versus ready-to-wear. Chu Zhi, thanks to last year's Xi Lang, had already won the Newcomer Award for commercial and artistic achievements. Playing Emperor Beast was not particularly surprising for him. Xi Lang was definitely the peak of my acting career. Debut at the peak, then continuous dives, haha. Chu Zhi muttered quietly, amused with himself. The 100 Flowers Award trophy, showing the goddess with raised hands holding flowers, looked quite elegant. Online, someone once asked, the trophy was designed by Professor Yao from Jingdezhen Ceramic University and the Oscar statuette by George Stanley. Both are humanoid. The question, which one is better for cracking walnuts with the head? Xiao Chu. Come on. Tonight Uncle will take you to eat well, Wang Xian said. What's good to eat in Jiangxing? Chu Zhi asked casually. There's plenty. Follow me. I promise your stomach won't feel cheated, Wang Xian replied. This year, the Mass Film 100 Flowers Awards ceremony took place at Jiangxing Sports Center. Wang Xian, who greeted Chu Zhi warmly, was a veteran actor. Many might struggle to recall his name, but everyone had seen his dramas. He had won multiple Magnolia Awards and Feiqian Awards for Best Actor. Wang Xian acted friendly for 2 reasons. First, he felt this young man was promising for media reports. Second, Wang Xian and director Wang Ani had been longtime friends, with Wang Xian starring in the director's debut film. The film industry was divided into circles. Chu Zhi felt fortunate he never immersed himself in the entertainment world. It was too complicated full of factions and favoritism. Chu Zhi focused on his meals. Not a professional eater, he still needed excess carbs daily, and even Emperor Beast himself had no leftovers to spare. Seriously, Wang Xian's invitation had no ulterior motives. But another veteran, Hua Lao, chairman of the Chinese TV Artists Association Actors Committee, had other thoughts. He tried to probe, but Chu Zhi gave no response. What commanded respect from these veterans was not Chu Zhi's popularity, but his official connections. The TV Artists Association was under the Writers' Federation, essentially semi-official. And this young man's position? Senior advisor for the Ministry of Culture and Tourism. Even the ranking crushed theirs. At the table of 9, Chu Zhi was the youngest. The closest in age was Tong Shi, 100 Flowers Best Actor winner, in his mid-30s. Same surnames were rare, though Tong Shi mentioned it was common in Han City, Shan Province. My grandfather told me, and his grandfather told him, our ancestors may have been related to the historian Sima. Tong Shi shared a story. Despite being youngest, Chu Zhi became the center of the conversation. He mostly listened, however, letting the elders share. Listening was rarer than speaking. Anyone could speak if the environment was right, but true attentive listening? In a big city, you might not find one person capable of it. The dinner took place at the century-old Lao Huibin restaurant in Old Jiangqing. Chu Zhi had dined at many famous restaurants, even Tan's cuisine and Wang's cuisine, but none tasted as satisfying as this, at least to Emperor Beast. Xiao Chu must be about 25? Wang Xian asked. Seeing Chu Zhi nod, he continued. At 25, it's time to consider marriage. Do you have a special someone? My career is still rising. I don't have the energy for romance, Chu Zhi replied. Even with numerous representative works, dating could cause a collapse for someone at the peak of popularity. Chu Zhi did not want his career affected. You're not that young anymore. Maybe a girlfriend outside the circle would be better, Wang Xian suggested. I have a niece, graduated from Peking University Philosophy this year. Want to meet her? Ha ha ha. Old Xian, you are showing your true colors, Hua Lao laughed. He called Wang Xian Old Xian because of a past bet where Wang Xian attempted to not eat for 5 days to become an immortal, with the pronunciation of Old Xian and Wang Xian similar. The entertainment world is full of beautiful men and women, but someone like Brother Gio, a true force of chaos, I've only seen one. Tong Shi commented. I'm sure many women pursue him. Shak Chu isn't in good health either, Wang Xian said. You call me uncle, so I cannot bear seeing you without care. Men should start a family before establishing a career, and your career is already solid. The discussion about whether Chu Zhi should date continued among the veteran actors. It wasn't arrogance. Chu Zhi's demeanor at the table, cat_cute.jpg, made the elders concerned. Putting on a cute act in front of elders? Definitely Emperor Beast's specialty. Outside the restaurant, the mass film 100 Flowers Awards were heating up. Every award for Best Actor and Best Actress drew attention. Because Chu Zhi won the Newcomer Award, its attention rivaled that of Best Actor and Best Actress. By attention, meaning news mentions and reposts. Online coverage focused on both the winners and celebrities' red carpet outfits. Due to Chu Zhi's strong nationalist stance, he lost foreign luxury endorsements and fashion opportunities. Magazines and editors didn't mention his name. Ignoring was the only option. Criticism? Impossible. Fans like Little Fruits had the most online clout. No magazine could offend them. Fashion magazines ignored him, but self-media wouldn't. For instance, Bilibili uploader Ahalolo, a fashion and beauty influencer with over 20 million followers, ran a series called Watching the Red Carpet Together. The series evaluated the attire of domestic and foreign celebrities at high-profile award ceremonies. Number 474. Burning wood. The Watching the Red Carpet Together series was simple to record. Just 2 people sitting in front of the camera giving commentary. Since they were popular uploaders with full team support, the video was edited and released by noon the next day. Forgot to mention, the account Ahalolo was run by a couple. To put it plainly, Aha was the man, Lolo the woman. To guard against fan circle attacks, Aha and Lolo always layered on disclaimers before starting. Let me state in advance, our comments today are directed at the clothes, not the people. Fans of all idols, please sit tight and hold steady, Lolo said. Aha picked up, we all know beauty belongs to the stars. Ugly belongs to the outfits. If something goes wrong, blame the stylists. They're the ones who should be sent to the chopping block. With the disclaimer out of the way, the two began their review. Their channel had a small rule. If the outfit looked good, send the bullet comment, "Rrr." If it didn't, send "Che." The first one is our elder sister Chu Zhi. She's wearing a Giorgio Armani haute couture dress from the 2018 Fall/Winter collection. We call this one the Fish Princess series. Honestly, it's a bit outdated, already 5 years old, Lolo said. The Fish Princess series released a new version in the 2021 Fall/Winter season. Honestly, compared to that newer Fish Princess line, red and green paired together looks ugly to me. Even if it's pink paired with light green, commented. But I think Chu Zhi's styling team was clever. They didn't compete for the newest trend, only for the best look. And this 2018 dress suits her perfectly. I agree, the stylist deserves a drumstick. The Cartier necklace was chosen brilliantly, highlighting all of Chu Zhi's strengths, Lolo added. Her slender, pale neck and those elegant collarbones. For me, this look was a pleasant little surprise. Agreed, a real surprise. Turned to the camera. What do you all think? Is it "rrr" or "chit"? The bullet screen filled with comments. This is the best look of the night. The most important thing is finding what suits you. Go Cece. 90% were "rrr." Only a handful were "chit." It was clear that actress Chu Zhi's outfit was well received. The 100 Flowers of Popular Film Gala still had 7 or 8 awards to go, with 42 films nominated. Entire production teams were allowed to attend, so the red carpet was crowded. These days, film productions often sacrificed a little for publicity, usually pairing young newcomers with veterans. So the 100 Flowers red carpet was never as fierce a competition as the Weibo Night one, but it was still a stage for everyone to show their tricks. Weibo Night was always more dazzling, not because its prestige outweighed the 100 Flowers award, but because that platform mostly invited traffic-driven stars. Those without strong works to rely on cared all the more about appearances. The fourth look is Zhou Xiangxi, wearing Chanel's 2023 Spring/Summer line. Introduced. That's PRT Porter? Lola looked surprised. She went on. The silhouette was designed by Virginie Viard. Those who watch this channel know I personally love her work. But this set, I have to say chid. Especially paired with those blue leather boots, which completely clash with the outfit's elements. Too many elements. That's on the designer, said. And what's with the Swarovski jewelry on her wrists? The pre-event photos showed strappy high heels. Why switch shoes at the last minute? Zhou Xiangxi's greatest advantage is her legs, and this ruined it. Is it really that hard to borrow better clothes these days? Zhou Xiangxi is at least a top-tier actress, yet she didn't manage haute couture. Shook his head. And right after this, we have Zhou Yui, who's been so popular lately. At least she got Versace PRT Porter. The badminton youth had been accused of being arrogant, but his popularity really was surging. Even though his reputation had plummeted after beating countless veteran singers to win I Really Am a Singer, his image as the sporty, chocolate-handsome youth still drew in fans. To he should have had no trouble borrowing better clothes. In reality, the jewelry and gowns celebrities wore on the red carpet were almost always borrowed from brands. Fans often wondered, stars earn so much, why not just buy them outright? But Dior, Chanel, and they charged tens of thousands for the cheap, haute couture, and millions for the expensive ones. Just like in our world, one famous example was Jennifer Lawrence borrowing a Dior gown worth $4 million for the Oscars. At the time, people around the world were shocked. What the hell? Who dares sell something for 20 million yuan? Does it bite back if you don't pay? Yes, the handwork, platinum threading, diamonds, and such had real material value, but 99% of the price was fluff. So even rich stars couldn't stomach spending that much for a gown they could only wear once or twice. That was why the standard procedure in the entertainment world was, receive an invitation, get 3 styling proposals, choose one, then have the stylist borrow from the brand. Haute couture samples had to be shipped from abroad, which took days, but PRT Porter was much easier. Still, if your connections or popularity weren't strong enough, you simply couldn't borrow them. Brands never outright refused, but the answer was always, sorry, that dress has already been borrowed by another star. And if you didn't have a system to absorb negative emotions, it was best not to ask who borrowed it. Or is there really only one piece? Now, let's move to the special category. These are either very casual, like elder sister Jean Shu, who wore Prada on top and Louis Vuitton below, flaunting her wealth. Or they wear their own designs, like Kurt's streetwear. Brand Aphrodite. Standard stuff, nothing to critique. But I especially want to talk about Chu Zhi. Yes, the one I both love and hate most, Lolo said. She added, I won't say too much about Chu Zhi. If I did, the video wouldn't even pass review. Ever since the Adidas incident, Chu Zhi has never borrowed clothes from big brands. But with Chu Zhi's looks, does he ever look bad in anything? Aha continued, Chu Zhi's outfit is, as always, from his own brand, Mu Burning Heat. You can even find the company info online. Chu Zhi Clothing, Shanxing Company, Limited, registered last year. From then on, all of Chu Zhi's red carpet appearances have been in this brand. The two uploaders always called Chu Zhi by his nickname, showing their bias. But they openly admitted it. They were little fruits. What I hate most, put that in quotes, about Chu Zhi is this, Lolo said. Normally when a star wears their own brand, it's self-promotion. But Chu Zhi promotes it without even selling clothes. We noticed Mu Burning Heat last year. There are no stores, nothing online, no way to buy. We were so curious we asked Orange Home's customer service. The reply we got was, Mu Burning Heat clothing is currently seeking its brand identity, so it has no plans to enter the market, Lolo said. It's been a year and a half now, still no sign. It must be Chu Zhi's looks that make it work. I personally love the Mu Burning Heat designs. Tonight's red carpet outfit was a silk shirt, smooth as white. Waves. The front had nothing but winged collars, but the back was embroidered with a red, Mu, character motif, paired with a simple, understated lower half. I really love it, Aha said. If I could get one through the right channels, at a reasonable price, I'd definitely buy. Ha ha, but the problem is there are no channels. Lolo laughed. Chu Zhi, listen to your fans, release the clothes already. Number 475. Making a name. I personally advise you not to expect too much, Lolo said to her boyfriend, cutting off her words with a finality. Aha turned his head toward his girlfriend. His hair was carefully styled in an adult fashion, but when he moved too quickly, it fell slightly out of place. His expression was clear. If you don't explain, I'll be upset. It had to be said, the show had captured its effect well. On Bilibili, which primarily posts edited videos, everything that goes out is deliberate. If something awkward airs, most of the time it's intentional, arranged by the uploader. Our program opened with the line, if the star looks beautiful, credit them. If they look ugly, blame the designer. For Chu Zhi's red carpet looked to turn out attractive. The designer carries most of the fault. Lolo tucked her hair behind her ear, her whole posture saying, let's hear how you explain this. She continued, first of all, it's rare for a male celebrity to walk the red carpet in just a shirt. This one was made of ice silk, which hangs heavily. On the back, there's a red pattern shaped like the character, Mook. Its horizontal stroke stretches across both shoulders, while the left falling and right falling strokes extend to the waist. For someone with narrow shoulders and a wider waist, it simply can't be supported. This is the kind of outfit that's nearly impossible to wear well, Lolo concluded. I think my body type is similar to Chu Zhi's. Aha insisted, implying that he could pull it off. The main reason that the MCHR brand has had such trouble catching on is because they keep using Chu Zhi as their model, Lolo countered. Even though I'm one of the little fruits, I'm also a fashion blogger. Speaking now from a professional standpoint, Chu Zhi isn't suited to be a model. His proportions and facial features make almost any outfit look unflattering. To emphasize her fairness, she switched from calling him Chu Zhi to using his full name, Chu Zhi. Let me give an example. On January 11th at Weibo night, Chu Zhi wore what netizens called the blanket suit. Tell me, who else could make that look good? Only him. The so-called blanket suit was actually a cashmere overcoat, but with its bold red peony pattern, it looked exactly like the thick floral blankets found in every household. If the blanket coat still barely fits into human aesthetics, then the black spider suit completely defies it. At last year's Golden Rooster night, I was stunned. Staying true to her principle of don't spread nonsense without evidence, Lolo pulled up a picture. She had thoughtfully censored the head, leaving only the outfit. The suit was covered in beaded embroidery. From the front, the different-sized jewels resembled the 8 eyes of a spider. The shoulder pads jutted out like hairy, wriggling spider legs. Just looking at it gave me goosebumps. It brought back the fear of mountain spiders from my hometown, Lolo said. She was especially bug-phobic. Then again, though male, also hated spiders. No wonder the outfit felt so unsettling. Now let's add the head back. Lolo showed the uncensored picture. With that face in front of it, the bizarre design turned into an embellishment. Somehow the outfit even carried a sense of deranged beauty. I like it, she admitted. Wipe your drool. We're still recording. Said, but added, your points are valid. If the MCHR brand keeps using Chu Zhi as a model without adjustments, in a couple years it won't survive. Anyway, let's not drift off topic. Back to the red carpet. What do you guys think of JY's outfit? Do you cut it or fight? Tell us in the comments. Lolo dragged the conversation back from its long tangent. Comments flooded in. Suddenly it all makes sense. I always thought JY's outfits looked good. Now I realize it wasn't the clothes. Laughing so hard. Even the animal kingdom can't make sense of his style. Lolo is spot on. We want the crazy beauty vibes. We want the deranged beauty. I don't care about the outfit. I just want to know where JY's Weibo night necklace came from. Most likely one of Chu Zhi's own brand pieces. The bullet screen was almost entirely filled with "rrt," with the occasional "chia" drowned out. The video still had 2 minutes left, focusing on veteran actors and respected performers. For them, the only standard was to look dignified. And Lolo managed to pick out a few interesting highlights. Bilibili had long tried to invite celebrities to open accounts, with little success. Most stars preferred platforms like Kuaishou or Douyin. The main reason was Bilibili's culture. To put it bluntly, promoting a film on Bilibili had far less effect than doing so on Douyin or Kuaishou, or even buying ads on Weibo. On the other hand, anime films thrived there. The turning point came when Chu Zhi joined Bilibili, quickly gaining the title Weapon Master and frequently posting videos. Soon after, Lin Feifei followed suit, though he barely maintained his account. Even so, his presence spurred more stars to join. Lin Feifei's reasoning was simple. Whatever Chu Zhi's management team did was never wrong. Even stars who hadn't opened accounts were quietly watching, like Zhou Xiangxi. Zhou Xiangxi's younger sister Zhou Qinian was also a little fruit. She loved watching dance videos on Bilibili. As a child, Zhou Qinian had enjoyed dancing, but one accidental commercial as a child actress had catapulted her to fame. Unlike most child stars, she grew up without losing her charm. Being too successful as an actress means I can't switch careers, Zhou Xiangxi once said in an interview, in a typically modest, self-satisfied way. At her current standing, she didn't need to compete for red carpet looks. She either wore ready-made clothes she owned or borrowed some, choosing purely for comfort. That said, she still posted photos like the trendy traffic stars, which was a little contradictory. She was annoyed at the critical video, yet when she saw Chu Zhi's outfit being described as beyond animal comprehension, she couldn't help laughing and left a comment under a pseudonym. User Sui Lian. Weaponizing beauty. I'm really envious of that face, Zhou Xiangxi thought. If I had looks like that, I'd just be a vase. Why bother working so hard? She also remembered that at the same award ceremony, Chu Zhi had won Best Newcomer. 25 years old and winning the 100 Flowers Best Newcomer. But wait, I won the Golden Rooster Best Newcomer at 14. Guess I'm still a little better, she muttered to herself. Since 1992, the Golden Rooster and 100 Flowers had merged. In odd years the 100 Flowers were held, in even years the Golden Rooster. Both awards carried equal weight. Pleased with herself, Zhou Xiangxi decided she deserved a good meal. Even top actresses had to maintain their figures, but Zhou Xiangxi often found excuses to treat herself. Rewarding myself with a roast lamb leg isn't too much, right? She quickly placed the order and soon was chewing happily while browsing Bilibili. The red carpet commentary had sparked debate. Some viewers agreed with the blogger. If a brand wanted longevity, it needed less polarizing models. Others argued that MCHR should embrace its bold style, since only by daring could it outpace competitors. The back and forth grew so intense that the original question became irrelevant. Beauty, whether in men or women, has always sparked wars, Zhou Xiangxi mused. She wasn't exactly a Face fan, but mealtime was the perfect chance to watch video compilations like Fast Forward to Handsome, 10 Seconds to Blow Your Mind, Those Dangerous Bathing Beauties, or One a Day to Prevent Puppy Love. Most of these edits featured male idols from over a decade ago. Few modern stars made the cut, yet Chu Zhi was always placed at the finale. Meanwhile, in the comments section of Aha and Lolo's video, arguments continued. One thing was true, the brand was running into trouble. Chu Zhi had pinned enormous hopes on MCHR. The brand included jewelry and clothing, hiring many talented designers from abroad, including deputy directors and head designers from major luxury houses. Globally, the French and Americans held the loudest voices in fashion. China had less influence, though it produced plenty of talent. But after more than 500 days, the brand still struggled to launch viable designs. In both his past and present life, Chu Zhi, the self-proclaimed emperor beast, rarely engaged in losing ventures. Even so, Chu Zhi was trying to turn the losses around. For a businessman, the only reason to tolerate red ink was the promise of long-term profit. After speaking with MCHR's design director Gao Yuanyao, Chu Zhi flew back to Shanghai. He had meetings to attend, followed by writing personalized signatures. Since business talk was boring, let's shift to that. To keep Orang Home's daily activity high, Chu Zhi occasionally hosted small events. The latest was a prize wheel giveaway, 500 orange-themed notebooks. It's been a long time since I wrote this much by hand, Chu Zhi muttered, rubbing his sore wrist before continuing. 500 might sound like a lot, but with 970,000 entrants in just 2 days, demand had far outstripped supply. Each signed notebook carried not just his name, but a short blessing. Wishing Pahui Hui eternal happiness. Even when you're sad, may it turn into joy. You'll definitely win over your goddess. Wishing Lonely Ice Heart success on your exams. 100%, double 100%. Wishing butterflies desire to fly higher and bloom like flowers. And so on. Some winners used their real names, others left their IDs. Chu Zhi wrote according to the notes, many of which were surprisingly amusing. After more than an hour of work, the signed notebooks stacked into a small orange hill. Chu Zhi stretched his arms. I hope all of these come true, he said, willing to share a bit of his luck with his little fruits. Time never stops, whether at home or abroad. Back in Vietnam, many fans felt pained by Chu Zhi's background. I never knew Jiawei was already an orphan. My heart aches for him, said Hong Vu, who pieced together Chu Zhi's past by using translation tools, searching all night until he finally got a rough story. What should I do? Hong Vu's first impulse was to tell every Chu Zhi fan group in Vietnam. But then he thought, if it were him, even if he had already admitted his past publicly, he wouldn't want it brought up again and again. With that in mind, Hong Vu opened Zalo and messaged the group, on.u.chu. As one of the leaders, he knew the 1,000+ members there were all die-hard Chu Zhi fans. To avoid any misunderstanding, Zalo is the most widely used local social media platform in Vietnam. It has nothing to do with the private product brand Zalo. For those who don't know, don't go searching for it in shopping apps. What you find there won't be clean. I'm crying. I miss my mom. It's ridiculous. Before, when I watched TV and saw characters crying because of music, I always felt embarrassed. Today I actually became one of them. Where can I download this song? Yesterday my mother passed away in an accident. I want to play this song at her funeral. My condolences. I'll try to look for it on foreign sites. Hongbu scrolled up through the comments. Unlike him, no one was scaling the wall to search the Chinese internet for information about their idol. Everyone's attention was on the song itself. And when someone mentioned that their mother had died in an accident, others immediately gathered to console them. He exhaled in relief, silently vowing in his heart, Jiawei will be protected by me. gp.m.trong.m should help Jiawei gain a lot of popularity, right? Hongbu thought again. The current fans who discovered Chu Zhi had already become loyal, but new audiences were needed. Hongvu's worries turned out to be unnecessary. As soon as the Vietnam event documentary aired, the song instantly spread through every street and alley. Here one has to marvel at Vietnam's piracy industry. Even though Chu Zhi's team hadn't released the single officially, the song spread like wildfire online. It was like how Katyusha once spread across Russia. In just one night, everyone knew about it. Heaven knew, earth knew, you knew, I knew, everyone knew. The tears shed by Hong Bien-gu and Hongvu weren't unusual at all. On the contrary, they were very common. If someday the Vietnamese National Archives were to record the major events of 2023, they would have to write, upon hearing the song, 10,000 households wept. Another miracle followed. That same night, the number of people who called their mothers increased dramatically. Exact data wasn't available, but the increase was undeniable. Many adults in their 30s and 40s called their mothers, which happened to be the core viewing demographic of VTV. Those who could still call their parents were fortunate. The ones in deepest sorrow were those who dialed, only to have no one ever pick up again. Countless grieving souls in Vietnam turned to bars, seeking to drown their sorrow in drink. Joys and sorrows may not be shared between people, but the emotions themselves were strikingly similar. I can't sing it, I just can't. I'm done recording. Vietnamese pop star Chu Zhi, hailed as the Prince of Covers, had made a career out of covering Chinese songs. Nearly every hit had fallen under his grasp. With hype so overwhelming, Chu Zhi quickly rallied his team to cover the song. As for copyright, he figured he'd sing first and settle things later. If the cover became popular, the other side would probably sell the rights anyway. Lawsuits were too costly in time. But after a few attempts, Chu Zhi gave up. It's too hard. I feel like I'd have to break up with my girlfriend just to summon that kind of emotion. There's no reliance on high notes or complex falsetto transitions. It's just that the raw emotion Chu Zhi poured into this song is beyond my ability to reproduce. Chu Zhi listened to gp.m.trong.m 7 or 8 times. Each time, it felt like being dropped into the sea inside a barrel of cement, utterly suffocating. Adding the failure of his cover attempt, his despair doubled. Everyone. Chu Zhi wiped his tears and turned to dismiss his team. But when he looked back, every single person in the recording studio also had tear-stained faces, the streaks more striking than zebra crossings on the street. Chu, stop. For others, recording is just about money. For you, singing this might actually kill me. Listening to the original again and again is worse than when my girlfriend insisted we needed condoms late at night, but we couldn't find them in any shop. That frustration is unbearable. If you tries again, when DNH will have to be sent to the hospital. Everyone tried to dissuade him with their own metaphors. The hype was real, and Chu Zhi shared some resemblance to Chu Zhi, especially since he had undergone eye surgery to look more like him. It made quitting feel all the more bitter. But the memory of being crushed under the song's emotional weight decided it for him. He gave up. One after another, Vietnamese stars tried and failed to ride the wave of hype, until they realized a truth that Chinese singers already knew. Most of Chu Zhi's songs cannot be covered. Chu Zhi's reputation exploded in Vietnam. Dedicated to mothers, the warmest of greetings. Vietnamese net. Chu Zhi is young. Chu Zhi looks like a vase. Chu Zhi is Chinese. But Chu Zhi has created a Vietnamese classic. Dantry. We all have mothers. That's why every one of us is moved by Chu Zhi's voice. SGGP Online. Linguistic genius Chu Zhi. Associate Professor L.M. Lai Tam from Kinho University analyzes how good Chu Zhi's Vietnamese really is. Ngo Aseo. Kinho University ranked second in Vietnam. Professor L.M. Lai Tam's name sounded unusual at first glance, but L.M. Lai was his actual surname. One headline article analyzed it in detail. Chu Zhi's Vietnamese, compared with his Japanese and Russian, is slightly weaker. But given the unique pronunciation system of Vietnamese, which is harder than Russian or Japanese, this is understandable. What's surprising is Chu Zhi's skill in lyric writing. gp.m.trong.m was able to move millions because its lyrics evoke memory and fragility, like a blade cutting straight into the heart. But I've already gone far away. They say those who depart turn into stars, shining in the night sky upon their beloved. The lyrics are clear, easy to follow. At first, one would assume it's a son grieving for his deceased mother. But you have already gone far away. Yet the author's perspective is not of the mother leaving, but of himself staying behind, as though he failed to follow her. He sees the living world as a shadowy realm, while the departed mother inhabits the true world of the living. so he hopes to bless his beloved mother from where he is. This reversal leaves listeners with a knot in their hearts, especially paired with Chu Zhi's powerful singing, making gp.m.trong.m a rare and timeless Vietnamese classic. Professor L.M. Lai Tam's analysis was logical and convincing. Though not a music expert, he articulated his views clearly. Many listeners hadn't thought about the lyrics in depth, but upon hearing the professor's explanation, they found it plausible. The more they mulled over it, the more the lyrics seemed steeped in death's resolve, as though the singer longed to follow his mother to the faraway place. Chu Zhi's fame surged. The most direct benefit was this: his album The One Gazed Upon by Gods, which had been stagnating in sales across multiple countries, suddenly saw 70,000 new orders from Vietnam's internet in just 2 days. Vietnam's potential was fully tapped. In Asia, Japan seemed the next promising frontier. But before that, another matter concerning Chu Zhi's other identity arose. Oh no, get in touch with Huainan Sensei. Make sure he attends the ceremony for the National Book Critics Circle Award in the United States. While attendance isn't mandatory, for the past 30 or 40 years, every winner has been present. This will give his poetry collection a huge sales boost. You must persuade him, ordered Editor-in-Chief Ekizan. The National Book Critics Circle Award, given by the Critics Association in America, covers works written in English and published in the U.S. Poetry, novels, memoirs, essays. Everyone knew America's guild and association culture was strong, so the award carried significant influence. At minimum, it could sell tens of thousands more copies. Ono Akio, Huainan Sensei, even refused the Italian Nannino International Literature Prize because he didn't want to attend in person. I will do my best with this task, but I think it will be very difficult for him to agree. Ono lowered his head after speaking, almost like confessing guilt. The Nannino Prize, awarded annually to an internationally influential writer or poet, even came with a generous sum of money. Yet despite that, Huainan Sensei rejected it outright because they did not allow proxies to receive it. Editor-in-Chief Ekizan fell silent, then said, "Do your best to persuade him." The Book Critics Circle Award carries real weight in the U.S. literary world. Huainan Sensei's poetry collection has sold well in Europe, but we've never broken into the U.S. market. Americans are too closed off. Ekizan fixed his gaze on Ono. The sales of After a Long Silence depend on you. Yes. Ono Akio blood surged with determination. It was the first time he had heard his editor-in-chief use a tone that sounded like pleading. But later, when he went home and sat at his computer, his resolve faltered. He sighed heavily. He had no idea how to phrase a letter that might move a great poet. He typed and deleted, over and over again. 2 hours later, he finally crafted a sincere email and sent it to Huainan Sensei, his heart uneasy. Would Chu Zhi accept? Number 476. The second national anthem. When Chu Zhi received the email, the first thing he did was look up the American Book Critics Association Award. He needed to know what kind of prize it was, and whether it was worth breaking his cover to personally accept it. He had heard of the American National Book Award, but that one was limited to American citizens. After checking, Chu Zhi concluded that the Critics Association Award was on about the same level as the Costa Book Award. That settled it. No need to go. Chu Zhi replied to the email to ask whether the rules required the recipient to attend the ceremony in person. Ono Akio quickly sent a reply, another long-winded message. It was not so much rambling as it was utterly lacking in brevity. Chu Zhi took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to complain, and forced himself to read through it carefully. The email had over 1,000 words. Stripped of its opening and closing pleasantries, the whole middle part could be summed up in one sentence. There's no such requirement, but attending would raise the prestige of the poetry collection. Chu Zhi responded curtly. The value of a poetry collection does not come from awards, but from what the work itself contains. The association awarded me only because After Long Silence qualified. Please help me accept it on my behalf. I will not appear in person. Seeing how firm Chu Zhi's stance was, Ono Akio had nothing left to persuade him with. He could only switch the subject to ask about the poet's current progress. The quick replies proved Chu Zhi was sitting at his computer. It was midnight in China, which meant it was 1:30 in Japan. So, at the end of the email exchange, Chu Zhi casually added, Go to bed early. Staying up too late is bad for your health. Take care of yourself. Ono Akio froze for a moment. Such words were usually what an editor said to an author, not the other way around. He lifted his fingers off the keyboard, sighed, and admitted the poet had a point. But no matter how right it was, he still hadn't completed the task given by his chief editor. Not wanting to disturb his mother who was asleep in the other room, he stepped onto the cramped balcony and smoked a cigarette. By the time he lay down on the tatami mat, it was already past 2 o'clock. The next morning at 5:30, his alarm rang. He got up, rushed through his wash-up, made rice balls for his mother and left them in the fridge, then headed out at 6:20. It took 2 hours of commuting by bike and train before he arrived at work to clock in at 8:40. First thing in the morning, the chief editor summoned him and scolded him mercilessly for failing to secure the poet's attendance. Everyone knew Japanese bosses could be vicious when scolding. Why don't you just die? You can't even handle something this small. Why are you still alive? If I were you, I'd commit seppuku. The words cut deeper than knives. That entire morning, Ono Akio's head buzzed in a fog. He had been surviving on 4 hours of sleep a night for 2 weeks. At noon, he wolfed down 2 rice balls and a cola from the convenience store downstairs. Just as he planned to nap on a bench, he got a call from a neighbor. His mother had slipped and fallen at home and had been taken to the hospital. He repeatedly thanked the caller. When he hung up, he felt as if his spine had been removed. His body was hollow, limp. So tired. Every day was exhausting. The daily commute was already extreme, sometimes even forcing him to jog through subway corridors. Yet despite all that, both career and family were a mess. He felt no will to live. There was a reason Japan had over 35,000 suicides last year. People needed something to keep them standing. Meanwhile, in the back of the nanny van, Chu Zhi was also mulling over something related to suicide. While enjoying a massage from Ma Weihao, Emperor Beast was lost in his own theater of thoughts. No large-scale suicides in Annam. Good. That's good. For the past 3 days, he had been monitoring the news from there. The first time he unleashed his 100% voice of despair before a public audience, he had been afraid of causing real incidents. Chu Zhi later evaluated the effect. At full strength, his voice buff struck directly at the soul. Even the hardest heart would weep. Even if someone had no concept of family, they would still feel the singer's grief. Luckily, the emotion fueling it had been longing for his mother. If it had been something bottomless like In Under the Sea, it could easily have pushed people towards suicide. If he added wine to the mix, 7 parts drunk, and then sang at 100%, the result would be terrifying. And if he combined that with his passive skill, Crowd Freak, the effect would be comparable to carrying SCP-035's Mask of Grief, capable of triggering mass suicides. If such a containment foundation existed in this world, Chu Zhi would surely have been classified and locked away. Since that was the case, the Emperor Beast had a plan. He wanted to make his Japanese album into a milestone of music history. After all, Izumi Sakai's Make-Nade, Don't Give In, was hailed as Japan's second national anthem. But according to the information he had from the system, that status came not only from the song's quality, but also from the social context. In 1991, Japan's bubble economy collapsed, and companies went bankrupt one after another. Make-Nade, released in 1993, became a salve for a disheartened society. Chu Zhi was confident he could recreate that impact in the parallel world of 2023. Japan's economy had never truly recovered since the 1990s. The lost decade had stretched into 20 years, then 30, and likely soon 40. And this time, he had a secret weapon. Jiwai, we've arrived. Old Qian's voice interrupted Chu Zhi's thoughts. The Emperor Beast opened his eyes, removed his U-shaped pillow, and looked out the car window. Their destination was Menglong Recording Studio, the same place where he had worked seamlessly with Boss Lee Menglong on his previous English album. They had booked in advance, so Chu Zhi headed upstairs directly. There's something Sister Neo needs your stance on. The song gp.m.trong.m has been widely pirated online in Annam. Old Qian, as always, only spoke half the sentence. Back in his student days, Chu Zhi had a saying, speak half a sentence, it's like mixing arsenic in rice. Luckily, he was smart enough to fill in the rest. He replied, I'll record it today first, then move on to the Japanese album. Katyusha could be gifted to Russia. but gp.m.trong.m had to be sold to Anam. I'll tell Sister Nyo, said Old Chien. His own opinion was also to charge for it, but he worried Jiawai might decide to give it away. To avoid conflict, he left it at that. Li Minglong had already tuned the equipment to perfection. After a few minutes of chatting, they got to work. Chu Zhi had set himself a deadline. Finish the Japanese album by August. With only 2.5 months left, plus the need to shoot several MVs, the schedule was tight. Adding to the pressure, Yamato Masahito had suggested holding a beautiful girl audition for MV heroines. Chu Zhi immediately thought of Pocari Sweat, the Japanese drink known for tasting like sweat water, but whose commercials featured stunningly beautiful girls. Since it would help album sales, Chu Zhi and his team decided to go along with it. But first, he had to focus on recording. He opened with Mother in My Dreams, again using his 100% voice of despair. This time, knowing what to expect, he managed the emotional toll much better. At least he did not blank out all night like in Hanoi. After half an hour of adjustment, he was ready to go again. Angel's Gospel at 100%. I want to see what it can do. Maybe it can make me a god among men. His secret weapon was to record Makenade with his 100% Angel's Gospel. Before starting, he took a sip of Wulyanya liquor. Makenade was a high-quality song, a typical Japanese pop ballad. Released as a single, it had sold 1.645 million copies. A song truly worth its fame. With Wine Immortal and Angel's Gospel both activated, the Emperor Beast himself was swept away. He could have passed in one take, but he was so exhilarated he recorded it twice. Mr. Chu, you really don't suffer from dissociative disorders or something like that? The emotional difference is just too extreme, Li Minglong asked, his gaze sharp. As his wife and daughter were fans, he had a personal stake in watching carefully. At first, your voice was like a trembling little bird in its nest. Its mother had been shot by hunters, and without the ability to feed itself, it could only cry in despair. That was the feeling I got from your first Vietnamese song. But the second track, just listening gave me an injection of energy. Even without understanding the lyrics, I was encouraged. Chu Zhi did not answer. Li Minglong had planned to bring it up later over dinner, since bluntly asking about someone's mental health out of nowhere was jarring. But plans never kept up with change. As soon as Chu Zhi finished the second recording, his phone rang. The caller was Li Tedian, a name both familiar and distant, the director who had earned Chu Zhi's trust while filming his documentary and had since directed 2 of his album MVs. Chu Zhi had gained good MVs, and Li Tedian had earned good money. A fair trade. The line connected, and before Chu Zhi could speak, a desperate plea spilled out. Brother Jiao, I really have no other way. Please help me. I'm begging you. Please, I can't think of any other solution. Don't panic. I'm right here. I can hear you clearly. Director Li, calm down a little and tell me what happened, said Chu Zhi. His steady tone gave Li Tedian a sliver of reassurance. Before making the call, he had been completely adrift. According to Director Li, he had begged and pleaded his way to securing Hawaii Films' investment, 13 million yuan, for his new film. This would be Li Tedian's first narrative feature after years of working in documentaries. But right from the start, Hawaii shoved in an actor. The young actor's name was Yao Mingyu. He had appeared in several idol dramas, but his fame was not particularly high. Having an actor forced in as the male lead was already frustrating, but Li Tedian thought that with his own direction and careful editing, he could still salvage something. After only a week of filming, however, Li Tedian realized he had been too naive. A director can only train an actor if he can command authority, but he could not control Yao Mingyu at all. Just earlier, there had been a crying scene. According to the script, the male lead was supposed to break down and sob uncontrollably. Instead, Yao Mingyu justified his choice by saying, "Crying loudly is the lowest form of acting. A step above is silent crying. Even higher is crying while smiling. So I'll just shed tears quietly." Li Tedian nearly lost his mind. He had never heard of such absurd categories. Silent crying could indeed be harder than wailing, since it required expressing deep sorrow with restraint. But only if the actor could actually act it. Yao Mingyu's lifeless eyes looked like someone who had overindulged, and he just dripped eye drops to mimic tears. When Li Tedian voiced his concerns to the producer simply said, "I think teacher Yao Mingyu is right." That was when he understood. With Yao Mingyu's backing and the investor's protection, he had no control over the actor at all. Chu Zhi refrained from commenting. What he wanted to know was, what exactly was Director Li asking of him? If the request was for him to invest 10 million yuan and kick Huai out, that would go far beyond friendship. Chu Zhi would not agree to that. After circling around the issue, Li Tedian finally spoke his request. We're filming at Luan High School. Brother Jiao, are you in Shanghai? If so, could you spare a little time to visit the set? I know you're busy every day, but this script took me over 3 years to write. I don't want all that effort to be wasted. A set visit? Chu Zhi understood now. Director Li wanted him to show up and lend credibility, to back him up in front of the crew. Director Li, back in Italy at the film festival, you said you'd treat me to dinner. Don't tell me that was just empty words, Chu Zhi suddenly said. The sudden change of topic caught Li Tedian off guard. He instinctively replied, Of course, Brother Jiao. What would you like to eat? Sichuan cuisine. Let's do it tonight. And call the main cast along, said Chu Zhi. It clicked for Li Tedian. Overjoyed, he realized Brother Jiao had agreed. Thank you, Brother Jiao. Thank you. I'll arrange it immediately. Is 7 o'clock fine? No problem, Chu Zhi replied. Only after a few more rounds of gratitude did Li Tedian hang up to make arrangements. Without connections, you can't survive in the entertainment industry. Even if he got Huai brothers to invest, proving his talent is recognized, it's still meaningless, Chu Zhi thought. As an actor, isn't acting well in a film the best way to boost one's career? What puzzled him further was why Huai would invest more than 10 million, yet leave the production unmanaged, letting actors override the director. The chances of success were slim. Unless the director was Lu Chuan or the actor was Jiang Wan, things rarely worked out this way. After puzzling over it and finding no answer, Chu Zhi simply stopped thinking about it. Perhaps it was just one of those special atmospheres in the industry. Meanwhile, Yao Mingyu remained confident. At Luan High School, the playground had been cordoned off and the school warehouse converted into a temporary filming base. Rest tents for the actors were set up nearby. This director knows nothing about acting, yet he wants to teach me? Yao Mingyu scoffed. He had, after all, 7 or 8 dramas under his belt. Still, openly clashing with the director isn't good, his agent cautioned. If word spreads, it could harm your image. Don't forget, Director Li has won awards, even the Venice Film Festival Horizon Award for Best Documentary. You said it yourself. Documentary. We're shooting people now, not animals, Yao Mingyu retorted. To him, documentaries were no more than wildlife films. Love might be irrational, but dislike always had reasons. Yao Mingyu had wanted a supporting role in a big production, but the company gave the resource to a newer actor. As compensation, they let him star in a low-budget film. People like him never blamed themselves. From the start, he found the production had nothing, no big names, besides himself, an unknown director, and a boring script. It only deepened his resentment. Yeah, I read the script too. It's flat. Maybe the director's too used to shooting documentaries, his agent said. Flat doesn't sell. You can't fight against the box office. Suddenly, there was a knock. The agent opened the door, exchanged a few words, and shut it again. Director Li is inviting us to dinner tonight, he said succinctly. Dinner to apologize? Yao Mingyu thought. If the director was sincere, he would be generous enough to forgive. After all, in his mind, every conflict was the director's fault. Dinner was at 7, but Yao Mingyu deliberately arrived at 7:20 to show his importance. To him, being late was no big deal. Led by a waiter to the private dining room, he casually said, Sorry, traffic was bad. Scanning the room, he saw all the main cast present. Quite sincere, he thought. But then wait, what was he doing here? Come, Mingyu, sit, said Li Tedian, waving him over. Once Yao Mingyu sat down, dazed, Li Tedian smiled and said, I don't need to introduce this guest, right? He's my favorite singer. Hello, Brother Jiao. I'm Yao Mingyu, just a small actor. Yao Mingyu introduced himself quickly. Director Li already told me about you, Chu Zhi said. You're a talented actor. I'm really looking forward to his first feature film. How long until it wraps? About half a year, Li Tedian estimated. So it'll be a while, Chu Zhi said with mild disappointment. The dishes were served, spicy Sichuan classics like duck blood and chili broth, chicken with pork intestines, fish head with chopped peppers, and stir-fried rabbit with green chilies. No one touched their chopsticks until Chu Zhi moved first. Only then did the rest start eating. The atmosphere was strange. No one, not even Yao Mingyu, had expected Chu Zhi to show up. He was Asia's superstar, an idol among idols. With some wine, the tension eased. Casually, Yao Mingyu asked, "Brother Gio, how did you and Director Li meet?" "At the Venice Film Festival," Chu Zhi explained. "Director Li won, and I loved his cinematic language. I begged and pleaded until he agreed to direct 2 of my MVs." "What? This documentary director was that amazing? Enough for even Chu Zhi to hold him in such esteem?" Yao Mingyu was stunned, regretting his arrogance over the past week. Damn it, it was all his agent's fault for not giving him enough information. Chu Zhi's words sparked hope in everyone else too. Maybe this film really had potential. After several rounds of wine, emboldened, Yao Mingyu raised his glass and said to Li Tedian, "Director Li, I've been a little reckless lately. Please forgive me. I'll punish myself with this drink. Don't hold it against me." "What punishment?" "We're all here for the film," Li Tedian replied. Thanks to Chu Zhi's presence, Li Tedian's authority had been restored. He had wanted Chu Zhi to back him up, but Chu Zhi had gone beyond that, elevating his standing entirely. Li Tedian could not thank him enough. Filming continued the next day, so dinner ended by 9. But Chu Zhi hadn't eaten his fill. Back home, he opened his food delivery app. An hour and a half later, a smoke after a feast is better than a god's blessing. Chu Zhi felt the saying described him perfectly at that moment. Because his system notified him, high-carb binge day *1200 and smoking *12,000 had both been achieved, earning him 22 personality coins. With his finances tight lately, this sudden windfall gave him confidence. "Should I draw a lottery?" "No, not today. Doesn't feel lucky. Better to wait. Just 29 more coins, and I'll have 50 for a 10 pull. That guarantees at least one rare prize. Early to bed, early to rise, good for health. And sometimes, waking early meant witnessing history. China should not manipulate the emotions of foreign leaders to achieve shady political goals. Such behavior is disgusting," declared U.S. Secretary of State Benjamin at a White House press briefing. The context, unless a major crisis erupted, like conflict between Russia and Ukraine, most U.S. natural gas exports to Asia went to China. But now, China had signed a deal with Qatar. When asked whether this meant losing the Chinese market, Benjamin gave the usual evasive answer before adding his pointed remark. In truth, the U.S. Secretary of State would never speak so casually. His real aim was to send Qatar a warning. Cooperate with China if you want, but don't go too far. The journalists present smelled blood, like vultures circling carrion. They knew there was big news. Number 477. The power of influence beyond borders. Mr. Benjamin, could you elaborate further? Does Mr. Benjamin's statement mean you have concrete evidence of crimes committed by a major Eastern power? Could you disclose which other country is implicated in this event? Reporters crowded forward with their questions, each one sharper than the last. A political brawl between America and an Eastern giant was exactly the kind of drama the public loved to see. America's Vice President, Benjamin, lowered his head to shuffle through his prepared remarks. His expression stiffened with difficulty as he aligned the stack of A4 pages neatly against the table, deliberately dragging out the suspense for the pack of vultures below. Finally, he spoke. China's natural gas trade with Qatar leveraged the popularity of Chinese celebrity Chu Zhi in Qatar to push through an unequal deal. We urge China to immediately suspend this transaction, and we in America will continue to monitor the matter closely. Just a few sentences, but they dropped like bombs. How could an energy deal possibly involve a celebrity? Benjamin said no more, diverting the conversation to other matters, such as America's plans to increase energy exports to Europe. That didn't matter. In certain circumstances, the investigative skill of journalists could rival even America's ACE unit, the IRS. Within an hour after the White House press briefing ended, reporters had already pieced together the truth. It turned out that Qatar's crown prince, the head of the National Gas Corporation's marketing division, the Grand Princess, and even the deputy director of the Royal Investment Office were all fans of Chu Zhi. This personal enthusiasm had accelerated Qatar's decision to join China in expanding the world's largest LNG project Northfield East expansion. Through Sinopec, CMPC, and other state-backed companies, China secured a 15% stake. Everyone knew what this meant. Once Northfield LNG expanded, its annual output would reach 110 million tons, equivalent to the combined yearly imports of South Korea and Japan. A project like Northfield LNG was undoubtedly of national importance. The idea that it was sealed because of one celebrity sounded absurd. To put it bluntly, even Sweden's most ridiculous game developers wouldn't dare write a storyline that outrageous. No wonder many thought Crazy Benjamin had lost it again. Yet as American reporters dug deeper, more details emerged. Crown Prince Balzari told Xinhua News Agency, "Let me share some numbers. Artist Chu Zhi's album has sold 79,000 copies in our country. The second best selling album in our history sold only 15,000. This proves Mr. Chu Zhi has an extraordinary following here. Qatar values the love of its citizens. To know a people is to know their nation, and China is clearly a nation with exceptional artists. That is why we want greater engagement. Our countries have long cooperated closely. Qatar is pursuing our Vision 2030 strategy, working hand in hand with China's Belt and Road Initiative and the Global Development Initiative." The speech droned on with diplomatic jargon, but the point was clear. Reporters were baffled. Qatar's population was under 3 million. For 79,000 albums to sell, mathematically, that meant 1 in every 42 people owned a copy. There was some trickery, of course. Gotzi from the Royal Investment Office had bought 30,000 copies alone, while Grand Princess Mayasa had purchased another 10,000. Still, the Crown Prince's latter remarks were the true basis for the deal. But he deliberately placed Chu Zhi at the forefront, backing it with hard numbers. Grand Princess Mayasa later spoke to Al Raya newspaper. "Historically, our nation's modern media industry began late, but it has developed rapidly, surpassing neighboring countries. This is tied to our relatively free press policy, which is rare in the contemporary Arab world." You may ask, what does this have to do with your question? Strictly speaking, nothing. But since I have just taken over the news agency, and because I also founded the Doha Film Institute, I thought it worth mentioning. As for why we are strengthening cooperation with China, is it meant to send a signal? I will only say this. I wholeheartedly support the partnership because I am a devoted fan of Chinese star Chu Zhi. Powerful media, like the Washington Post, took interest. With its bureau in Saudi Arabia, right next to Qatar, and its reputation as the fourth most influential paper in America, it had the reach to dig deeper. They managed to contact Qatar Gas's marketing director. Despite the title, that position held significant clout, on par with the Royal Investment Office. Many such posts were filled by members of the royal family. This deal is primarily commercial. Partnering with China offers greater prospects. It is certainly not because many of our staff happen to be Chu Zhi fans, the director insisted. The reporter was speechless. His eyes practically said, "Do you take me for a fool?" Especially when the man's phone case had Zhi Chu printed on it, with a map of Yin country far too short. No matter. Creating gods and tearing them down were media's two favorite pastimes. Whether the star was Asian or not made little difference. For now, they could elevate him. Later, they would drag him down. 2 news cycles for the price of 1. American journalists never worried about finding faults. All they needed was a sliver of weakness, and they could turn it into a storm. Every person had flaws, or if not, flaws could be invented. Even Michael Jackson, at the height of his global fame, was smeared with accusations of child abuse. Everyone remembered how, in the Hong Kong films of the 80s and 90s, the phrase, "You Michael Jackson," was a slang insult for pedophile. If their own biggest stars could be torn down, how much easier for an Asian celebrity? The Post pressed further. There are rumors that this cooperation happened because Crown Prince Balzari and Princess Mayasa are fans of Chu Zhi. Was he a significant factor in the decision? I refuse to answer that, the marketing director replied. But I can say this. It certainly was not because many in our company are Chu Zhi fans. And no, we did not gift everyone the album The One Gazed Upon by God for March Bank Holiday. That slip was enough. The reporter had all he needed. March Bank Holiday was a national holiday in Qatar when nearly every industry shut down. In an instant, Chu Zhi dominated global headlines. China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs swiftly responded to America's accusations. China and Qatar are both sovereign nations. Trade between two sovereign nations is not for others to interfere with. The spokesperson's words were measured. To debate right and wrong here would lower their standing. This is a matter between sovereign states. External nations have no grounds to meddle. As for our artists being admired abroad, that is positive cultural appreciation. Mr. Benjamin should exercise caution in his choice of words, particularly with terms such as exploitation of emotions. The diplomatic clash went global overnight. Reactions online were skeptical. Anyone with half a brain found the situation absurd, yet American media covered it relentlessly. The singer who saved a nation's energy deal. A tale even fairy tales wouldn't dare write. The New York Times. Influence. Chu Zhi's reach in Asia now surpasses even Confucius. Los Angeles Daily News. Don't politicize entertainment. Chu Zhi could have been an even greater singer. The Washington Post. Unpacking Chu Zhi. Why was he able to sway Qatar's royal family? The Wall Street Journal. These weren't tabloid rumors. They were the words of the world's most respected newspapers. On international platforms like Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, everyone was discussing it. Online and offline, it was the hottest story. Even YouTubers prepared to fly to Qatar to gauge for themselves how popular Chu Zhi really was in the Middle East. After all, the Arabic music scene was a fortress. Local kings and queens of song rarely broke out, and foreign stars found it nearly impossible to enter. This news felt like a miracle. Thai netizen. Our country's natural gas reserves are drying up. Fuel shortages are choking our economy. We need a hero like Chu Zhi. South Korean netizen. We invest so much in culture, and isn't our entertainment supposed to dominate Asia? Why hasn't it reached Qatar? 2 years ago, our drama My Love from the Stars swept Asia. Why did they invite Chu Zhi instead? Are we cultivating influence for another nation? Japanese netizen. Chu Zhi has gone beyond being a singer. He has become a cultural symbol. Usually it takes decades for an artist to achieve this. The speed of his rise defies belief. Most of these commenters were ordinary people, not fans of Chu Zhi. Some were even openly hostile, especially in South Korea and Japan, where seeing China thrive felt like a knife to the bone. No one knew if it was deliberate venting or simply irrational thinking, but some people stubbornly insisted that Chu Zhi's popularity in Qatar came entirely from the drama My Love from the Star. By that logic, the drama's director was guilty of betraying the nation. So, they swarmed onto Twitter and began attacking the drama cruise account. And that wasn't the end of it. Netflix had once invited Joe Kwan and the original GZ group cast to film Bubbles Under the Sky, which ended up flopping. Back then, the promotional slogan had even been the second My Love from the Star. To these people, it was better to overkill than let one slip away, so they attacked the Bubbles crew too. This was the absurdity of the internet. How was this any different from when angry Turks, wanting to provoke Russia, smashed up the Dutch consulate instead? Among Asian netizens, the reaction wasn't overly intense. Chu Zhi's reputation in Asia had already hit the ceiling. It was shocking news, yes, but they could accept it faster. For European and American netizens, the impact was far greater. Chu Zhi's English album had only just cracked open the market, and even then it was just in the slightly popular phase. To suddenly be told that this Chinese singer was already so incredible was hard for anyone to accept. American netizen. I honestly thought today was April Fool's when I saw the news. Realizing it wasn't April Fool's was the hardest fact I've had to accept this year. British netizen. I don't understand why so many people in Qatar like a Chinese singer. His last album sales were actually 6 times higher than Ava Laura's. I just can't accept that. German netizen. I know him. He beat America's Sweetheart Gibaldi on the strength of the Asian market. After reading this news, I kind of want to buy his album to see for myself. Is it really that good? Ava Laura was the queen of British pop. Her signature album High Heels had been hailed as a classic of rising female consciousness and was ranked the second best-selling album in Qatar's history. Sales of the one gazed upon by God had been slowing around the world, but thanks to this wave of news, they suddenly surged again. Just as that German netizen put it, people wanted to see what kind of music could possibly cause such a stir. Of course, every coin has two sides. The downside was that anti-Chinese groups in Europe and America began hating Chu Zhi. All the more. Among them were both Britons and Americans. To the British, Hong Kong was land unfairly seized by China, so they viewed Chu Zhi's success as the thief crying "Stop thief." But this was only natural. Any Chinese celebrity gaining fame in the West would inevitably become a target for those who believe in the yellow peril. This backlash was simply happening earlier than expected. If the international reaction was already so exaggerated, one could only imagine the discussions raging on the Chinese internet. Marketing accounts were notorious for taking things out of context, latching onto half a sentence and running with it. When they saw today's headlines, their first reaction was, "Wow, who can brag harder than this?" Marketing accounts didn't need brains, or perhaps never had them. So even if they didn't believe the news, they still reflexively reposted it. That was when an amusing scene unfolded. After fabricating countless rumors in the past, the one news item they were convinced was fake turned out to be real. Scrolling through multiple reports in a row, Gu Peng finally closed Weibo. As a socially anxious person, he wanted to mutter something to himself, but found no words would come out. When the Annam news had first come out, he had felt happy for Chu Zhi as a friend. But more than anything, it had left him deeply shaken. To be a singer, can it really reach such an outrageous level? Gu Peng thought it was surreal. He himself was also a patriotic singer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried to perform Lugo Bridge at the China-Japan-Korea concert. Expressing patriotism through music, influencing fans with that message, that was, in Gu Peng's eyes, the furthest a mainstream singer could go. Beyond that, representing the country to perform overseas was something only vocalists and musicians of the highest caliber could do. Opera singers, pianists, and the like. That was the ceiling. Yet Chu Zhi, as a pop star, had already broken into that domain. Performances at the St. Petersburg Cultural Forum, diplomatic celebrations, it was already unbelievable. And now, even that ceiling had been shattered. Invincible beneath the immortals, one for one among the immortals, huh? Alone, Gu Peng couldn't help muttering to himself. Top singers are the heavenly kings tier, vocalists are the heavenly deities tier, but you, Chu Zhi, you're the Panga tier. He opened Weibo again, and, using one of his many tiny burner accounts, posted, "Who else can secure massive national projects like this? My husband is too handsome. Your dimples have no wine, but I'm drunk like a dog." Satisfied, Gu Peng closed Weibo again. Offline he was socially useless, but online he was a master, armed with endless cheeky one-liners. The jokes flooding the Chinese internet about Chu Zhi were endless, and far too outrageous to repeat here in full. Naturally, Chu Zhi, who was always online, also saw some of them. So it wasn't just about importing more liquefied natural gas, Chu Zhi murmured as he read the news. Only then did he understand how extensive China's cooperation with Qatar truly was. No wonder they needed a scapegoat, he thought to himself. But honestly, it's kind of comfortable being that scapegoat. Originally, Chu Zhi had thought his popularity in Europe and America would only climb further after his next English album or when Unsinkable was released. He had not expected such a pleasant surprise. His head felt a little woozy. The winding roads of Mountain City made it worse to look at his phone, so Chu Zhi wisely set it aside, closed his eyes, and let Ma Weihao give him a massage. That was when he remembered something. Still with eyes closed, he asked, "Brother Qian, when's your wedding banquet? Didn't you say you wanted me there to give you blessings? Don't tell me you skipped out on inviting me, Brother Qian." "The banquet was already held ages ago. I even invited Zhi Wai," old Qian replied. "Come on, with our relationship, how could I not?" "What?" Chu Zhi frowned, searching his memory. He had never attended a wedding banquet, that much he was sure of. Even if no red envelope was required, he had already planned to bring a gift for the newlyweds. "It was that time I treated you all to roast lamb," old Qian explained. "I ordered 3 whole lambs that day, remember?" Chu Zhi opened his eyes and stared at him, baffled. Slowly, the memory resurfaced, sometime last year, though he couldn't recall the exact date. Old Qian had suddenly insisted on treating them, saying it was non-negotiable. He had driven them 20-some kilometers out to a rustic farmhouse restaurant. There had been 5 or 6 tables, and that was where Chu Zhi had met Bingeing, the woman who had turned old Qian's life around. Back then, Chu Zhi hadn't thought much of it. He assumed old Qian was just introducing his girlfriend to the group. He never expected it had actually been the engagement banquet. What the hell? It was all Bing's arrangement. She doesn't like things too flashy, so she chose the place herself, old Qian said with pride. Well, how about that? Isn't my wife amazing? She's amazing, Chu Zhi agreed with a thumbs up. Sister-in-law really came down to do charity work, marrying you. She's beautiful and virtuous. Old Qian was even happier hearing praise for Bing than for himself. Talking with Chu Zhi always put him in a good mood. What can I say? I was just born lucky. When I was little, my grandfather did a weighing of bones fortune-telling for me. Said I weighed 6 liang and 3 qian, a life destined for long years, high office, and glory. Chu Zhi had heard the old saying, fated to carry only 8 dough of rice, wandering the world, yet never filling a single measure. But this weighing of fate by weight was new to him. Intrigued, he asked old Qian for details, but old Qian admitted he didn't really understand either. Check online. These days you can find anything there. Sure enough, the internet had a whole system of fortune by bone weight. Chu Zhi entered his own birth details, 2 liang, 9 qian, with the interpretation. Early years bring no success. Though honor and fame may come later, not until after 40 will stability arrive. Only by moving or changing one's surname will the fate improve. Superstitious nonsense. Chu Zhi dismissed it. Anything unlucky was always superstition. Jiawai, are you really fine going to Thailand tomorrow without me? Old Qian asked again. Brother Qian, just take a couple days off, Chu Zhi said with a smile. This trip abroad was to film a commercial for White Rabbit milk candy, and then return again to Annam. The plan for White Rabbit soft candy and milk candy was straightforward. To mirror Chu Zhi's singing career as its permanent spokesperson, expanding steadily step by step. Most recently, Su Shangbai had succeeded in getting White Rabbit milk candy into Annam's largest supermarket chain, Big C. Riding the momentum of Chu Zhi's influence, the candy had carved out a space. And since Su Shangbai wasn't afraid to spend big on advertising, that space was rapidly expanding. Number 478. Permission to dislike. According to the candy industry rankings of the world's top 100 candy companies, based on both sales and market value, not a single company from mainland China made it into the list. Meanwhile, Japan's Morinaga Confectionery and that infamous South Korean corporation both ranked within the top 30. First place went to Mars Wrigley, a conglomerate that continues to acquire candy factories worldwide. Brands like Double Mint, Extra, Big Bubblegum, Chupa Chups, Ricola, names everyone grew up with, are all under its umbrella. China's confectionery industry started late, which made breaking into the top 10 nearly impossible. Adding to that, many domestic candy brands were shelved after being bought by foreign giants. For example, Golden Monkey, once as famous as White Rabbit, ended up frozen out. Su Shangbai, born into a sugar family, understood these things far too well. For a candy brand to dominate a country, relentless publicity campaigns were needed, with outrageous initial investments. It was true that Chu Zhi was extremely popular across Asia, but a few days of celebrity endorsements alone could never build lasting sales. Think about it. If it were you, when buying candy, wouldn't your choice either be tied to childhood memories or driven by advertising? Still, no matter what, Su Shangbai had faith. He believed in Chu Zhi. He was confident that Brother Zhou's popularity across Asia could last for more than a decade. That would be enough to raise White Rabbit milk candy into an international confectionery giant. The Japanese and Korean markets have too many protective trade policies. To get into department stores and convenience chains, we must cooperate with local confectionery companies. Su Shangbai was waiting for the next big opportunity, the Summer Supersonic Festival in August. He and Chu Zhi had already agreed. After Brother Zhou's performance at the festival, he would toss White Rabbit milk candy into the crowd. Yes, protectionist policies were many, but solutions were always more. Su Shangbai had already launched on Yahoo Shopping and Amazon Japan, bypassing brick-and-mortar altogether. Katsura family, Chin family, I will come back. Su Shangbai was not a man to forgive and forget. Ever since the dozens of sugar mills he owned in Thailand had been sabotaged into bankruptcy, he had been plotting his return. On the surface, he was running downstream sugar refinery businesses. In reality, he was quietly acquiring small sugar mills in Indonesia, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Thailand, where labor was cheap. If revolutionaries could surround cities from the countryside, then he could surround large factories with small ones. Luckily, the White Rabbit brand was making good money, providing constant financial support. With Brother Joe backing me, things are so much easier. Su Shangbai had lost count of how many times he had sighed this. If it had been any other shareholder, they would have flipped the table by now. The biggest drawback of his small factories surrounding big factories strategy was management difficulty. That was why Su Shangbai was no less busy then. Chu Zhi. He often worked until 1 or 2 in the morning. Tonight was considered early. He returned to the hotel at 11. He admired Brother Joe's work ethic and had begun to follow the same model. It wasn't until now that he finally had time for a meal. To be precise, a combined lunch-dinner. Though his cooking skills were excellent, he had no time to cook for himself. Meals always came from the hotel's Western restaurant. Su Shangbai liked eating steak with chopsticks. He would grab a chunk and bite straight in. Alone in his room, convenience was all that mattered. Just as he bit halfway through a steak, he suddenly remembered something. Almost forgot. He opened Apple Music and other music platforms common in East Asia to download the song gp.m.trong.m. Of course he paid for it. He followed Brother Joe's Instagram and knew the track had dropped today. Piracy has really gone down. After downloading, Su Shangbai searched on the Vietnamese internet. The first few pages of results all showed official channels. Previously, pirated versions had been ripped from a VTV documentary broadcast. They were incomplete, full of noise, and far from lossless quality. Now, with a new lossless recording officially released, the track sold 975,000 downloads on its first day, not counting Apple Music. At 10,000 dong per download, roughly the price of a 550 milliliters bottle of Coke, the single-day revenue was about 3 million yuan. Indeed, piracy had dropped dramatically overnight. That was because Neo Jiangxue had handed the release directly to local music platforms. Never underestimate Vietnam's piracy capabilities, but never underestimate capitalists' determination to crush piracy when it threatened their profits. Of course, if piracy served bigger interests, they would turn a blind eye just as easily. As for protecting original creators' interests, who cared? Even with million-level sales revenue, Apple still wasn't devoting too much attention. The negotiations were being handled by mid-level overseas managers. Meanwhile, Chu Zhi's main agent, Neo Jiangxue, was dealing with more critical matters, such as splitting subscription revenues with Apple Music. Apple Music followed a 30:70 split. But here's the catch. Only international music giants could claim the 70%. Smaller companies had to rely on attaching themselves under a big player. Neo Jiangxue was determined not to attach to Sony Music again, so she started negotiations directly. In China, only giant copyright companies like Taihe Music Culture could get the 70% cut. Compared to them, Aigua, Love Fruit Entertainment, owned very little music copyright. But Aigua had Chu Zhi, and that made Apple Music tread carefully. Especially after The One Watched by God charted on Billboard and Spotify, Apple had no choice but to compromise. 70%, 71.5%, 73%, 3 tiers. Taihe Music was at 71.5%. Like a fearless young bull, Neo Jiangxue aimed for the top tier, while Apple wanted to cap her at 71.5%. The tug-of-war dragged on endlessly. The conversation could be summed up like this. Apple Music, 71.5%, is already a great deal. Surely you did your research before coming. Even Taihe Music Culture only gets that much. Neo Jiangxue, they don't have Chu Zhi. Apple Music, but Taihe has integrated copyrights from Maitian, Haidai, and Dashishi Music. Neo Jiangxue, they don't have Chu Zhi. Apple Music, Taihe has over 100 artists under contract. And please, can you give another reason? Neo Jiangxue, our company has Chu Zhi. Apple Music. As an artist, Chu Zhi was truly formidable. With him alone, Aigua was elevated to the same negotiating table as industry titans, at least within Apple Music. Since leaving Taiyang Chuana Entertainment, Chu Zhi had thrived, and so had his company. Core team members all received bigger bonuses, motivating everyone to work harder. Huh? Isn't this the actress old Qian said would definitely get big this year? She feels a little underwhelming. Chi Chio was scanning an advertisement plan. He skimmed through it, then looked shocked. Wow, she's only been in the industry for half a year and already gets to film with Brother Chu? Impressive, though I bet it's only a short-term endorsement. A short 3-month deal, riding on hype. Coca-Cola didn't mind spending. Whoever was trending, they'd grab quickly, then drop after the buzz faded. But Chu Zhi was different. He was Coca-Cola's official ambassador for Asia. 2 years, 35 million yuan, plus a $1 million signing bonus. His fee matched Hollywood A-listers. No one else had ever held such influence across China, Japan, and Korea, the world's second, third, and 10th largest economies. Maybe 2 terms. It's over 4 months until National Day. If they only sign her for 1, it won't last long enough, Wang Yuan said curiously, leaning over. A devoted mom fan. She followed everything about Chu Zhi's career. The documents clearly showed Coca-Cola's campaign for Coca-Cola National Day celebration. The commercial would be around 20 seconds with a short storyline. Chu Zhi was the male lead, Xiao Qing the female. Don't make a fuss, Achio. Talent shows usually start at the peak. Coca-Cola just likes to test trending stars with short contracts, Wang Yuan explained. Her unspoken meaning. No comparison to her precious son. True. Chichio stretched. As long as the ad had no inappropriate content, every contract had to be honored. Old Xian, how did you know Xiao Qing would become famous? She wasn't even ranked high back then, 57th, right? Chichio remembered that old Xian had predicted her success with just one glance. What do you think this is? Old Xian tapped his temple. Damn it, he really did look smug. You can always trust the tastes of mosquito coil company bosses, coconut palm coconut juice bosses, coal bosses, and old Xian. Fei Ji summed it up neatly. True, true. Old Sea King really knows what men like. But wait, Boss Wang, what is mosquito coil company? It's a film company, Wang Yuan said casually. Same category as S1, TMA, Alice Japan, and Toei. Toei makes those films too. Chichio asked without thinking. Oh, didn't you say you didn't know what mosquito coil company was? Wang Yuan teased. Ahem. Chichio's attempt at innocence had failed. Don't show off in front of Boss Wang. I don't dare either, Old Chin said. Chichio realized he had been pretending to be worldly in front of an expert. He mumbled, Yeah. I admit, Old Chin's taste is solid. Chen Shu the elder also chimed in. Of course it is. Just look at my Bing Bing, she's gorgeous. Old Qian never missed a chance to brag about his Bing Bing. Everyone, including Wang Yuan, was curious about what charm this Bing Bing had. She seemed to have bewitched him. The chatter eventually quieted. Everyone had work to do. Wang Yuan was busy hunting piracy, cups, pillows, anything printed with Chu Zhi's face. Fans would pass them off as official merch. She hunted them down relentlessly. Chichio had his hands full with expiring contracts. Most brands renewed 2 or 3 months in advance, and an artist's value fluctuated. For most, that value went down. Take Sui Wu, once at the peak of endorsements. His fee now was barely 60% of what it had been. Chu Zhi was still climbing, so his rates only went higher. In Japan, Lucky Star's Li Guizian was unhappy. No matter how successful Chu Zhi was, he was still just an artist. That meant the deals Li Guizian handled were often low priority. Meanwhile, Old Qian, as executive manager, had returned to the company to hold the fort while Niu Jiangxue pushed full throttle on Apple negotiations. Someone had to keep both hands on the wheel. And Chu Zhi himself? He was at the Dream Dragon recording studio, working on his Japanese album Ja Irukato, Kimi Jie Aryukoto, with you. He had named the album himself as Emperor Beast, with a production budget of 10 million. With Chu Zhi's current vocal skills, recording didn't take much time. What consumed energy and time were the post-production and music video shoots. The team cleared a solid block from 3 p.m. until evening. 3 songs were recorded in 1 day. At this pace, the entire album would be finished in just 2 more days. Post-production and MV shooting would take at least 2 months. During that time, there was also a trip to Tokyo scheduled for the audition of the MV's female lead. Chu Zhi thought to himself that this was definitely not going to be an easy job. And he was right. Not just difficult, extremely difficult. Sony Music's Amore Gento had already begun promoting a month or 2 in advance, so just imagine how many Ragdoll fans Chu Zhi had waiting for him in Japan. Brother Chiu, you don't need to come pick me up. I'm close to the hotel. I'll just take a cab back myself. You should rest at home for now. Chu Zhi had learned that Brother Chiu had been hospitalized for severe fatty liver and blood clotting that triggered myocardial ischemia, so he called to tell him not to come. I'm fine now, boss. The first reaction Brother Chiu had over the phone was fear. He was worried that his illness might cause him to lose his job. Even though he was only a driver, being Chu Zhi's driver came with great pay and benefits. But Chu Zhi was someone who paid close attention to people's feelings. He immediately sensed Brother Chiu's concern and reassured him over the phone. Focus on your health. Take at least a month to recover, bring down that fatty liver. Your position will still be here when you're ready. Drivers were crucial for both celebrities and company executives. Brother Chiu had been with him for over 4 years, and their cooperation had always been smooth. Chu Zhi didn't want to go through the hassle of training and adjusting to a new driver. After hanging up, Chu Zhi pulled out his phone to order a ride. But before he could, a bus pulled up right in front of him. He had just finished a recording session and, by habit, treated Li Menglong to a meal. Li Menglong always packed leftovers like bones to take home, and coincidentally, the restaurant they ate at had a bus stop right in front. It had been a long time since Chu Zhi last took a bus. Adjusting his baseball cap lower, he boarded. At this hour, the bus wasn't crowded. He figured he wouldn't be recognized. It wasn't vanity. It was just that with his current popularity, being recognized in public could easily cause chaos. Better to stay cautious. He found a seat near the back, leaning his head against the window. The brim of his cap cushioned his temple, otherwise the glass would have felt icy cold. He zoned out for a bit, until 2 girls sitting in front of him began chatting loudly enough to pull him back. Are you serious? You actually like Gupeng? His style is practically funeral music. You know what they say in the detective circle? We should allow people not to like Sherlock Holmes. I know that, and I don't like Sherlock Holmes. So what? Sherlock Holmes is practically the Bible of detective fiction, so of course most people like him. But tastes are different. That's why in fan circles there's a saying, we should allow people not to like Chu Zhi. What? There are actually fans who don't like Jiwai? That's terrifying to even say. Hey, I'm just giving an example. It's about tolerance. We should be tolerant of different aesthetics. No way, that's too much. People not liking Jiwai. Do you like Jiwai? Of course. Xiao Jiu is my absolute favorite. Little fruits? Should he jump out suddenly, scare them, then give an autograph? Chu Zhi thought about it for a second, then gave up on the idea. Still, allowing people not to like Chu Zhi, what an arrogant statement. Yet the Emperor Beast couldn't stop the corners of his lips from curving upward. He was secretly smug. Arrogant or not, it was proof of his popularity with the public and his dominance within the fandom. Just as Chu Zhi leaned in, curious about what other praises the 2 little fruits might spill, they suddenly went quiet. Not even one more compliment. He didn't know why, but the happiness he'd been feeling suddenly shifted. He thought of the song The Most Beautiful Sun, which reminded him of Xiao AI. His attention sank, and he lowered his head, staring at his phone instead. Sometimes he would ask Director Zong of the Foundation about Xiao AI's family. He never asked directly, because he was afraid Xiao AI's mother would be reminded of her daughter and end up in grief. White-haired parents burying their black-haired child. What mother could bear such sorrow? For a moment, Chu Zhi sat there, dazed. The city at night was filled with streetlights. But in the city's night, there were no stars. At the next stop, the 2 little fruits got off. Chu Zhi glanced out the window. The area seemed bustling enough, not isolated. So he stopped worrying and turned his gaze away. The bus rolled on. Time too raced forward, slipping by. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed, and June had arrived. Despite his packed schedule, Chu Zhi had already finished recording all 10 songs for his Japanese album. He also heard something troubling. The film for which he recorded the theme song Legend had already wrapped, but failed review and had been shelved for 6 months. No wonder it hadn't premiered. The payment had cleared, but Chu Zhi still felt it was a pity for Legend. After all, the company had paid so much for a theme song. If the film never came out, there was no way he could just release the song by itself. Hopefully it gets released. Legend really is a good song. Chu Zhi thought to himself. While he was thinking, something else about him was stirring online. Let me tell you a joke. Spot the highlight yourself. A fan named Little Fruit's tender murmurs posted 2 screenshots from Chu Zhi's commercial for big white marshmallows. Any news about Chu Zhi posted in the Orange Home forum instantly became a hotspot. The thread exploded with replies. New content from Zhi. Huh? I haven't seen this big white marshmallow ad yet. Which channel aired it? Look at the TV station logo, VTV3? Which station is that? Because the Little Fruits community spans so wide. In just 20 minutes, Chinese fans in Vietnam clarified the situation. The ad's been airing on Vietnam TV's Channel 4 for quite a while. But I think the highlight the OP mentioned is actually the text on the right side of the screen, the title of the upcoming program. Conquest CACCV.SAW. Translated to Chinese, it means Children of the Stars. Yes, that's My Love from the Star, but Vietnam's remake. The thoughtful fan even posted a promotional poster online. The male and female leads embraced, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and sun-kissed skin. It was practically a direct copy of the Chinese version. Vietnam remake? Those 4 words already hurt my eyes. I didn't know there was a remake. Now I kind of want to watch it. Somebody stop me. Many Little Fruits only now realized that Vietnam had done a remake. And once they dug deeper, they were shocked. It wasn't just Vietnam. Japan and Thailand had also bought the rights to remake My Love from the Star, though none of them made any splash. Resourceful Little Fruits uploaded all 3 foreign versions online. And there it was. What people mean when they say, no comparison, no harm. Or worse, harm done on purpose can be fatal. Number 479. Huainan's nationality. Comparisons can drive people mad. Just how handsome was Chu Zhi, really? Another remake by Annam. As expected, it's the same old, disappointing standard. Watching Zhi as Professor Beck and Song Mingxi as the female lead. Then looking at this Japanese's casting, are they seriously telling us these unattractive leads are the best they could find? No one expects the Thai actor to look even a quarter as good as Zhi, but what's with this cheap outfit? It looks like a 99 yuan set from Taobao. An alien that's supposed to be mysterious now looks like some street vendor. The Vietnamese dub has this flavor that just gets in your head. I can't be the only one going deaf. I have to share this with 10,086 friends. Don't thank me. Call me Hell King. Zhi's portrayal of Professor Beck is flawless. Zhi speaks multiple languages, loves books, and is self-disciplined. He's basically Professor Beck in real life. Stop comparing it to the original. That's bullying. The Japanese version and the Thai drama version had already been released a year or 2 ago. Yet both were dragged back into the spotlight because of Annam's remake, beaten down again by comparison. This wave of mockery spread from China to other Asian countries. YouTube even had 3 compilation videos comparing all the remakes to the original. They were hilarious enough to kill you with laughter. This is brutal. Chiba Harahisa, who spent his days on YouTube, couldn't help cursing when he finished watching. Which ugly fool thought he could copy Ragdoll? Oh, the ugly fool was him. Chiba Harahisa was none other than the male lead in the Japanese remake of Love Me, Alien. He had played Professor Beck. I should have listened to Koguchi-san, Chiba Harahisa thought bitterly, recalling the friend he had fallen out with, Koguchi Yoshihiro. When he first accepted the role, Koguchi Yoshihiro had warned him sincerely. As your friend, Chiba, I advise you not to take this part. Once you do, you'll inevitably be compared to Chu-san. That's a battle crueler than the Hanoji incident. Chiba Harahisa had been considered one of Japan's most handsome men, so he ignored the warning completely. Now, he felt maybe it was time to mend things with Koguchi Yoshihiro. After all, the man had only wanted the best for him. The biggest awakening from this storm of ridicule came to Sophia, Netflix Asia's regional director. She finally understood why My Love from the Star had exploded across Asia. The core wasn't the script, it was Chu Zhi. The Japanese version had nearly identical scripts, yet it bombed. Another big-budget project with a similar cast, Bubbles Beneath the Sky, also flopped. The variable was obvious. Chu Zhi was the key. If that's the case, we can recommend him for our upcoming epic production, Sophia decided. That production was a fantasy masterpiece, The Lord of the Rings. The role she had in mind was the Elven Prince, because that Chinese star's appearance truly did not seem human. As has been mentioned before, this parallel world's cultural industry diverged from Earth's in the 19th century. Some works existed here, others never came to be. Lu Sun existed. Death in Venice, Sherlock Holmes, and The Lord of the Rings existed. Hemingway, The Silence of the Lambs, and The Godfather did not. And so, through Netflix's grand production, the current turned toward America. At New York University's Tisch School of the Arts, one of the top 3 film schools in the United States, the day's spotlight was not on film, but on literature. The small auditorium had been transformed into an awards ceremony venue. Ono Akio, dressed in a dark tuxedo with a black bow tie, had arrived in New York a day early. At this moment, he sat in a taxi bound for America's Avenue. He was there to accept, on behalf of the poet Huainan, the most surprising poetry award from the National Book Critics Circle. The president of Ronin Shipansha Publishing had insisted Huainan must accept the award in person. Yet even after repeated emails, Huainan refused to appear publicly. Huainan was the publishing house's star author, having repeatedly broken sales records. He was also the poet Ono Akio personally admired most. Well, the last part hardly mattered. Chief editor Ekizan wouldn't dare offend him regardless. Huainan had always been a low-key figure. Even after 3 years of cooperation, the publishing house had only learned his true nationality 2 days ago. 48 hours later, Ono Akio was still reeling. The award organizers required 3 pieces of information from every recipient: gender, nationality, and verified sales records. Many Western writers used pen names, so real names weren't mandatory. When Ono Akio asked in an email, the reply came, Chinese. My nationality is Chinese. He had long suspected Huainan might be Chinese. After all, Huainan was the name of a place in China, and also the title held by the historical king of Huainan. Yet a Chinese friend, Gao Shi, had once investigated and told him otherwise. Most likely not Chinese, but an Asian deeply versed in Chinese culture. None of Huainan's collections, I Am a Willful Child, The Great Riddle, and so on, can be traced in any Chinese publishing record. Oh no, I forgot the most important thing. Ono Akio suddenly remembered. He had never told Gao Shi about this discovery. The past 2 days had been too hectic, packing clothes, buying a US SIM card, exchanging dollars. He hadn't had a spare moment. Without delay, he called his Chinese friend Gao Shi. The time difference was 12 hours. At 3 p.m. in New York, it was 3 a.m. in China. The first time, the call was hung up immediately. The second time, damn it, jolted awake in the middle of the night, Gao Shi fought down his irritation when he saw who was calling. The world is beautiful, yet I'm this irritable. That's no good. Your mother, this is really no good at all. Gao Shi was a freelance writer and a popular online commentator. As a hardcore cultural critic, he often helped verify questions about Japanese culture. Ono Akio was one of his go-to sources for information. Gao-san, you were wrong. Truly wrong. Question mark. Gao Shi blinked, confused by the sudden statement. There really isn't a Chinese poet named Huainan. Still this question? If such a poet existed in China and had won so many foreign awards, Gao Shi would have blasted the news on Weibo ages ago. This was what Ono woke him up for. Gao Shi's fists clenched tighter on his blanket. No, I've asked several publishing friends, and none of them has ever heard of such a person in China. You know my line of work, Ono. My sources are reliable. As he said this, Gao Shi suddenly connected it back to Ono's cryptic words. Could it be? On the other end, Ono Akio confirmed. Huainan told me himself. He said he is Chinese, truly Chinese. Gao Shi fell silent for several seconds. His fist slowly loosened its grip on the blanket. He asked, he told you he's Chinese? But didn't he reveal his real identity? Huainan just won another award, the National Book Critics Circle's Most Surprising Poet Award. The organizers needed his information, so he had to confirm his nationality. That much he told me, but nothing about his identity. So he had won abroad again, and was really Chinese. Gao Shi was stunned. Why wasn't such a monumental achievement publicized back home? The Yomiuri Literary Prize, the Costa Award, the National Book Critics Circle Award. A true heavyweight. Not to mention the collections, Stray Birds, I Am a Willful Child, The Great Riddle, Do Not Go Gentle Into That Good Night, and After a Long Silence. Together they had sold over 2 million copies worldwide, 680,000 in Japan alone. In the digital age, he was one of the most successful poets alive. And yet he refuses to attend award ceremonies? Does he care nothing for fame or fortune? In the 21st century, a poet this pure still exists. Gao sure couldn't help but sigh. Pure. Yes. Ono Akio felt that was the perfect word. And as Huainan's editor, guiding such a pure poet, Ono felt he too must be pure. When he accepted the award on Huainan's behalf, he needed to appear calm and unruffled. The dignity of it could not be lost. All right, I've arrived. Gao-san, let's talk later. Ono Akikuma prepared to hang up. Wait, Ono. If you can, take some photos at the venue. Gao sure, with his 50,000 followers, couldn't pass up the chance for an exclusive scoop. Poetry might not be the hottest topic, but a Chinese poet winning abroad certainly was. Photos? For what? Ono asked while paying the taxi driver in cash outside the Tisch school gates. Sitting up in bed, Gao sure explained smoothly. Huainan's poetry has been published in French, Japanese, and English editions. All of them were self-translated. He must be a linguistic expert. And then, Ono still didn't catch the implication. I want to report on this, about a Chinese poet who just won internationally, with exclusive photos. As his editor, it would be best if you accepted an interview. But Huainan doesn't want exposure. Ono hesitated. He didn't want to betray his author. Oh no, you misunderstand. If Huainan doesn't want exposure, he'll never appear in public. That's his choice. But recognition in his home country is another matter. A man of such achievements should be known in China. Fame and revealing his private self are not the same thing. That argument left Ono speechless. Finally, he agreed. Having secured the agreement, Gao sure hung up and immediately began combing the internet for every shred of information about Huainan. If he was going to break the story, he needed substance. After a thorough search, Gao sure finally uncovered a clue. In one of China's top 3 poetry journals, Stars, there had once been a poem by this very Huainan. If, author, Huainan, if the bell tolls, please use feathers to bury me. In the silent night, I will weave a pair of great wings, and above the homeland I long for, I will keep on flying. The poem was written quite well. Gao sure was not skilled in appreciating poetry, but even he could sense its beauty. Is this Huainan the same Huainan I've heard of? Gao sure muttered as he continued digging. Once he had a lead, things became easier. Soon enough, he found his way to the Chinese Poetry Network. It was just a small poem published on the internet. Gao sure's expression shifted. If he remembered correctly, Huainan had once released a small poetry collection called Collection of Flying Birds. 2 flowers bloom, each to a different corner of the world. Let us now turn to the other side of the ocean. Ono Akio gathered all his courage to step into the auditorium of New York University's Tisch School of the Arts. Yet the further he walked, the more it felt as if the bones had been pulled from his spine. His confidence shriveled with every step. Why did the award ceremony have to be held at New York University, of all places? But this was one of America's most prestigious institutions. Coupled with the fact that the American Book Reviewers Association Award was among the most authoritative literary prizes in the country, the weight of both made Ono Akio's nerves crumble. His English was already thickly accented, and now he barely dared to speak it aloud. Thankfully, his eyesight was sharp enough to follow the signs, and he eventually found his way to the small auditorium. Upon entering, he noticed students in black suits fussing with the red carpet. Volunteers, no doubt. Unfortunately, their outfits matched his own a little too well. The staff serving the banquet were dressed in dark suits, white shirts, and black bow ties. To avoid awkwardness, most guests wore white bow ties instead. Ono Akio, however, had chosen black, which left him painfully out of place. His palms were damp as he pressed them together. His legs trembled faintly. After glancing around the room, he finally chose a corner seat and sat down. By 4 o'clock sharp, the award ceremony would begin. With more than half an hour still to go, the hall was already nearly full. Around him sat one literary giant after another, renowned authors with names carved into the very bedrock of literature. As a Japanese, Ono Akio could not help the inferiority complex that rose whenever he faced America, as if it were etched into his bones. Even though Huainan was immensely talented, Ono Akio thought he probably had little influence here. After all, modern Chinese literature still carried less weight in the West compared to their own Japanese's works. Just then, a white-haired man with curly locks approached and greeted him in English. "Hello, I'm Ross Hulkey. Are you perhaps the Chinese poet Nanhuai? Ross Hulke. The name didn't immediately ring a bell for Ono Akio, who racked his mind but couldn't match it to a famous writer. Flustered, he still tried to compose himself, though his awkwardness showed through. Mr. Ross, no, I'm not. I'm Japanese. My name is Ono Akio, he said. Japanese? Then your pen name is. Ross Hulke frowned. Awkwardly, Ono Akio explained, I am an editor with Ronin Publishing. I'm here to accept the award on behalf of Mr. Huainan. Ross Hulke gave a small nod and asked no further questions. In truth, Ross Hulke was not a mere guest. He was vice president of the Book Reviewers Association, a well-known American literary critic, and chief editor of the Chicago Tribune. As such, he was also a member of the judging panel. Though his role was limited to reviewing poetry, Ross Hulke had been deeply impressed by Chu Zhi's work. Seeing the only Asian face in the room, he had assumed it was the poet himself. So, the editor came in his place. Huainan still had not shown up in person. Ross Hulke adored Huainan's collections, from Do Not Go Gentle Into That Good Night to the award-winning After the Long Silence. Yet Huainan was a complete enigma. So secretive, in fact, that not a single trace of his personal information could be uncovered. It was only because of his position on the judging panel that Ross Hulke had even learned the poet's true nationality. Chinese. But when he had asked multiple Chinese friends, none had ever heard of this poet. The mysterious Chinese writer, Ross Hulke murmured to himself. Each collection written with a completely different style. If not for the fact that every one of them is outstanding, I would have suspected it was the work of a team. Because if it were a team, it would mean 3 or 4 poetic geniuses working together under one pen name. That was even harder to believe than a single man producing them all, not even attending to receive such an award in person. Chinese poets certainly have lofty pride. Ross Hulke did not say this with contempt. To those whose talent he could recognize, he was always generous. Meanwhile, Ono Akio kept sneaking glances around with the corner of his eyes. Many of the faces he recognized. There was Belle Lee Miller, born in Chicago, Illinois, a renowned biographer hailed as the greatest biographical writer of the 21st century. His works were so influential they had even made it into Japanese school textbooks. There was Griffith Martin, the San Francisco-born author with over 4 decades of writing behind him. He had published 21 novels, more than 400 short stories, and 2 screenplays. And others as well, Thomas John, Francis Misner, and more. Writers Ono Akio had only ever seen mentioned in news articles were now sitting just rows away. His heart pounded with excitement. But then he thought back to how stiff and awkward he had acted earlier. Had his nervousness been too obvious? Should he be initiating conversations with these literary titans? Or was it safer to sit quietly in his corner? His thoughts raced, but his body sat frozen, like an ice sculpture. A few people did approach him, but the moment they heard he was Japanese and a publishing editor rather than the poet himself, they politely withdrew. What a pity the Chinese poet did not come. His absence dims this hall by more than a little. Yes, a shame. I adore his poetry. Nanhuai is far too mysterious. I admire that, but I would have loved to invite him to my salon. Head bowed, Ono Akio caught the murmured conversations. His spoken English was clumsy, but his listening was fine. From what he could gather, the editors and writers were all praising Huainan. When he lifted his head, he heard Griffith Martin remark, that Nanhuai is Chinese is hardly surprising. His great puzzle carried the concise clarity of Tang poetry, its imagery precise, yet strange. Francis Misner added, what moves me most is Nanhuai's versatility. He has taken European lyricism, expressionism, and impressionism to their peak. And he did it alone. The praises passed from mouth to mouth. Since the poet himself was absent, the absent man became the center of attention. So this was the esteem Huainan's poetry commanded in America. Ono Akio finally understood. If the work was brilliant enough, attending the ceremony or not hardly mattered. At last, the ceremony began. The American Book Reviewers Award announced its winners directly, without the fuss of nominees. There was little suspense. The presenter for the Most Surprising Poet of the Year award was none other than Vice President of the Association, Chicago Tribune's chief editor, Ross Hulke. Nanhuai's poetry contains more shifting images than the faces of capitalists, he declared. His verse celebrates and embraces the primal instincts of life itself. His poems surge with vitality. He is, without question, an outstanding poet. He handed over the certificate and an envelope containing a check for $50,000. I only wish the man himself could be here. Please, sir, convey to him my words. His poetry is magnificent. May there be more to come. Ross Hulkey pressed the items into Ono Akio's hands, unable to resist speaking once more. Number 480. Mysterious Poet. The world's richest literary prize is the Nobel Prize in Literature, worth 8 million Swedish kronor, enough to buy 2 apartments in Mountain City. China's highest-paying literary prize is the Mao Dun Literature Award, with 500,000 renminbi, which could buy a place in Fengdu, a county under Mountain City's jurisdiction. Not bad either. The American National Book Critics Circle Award comes with a gray envelope containing $50,000, enough to buy a house in Hue Town under Fengdu. Still decent. Why all the comparisons to housing prices? Because Gao Shi had promised his wife they would buy a home, but he abandoned the plan entirely in order to dig up material on the poet Huainan. For a man, career must come first. Besides, a true man can always apologize later. Thanks to that persistence, Gao Shi obtained exclusive material from Huainan's editor, Ono Akio. After the interview, Gao Shi wrote a several thousand-word feature. But this was the internet age. If the title was boring, the longer the article, the fewer people would click. Xiao Rizi Never Tires of Ruining Lives published it with the title, A Mysterious Chinese Poet Who Might Become the World's First Modern Poetry Icon. #mysterious poet #. He began, if I tell you there is such a person, you might think I am joking. But listen, in 2021, he won the Yomiuri Prize for Literature in Japan. In 2022, he won the Costa Book Award in the UK. In 2023, he won the American National Book Critics Circle Award. These 3 awards had never before been won by a Chinese poet. He has published 5 poetry collections, with a global sales volume of 3 million copies. American writer and poet Belle Lee Miller commented, "A beautiful and sincere spirit of poetry, fluttering crystal wings in the realm of imagination. He is the embodiment of creativity itself." French critic and author Thomas John wrote, Huainan is the least selfish person I have ever known. His poetry is his life, and his life is brilliant in all its colors. Ross Hulkey, editor-in-chief of the Chicago Tribune, remarked, "Though it is a pity I have never met Huainan, his poems are like landscapes reflected in convex glass. In them I see a starry sky, I see nature, I see the soul of poetry." So who is he? Even I don't know. All that is certain is that he is a Chinese poet who calls himself Huainan. He first published a poetry collection on China Poetry Net in 2019, with poems appearing in October and Stars magazines. He carries the air of an ancient recluse, never showing his face, never appearing at award ceremonies. Even his editor doesn't know his true identity. Flowers blooming inside the wall, fragrance spreading outside. I must bring this fragrance back to China. At the end of the article, Gao Shi included 2 poems from the collection I Am a Willful Child. Avoidance. You refuse to plant flowers / You said / I cannot bear to watch them wither little by little. Yes / In order to avoid the ending / You avoided every beginning. One generation. The dark night gave me dark eyes / But I used them to search for light. Gao Shi also posted a 9-grid photo collage and an audio recording. The photos included Ono Akio accepting awards on Huainan's behalf, along with Oricon charts showing the sales of nonfiction publications in Japan. The audio was a phone interview with Ono Akio, which Gao Shi had thoughtfully subtitled with his own translation. As soon as this post was shared by a major account with hundreds of thousands of followers, fans immediately noticed. The title, the claims, who would believe it? Only a fool. Yet here were the photos, here was the recording. If this were fake, it would have taken immense effort to stage. Experts among the people soon began fact-checking. Darkblade Ghost. The headline looks like clickbait, the content like marketing fluff, but it's true. I'm studying in the UK, and I actually bought Huainan's The Collection of Flying Birds, and do not go gentle into that good night. Sitting forgotten between worlds. If it were posted by another influencer, I would have dismissed it. But I've followed this one for half a year, and his posts are always informative. I live in Tokyo, Just a quick search online, and I found the publisher Ronan Shapansha he mentioned. Huainan is one of their star authors. His new book, After a Long Silence, is still selling hot here in Japan. Chang'an Stranger. I can't confirm all the other awards, but the Yomiuri Prize is real. Founded by Yomiuri Shimbun, its official website lists the winner, Huainan, for I Am a Willful Child. That's confirmed. Poetry was long in decline. Even the largest poetry-related accounts in China barely had 50,000 followers, with many inactive for months or drawing only single-digit comments. No one tagged them anymore. But now a mega-influencer had tagged them, so when the staff managing those accounts logged in, they were floored. This was incredible. China Poetry Net was supposed to be just another cultural promotion website, long overlooked. Who could have thought it would give rise to a world-class poet? The site's senior poets were relics of the 1980s, the golden era of Chinese poetry. As for internet-era poets, hardly anyone broke into the mainstream. A modern poet truly crossing over into the global stage? Unbelievable. Yet the mounting evidence made it clear such a poet really existed. This was neither science nor mysticism. Forget the rest. Just the fact that Huainan's poetry collections were being sold in libraries across more than a dozen countries already placed him above 99% of poets worldwide. The high praise from international critics sealed the case. Director Chiu of China Poetry Net was so excited he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. China Poetry Net was fully funded by the state, and its daily traffic was pitiful. Advertising revenue? Impossible. But now, suddenly, here was a legitimate success story. Chiu immediately pulled Huainan's account records. To his annoyance, it was registered. With an email. Fine, what about withdrawals? Poetry Net's small honorarium required binding a bank card. Yet Huainan's account balance of more than 3,000 yuan had never been withdrawn. 3,000 yuan. Why wouldn't he take it out? Did he look down on the money? 3 million books sold worldwide, with high overseas royalties. Yes, it's possible he doesn't care about such a sum. Or maybe, Chiu thought of another possibility. Maybe he deliberately avoided linking a bank card to protect his identity. That made sense. If someone wanted, they could still track him by following the email trail to the registered phone number. But Chiu didn't have that kind of power. Be content, Chiu muttered to himself. China Poetry Net might have little traffic, but Chiu could find people who did. After all, Huainan had debuted here. That was credit enough, and it had to be promoted. He reported upward to the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, piling on the bureaucratic phrases. China Poetry Net's vibrant atmosphere, strong support for Huainan's collection of flying birds. In truth, that collection's recognition as today's best had only been possible because Chiu had stubbornly pushed for it. Now he bragged about it to the skies. The department leadership contacted a professor at the local foreign languages university, none other than Xiao Yu, the sharp-tongued father we've met before. They asked him to review the Japanese edition of the collection of Flying Birds, to see whether the poems originally published on China Poetry Net were truly included. After a full afternoon of careful comparison, Xiao Yu confirmed. It was exactly as the influencer had said. If these Japanese poems were translated by the poet himself, then his mastery of Japanese is extraordinary, Xiao Yu remarked. It achieves fidelity, expressiveness, and elegance. Many poets know foreign languages, but to translate one's own poetry into Japanese, French, and English, each with such beauty, I have never seen this before. I am very curious about his identity. Since the poet has hidden it, we must not expose it, Director Li replied. Xiao Yu's curiosity only grew. For someone to reach this level in 3 languages, it could be passion, but more likely a professional background. Either the poet was a language scholar like himself, or a career translator. Xiao Yu was certain of his reasoning. After Xiao Yu left, Director Li pulled up Huainan's records. The site director might not have the power, but as a bureau chief, such investigations were trivial. In any country, unless someone lived entirely off the grid, anyone who left an online trace could easily be identified by the authorities. The purpose wasn't idle curiosity. If China Poetry Net had unexpectedly nurtured a world-renowned poet, that was political achievement. Every little success mattered. But first, they had to make sure. If this mysterious poet turned out to have anti-China ties, it would be a disaster. A leader could never be careless. Director Li opened the registration records. An email, a phone number, and then a name he recognized. Registered name, Chu Zhi, with ID photo attached. A question mark appeared in Director Li's mind. He rarely felt uncertainty, but when he did, it was never because of himself. It was because the matter itself was strange. Huainan is Consultant Chu, Director Li muttered. He called to verify the authenticity of the email. The confirmation came back positive. Director Li, though a man used to storms, was left utterly stunned. He was utterly shocked. It was as if someone had just told him that Chuan Bao was actually a party member. The Asian pop king, hailed as the only king of pop in the 21st century across Asia, was actually a great poet. Come to think of it, doesn't that make perfect sense? All of Consultant Chu Zhi's lyrics are written by himself. At least from the lyrics, you can tell he has a deep command of classical culture. As for modern culture, Consultant Chu Zhi reads an immense amount, so his knowledge is vast. Not to mention, Consultant Chu Zhi has written songs in English, Japanese, Russian, and Korean. Even recently, he composed a song in Vietnamese. He's clearly gifted in languages, so if he also knows French, isn't that entirely reasonable? Director Li felt his reasoning was sound. It could not have made more sense. He also recalled seeing reports about Huainan, saying the central motif of Huainan's poetry was life and death. That aligned perfectly, didn't it? It also explains why Huainan never shows up to receive awards or appear in public, because he's a celebrity by profession. Director Li, who was 20 years older than Chu Zhi, suddenly found himself feeling a rare respect for the younger man. As for the entertainment world, he had no particular feelings. At his age and in his profession, he had no interest in celebrities. But to write poetry from scratch and earn international acclaim, that was truly impressive. Director Li thought to himself. But since Consultant Chu Zhi clearly doesn't want his identity exposed, I won't meddle. Still, I'll have to report this to my superiors. So that very evening, 2 official media accounts reposted Gao Shi's article. China News Network, #EastWestAsk #figure. Huainan, the mysterious Chinese poet. Why do his poems thrive overseas, and what did he do right? Renren, #mysterious Chinese poet #, who is the mysterious poet #Golden Mountain Towers stand solemn, drums and bells resound in Huainan. In the Song dynasty, poet Su Shi traveled to Huainan and wrote verses that have been passed down for centuries. In a strange twist of fate, today's Huainan has once again become a poet. Why not mention the China Poetry Network? Because first, the news had to reach a wide audience to spark heated discussion. Only then would the merit be greater. Of course, reposts from official accounts did not guarantee a hit. With 10 or 20 updates a day covering livelihood, arts, politics, and more, it was uncertain. But with a combined following of over 100 million fans and the added attention from countless self-media accounts and newspapers, the foundation was set. Gao Shi had expected only a small buzz, but with this push, the news instantly became a trending event. Even his own account gained over 100,000 followers in a single day. I always preferred classical poetry. I thought modern poems lacked beauty, but from the 2 excerpts, Huainan's verses feel both romantic and philosophical. I think I like it. So the line, live as brilliantly as summer flowers, die as quietly as autumn leaves, came from Huainan's Stray Birds. A few years ago, I even used that as my status. More than his poetry, I think the most incredible thing about Huainan is his talent for languages. He wrote the Japanese, English, and French versions all by himself. I can't find a Chinese edition of his poetry collections. They're famous abroad, but not published here. What absurd realism. And what are the journalists doing? They still haven't uncovered his identity. What's the point? On the front lines of the internet, Chu Zhi was among the first to see the news. He was shaken. This is too dangerous. I almost couldn't keep up the act. Chu Zhi took a gulp of water to steady himself. Why was he being subjected to such ghost stories at night? Once he calmed down and reviewed the situation carefully, he realized that without deeper official backing, journalists and self-media wouldn't be able to find his true identity. I was scared half to death. I deserve a late-night snack. 12 pounds of crayfish, perfectly reasonable. 12 pounds might be a bit much. Maybe 10 pounds instead. Fine, let's go with 10. I'll listen to myself on this one. Reaching an agreement with himself, Chu Zhi opened the food delivery app and spotted a discount. Buy £6, get 3 free. Buy £8, get 4 free. He decisively chose the latter. If Chu Zhi had logged into his China Poetry Network account, which he hadn't touched in over a year, he would have seen more than a dozen urgent messages waiting in the inbox. Station Master Chiu was both suffering and delighted. Delighted because the website's daily traffic had suddenly soared. After all, in this internet age, plenty of people enjoyed writing poetry. Just look at Dubon. The suffering part was, come home often, come home often. His ringtone began to blare. Chiu had set it to that song because he liked it, and now the sound made him flinch. He didn't recognize the incoming number, but answered anyway. Brother, I really don't have Huainan's contact information. My inbox is exploding with private messages, and I can't respond to any of them. There was silence for several seconds. Then a young, tender voice said, Grandpa, cough, cough. His dear grandson? Chiu cleared his throat awkwardly and looked again. No, this wasn't his grandson's number. Grandpa, I'm calling from Dad's phone. Mine ran out of battery. We'll be coming home for dinner on Sunday. Hearing that, Chiu was instantly overjoyed. He no longer cared about being bombarded with calls. Meanwhile, domestic publishers were racking their brains to track down Huainan. They wanted to release Chinese editions of his 5 poetry collections. If they didn't seize the momentum, they'd miss their chance. Most book sales came from impulse purchases. Oh, this book won an award. I should read it. Though in reality, most copies ended up as decoration. Plenty of analysts and online sleuths speculated about Huainan's identity, but not one linked him to Chu Zhi, which made sense. The two were as unrelated as cows and horses. The hype around the mysterious poet Huainan lasted for 3 days. On Jihu, posts listed several big names, but all were denied one by one. Professor Xiaoyu came the closest, but not because he guessed Chu Zhi. Instead, he read through all 5 collections and concluded. These 5 collections read as if 5 different people wrote them. The motifs align, but the styles differ. This flavor feels familiar. Where have I seen this before? Wait, that's Silly Girl's idol, Chu Zhi. His albums are just like this. Each song in an album clings to the theme, but they don't always mesh smoothly. Xiaoyu thought about it. He had believed such a peculiar genius could only exist once. But apparently, another appeared in a different field. Seems I wasn't lacking in talent. I was lacking in experience. Xiaoyu dropped the thought. After asking around, no one he knew had the answer either. But the heat only lasted those 3 days. On the internet, people joked that fish had a 7-second memory. In reality, the internet age barely had a 7-day memory. That much wasn't just chicken soup. Time rolled into July. The Japanese language album Because You Are Here was finished, with 10 songs already recorded and entering post-production. The Emperor Beast boarded a flight from Shanghai to Tokyo. Since his endorsements covered the entire Asian region, Chu Zhi often flew to Japan and Korea. He was well practiced in the routine. On planes, he either napped or worked. This time, he was busy preparing. Let's try out this new skill, the voice of seduction. Wonder how it will sound. He was heading to Japan as a judge for the final round of a music video casting competition. Of course, Chu Zhi also had to perform one song himself, so this was a test run. At the 4th Orange Festival, he had planned to use the voice of seduction to sing explosive and combustible. Every year he had to surprise the little fruits who won the lottery. Honestly, hosting the Orange Festival required even more scheming from the Emperor Beast than releasing an album. Otherwise, why would fans say, Chu Zhi is iron, but top idols are like flowing water? Number 481. Can you be quiet? Excuse me, are you also a ragdoll fan? I'm not a ragdoll fan. Then may I ask, who are you supporting here today? I'm here for Eri-chan. She made it into the finals. At the entrance of the Yoyogi National Gymnasium in Shibuya, a weekly Bunsun reporter was interviewing fans who had gathered to support their idols. At this moment, the arena's exterior was packed tight, layer upon layer of people. It felt like winter, everyone bundled up in undershirts, sweaters, and padded jackets, wrapped securely against the cold. The billboard at the gate clearly displayed today's event titles. The Woman of Suko, The Woman of Chu. Would you like this kind of woman? It was the live grand finale of the audition for the lead female role in a music video. Amori Gento, the event organizer, had never expected that hundreds of young women from across the country would pass the auditions. Since he had chosen to stir hype, he decided to go all the way, placing the finals directly in a stadium. Judging from the billboard, however, the title "The Woman of Suko" was risky. Anyone could guess Sony Music might get slapped with a fine from the market regulators. After all, Suko was the name of Japan's very first reigning empress. Marina-chan will definitely be the final winner. I'm a fan of Marina. She's the perfect candidate for the Woman of Chu. As long as the judges are fair, there's no problem. Everyone in Japan knew that Chu Zhi had countless fans. But strangely enough, half of the support teams at today's venue were male. Once reporters began asking questions, they realized these men were fans of the contestants. The journalists exchanged bewildered glances. It hadn't even been that long. Even if Sony Records had gone all out with promotion, live streaming the top 20, top 12, and top 8, these young women were still fresh faces. How could they have built such a large fan base already? The answer soon revealed itself. A Subaru minivan pulled up. Subaru's vans in Japan had a peculiar design. The front looked chopped short, almost as if someone had lopped off the nose. Out stepped a pretty girl in a school uniform-style outfit paired with mid-length socks, brimming with energy. Her skirt swayed like waves with each step. When the hem lifted slightly, the lacy garter straps tied to her thighs peeked out. The male fans instantly erupted into frenzied screams. "Kyoko! Kyoko! I love you, Kyoko! You'll always be my choice. Kyoko, I was at every single one of your live house shows." The reporters flinched at the sudden roar, but quickly understood. This Kyoko must be an underground idol. A live house was a small venue for performances, usually holding 200 to 300 people. Thanks to Japan's thriving subculture, the underground idol industry flourished. But flourishing didn't mean glamorous. Underground idols lived tough lives, hopping from one tiny theater to another. Their chances of appearing on TV or in print media were slim. The lesser-known ones even had to work part-time jobs and invest their own money just to keep performing. It wasn't just doing it for love. They all carried a dream of being admired, surrounded by starlight. "No wonder I couldn't find her performance records," muttered a reporter. He had assumed she was just an ordinary girl. Kyoko, Eri, and Marina were well-known underground idols in Osaka and Tokyo. With show after show, they had gathered a loyal army of fans. The greatest advantage of live house performances was how close idols stood to the audience. The intimacy made it easy to win diehard supporters. Imagine being able to touch your idol's hand at a show. A certain pigeon-like web novelist had once seen another fan do just that with his favorite idol's cat-eared character. His envy was boundless. Cough, cough. Too noisy. Haven't you ever seen a woman before? You sound like a horde of zombies. Useless Reiwa shut-ins. Unbelievable that our country has this many shut-ins. What's so great about these girls? None of them deserve to be the MV's lead actress. Not when Ragdoll exists. Can you quiet down? Cheer properly. This is still a public place. Amori Jinto arranged for the 8 contestants under Sony's wing to arrive one by one. Each time, waves of cheers erupted. Female fans, their ears buzzing, lashed out at the male fans, who shouted right back. The scene quickly grew chaotic. Unlike the previous 8 Subaru vans, a black Lexus LX 600 now rolled in, the most expensive SUV available for purchase in Japan. Instantly, the female fans abandoned their squabble with the men. Chu Zhi stepped out. Today's outfit was strikingly flamboyant. A black blazer cut in the style of a naval officer's uniform, sharp lines with broad shoulders as if fit to carry epaulettes. The peaked lapel was spliced with scarlet fabric, the metallic buttons shining in harmony with the red waistcoat beneath. No shirt, just the waistcoat with its open lapels, bearing his collarbone. And collarbones always looked good, provided one was slim. At the waist, the jacket carried 2 rows of 8 tightly spaced buttons. Even fastening only the middle, it revealed no skin. This was one of the best designs Chu Zhi had created for his Muchire brand. As long as the wearer was decently tall, say, around 180 centimeters, and in decent shape, the suit would look stunning. The only part Chu Zhi disliked was the choker. It felt uncomfortable around the neck, especially since a small bell of matching metallic color dangled from it. Indoors, every step would have jingled. Thankfully, The outdoor noise drowned it out. When Chu Zhi descended from the SUV, it was as if all the beauty in the world suddenly had something to do with him. The roar from his female fans instantly forced many of the male supporters 2 steps back. Yes, they literally retreated. Some out of instinct, others simply shoved back by the wave of people. Sexy man, ragdoll wearing a choker, top-level sexy man. Yongsan, I love you. Ragdoll, my ragdoll, aw. The red ragdoll. Those were still relatively coherent responses. The majority of the girls simply screamed, ah, at the sight of their idol, or cried out Chu Zhi's name in blind excitement. The shrill shrieks pierced the ears of nearby male fans. Their eardrums throbbed painfully. Weren't they just talking about keeping quiet in public? This wasn't just zombies. This was a zombie siege. TCH, women, what terrifying claws. Then again, it wasn't accurate to divide them into male fans and female fans. After all, plenty of men were also devoted to Chu Zhi. Take Ojima Matsushika, for example. How could he possibly miss such an event? He stood in the front row, shouting nonsensical cries like, oh, oh, and oh, woo, oh, woo. Many Chinese had also gathered. According to customs data, there were over 800,000 Chinese nationals living in Japan, with students and trainees making up a quarter of them. Chu Zhi's popularity among the Chinese diaspora needed no explanation. The fans were too passionate, stretching their hands desperately toward him like drowning people grasping for a lifeline. Everyone wanted to be just a little closer to their idol, so they surged forward instinctively. The tide of bodies was unstoppable. The iron barricades encircling the area crumbled like dirt dams under a flood. Security staff tried to maintain order, but a dozen guards were nowhere near enough. The wave of people broke through with a loud crash. This could turn into a stampede. The reporters' eyes lit up. They shifted to safer spots, cameras ready. A breaking news scoop was about to unfold. Number 482. Ragdoll in the spotlight. Everyone, this could end up hurting Ragdoll. Please calm down. None of you want to see Ragdoll get hurt, do you? The words came from Fujimoto Shoki, the head of on-site security. His company was in charge of Sony Music's event at the new Yoyogi Arena. Based on a popularity survey, they had already prepared for a possible zombie siege situation. Fujimoto Shoki spoke in both Japanese and Chinese, his voice amplified through a loudspeaker, cutting through the chaos. Hearing him, many fans had their feverish excitement tempered with reason. The rushing tide of people, ready to tear down barriers just to get closer, suddenly froze in place. Whether they were Japanese fans, Chinese fans, men, or women, no one wanted their idol to get hurt. Of course, only a portion managed to come back to their senses. Most of the crowd still burned with the desire to get closer to their idol. If a stampede accident happens, the event will be canceled immediately. So once again, I ask everyone to maintain proper order. Fujimoto Shoki pressed on while he had their attention. Canceled? That meant Chu Zhi would return to China. The Japanese fans quickly began to step back, the wave of people losing momentum and pressure as some withdrew. Fujimoto Shoki let out a long breath of relief. Thank goodness his company had anticipated the frenzy surrounding this Chinese star. Thank goodness they'd hired enough security. Thank goodness he had a loudspeaker on hand. Otherwise, his scalp tingled at the thought. Damn it, such a good situation ruined by troublemakers. Weekly Bunzhan, Weekly Asahi, Friday, Josei Jishin, Era, famous magazine reporters were already rushing to set up their cameras outside the arena. At this moment, they were all blaming Fujimoto Shoki in unison. Seeing the fans settle, Chu Zhi finally continued forward. Luckily, he didn't need to step in and control the crowd himself. Inside the arena, Emperor Beast's eyes were immediately drawn to 3 massive posters, each over 2 meters long, hanging in midair. The idol of 2 billion Asians. Debut Japanese album MV casting plan. The entertainment industry's unparalleled treasure. Everywhere he looked, there were life-size standees. The entire setup gave off a festival vibe, almost like an Orange Grove celebration. The 8 female contestants caught sight of Chu Zhi and their excitement exploded. Not all of them were hardcore ragdoll fans, but even those who weren't could barely contain their thrill. To girls chasing dreams, just being in the same space as Chu Zhi was enough to make their hearts race. I've never seen a flower boy better looking than Ragdoll. What are you saying? That's blasphemy. Sure, men can be cat type, dog type, fox type, rabbit type, and all sorts of things. But in terms of looks, no one can beat Rong Sang. Tung Jinji, Professor Beck, Su Shi, every role played by Chudano is my husband. And in real life, with that little bell around his neck, Chudano is unbearably tempting. Isn't it natural for Ragdoll to wear a bell? Eri, Marina, Kyoko, and the others whispered endlessly, stuck in the corner where the staff had told them to wait. They weren't allowed to move, so all they could do was watch. Do you girls need a touch-up? The on-site supervisor came over and asked. All 8 shook their heads. They'd prepared their makeup and outfits ahead of time, unwilling to risk leaving it to unknown stylists. You're all full of energy. Before the show starts, there will be a group runway walk. The order is. From the way the supervisor spoke, it was clear there had been no rehearsal. Understandable. After all, the organizers had only rented the Yoyogi Arena for a single day. Most of that time was spent on setup, leaving no extra for contestant practice. Sony Music had a habit of being stingy where money really needed to be spent. Maybe it was a Sony thing, maybe just a Japanese tradition. A stray thought drifted into Chu Zhi's mind. If you support your favorite girl idol, then go after her idol. Isn't that a whole other dimension of NTR? Chu Zhi sat in a special observation seat, a gilded single sofa right at the edge of the stage. Beside him were 3 black executive chairs for the judges. Sony Music Executive Director Amori Gento, Section Chief of Song Planning, and musician Nishikura Daisuke. Those without notable names weren't worth introducing. But Nishikura Daisuke was famous in Japan, a musician and voice actor, once a friend of Koguchi Yoshihiro. Once. Anyone familiar with the notorious vanity of Koguchi Yoshihiro could guess why. Nishikura had been handsome in his youth, but age had been unkind, and the friendship fell apart. How much bad karma had Koguchi Yoshihiro sown? First Higuchi, now Nishikura. But unlike Higuchi, who despised Chu Zhi in the China-Korea-Japan joint concert, Nishikura seemed overly warm to him, almost obsequious. Emperor Beast was no rookie. He could tell Nishikura's fawning wasn't just the usual clout chasing. The man clearly had another motive, though what it was remained unclear. While the judges chatted, the audience filed in. Chu Zhi found it strange that an MV casting even needed a live audience. But apparently it was standard. Amori Gento had made the event grand, even if no TV stations were involved. Yahoo and Nico Nico reporters were invited, so of course tickets had to be sold to recoup costs. The Yoyogi Arena could hold 13,000, but they hadn't sold anywhere near that number. The stage and audio setup simply couldn't handle a full house. Only 1,800 seats were available inside. Fans familiar with concerts knew this setup well. In gymnasium shows, floor seats were chairs placed on the ground close to the stage, while the built-in arena seating farther away was called outer seats, usually cheaper. With people filling the venue, shouts filled the air. If I don't hear Eri's voice today, I'll lose my mind. So sad. I can only see Ragdoll's back. Even his back looks amazing. Marina smiled at me. That's my wife. My wife. The real brave man loves what has value, muttered Ojima Matsushika, grinning slyly to himself. What's the point of liking women? If you want to like someone, it should be Brother Gio. The seats were divided into VIP, regular reserved, and obstructed view reserved. The obstructed seats were cheaper, but you couldn't see the full stage. Ojima Matsushika, of course, had bought VIP, seat 25 in the very front row, glow stick in hand, and tass sneakers on his feet, and a Kenzo long-sleeved shirt on his back. He looked every inch the hardcore Ragdoll fan. Both Anta and Kenzo were Chu Zhi's endorsed brands. Ojima Matsushika had even gone through extra effort to buy the Anta signature Izumo edition. Anta Sports annual report had shown record numbers last year, over 50 billion renminbi in revenue, with 8.57 billion renminbi in net profit, 3 times Adidas. The undisputed leader of sports brands in China, Chu Zhi's bold defiance had nearly crippled Adidas. Chinese brands reaped the benefits, with Anta profiting most. No wonder they could afford to pay him $18 million per year as their Asia spokesperson. The only problem was distribution, and Anta's channels couldn't keep up with demand across Asia. At 4 p.m. Tokyo time, the event officially began. The casting criteria were based on charm. Contestants could sing, dance, perform skits, or even just do a runway walk. Each had 15 minutes to showcase their appeal. First up was Watanabe Kyoko. She wore a body-hugging cheongsam that clung tightly at the hips, her curves mesmerizing the crowd. Her dance moves weren't perfectly executed, but no one cared. The figure was more than enough. "Oh, Watanabe-san, what's the story behind this outfit?" asked Amori Gento. "As a performance costume, it fails. The restrictive design limits your movement. I can only give your dance 3 points. Without this outfit, I believe you could have earned 5. "And what's the full score, Amori-san?" Chu Zhi asked curiously. "I usually use a 12-point system at the company," Amori replied. Breathless from her performance, Kyoko hurried to answer. "This is cosplay of Li Kongxi, the heroine from the Chinese anime Zodiac War." "God, Chinese anime?" Amori's mind clicked instantly. He turned his head and asked, "That wouldn't happen to be an anime Chu-sen likes, would it?" Chu Zhi barely remembered the title. But seeing Kyoko's nervous expression, Emperor Beast smiled. "Watanabe-sen put a lot of effort into this. The resemblance is very good." Yes. Kyoko nodded like a quail. "Li Kongxi is a very charming character. You are like the chrysanthemum and the moon above West Lake. Serenity with beauty, like the bright moon shining over still waters," Nishikura Daisuke praised. "As for your dance, if your downward hand movements were sharper, the structure would flow better." "Nishikura-san is right," the section chief agreed. Kyoko's final score was 17. Nishikura had given only 2 points. The total was 21. Nishikura, Amori, and the section chief had 5 points each. Chu Zhi held 6, clearly positioned as the key figure. "What's Zodiac or God? I want to check it out. Has it been imported here yet? Maybe it's on Nico Nico or Netflix?" The audience whispered to each other. Being a star meant constant caution. Every stray comment from an interview could be dug up later, not just by haters, but by fans eager to know everything. Emperor Beast racked his brain and finally recalled that Zodiac War God had been something his original self once casually mentioned during a behind-the-scenes interview for the coming one. The next 2 contestants earned lower scores than Kyoko. Back in the waiting zone, Kyoko tugged at her dress nervously. Thankfully, the cheongsam's material held strong. Popular contestants drew cheers from their fans. But compared to the chaos outside, the noise inside the arena was much more subdued. After all, there were only 1,800 tickets, and most of them had gone to Ragdoll's loyal fans. When Eri stepped onto the stage during the mid-competition break, the moment she opened her mouth, it was clear she had worked hard. She had chosen to sing Fireworks Easily Cold, which surprised Chu Zhi a little. "Does Eri-san know Chinese?" Chu Zhi asked. "Just a little. I'm still learning," said Eri with her twin tails swaying as she spoke. She poked at the air with her fingertips, eyes narrowing into an energetic and playful expression, every gesture radiating cuteness. It was strange. Her singing in Chinese was very accurate, yet when she spoke her accent was heavy. Chinese is very difficult, isn't it? I studied Chinese as well. Learning a foreign language is very helpful for an idol's career. For details, you can ask Chu-san. Amori Jinjin chimed in. Every time Amori Jinjin spoke, he would find a way to cue Chu Zhi. He understood perfectly why the audience was here. The viewers were already being forced to watch the backs of the performers. If the key figure didn't speak often, the audience might demand a refund. Chrysanthemums and phoenixes spreading their wings, petals, stretching outward. From afar, it looks like a phoenix shaking its feathers. "That is the feeling your stage gave me." "Very good," Nishikura Daisuke commented. "However, if you could pay more attention to your breathing while singing, it would be even better." Nishikura-san is right, the head of the planning division added. The score came to 18. Nishikura Daisuke still only gave her 2 points, but Eri had surpassed Kyoko and now held the highest score. 5th place, 15 points. 6th place, 16 points. 7th place, 18 points. "Just one more and I'll win," Eri said breathlessly in the waiting area. She fixed her gaze on the final contestant, Isayama Marina, her eyes round and unblinking as though she could intimidate her opponent into making mistakes. Marina's ambition was clear. She had chosen 2 dance tracks, aiming for a sensual song and dance performance. Wearing a high school uniform, Every movement of hers was flirtatious. The choreography was reminiscent of South Korean girl group dances, and countless eyes in the audience were glued to her. If she had maintained her performance, she could have easily won the highest score of the night. But, as fate would have it, an accident happened. Perhaps because of nerves, during her second song Marina slipped up. It was over. Finished. Marina stood frozen in the center of the stage. The instant her foot slipped, she knew she had lost. "You're better than me. I can't even dance at all right." "Now," Chu Zhi offered comfort. "You'll definitely attract many fans online." "What a shame. Your ability in singing and dancing is enough to debut as an idol directly," Amori Jinjin said. "Your performance reminded me of chrysanthemums and green peonies, petals fine as silk, fresh and full of youth." "I liked it very much," Nishikura Daisuke said. "But perhaps you need more practice and preparation to truly perfect it." "Nishikura-san is right," the planning head agreed. The Emperor Beast noticed that Nishikura Daisuke's compliments were always poetic, yet his scoring was the harshest. Take Marina, for example. He only gave her 1 point. Marina lost by just 2 points. Eri won the position of lead girl in the music video. Golden confetti and streamers fell across the stage. The lighting, however, wasn't very sophisticated, and to Chu Zhi the whole celebration felt a little cheap. But Eri was overjoyed, jumping and bouncing with excitement. The losers were heartbroken. Some even cried, like Kyoko, who had only lost by a single point. It was like barely failing an exam by 1 mark, with regret and sorrow mixing together, accompanied by relentless self-blame. Chu Zhi presented the award. The certificate looked rather cheaply made, stamped with the words, "Winner of preliminary round," though the prize itself was much better, a contract. Eri would star as the lead girl in the MV with a reward of 5 million yen. "Jiwai, I like you so much. You and your fans gave me the hope to keep living. See, could I hug you just once?" Eri stammered, each word heavy with courage. Chu Zhi nodded, and the moment he did, Eri leapt into his arms like a rabbit rushing to its shelter. But Eri's journey had been painful. When her parents had gone to school to address an incident, the outcome shocked her. Not only was the teacher involved never punished, but she was interrogated repeatedly about the details. The school practically accused her of making up stories to frame the teacher just because her grades were poor. Some people at school believed her, but many others sided with the rumors. The flood of conflicting voices crushed her spirit. Her parents arranged a transfer, yet even in the new school the nightmare clung to her like a parasite that couldn't be shaken off. Her grades plummeted. Her friendships never took root. Why? Why am I being punished when I've done nothing wrong? Eri often asked herself, waking from nightmares. Though she appeared lively and cheerful, it was only an act for her fans. She had become an idol to inspire others, believing that if she could lift someone else up, she might heal herself as well. When she was on the verge of collapse, the song My All gave her the strength to carry on. That was why she could sing in Chinese. The hug lasted 3 seconds before Eri let go and walked off the stage. In her heart, she softly sang the words that had always supported her. Musical note: to be honest, I too have endured nights of pain, days when emotions refused to settle. But no matter when, I was never truly alone. Your smile always appeared before my eyes, so sweet, so radiant. Musical note: she had long since memorized the lyrics. To her, the smile in the song was the joy of her fans who felt happiness because of her. Now the stage belonged to Chu Zhi. This was the moment the ticket-holding audience had been waiting for with breathless anticipation. The arena erupted in screams and shouts. Just standing on stage, the atmosphere already boiled like scalding water, the cheers rising like white steam. My song is called Easily Flammable, Easily Explosive. It's a brand new track, Chu Zhi said. I'll be performing in a new style. I hope you'll like it. Before an audience of 1,800, along with all the staff, the conditions easily triggered his passive skill, high on crowds. Chu Zhi gripped the microphone and felt wonderful. The accompaniment began. The opening melody was heavy, with violins sounding like a traveler wading through a dark forest stream. Musical note: they hope for my madness, yet hope I cannot live alone. They want me cold and untouchable, yet wild and unrestrained. They want me radiant like the sun, yet charming without wavering. Musical note: they play with my sorrow and laughter, as though I am rootless. They grant me dreams, only to wake me swiftly. They sleep beside me, yet let me wither without mercy. Musical note. His voice carried 50% of its charm. Chu Zhi sat at the edge of the stage, one leg dangling into the air, the other bent to support his arm. His palm propped up his face as he sang. The opening notes were like a drowsy whisper, a half-dream, half-drunken murmur. He held the microphone as though it were a glass of red wine. Musical note. They love me pure. They love me bare, not decadent. They watch me play and sing, then watch me break with grief. Musical note. As he sang, Chu Zhi tilted the microphone, as though spilling wine from a glass across the floor. TCH. This man is seducing me. Marina, who had just lost the competition, had felt as though even 1,000 tons of sweets couldn't console her. Yet, she didn't understand the lyrics, but the voice alone acted as a catalyst. She felt herself drifting, her tears still visible on her cheeks. Musical note. They wish me like smoke, wish me graceful and languid. They see me mad, then see me witty and dignified. Musical note. Musical note. They want me beautiful, they want me cold-faced and unblinking. They wish me happiness, then wish me to wither and perish. Musical note. The whispers ended. Chu Zhi rose, his voice cutting through the haze like a man sobering from drunkenness. In that instant, the arena fell into perfect silence. Kyoko felt as though a feather brushed against her ear. Losing by 1 point, regretting her dance practice, none of it mattered anymore. Her mind turned to mush, and in that mush, only Chu Zhi's image remained. Musical note. They find me intoxicating, my eyes stealing their breath. They crave my sincerity, my gaze enchanting their souls. Musical note. Musical note. They run away with me, yet refuse to betray. They praise me budding. They praise me overflowing with desire. Musical note. Even the Japanese who couldn't understand Chinese were entranced. Imagine what the Chinese-speaking audience felt. Run away with me. Unswerving loyalty. Many female fans found their breathing growing erratic, staring at their idol's face. Musical note. They grant me dreams, only to wake me swiftly. They sleep beside me, yet let me wither without mercy. Musical note. Musical note. They love me pure. They love me bare, not decadent. They watch me play and sing, then watch me break with grief. Musical note. Even rational fans like Eri, who had just won, found herself shaken. She had always believed she wasn't a fan because of Chu Zhi's looks. But at this moment, his singing was far too intoxicating. The lyrics were too alluring. To Eri, it felt as though this man wanted to marry her. Musical note. They find me intoxicating, my eyes stealing their breath. They crave my sincerity, my gaze enchanting their souls. Musical note. Musical note. They elope with me, yet refuse to betray. They praise me budding. They praise me overflowing with desire. Musical note. The female fans couldn't resist. The male fans couldn't either. No, not just the fans. Everyone was struggling. Nishikura Daisuke suddenly understood Koguchi Yoshihiro a little better. He had originally wanted to steal Chu Zhi away from Koguchi Yoshihiro, to befriend him, to stir things up. But now, musical note. They invite me charming. They invite me burning with passion. They see me blooming. They see me restless and suffocating. Musical note. Musical note. They call me beautiful. They call me addicted to desire. They curse me with carefree years, yet curse me to tears. Musical note. Excitement can constrict blood vessels, disrupting brain circulation and oxygen supply, leading to fainting. Just like at Michael Jackson's concerts, where fans often collapsed from being too overwhelmed. At this moment, several fans in the audience fainted too. Number 483. The stage that made hearts tremble. Amori Jinto reacted the fastest. He immediately notified the backstage staff and called for the medical team. At any large event, a medical team is a necessity. However, for this talent show grand finale, there was only one medical staff member on duty. The project manager of the event's contractor, Fujimoto Shoki, worked alongside the on-site supervisors, swiftly controlling the atmosphere. His decisive movements prevented panic from breaking out. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man in a white coat reached the 5 collapsed audience members, 4 women and 1 man. Chu Zhi felt restless. He wanted badly to know what had happened to his fans, but stepping down from the stage, even under the current circumstances, carried risks. The afterglow of the performance still lingered in the crowd, and he could not guarantee that his sudden appearance wouldn't stir up even stronger reactions. After a preliminary check, the doctor said, "Amori-san, Chu-san, these 5 audience members' emotions are in an overly heightened state. Their brains aren't getting enough blood. For details, we'll need proper equipment at the nearest hospital." "There's no danger to their lives, right?" Chu Zhi pressed. "At present, the likelihood is low," the doctor replied carefully. "But further checks are necessary. We need to rule out conditions like hypertension." "Good." Chu Zhi now had a clearer understanding of the true power behind his voice of seduction. On stage, with charisma amplified, its impact was like a fox spirit casting a spell on the spot. Chu Zhi muttered to himself, "This had to be used with caution. At the very least, the medical team should always be on standby." Amori Jinto eased his guard. He had already been preparing to negotiate with reporters. If anything serious happened, the most important thing was to keep the news from leaking. Standing tall, Amori Jinto addressed the crowd. "Everyone, please rest assured. These 5 audience members fainted only because their emotions were overly excited during the performance. We will immediately send them to the hospital. All medical expenses will be covered." Sony Records and Chusin both take social responsibility very seriously, so the long string of words that followed was nothing but filler. The key was in the first explanation. "So that's what happened. Translate. Translate. What makes a big news story? Translate again. What the heck counts as huge news?" The reporters from Yahoo Video and Japan's #1 video site, Nico Nico, understood at once. They quickly adjusted their camera angles to something more appropriate. If they weren't present, people really might have suspected the organizers had staged the fainting spell just for hype. The kicker? One of the 5 who fainted was a man. Beauty truly was dangerous. "Ah, so that's the case. That's over the top. Sure, the ragdoll is stunning, but fainting. Clearly new fans. We old ones know the ragdoll's charm already. Chudano is humanity's gift from the world." Chatter rippled through the hall. Among the 1,800 audience members, a few quietly lowered their heads, discreetly taking tissues or handkerchiefs from their pockets. Some had nosebleeds from listening to the song. For an individual, that was humiliating enough, but for it to happen publicly, it was mortifying. Exaggerated? Not exactly. Excitement stimulates the sympathetic nervous system, raising blood pressure and speeding up blood flow. The nasal blood vessels are fragile, so nosebleeds are easily triggered by exercise, anxiety, or emotional surges. Of course, phrased like this, it still sounded exaggerated. The heart of the stage is expression. From that perspective, the performance just now was top tier. It was like a bird-like beauty among chrysanthemums, petals crimson with slender green filaments. Graceful, like a beauty dancing, praised Nishikura Daisuke. "Nishikura-san is right," added the section chief. "Seriously? Do you only know how to say that one line? From start to finish, just repeating a single phrase counts as work now." Nishikura Daisuke was speechless. The planning department's section chief ignored Nishikura's look. What artist thought was irrelevant. He cared more about the executive director's every movement. And right now, Amori Jinto's eyes gleamed with a peculiar light. Question: what did that peculiar light mean? Answer: it represented not natural radiance, but an artificial gleam. It symbolized the capitalists' materialistic view of the world. In their eyes, light was not hope but the glint of price tags. Fair enough. The section chief had a sharp sense for reading the room. He leaned closer. "Director Amori, I'll arrange the publicity immediately." Amori Jinto shot him a look that meant, "You've got promise." He said, "Work with Yahoo and Nico Nico. Have them push it with their resources. A stage that could make people faint. This would be the perfect opening shot for the new album." The 5 fans were carried into the waiting ambulance. Fortunately, Yoyogi Arena was less than 2 kilometers from Tokyo Central Hospital, which was why the ambulance had arrived so quickly. Order was restored, and the final stage closed with Chu Zhi and 8 contestants singing together. All 1,795 audience members left the venue in good order under Fujimoto Shoki's management. Nothing unexpected cropped up. A real talent. Methodical and efficient. Chu Zhi wondered if he should recruit him. Aigwa Company was expanding and in need of capable people. His thoughts were cut short by Amori Jinto approaching. "Chu-san, Can this song be included in the new album? After a few pleasantries, he got to the point. It's not suitable. Chu Zhi shook his head. The theme of this song doesn't align with the album's concept. Including it would ruin the cohesion. Then release it as a single, Amori Gento suggested. This song will definitely become a golden single. In Japan, a golden single meant one that reached #1 on the Billboard single chart for 4 consecutive weeks, while also staying on the chart for 24 consecutive weeks. Both conditions had to be met. Because the standard was so strict, only a handful had ever earned the title. Even a giant like Sony Music held just 11 golden singles. If not a single, then at least release the audio online, Amori Gento pressed further. He had risen to his current position precisely because he was a master at reading the air. Seeing Chu Zhi's reluctance, he lowered the demand again. Good grief, Chu Zhi realized what was happening. This was the foot-in-the-door technique. He had been about to reject outright with the excuse of needing to film an MV, but before he could, Amori Gento had lowered his ask. Again, it could debut at #1 on Billboard's digital downloads, streaming, and discovery charts simultaneously. Amori Gento insisted, pressing even harder. Japan's Billboard charts were an official localized branch of America's Billboard, run by Hanshin Content Link. The system had been a successful adaptation. At least they had a hot anime song chart, something the US never established. Chu Zhi wasn't unfamiliar with Billboard. He had spent over 50 cumulative weeks on the overseas hot songs chart for 3 consecutive years, even tiring of seeing his name on the annual charts. Then I'll trouble director Amori with arranging a studio. Chu Zhi finally agreed. Of course, leave it to me. Amori Gento replied at once. The event over, Chu Zhi didn't fly back to China immediately. Tomorrow, he had a shoot in Yokohama for Kenzo Takada's fashion brand. Scheduling hadn't been a coincidence. Lao Qian had negotiated with the brand to move filming up by half a month. Getting a sponsor to change their timetable was a privilege only for top stars. For now, Chu Zhi would stay one night in Tokyo. They checked into Tokyo Grand Hotel, near Azabujuban and Ginza. The hotel was once a prime choice for foreign guests. Back in the 90s, when Japanese dramas swept across Asia, it often appeared on screen. But by the 2010s, stepping inside was like watching the filter vanish. The decor felt outdated. Fujimoto Shoki, who handled Chu Zhi's logistics in Japan, accompanied him through check-in. "What's this?" Chu Zhi asked in the elevator, noticing something curious. "That's an emergency toilet," Fujimoto Shoki explained. "If an earthquake causes the elevator to stop, it can serve as backup. The toilet contains compressed biscuits, water, and other supplies, enough to keep 10 people alive for 3 days." Even if it was practical, Chu Zhi still found the concept of a food-filled toilet strange. "What's your position at the company now?" Chu Zhi asked, switching topics. "I'm an external staff member," Fujimoto Shoki answered. "Because my dream is to be a manga artist." "Interested in joining my company?" Chu Zhi offered. "If you do, you could head our Japan branch." "No need to answer now. Think it over carefully." Fujimoto Shoki opened his mouth, but held back what he wanted to say. He escorted Chu Zhi to his room door before leaving. "Anywhere nearby good to eat?" Chu Zhi asked casually. "Would you prefer Japanese or Western cuisine?" Fujimoto Shoki asked first. Chu Zhi answered Japanese, but not teppanyaki or kaiseki. He recommended Ginza Michelin restaurants Toyota, Ryujin, and Okuda. Ryujin was 3-star. Chu Zhi chose Ryujin. Normally, a Michelin 3-star restaurant required bookings months in advance, but since Fujimoto Shoki had recommended it, he clearly had connections. After a shower, Chu Zhi received the confirmation message for Ryujin. He dressed and went to Chiyota's Yurakucho district for the meal. The restaurant combined molecular gastronomy with Japanese cuisine, even presenting the daily menu in envelopes to add ceremony. Sea urchin sashimi, olive beef, fig foie gras. The price was high, but the taste? Honestly average. Maybe Chu Zhi simply wasn't cut out for gourmet food. Afterward, he still went to Gyoza no Osho to satisfy his carb cravings. On the way back, he passed a claw machine. Chu Zhi stopped, remembering how during the filming of You Who Came from the Stars, he had tried but failed because the machine's claw was faulty. This time, he wouldn't lose. Men always found strange places to get competitive. He exchanged about 50 coins and managed to catch a plush. A lonely master, he declared. The next morning, Chu Zhi contacted Amori Gento early and headed to the studio to record Explosive and Combustible. There was no live audience, so to maintain the performance's intensity and atmosphere, Chu Zhi unleashed 60% of his voice of seduction. The effect? Not exaggerated at all. Every staff member outside the recording booth forgot what they were doing, frozen as they stared at Chu Zhi behind the glass. That afternoon, he flew to Yokohama to shoot Kenzo Takada's fashion ad. Because of the sudden rescheduling, the client's preparations had been inadequate, leading to logistical hiccups. Chu Zhi didn't finish shooting until 3 in the morning. A day later, the videos aired on Nico Nico and Yahoo Video. Number 484. A Fox Spirit in Red. It was said that Nico Nico was the first website to invent the scrolling bullet screen feature. After that, AC Fun and Bilibili followed suit. Whether it was true or not didn't matter much, but after their rivalry cooled, AC Fun remained stagnant. On the other hand, Bilibili had taken over the entire Chinese market in that field. In Japan, Nico Nico faced no real competitors. Its daily active users remained high, very different from Yahoo Video, which had become a gathering place for trolls. The overlap between the two platforms' user bases was minimal. Except in times of natural disasters like earthquakes or tsunamis, or during prime ministerial elections, it was rare for both sites to headline the same topic on their front pages. Yahoo Video displayed Sony's Daughters of Chu grand finale, and the star himself makes an appearance. Nikoniko's headline read, "What does a male seducer look like? 3 seconds, and you'll be bewitched." Comments quickly followed. Forget the Daughters of Chu final. What I'm really looking forward to is Chu Zhi's performance. I can't believe I didn't know Chu Zhi was in Tokyo again. Male seducer? A fox spirit in male form? This is exactly my taste. Oh ho ho ho. Soon, Japanese cat-loving fans began hyping him up, among them Ojima Matsushika, who immediately went home to watch it with his mother. The head of the planning department may have slacked off as a judge, but he was a master at promotion. For each site, he came up with special hooks. For example, on Nico Nico, a pop-up window appeared. What does the fox spirit in your heart look like? Watch the video and tell us your answer. Responses varied. Obviously, the male fox spirit looks like my boyfriend. Six-pack abs and foxy eyes, I can't handle it. Even well-known Japanese singer Hirakumo Ryoko, a 45-year-old beautiful witch, tuned in. Semi-retired and with plenty of time on her hands, she watched as well. Hirakumo Ryoko was a face fan of Chu Zhi. Seeing the prompt, she first thought of her 25-year-old boyfriend. Though she changed partners often, when in love she adored them deeply. As a self-proclaimed younger men harvester, her joys were beyond what younger women could imagine. The 8 female finalists of the contest had talent, having risen from thousands nationwide. Yet in front of a diva with over 2 decades of dominance in the music scene, their inexperience was plain. After a while, Ryoko grew bored. The only thing keeping her from skipping ahead was the scrolling comments praising the young contestants. Eri-chan sings so well. Such a charming stage presence. I love it. Naive children, Ryoko thought. In her own concerts back then, she had her audiences utterly entranced. After about half an hour, she lost patience, set the phone aside, and started cooking while listening. Listening to variety shows while multitasking was a skill many urban dwellers had mastered. She pulled out a palm-sized block of tofu from the fridge, cut off a 1/6 to boil, then sliced 3 pieces of meat and pan-fried them. She added a small portion of rice. For the emperor beast, that would barely fill a tooth gap, but for her, it was indulgence. To maintain her figure, Ryoko had been strict with her diet for over 10 years, eating mostly grains and rarely rice. Daily exercise was mandatory. Of course, it was hard, but every time someone envied her figure, their admiring eyes gave her motivation. Oh, it's starting? This is the performance I've been waiting for. Ryoko focused her attention back on her phone, and then she saw him. The fox in red cough. No, Chu Zhi. Oh my. He looked even more enchanting than her young boyfriend. That collarbone, that bell at his neck, those long legs, that perfect proportion. For a woman who had seen everything, Ryoko still felt shaken. And the real seduction had just begun. The performance of Explosive and Combustible started. Musical note: look at me crazed, yet look at me witty and dignified. Want me radiant, yet cold-faced and unblinking. Want me intoxicating, yet lost in my gaze. Covet my sincerity, yet bewitched by my eyes. Run away with me, yet swear loyalty to me alone. Musical note. Both platforms thoughtfully added Japanese subtitles. Ryoko's eyes glazed over, and she murmured to herself, "This description is too mild. Chu Zhi isn't a fox spirit. He's the male version of Yang Guifei." Thanks to Bai Ji's poetry and the spread of Tang Dynasty culture, Yang Guifei was revered in Japan as the greatest beauty of China. For Ryoko to compare Chu Zhi to her was the highest praise possible. Think about it. Even Hirakumo Ryoko, who had weathered countless temptations, could not resist Chu Zhi's mix of beauty and song for more than 5 seconds. What chance did inexperienced boys and girls stand? The flood of comments exploding across both websites said it all. Compared to the earlier 8 contestants, the bullet screens went completely mad, from ragdoll fans and non-fans alike. How can a man's voice sound this beautiful? His eyes hold the stars, and me within them. I've fallen in love. I know I've fallen in love. I'll never marry anyone but him. What song is this? I'm a man, and my face is burning red. I think I finally understand why this Chinese singer has so many fans here. He could just stand on stage, and I could watch him all day. These were just a fraction of Nakanako's barrage. Countless KKSK and SK filled the screen too. Forum slang from Japan, short for Koko Suki, I like this part, and Suki, like. It was clear that with his voice of seduction, Chu Zhi had won another wave of fans, this time among Japan's most financially powerful anime otaku. Normally, these otaku only loved two-dimensional characters. Real people could never compete. In Japanese manga, characters' noses were often simplified or omitted just to make them prettier. That was why idol performances usually failed in this circle. But Chu Zhi opened their eyes. Renowned female manga artist Takahashi posted on Twitter after capturing a screenshot of Chu Zhi's performance. "This man's beauty, I couldn't capture even 1/3 of it in my art." Thus, Chu Zhi earned a new title, Beauty Beyond the Reach of 2D. Many otaku began spamming their favorite anime forums with blood-written pleas, begging Chu Zhi to play certain characters in live-action adaptations. If the frenzy on anime platforms could be explained, the comments on Yahoo Video were simply baffling. You all call Chu-san handsome from a woman's perspective. But from a man's perspective, his looks are more precious than an F-22 fighter jet. Let's buy Chu-san from China and have him sing for us every day. Question: is the man in the video a succubus or an elf? Could Chu-san actually be South Korean? And if South Korea belongs to us, then so does he. Of course, Yahoo Video's crowd included extremists and troublemakers, so insults toward Chu Zhi also appeared. Those don't need repeating. As they say, you don't keep staring at a wound just because a dog bit you. Sorry, that's an insult to dogs. Meanwhile, Amori Gento was thrilled. Sony Music had been waiting for this. They rushed Chu Zhi to record the studio version of Explosive and Combustible, timing its release perfectly. If they were going to do it, they had to go big. Otherwise, there was no reason for an executive like Amori Gento to personally take the helm of a single. And the results did not disappoint. Number 485. The Power of Recognition. Explosive and Combustible suddenly debuted at number 1 on the weekly singles chart of Japan's Billboard, making it the 3rd Chinese-language song ever to top the ranking. The very first was back in the 1990s, the joint Hong Kong, mainland drama Tanglin. That show was like a parallel world version of the Ming Dynasty 1566, a historical masterpiece. If the Ming Dynasty 1566 focused on integrity, finance, and livelihood through the eyes of great statesmen, then Tanglin drew from the expression Tanglin Jintai, that Tao Zongyi once used as an insult. But the series turned that slur into something magnificent, capturing the brilliance of painters, poets, and calligraphers of the early and mid-Tang dynasty. Painters like Yan Libin, Yuqi Yixing, Wu Daozi, calligraphers like Ouyang Sun, Yu Shinan, Chu Suiliang, and poets beyond number. The costumes, sets, and props were exquisitely researched. The production gathered the finest film talents from both sides of the strait. Many Asian media outlets praised it, saying, "The flourishing Tang era seems like the very star people longed for, the pinnacle of human ancient culture, and this drama captured that feeling. The only regret is that Yang Guifei did not appear. The series was such a hit it left Tokyo's streets empty during its broadcast. Japan already had a deep affection for Tang Dynasty aesthetics, so the drama's opening theme song also became a major hit. If anyone from that parallel world could share more, they'd surely agree. Tanglan was truly extraordinary. The second Chinese song to top the chart came in the late 1990s by the once popular singer Chu Zhi. These days, those born after 1995 or 2000 may not even know his name, as he has long since faded from the spotlight. But Chu Zhi had his shining era. Chu Zhi, the self-proclaimed emperor beast, had met him a few times at the Chinese Musicians Conference. Chu Zhi was a loyal, honorable man. At the peak of his career, he gave it all up to care for his ailing wife. Strictly speaking, Explosive and Combustible is the first Chinese song of the 21st century to achieve this feat. On Wednesday, it debuted directly at number 1. On Thursday, its lead widened dramatically, dominating streaming numbers, Twitter trends, and search indexes. By Friday, it was still going strong. Japanese singers who had planned to release new songs quietly delayed their schedules to avoid being overshadowed. In Tokyo, Higuchi Hanato, who had complicated feelings toward Chu Zhi, said, "The last time I remember hearing a Chinese song everywhere, it was back when I was still in middle school. The greatest advantage of a song with seductive allure is this. If someone passes by a CAF and hears it, they can't help but ask, 'What song is this?' Our music scene has already been dominated by the Korean wave," said Takahashi Miyoshi with a raised voice. "And now Chinese songs are coming too. When will our own local music rise again? What can we do?" Takakura Tomo spread his hands in resignation. "Our country's entertainment industry has become like Chu Zhi's backyard. He comes and goes as he pleases, and every time he stirs up a storm." Anyone who could be friends with Higuchi Hanato was already among the more prominent figures in Japanese entertainment. Koguchi Yoshihiro, king of the face worshippers, loved befriending handsome men and beautiful women. Higuchi Hanato judged people by talent and fame. Everyone has their biases in friendship. Theirs just happened to be extreme. "Don't overthink it," Higuchi Hanato said. "It's not that Chinese music is taking over our charts. It's just Chu Zhi alone. And it's not only our country. South Korea, Vietnam, Qatar, nearly every Asian country, and even parts of Europe and America. So, Takahashi-san, don't be upset." Takahashi Miyoshi fell silent. Somehow, that explanation made him feel even worse. He suddenly asked, "Higuchi-san, aren't you the one who hates Chu Zhi the most? Then why?" True enough. Takakura Tomo also recalled how, just a few months ago at a gathering, the moment Chu Zhi's name was mentioned, Higuchi Hanato's eyes flared in rage as if facing his mortal enemy. "Of course I hate him," Higuchi Hanato declared solemnly. Then his tone shifted. "But is it really so hard to admit someone else's excellence?" The question rang like a bell. Chu Zhi is only 25 years old. His discography might not be to my taste, but he already has an album certified 5 times diamond and another 4 times diamond. In Japan's IFPI standards, 1 million sales equaled diamond status. Everyone at the table had cumulative sales in the tens of millions, but a single album with 5 million sales? Of the 3 of them, only Higuchi Hanato had ever achieved that. And he wasn't finished. In 6 years, he's released 6 Chinese albums, 1 Korean EP, 1 Japanese EP, and 27 singles. He has tens of millions of fans worldwide. The Qatari royal family even collaborated with China on the Baitian project because of him. In Vietnam, May 16th is now considered Mother's Day by many, just because of one of his Vietnamese songs. He is a superstar of the highest order. Vietnam never had a Mother's Day. The closest traditional festival is the Ulam Bana Festival, which honors ancestors and filial piety, or International Women's Day on March 8th. But no official Mother's Day existed. Yet, thanks to Chu Zhi, with fans exaggerating and spreading the idea, countless Vietnamese people began calling their mothers, and the fan movement created an unofficial holiday. Chu Zhi Mother's Day. Strange. A little. Awkward, even. His influence is unmatched, even by American megastars. His music videos on YouTube have accumulated over 1 billion views. Even if I hate him, I cannot deny he is extraordinary. It's as if he were the reincarnation of Mori Ranmaru. Higuchi Hanato's face stayed expressionless as he heaped praise, though inside he admitted one more thing. Only an artist like Chu Zhi was worthy of him serving as an album presenter. Takakura Tomo blinked. Takahashi Miyoshi stared. Both were stunned by how far Higuchi Hanato had gone in his praise. The Qatari story they already knew from the Associated Press. But the Vietnam situation was news to them. And how did Higuchi Hanato know exactly how many singles Chu Zhi had released? Mori Ramaru was Japan's famous prodigy, a beautiful youth who at 17 already held dominion over 2 cities. If Higuchi Hanato was saying Chu Zhi was his reincarnation, perhaps it was Mori Ramaru who wasn't worthy. After their meal, the 3 went out to a hostess club, courtesy of Higuchi Hanato. A reminder, unless you're fluent in Japanese or English, don't go to those places. The risks are too high. Another uneventful day passed, safe and sound. At dawn, a loud cry echoed. Wong Wong. Today will surely be prosperous. Wong Wong. Chu Zhi shouted out the window. The previous day, the China Charity Federation had sent out gratitude certificates and care packages to frequent donors. Inside were big packs of Wong Wong snacks and by sugar candy. The Emperor Beast had already devoured an entire pack of rice crackers and snow cakes. Even without revealing his identity as tree planter, Chu Zhi's public annual donations of 10 million, plus 5 million more from Love Fruit Company, placed him at the forefront of the entertainment industry in philanthropy. The Emperor Beast quickly washed up, then busied himself in the kitchen, peeling 6 pears, chopping them, preparing red dates, rock sugar, fritillaria powder, and more. Nearly an hour later, by around 7:40, he set out. He rose early, but his driver and assistant Xiao Zhuzi were earlier still. By 7:30, they were already waiting in the community parking lot. Brother Chu, have you had breakfast? Xiao Zhuzi asked, holding a slice of toast. I have. You eat, Xiao Zhuzi, Chu Zhi replied. He didn't even need to guess. Those 2 slices of toast must have some bizarre filling inside. Half an hour later, Chu Zhi boarded his flight. Welcome aboard Southern Airlines, the stewardess said, helping him stow his backpack. Most of his luggage had been checked in by Xiao Zhuzi. This MV script has such a distinct Japanese flavor, Chu Zhi muttered as he read it. He was flying to Qiantang City for the shoot. Since the female lead had been cast, they needed to begin filming immediately. It was already early August. They had to wrap within 2 weeks to make the summer superspeed release. Chu Zhi's schedule was packed. He couldn't afford to spend half a month shooting in Japan, so they chose to film in China. Credit to Nyo Nyo, the planner. Why Qiantang? First, Chu Zhi was already set to attend the charming West Lake promotional event. Second, he had signed an endorsement with Suning e-commerce, which required him to film an ad in Jinling. Third, the Qiantang Esports Center was opening, hosting the Identity V 2023 IVL Summer Finals, where Chu Zhi was invited as a guest commentator. The Qiantang government truly had money to spend, hiring Chu Zhi both for tourism promotion and esports promotion, each at a hefty price. There wasn't much to say about the MV shoot itself. What mattered was that Akizuki Eri was in high spirits, not only because it was her first time in China, but also because she was excited to be part of Chu Zhi's new MV. She was bursting with energy. Meanwhile, Old Chio's health had declined, so he was resting. The stand-in driver, Old One, arrived at the company and told the receptionist he was here to see Deputy Minister of Business, Wang Yuan. The main manager was promoted to director, the executive agent became head of the business department, and the deputy executive agent rose to deputy head. Following this chain of promotions, the advertising agent, publicity agent, multiple overseas agents, and the charity agent all became department leaders in the new company. Old One, did you finish dropping off? Little Gio. Wang Yuan's high heels clicked sharply against the floor as she stepped up to Old One. People often said that Wang Yuan carried a queen's aura, even nicknaming her the Queen. Old One never took that seriously. What's so scary about a woman? A queen? Please, sorry, maybe I said that too loud. Even though he knew what to say and how to act, his movements stiffened, his words felt stuck. The awkwardness reminded him of standing in front of his classmates, doing a self-introduction on the first day of high school. HM, what's the matter, Old One? Wang Yuan's gaze was direct. If you have something to say, just say it. I still have other work waiting. Oh, Boss Wang, This is from Boss Chu. He asked me to pass it to you. Old One held out a jar of autumn pear syrup. The moment Wang Yuan saw the familiar little jar, her eyes softened. She accepted it quickly. Her chronic pharyngitis had turned into a blessing of sorts, because every autumn she would receive several jars like this. Thank you. Happiness flickered across Wang Yuan's face, followed by a trace of worry. With Xiao Jiu's schedule so hectic every day, he still remembered to look after her health. No need for thanks, no need at all. I'll get going now. After handing it over, Old One hurried off. Talking to the queen never felt natural. It was suffocating, not relaxed at all. Wang Yuan, following her family's arrangement, was also preparing for marriage. Since it was a political union, she hadn't even been able to invite her own friends to the wedding. Fortunately, this did not affect her career at the moment. China's entertainment industry was relatively calm and free of scandals, leaving gossip-hungry netizens bored and restless. Meanwhile, Japan had been enthralled for an entire week by the song Explosive and Combustible. Why do so many artists release singles? Because singles make more money than EPs, and EPs make more than full albums, said Amori Gento, eyes lighting up as he read through the data report. Radio airtime, digital downloads, KTV requests, every statistic climbed higher by the day. Even with a 30-70 revenue split as the distributor, within 5 days, income had reached tens of millions of RMB. Pity most of the money goes to Chu's side. Amori Gento clicked his tongue. The combined 5-day revenue from downloads, KTV royalties, and radio rights for Explosive and Combustible reached 710 million yen, over 34 million renminbi. Chu Zhi's share alone was around 20 million. Shame that Mr. Qian is too shrewd. Nothing to gain there. Amori Gento longed to lure Chu Zhi into signing under his company, bind him with a record contract, and squeeze him for all he was worth. The thought was delicious, but reality was harsh. Every negotiation was handled by that middle-aged man, Qian Xiuxiang, cunning as a demon who knew every shade of human nature. He never gave away a single advantage. Still, with sales like this for one single, I have even greater confidence in the full album with you. Amori Gento was determined to forge a gold-certified record. Earlier, the story had explained the strict requirements for a gold single. The bar for a gold album was similar, though slightly less extreme. In the 20th century, Japan's pop industry had produced many gold albums, but in the 21st century, they had become rare. To achieve his goal, Amori Gento drafted a detailed plan. One step involved stirring up gossip with Chu Zhi's background. If Chu's team reacted angrily, he was even prepared to kneel in apology. Of course, in his mind, a deep bow should suffice. After all, as an executive, he prided himself on embodying Japan's famed spirit of bowing. Do all Japanese excel at bowing? Perhaps. Eri certainly did. I'm sorry, Chudano. Akazuki Eri bowed deeply. The 5th attempt at filming her shy expression had failed. This couldn't go on. Singing and dancing were fine for a talent scout recruit, but acting, that was torture. Miss Akazuki, take a proper rest. Don't be nervous. The more nervous you are, the worse your performance gets, said Chu Zhi. But it wasn't working. He needed backup. Chu Zhi dialed Liao Dachong. Originally, since Liao Dachong had honed his acting while rolling around in director Wang's production Shi LNG, Chu Zhi thought he could handle an MV without outside help. But now, it seemed he had no choice. The call rang until the operator's message came. The number you dialed is currently unavailable. Chu Zhi paused. This seemed familiar. He thought it over. At only 10:30 in the morning, the Emperor Beast probably knew the reason. He decided not to call again. Let's film the next scene first, Chu Zhi said to the MV director. The shoot continued. Their rental period for Qiandao Lake was limited. Time was abundant, but waste was unacceptable. Not until 3:30 in the afternoon did Liao Dachong return the call. Brother, what's up? I was out drinking all night and just woke up, Liao Dachong explained right away. Then get some sobering tea and food. All-night drinking can wreck your head, said Chu Zhi. No worries. My body's strong. Just tell me what you need. No need for formality between us, Liao Dachong replied. We're shooting an MV, but one actor can't get into character. I was hoping you could come to Hangzhou to guide them. Sure, no problem. Is it urgent? If so, I can catch a flight tonight. You'll have a headache if you fly drunk. Come tomorrow instead. All right, Tomorrow it is. After hanging up, Liao Dachong muttered to himself, "This kid always puts others first." As a seasoned veteran, he could tell the crew was in a rush. But Chu Zhi, worried for him, had still asked him to rest before coming. For such a considerate younger brother, Liao Dachong clenched his teeth and made a decision. He phoned a friend. Tonight, cut the drinking. From 3 rounds to just 1. The next day, the best support arrived, Liao Dachong. Since Liao Dachong couldn't speak Japanese, Chu Zhi stepped in as interpreter between him and Eri. The effect was immediate. With Liao's quick-fix methods, scenes that had failed repeatedly passed on the first try. Even small problems ceased to be problems. Progress exceeded expectations. According to the director, the shoot could wrap 2 or 3 days early. That night, in the hotel, a single sofa, a ragdoll perched quietly. I've always wanted to push the voice of seduction to its absolute limit. Or maybe balance voice of seduction and angel's gospel at 50-50. I have to find a chance to record for Europe or America. Mused the Emperor Beast, as restless as ever, already dreaming up the next move. A music festival? A variety show? Chu Zhi thought it over. He was growing tired of those. The Grammys had performance slots, didn't they? A Grammy stage, or even the Super Bowl halftime show. The latter was harder. That was basically America's Spring Festival Gala. And thinking of China's own Spring Festival Gala. On Earth, or in this parallel world, foreign guests were rare. Still, a Grammy performance with the voice of seduction in full force seemed possible. That day, Chu Zhi also unlocked a new achievement. Rejected industry invitation *250. He earned 8 more personality coins, bringing his total to 39. Chu Zhi checked his progress. The slowest. Achievements were Early Quitter, Immortal Wine, Charity King, and King of the World. King of the World required saving lives. Without disasters or crises, that was difficult. Charity King had to be built step by step. Wine Immortal's hangover task was tricky because his passive Immortal Wine skill made getting hangovers rare. That left Early Quitter as the most feasible for quick progress. Early Quitter, But wait. Brother system, if I sang a song like Michael Jackson did, raised tens of millions in charity for starving Africans, and used the funds to buy food, would the people saved count toward the achievement? Chu Zhi asked. The system paused for several seconds before answering. Difficult to calculate. In principle, the system does not judge based on ideal numbers. The system is evaluating. The roundabout answer was clear enough. If you raised 1 million USD, the plan might say that 500 USD could feed 1 person through the famine. Theoretically, that million would save 2,000 people. But in practice, with corruption and inefficiencies, the real number could be only a few hundred. Whether those counted toward the system's requirements would depend on its judgment. Chu Zhi wasn't too hopeful. If indirect rescues counted, then as the light of little fruits, he had already indirectly saved quite a few. The key was the achievement, rescue a life. It never specified whether indirect cases applied. Chu Zhi's best hope was that the system patched the loophole and granted him some compensation. It had been a while since he tugged on Brother System's wool. Surely it wouldn't be too much, just this once? Number 486. I am the bridge. After several long minutes, the system finally spoke. Ding. The loophole in the King of the World achievement has been corrected. The requirement, rescue a life, has been updated with the accurate description, directly rescue a life on site. So it was patched. But what was the price? The Emperor Beast waited for the system's follow-up notification. Due to the error in the achievement definition, we sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused to the host. As compensation, you will receive 1 custom album coupon. Perhaps the system was already afraid of being extorted. Without hesitation, it offered Chu Zhi the very reward he wanted most. I finally found a way to earn personality coins. Just think about it. If I go to charity fundraisers and donate a little more money, I could easily save hundreds of people. According to the King of the World's rules, that would give me at least 200 or 300 personality coins. I'd leap from poverty to riches in one stroke. System brother, even if we are half-brothers from different parents, giving me only 1 custom album coupon as compensation feels like I'm taking a loss. He delivered the complaint fluently, but before the system could reply, Chu Zhi smoothly shifted tone and pressed on. But what kind of person am I? I value feelings and loyalty. Since we are half-brothers from different parents, I'll take the loss this time. But you'd better not let it happen again. Thank you, host. The system expressed its gratitude. With 39 personality coins in hand, Chu Zhi decided to try his luck. He opened a blind box. Inside was Herbert's poetry collection. Another poet he hadn't heard of, but the description revealed that Zbigniew Herbert was a neoclassical philosophical poet and one of Poland's most renowned literary figures. Because his poetry had a high threshold of comprehension, the general public was not as familiar with him. Yet in literary circles, Herbert was almost untouchable. Just one fact proved it. He created one of the three great virtual personae of world poetry, Mr. Cogito. The name Cogito came from Descartes' famous line, Cogito, ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. Every time I see that quote from Descartes, I can't help but think of the mind itself is without good or evil, but intentions can be moved toward good or evil. Anyway, I won't push it further. Only 34 coins left, almost down to single digits. This year I already released after long silence. Even if I'm prolific, I can't publish 2 collections in a single year. I'll save this for next year. Chu Zhi quickly arranged his plans in his mind. The trial blind box wasn't entirely satisfying, but he wasn't going to let dissatisfaction ruin the night. The Emperor Beast shifted perspective. Actually, getting Herbert's poetry collection plus a custom album coupon in a single night is already a big win. This doesn't advance the achievement list, but holding a charity fundraising concert? That's worth doing. A chance to stand on the moral high ground is something I won't miss, thought the Emperor Beast. System brother, can you search for 2 songs of that kind for me? Shouldn't be difficult, right? Chu Zhi asked. The system readily agreed without even mentioning any search costs. Clearly, it still felt guilty. Not long after, 2 songs were listed. First was We Are the World, co-written by Michael Jackson and Lionel Richie, which raised more than $60 million. Second was Do They Know It's Christmas, which sold over 5 million copies in Europe and America. The exact fundraising total wasn't available, but it was another iconic charity anthem. Having the system search was truly convenient. With the custom album coupon, Chu Zhi could select 15 songs. If he wanted, he could add those 2 right away. They were perfect for the Angels Gospel campaign to harvest followers. But the Emperor Beast was not impulsive. Instead, he simply jotted the titles into his phone's notes app, just in case he forgot later. Heading into his study, Chu Zhi sat down at his desk. On the left was a glass of cold cola, on the right a tall stack of reference books. He quickly tossed Herbert out of his mind and turned to translating the French edition of selected plays of Baipu. Diligently, he added another brick to the monument that would one day define his biographical introduction. He was destined to become the king of translation. Why only now, after mastering French long ago, did he begin translating? Because poetry had weaker influence in Europe. Even if he published collections, no one would bother. But now, with stronger influence, he could take action. Once his reputation grew, literary critics would study his work, and naturally, his translations would gain recognition. Choosing a subject in academia is always weighty. Take the 2021 Nobel Prize in Literature, for example. The prize didn't go to Ngugi wa Thiong'o, but to Abdolrazak Gurna, who had studied Ngugi's work. Surprising? Unexpected? Perhaps someday. A writer who studied Chu Zhi's poetry might win the Nobel. It had to be said, Chu Zhi never cared much for his poetry collections once published. They were left to fend for themselves. That day marked the official release of 3 collections in Chinese editions, Stray Birds, I Am a Willful Child, and After Long Silence. There was even a signing event. Chu Zhi himself did not participate in any promotion. He ignored countless messages from publishers, not out of arrogance, but simply because he never logged into the China Poetry Network to see them. Through his acquaintance Akira Komiyasu, he connected with new classics culture for publication. His plan had always been export abroad first, then return to domestic publication. The royalties were just market rate. His only condition, he would not take part in any promotional activity. New Classics, as China's top publisher of international literature, knew marketing inside out. Even though Chu Zhi's works weren't foreign literature, they had already made a name abroad, which made them even easier to promote. They launched with the slogan, "The The poet who shook Europe and America, the Huainan trilogy. Posters appeared in chain bookstores like Sisif, CITIC, and Yenyuji. Online platforms like Dangdang, China Bookstore Network, and Taobao showed combined sales of 81,000 copies in the first week. Adding offline sales, the number easily exceeded 100,000. In a market where 10,000 copies could qualify as a bestseller, this was nothing short of spectacular. Of course, awards overseas added to the appeal. Many people just wanted a nice-looking, award-winning poetry book as decoration. After all, who doesn't have one or two literary friends or show-offs in their social circles? Thus, Chu Zhi's mysterious pseudonym Huainan once again flooded people's WeChat moments. Photos of his poetry collections spread everywhere, accompanied by captions like, "The night gave me black eyes, yet I used them to seek the light. Huainan is incredible. Which great master is he? I especially love IMA. Woeful child. After reading the Huainan trilogy, I'm convinced he must be a recluse, maybe in his 50s or 60s, living in the mountains studying literature. How else could he write such masterpieces?" I'll leave this post here. If his identity is ever revealed, I bet I'll be right. Sunlight flashes in the sky, then is buried by dark clouds. Torrential rain washes the negatives of my soul. Reading this, I felt the same. Once, I was caught in a sudden storm, and I felt cleansed of all impurity. On platforms like Xiaohongshu and Douban, discussions were even more detailed. It was strange. Actual sales were just over 100,000, but judging by the internet buzz, it felt like 2 or 3 times that number had read him. Still, none of this stirred Chu Zhi. He simply followed his schedule. On August 8th, he arrived at Westlake. The scenic area's director, Director Gao, gave a spirited opening speech. Westlake has the 10 scenes: spring dawn at Sioux Causeway, lingering snow on the Broken Bridge, evening bell at Nomping Hill, and so on. Since ancient times, it has been beloved by poets, scholars, and travelers alike. Bai Ji once wrote, "I love to stroll along the eastern lake, never enough of it, where white sands lie beneath green willows." Lu Yong praised, "Layer upon layer of lakes and peaks, clear and fair, with autumn osmanthus and 10 miles of lotus flowers." Su Dongpa wrote, "The shimmering ripples delight on sunny days, the misty mountains enchant in rain." To compare Westlake with Shi, she is charming in both light and heavy makeup. Director Gao recited line after line of classical praise with perfect fluency. Today marks the promotional event of Charming Westlake. Westlake is to Asia what the Danube is to Europe. And so, we have invited the greatest treasure of the entertainment world. Renowned artist, member of the Chinese Musicians Association Presidium, committee member of the WOA Organizing Committee, breaker of humanity's suicidal impulses, named China's Genius of the 21st Century by Time magazine, special inspector of audiovisual media, senior consultant for the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, Chu Zhi. One had reason to suspect Director Gao once trained as a crosstalk performer, because he rattled off the long list of titles without pause. Applause thundered. The audience was full of reporters and media personalities, all gathered for publicity. Previously, the only Asian members of the WOA Organizing Committee were Japanese artists Hanato Higuchi and Akira Yajima. But as Chu Zhi's reputation grew, he was invited to join. His reason for accepting? The right to recommend. He had already recommended 2 Chinese rock bands to WOA. If the path to the global rock scene was a steep cliff, he would serve as the narrow bridge. Director Gao, if you praise me any more, I'll be floating into the sky, Chu Zhi replied with a smile. Westlake's beauty lies in its variety: causeways, islands, bridges, pavilions, terraces, towers. No matter how many times you come, you'll always discover something new. Teacher Chu, you're perfectly suited for Westlake. Just like your songs, they're timeless, no matter how many times you listen, said Director Gao. The two exchanged the usual pleasantries. One could almost hear the tourism department of Chongqing muttering, "Don't you have any local celebrities of your own?" On August 10th, the IVL Summer Finals took place. Hangzhou spared no expense and even invited esports player Kai Jia to co-host commentary with Chu Zhi. Chu Zhi was only an amateur gamer, so his role was to keep the atmosphere lively. Kai Jia, a professional, explained tactics and technical details. Together, their teamwork was seamless. From Kai Jia, Chu Zhi learned that professional esports players truly lived off their youth. Many professions depended on youth, models, celebrities, but the peak of an esports career was even shorter than a bobcat's tail. The summer finals ended with DOU 5 taking victory. The winners lifted their trophy high, the losers left in silence. That night, under the starry sky or beneath the looming darkness, the view depended on which side you stood on. Later, Chu Zhi and Kai Jia found a place to eat. It had been a long time since they last caught up. Not long ago, the series I filmed, Going with the Flow, The Generational Strategist, had an investor who was extremely wealthy. He didn't think the male lead was popular enough, so he said, "Whoever is the most famous in the entertainment industry, we'll cast them. I remember Chu Zhi is quite popular, so let's get him." Chu Zhi had seen the trailer for this series. From the promotional materials, it looked like they were making a historical strategy drama. The male lead was supposed to be a scholarly figure, bold and commanding. Chu Zhi hadn't received any invitation. Either the script wasn't good enough and was filtered out by the investor, or the investor Kai Jia mentioned had backed off. He quietly listened to the rest. The director responded that Chu Zhi is very popular, but his fee is too high, and our budget can't cover it. Kai Jia imitated the investor's rough tone. "Budget too low? I can add 20 million more. With 50 million, can we hire Chu Zhi?" The director replied that Chu Zhi now charges around 3 million per episode, and our series has 35 episodes, so. The investor was stunned for a long while, then awkwardly said, "Doesn't the general administration salary cap restrict star fees to no more than 50 million? This already goes over 100 million. Kai Jia laughed as she told the story. Only after the director explained did the investor realize it's now common to take a share of profits rather than upfront fees. "Captain, are you still going to act in dramas? It seems a waste not to use your acting skills," Kai Jia said, but her words didn't match her meaning. It wasn't acting talent she worried about. It was his looks. "If the script is right, I might consider it. Recently, Netflix sent a script adapted from a fantasy novel. They want me to play an elf prince," Chu Zhi said. "I'm negotiating now, but my heart says no." "Elf prince?" Kai Jia's eyes lit up. "That could work. Netflix shouldn't be short on money," she said. "It's not about the fee. I just don't think the role suits me." Chu Zhi said, "Captain, you're different from other Asians. The elf prince could work perfectly," Kai Jia insisted. Chu Zhi described it further. "An elf prince with an Asian face feels off. It's like a Taoist wearing a Dao robe and holding a Jinwu sword, but with blonde hair and blue eyes. It just doesn't fit." It was a bit strange, but Kai Jia still thought, "But Captain, you're not like other Asians. The elf prince really could suit you." "We'll see," Chu Zhi replied, keeping it non-committal. Chu Zhi had basically stepped away from acting in series. Singing was his main career, so he wouldn't lower his fees. Only very few companies could afford him at his current level. "Captain, you don't know? Many fans hope you act in more dramas. They're starved for it," Kai Jia said. "Next year there will be a Hollywood collaboration, a film," Chu Zhi revealed a little. "Wow, our captain is truly amazing, going straight to Hollywood," Kai Jia said, happy for him, and ended up eating a little more at dinner. She enjoyed the meal but later regretted it, whining, I shouldn't have eaten the last drumstick. My carbs tonight are way over. How do I have zero self-control?" The Emperor Beast observed and thought, youth is wonderful. He had no such experiences. No matter how many carbs he consumed, he didn't gain weight. He was even planning a late-night snack. After sending Kai Jia off in a chauffeured car, Chu Zhi strolled back to the hotel, organizing the remaining tasks for the year in his mind. In October, he would recommend musicians to attend the St. Petersburg Cultural Forum. He had gone from being a guest of the forum to a member of the cultural group. The cultural group functioned like a committee. The forum was run by the Russian government, and the cultural group's job was to nominate and invite artists from around the world. Chu Zhi was one of the few celebrities in the group. The rest were editors-in-chief of newspapers or television stations. No wonder, Katyusha had given him immense leverage. From WOA to the St. Petersburg Cultural Forum, Chu Zhi, though still at an age where he needed guidance, was already building bridges for Chinese artists. On top of that, there was the 9th Overseas Assistants Association. In November, he would go to Qatar as a guest singer for the opening ceremony. In December, With the year's end approaching, he had various meetings, and before joining the crew for Unsinkable, he had to finish producing his second English album. One album per year was mandatory. His hard-earned popularity could not be wasted. Since Hollywood's Unsinkable was mentioned, a few more details were necessary. The AIGWA team had to prepare thoroughly, spending heavily to hire Jones Day law firm and coordinate details with Fox. All of this needed to be settled before funding. Otherwise, even if the box office exceeded $1 billion worldwide, Fox could still bill for losses. Losses be damned. How could anyone argue about box office shares? Hollywood's strategies were full of oddities. Neo Jiangxue and others remained extremely cautious. Night fell, but Chu Zhi was still awake. Was going to sleep a sign that the day had ended, or that a new day was beginning? Rephrased, staying up late, refusing to sleep. Was it because one did not want the day to end, or because one dared not face the new day? On August 13th, after completing 7 music video shoots, Chu Zhi specifically found a local guide who spoke Japanese and took Eri to explore China for a few days. I want so badly to become the perfect idol like Chudano, Eri thought. Eri's dream was simply to travel with Chu Zhi. She knew it was impossible, but everyone needed dreams, didn't they? Does this girl from the Japanese have social anxiety? But how can someone with social anxiety be a star? The guide noted. He noticed that Eri almost never went into crowded places. Once it became too crowded, Eri would get nervous. Thanks to her experience performing in small theaters, she had overcome a lot. On the flight back, Eri watched the shrinking people, cities, and mountains, feeling deflated. She realized she could never be an idol like Chudano. Harsh reality struck her face again. Nightmares would haunt her for life, impossible to escape. During the few hours back to Tokyo, Eri stared out the window in a daze, occasionally fiddling with her phone. International flights had Wi-Fi. The next day, the Japanese-language album With You was completed. Sony Records prepared an initial run of 500,000 copies. Chu Zhi arrived in Osaka 2 days later. He came to participate in the Summer Supersonic Music Festival, with the album releasing simultaneously. Number 487. In high demand. At the Summer Supersonic Music Festival in Osaka, besides Chu Zhi, there were several Chinese stars performing. After all, it was one of the 3 major music festivals in Japan. Many international singers and bands were invited, including the internationally famous rock band, Junger Quark. The 3 members of Junger Quark were Wiener, Wolfgang, and Joachim. Why such a strange band name? Because the 3 of them were classmates at the physics department of the University of Munich. They met in the University Guitar Club and were all top students. Joachim even won the top physics scholarship in the department and received a knighthood medal. After graduation, they didn't follow the career paths their parents planned. Instead, they discussed and formed a band. Academic prodigies playing music? Surprisingly, they shook the industry. Junger Quark became one of the most famous rock bands in Germany. Should we try to get their autograph too? Junger Quark, I used to love them. Now I love Phoenix Fire even more, Yang Zichuan said. Do you even have space to get close for a signature? Zhou Yu replied. His words were sharp, but he wasn't targeting Yang Zichuan. He was annoyed that Junger Quark was surrounded by many celebrity guests. Zhou Yu was used to being the center of attention. His mindset was, I am the one everyone looks at. But he also knew his limits. Junger Quark's international fame surpassed anything he could hope for in his lifetime. His anger was therefore powerless. Yang Zichuan, although she debuted in 2006 on Supergirl, had developed very well. She quickly found her own path. In 2013, she became the Chinese-French cultural ambassador and performed at a French state banquet. To add, she was also an academic achiever, graduating from Fudan University's French department. She translated a French novel while pursuing music. Later, after starting her own talent agency, she had no time to continue translating. They even arranged translators specifically for Junger Quark. They really know how to cater to Western guests, Zhou Yu muttered. All things considered, Yang Zichuan surpassed Zhou Yu in talent and experience. Their relationship was not at the friend level, so she felt offended and stopped talking to him. Box, you like heavy metal, right? Aren't you going to join the fun? Zhou Yu glanced at Lung He, who looked as nervous as a quail. Junger Quark is not heavy metal. Lung He responded firmly. Zhou Yu said, a world-famous heavy metal rock band. and now it's not a rock band in your words. Whether the metal vibe is authentic has nothing to do with fame, Lung He explained. Oh, Zhou Yu replied loudly, his tone dripping with mockery. Immediately, the three Chinese singers felt a chill in the air. Zhou Yu didn't care. He was the most popular among the three. Big brother should wait. King does not meet king, Zhou Yu muttered as he observed younger Quark still surrounded by fans. His own abilities were not fully grown yet. Even if he went over, younger Quark would overshadow him. The only one younger Quark recognized as Big Brother, in this way, besides Chu Zhi, was no one else. As he spoke, a commotion erupted nearby. Looking out, he saw another cluster of fans wrapped in 3 layers of people from the festival staff and guests. Rong-san, I'm your follower. I love you, I really love you. Who has pen and paper? What a surprise, seeing both younger Quark and Chu-san together. The noise was no less than the crowd around younger Quark. Who's coming? Wiener, younger Quark's lead singer, asked curiously. Joachim and Wolfgang turned their eyes toward the source of the noise and saw a familiar figure. It's Chu Zhi, Wolfgang said. His glasses gave him the sharpest vision among the three. The Chinese singer who conquered Germany. Wiener recalled WOA night. The memory dominated by horse hooves. That's him. I remember the song Praise of the Tess River. You can't even find it on Spotify, Wolfgang added. He remembered getting up and spinning while listening to it. I personally prefer Bohemian Rhapsody. The talent is extraordinary. His English album also has a few excellent works, Joachim said. He was the band's primary songwriter. As the three whispered among themselves, they signed all nearby autographs and then walked toward Chu Zhi, the other artist clearing the hallway. Was this the king meeting the king? Chu-san, nice to meet you again. Will you perform Praise of the Tess River at this festival? Wolfgang greeted first. Never thought we could perform at the same festival again, Wiener said. Too bad the 7-person band isn't here. They would be ecstatic. The anti-Chinese obsessive 7-person band, all Chu Zhi's loyal fans, would never forgive missing this. Joachim added, performing Bohemian Rhapsody would also be great. Wait, was it younger Quark or Quark Youth? Chu Zhi hesitated for a moment, but it didn't matter. He said, I'm happy to perform together again. But you might be disappointed. I'll be performing Japanese songs today, Chu Zhi said. Japanese songs? Chu-san knows Japanese. Wiener asked. Well, that's normal. Japanese is a simple language. Wolfgang added, it is simple. You can learn it in just over a month. It's as simple as English, though slightly harder than French. The Emperor Beast felt as if he had walked into a foreign language academy. What was going on? Brothers were all pretending now? Chu Zhi quickly said, French is difficult. I studied for some time before I could use it in daily conversation. A friendly exchange between academic achievers. Everyone expected a tense king-to-king encounter, but the atmosphere was surprisingly harmonious. Relief mixed with slight disappointment. No fight broke out. From the posters, I knew Summer Supersonic invited Chu Zhi very heavily. Didn't expect him to arrive at the Osaka station, the first stop, Yang Zichuan said. She had heard about Chu Zhi's outrageous popularity in Japan and Korea, and today she saw it firsthand. The logistics staff immediately dropped their tasks and rushed over for autographs. Singers you'd only see on TV in Japan all wanted photos with Jiawei, the idol of idols. Lung He thought, imagining that if one day he had such fame, he would willingly shorten his life by 5 years and, well, other sacrifices, just to make a gesture. Don't blame the path for the person. No matter where Big Brother is, he's still Big Brother, Zhou Yu said, surprised. That Chu Zhi was so well received even in Europe and America. Photos and autographs finished, taking about 20 minutes. At large events, people seek out familiar faces, or at least someone with common topics. Essentially, it was no different from picking friends on a school trip. At Chu Zhi's level in the entertainment industry, almost everyone around him was kind. Chu Zhi smoothly interacted with Lung He, Yang Zichuan, and Zhou Yu. From Yang Zichuan's perspective, even though Chu Zhi was far more famous than Zhou Yu, he treated people with calmness and no arrogance. By the way, Zhou Yu repeatedly called Brother Jiao. The festival was held on an artificial island, Mishima Sports Island, built by Land Reclamation in Japan. 2 main stages and a small stage were set up. It was far less grand than Tokyo, and basic facilities were limited. There were barely any vending machines. Outdoors in Osaka's summer weather, even mosquitoes feasted generously. This lack of infrastructure affected fans and invited guests alike. Dressing rooms for artists were arranged by nationality rather than properly. This system was unscientific because many singers carried performance outfits. Dividing by nationality meant mixed genders, so changing clothes without privacy turned the scene into a makeshift model backstage. The same issue had occurred at the Hokkaido Music Festival. Of the 30 to 40 singers present, only 3 had private dressing rooms: Chu Zhi, Eba Nakai, and Annie Phillip. Eba Nakai had been in a band with Higuchi Hanato. He was the lead singer. After going solo, he mainly wrote songs as a producer. His status justified a single room. Annie Phillip, one of the 3 American mini divas, small at 1.5 meters but full of energy, was comparable to the previously overwhelmed Garibaldi. With her famous father, a private room made sense. Emperor Beast liked to win hearts through small details. He noticed subtle things, like Yang Zichuan's casual outfit and the large bag she carried. He immediately guessed she would need to change into a performance outfit, so he proactively offered his empty private room as a temporary dressing space, ostensibly under the pretense of Chinese people should stick together. Naturally, Yang Zichuan could use it to change comfortably. Shortly after 1 p.m., 30,000 spectators began entering the festival. In the crowd, there were 2 special groups of fans. First, the frontline team, sent by Amori Gento. Chu Zhi had mentioned he would perform a Japanese song as his lead single, so they needed to observe audience feedback. The team leader was the planning department head. The second group, identifiable by their voices, muttered among themselves, "Cowards, they dare not face me directly, only scurrying forward like mice, complete cowards." This group was led by Ojima Matsushika and composed of over 100 ragdoll fans. They were part of the Overseas Fan Support Organization's Japan branch. Ojima, a small-time coordinator, had used his financial resources to secure over 100 tickets for the event. Section Chief Ojima, "We better move now, or we won't get a good spot," someone reminded. Hearing this, Ojima ignored the audacious spectators and hurried forward. If this was going to be the last time seeing their idol, they needed the best position. Music festivals rarely had clear zones, so getting to the front meant the best view. Why the last time? It wasn't that Ojima planned to end his life after fulfilling a wish. Suicide would only hurt his mother and embarrass his father. He simply planned to abandon hope, no longer expecting anything. Hope was too heavy, so heavy it left Ojima battered. Perhaps if he stopped thinking about it, things would feel lighter. An hour of rushing later, at exactly 2 p.m., Summer Supersonic officially began. The cheers of the crowd were deafening, a mixture of Chinese, Japanese, Korean, and English forming a shared scream. Talking with companions required shouting. That was the festival atmosphere. The festival had 3 stages, 2 large, Renjian Qingshan and Yudo Tsongsong, and 1 small, Oni and Ikanabo. Because the stages were far apart, moving between them was difficult. Renjian Qingshan attracted the largest crowd, as Chu Zhi performed there. Don't think the small stage, Oni and Ikanabo, had no audience. The performers there were popular local and underground idols with dedicated fans. The first performer on the Qingshan stage was a Japanese singer named Manto. He claimed his music was like knives stabbing society, but if you expected deep meaning, you'd be wrong. His music was mostly electronic dance, suited for festivals, keeping the audience bouncing through 4 continuous tracks. The style resembled South Korean boy group dance songs. There were no screens in the backstage dressing rooms, so guests had to go to the hallway exits to watch the stage. Many artists gathered there, conveniently close to the backstage. The audience also focused on the stage. Performances lasted roughly 30 minutes, similar to Strawberry Music Festival, about 4 songs per guest. Average, style is repetitive, Eba Nakai muttered as he watched from the corridor. Not bad, singing needs improvement, another commented. Average, if the 4th song had no mistake, it would be better, someone else added. Eba Nakai rated quietly, using his own voice for assessment. This was his habit as a music supervisor. A performer didn't have to sing perfectly. For instance, the band won Les Hunters of Cakes, 5 people on stage shouting and glaring in anger, often off-key, yet their energy was infectious. Guitar and bass solos were highlights, igniting the crowd. Hard rock demanded emotional output, so pitch errors weren't the only measure of a performance. Chu Zhi applauded the effort. Ebon Akai's view was stricter. His evaluations ranged from poor to medium, unable to reach basic pitch, using his grading scale of poor, poor medium, medium poor, medium, medium good. Zhou Yu and Lung He also performed, receiving medium good and medium poor ratings. Practice mixed voice more. Don't squeeze high notes with your throat. It's harmful. Chu Zhi advised Zhou Yu. Okay, no problem. I got it, Zhou Yu replied, nodding. Hearing advice was one thing. Applying it was another. For now, he felt his body could handle the performance. Physical singing ability didn't come automatically, but Zhou Yu's performance was solid, capable of handling 5 sets, though his voice lacked smoothness. To balance the main stages, Hollywood mini diva Annie Phillip performed on Yudo Tsung, along with invited Japanese girl idol groups. Around 6 p.m., the second heavyweight performer, Chu Zhi, was ready. He changed into his custom fish scale outfit from the Musai Hot brand, hand-sewn rhinestone scales covering the entire suit, making him shine. Why not wear it earlier? Such elaborate clothing was impractical for casual wear. I've never heard of Musai Hot, but the outfit is impressive. I wonder if they have women's designs, Yang Zichuan said, judging it from a performer's perspective. This is Brother Zhou's own brand, not yet released, Zhou Yu quickly replied. Yang Zichuan nodded and thanked him. Chu Zhi's stage arrival drew many guests who hadn't been watching at the corridor entrance, like Ebon Akai. Even younger Quark couldn't watch the previous stage and now gathered near the entrance. We've waited so long, Wiener said. I wonder if Chu-san will be as stunning live again. Japanese songs. Wolfgang muttered, disliking Japanese, expecting it to sound strange. Joachim stayed silent, quietly enjoying. Chu Zhi stepped on stage, and the cheers were overwhelming, lasting over a minute before calming slightly under his presence. Holy crap! Male mermaid, this fish. A Chinese Little Fruits fan couldn't help swearing. Where can I buy Rongsan's stage outfit? Always so unique, Ojima said. He had the right to comment. He had been to Strawberry Festival and Yoyogi Arena. Of course, Ojima cared more about the singing than the outfit. Chu Zhi started with 3 old songs. Myunjie, Dokidoki, Lemon, and Butterfly, all familiar to the audience, who sang along enthusiastically. Myunjie Dokidoki was Japanese rock, leaving audience arms tired from waving. Lemon was soft and melancholic, expressing longing. Butterfly was rock and high energy, creating a sky-reaching atmosphere. After the 3 songs, Chu Zhi returned backstage, grabbed his black thermos, and drank deeply. The wine immortal skill activated. Next is a new song, Do Not Give Up. I hope none of us give up, Chu Zhi announced with spirit. Since stepping on stage, the crowd freak buff had been attached, plus 2 passive skills, and an active emotional buff. Chu Zhi reached 90% of angelic gospel mode. He intended for this performance to become a classic. Number 488. The song that rekindled dreams. The younger Quark had come specifically to enjoy the stage performance, and he was utterly captivated. Out of the 3, Wolfgang and Wiener both understood some Japanese, so there was no language barrier for them. They could directly feel the emotion in the song. Even Joachim, who had no interest in Japanese at all, was moved by the melody, sensing the emotions woven into it. Mr. Chu's singing technique in the pop field is very strong. If I close my eyes and only listen to the technique, I would think the singer was 50 years old, Wiener remarked. The Japanese song he wrote is different from the Orient described in Edward Said's Orientalism. His Japanese songs are real, authentic, Wolfgang added. His singing is better than mine, Joachim admitted simply. He didn't speak about things he didn't understand, like Japanese, but he acknowledged skill when he heard it. Edward Said, the famous Palestinian critic, argued in Orientalism that the Orient described by the West in the 19th century was merely a self-constructed fantasy. Even Westerners who had visited the East projected their own arrogance and prejudice, building up images of what they wanted to see rather than what truly existed. Wolfgang's words were praise. Chu Zhi's Japanese songs carried genuine Japanese flair, not the imagined version foreigners often created. Clearly, Chu Zhi had studied Japanese culture deeply. Anyone without some background knowledge would struggle to follow their conversation. And while Wiener, Joachim, and Wolfgang were praising Chu Zhi, each of them carried a small sense of disappointment. They knew it wasn't Chu Zhi's fault. It was because the songs Bohemian Rhapsody and Tears of the River Tess had set such impossibly high demands for a singer. The truth was, the disappointment lay with themselves. Musical note: Hito sitasenjeni shrishenga butsikaru no tukameke eruditio. Pasatero kara no jijini lansta, anoru no yo nyawe iteru na de itene. Musical note: while the three whispered to each other, the prelude of Don't Give Up ended, and Chu Zhi began to sing. What was the weight of 90% Angel's Gospel plus Immortal Wine plus Crowd Freak combined? It was like someone pressed a mute button on the crowd. In an instant, silence fell, as quiet as an examination hall. It was August in Osaka, the weather hot and heavy. Even at 6:30, the sun had not yet sunk fully below the horizon. The orange glow of dusk spilled across the dark mass of people, making for a breathtaking sight. And yet, in such a magnificent scene, silence reigned. The contradiction was strange, almost like staring at a painting caught between 2D and 3D. Musical note: don't give up, keep going, fight on till the very last moment. No matter how far apart we are, my heart is always by your side. Musical note: bravely chase that distant dream, no matter what happens. Musical note: you always put on a careless face, joking with me. There will always be a way. Chu Zhi continued singing in Japanese, every note seeming to dance, every lyric fluttering like a ladybug spreading its wings, carrying people back to the summers of their youth. Memories stirred of wild, reckless thoughts, visions of the future unrestrained and fearless. Among the audience was Eri, who had recently filmed a music video with Chu Zhi. She once said that Chu Zhi, both as her idol and as himself, was her driving force to keep living. Naturally, she had fought for a ticket to the Summer Supersonic Festival. Now her idol's voice pulled her back to a bold thought she had at 17. To become a superstar. A national idol like Hirokomo Ryoko. And then, casually reveal the truth one day, so fans would expose and destroy that disgusting teacher who harassed students. It had been a fantasy, but that fantasy had supported Eri through a long stretch of life. Musical note: tonight, dance with me. Please don't forget, I still love you just the way you are. Don't give up. Musical note: look, the goal is right ahead. No matter how far apart we are, my heart is always by your side. Musical note: feel it with your heart. I will always be watching over you. Don't give up, keep going, fight till the very last moment. That wild fantasy had lasted until Eri really became an idol, an underground idol. Once she entered the industry, she learned how impossible it was to reach the heights of someone like Hirokomo Ryoko. The road there was nearly impassable. But recalling that 17-year-old excitement, her ears filled with Chu Zhi's lyrics, she felt something again. Tonight. Could it be tonight? She lifted her head toward the gentle sun setting into the horizon. For the first time, she realized that sunlight falling away didn't matter. She herself could shine. With Zhu Jian by her side, how could she just watch him soar alone? She had to endure to the very end. She had already appeared in a music video. The road to stardom was ahead. She couldn't give up. Eri wasn't the only one. Many people rediscovered those old, outrageous dreams, their hearts beating faster with long-lost excitement. Like the man standing next to Eri, eyes burning with passion, his dream was to become prime minister and pass a law requiring all women nationwide to wear stockings. Or the badminton youth Zhou Yu, whose dream had once been to surpass the marathon legend Mo Farah and become something even greater. So many unusual fantasies stirred awake. White-collar workers, lawyers, doctors, students, CEOs, no matter their profession, they were reminded of their first dreams. Unlike the earlier guests who fired up the crowd with hand-waving excitement, Chu Zhi had achieved something rarer. Anyone could make a festival rowdy. Few could make it fall into silence. Chu Zhi's gaze swept across the audience as he sang. Musical note: no matter how far apart we are, my heart is always by your side. Bravely chase that distant dream. Musical note: don't give up. Look, the finish line is just ahead. Musical note: no matter how far apart we are, my heart is always by your side. Feel it with your heart. I will always be watching over you. When the song ended, it wasn't just beautiful, it was heavenly. The quiet crowd felt like they were holding up a delicate, colorful bubble together. Fragile, so fragile, as if it might burst at any moment. We must never give up, okay? I won't give up either. Chu Zhi's voice broke the bubble. The audience snapped back to reality, erupting into thunderous applause and cheers. What a gentle kind of strength. Just like in Once I also wanted to end it all, after listening, I feel like I can keep walking through this world. I don't want to give up either. I actually cried. I remembered how positive I used to be. What happened to me now? Chu San's songs hold 1 billion units of positive energy. Voices of praise spread everywhere. Some fans even shouted for an encore. The overseas support group, led by Ojima, more than 100 strong, roared especially loud. Even though everyone knew that the festival schedule was fixed and encore performances would only cut into other singers' time, which was basically impossible, they still wondered, what if? The quality of the other songs in the album doesn't matter anymore. As long as it has Don't Give Up, Chu San's new album will sell like crazy. That's my judgment, said a staff member with a slicked-back haircut. You're right, the planning division section chief agreed seriously. Another signature work. Chu Zhi waved to his fans, but didn't continue to hold the stage. With clean decisiveness, he stepped down and gave the floor to the next performer. The singer who followed, Japanese artist Inuzuka Miya, was still caught in the lingering emotions of Don't Give Up, so she didn't step up immediately. Anyone scheduled to perform after Chu Zhi was in a tough spot. Inuzuka Miya could only be pitted in silence. The other artists watching from the passageway had the strongest reactions. Their state wasn't much different from Inuzuka Miya's. Insiders with trained ears were shaken to the core. Amazed, explosive, overwhelmed. Those 3 words summed up the feelings of Jünger Quark's band members Wiener, Wolfgang, and Joachim. The experience was completely different from their performance at Wacken Open Air. It felt like listening to a saint's hymn, overflowing with hope, said Wiener. If my mother were here, she would have wanted to pray. I forgot to mention, my mother isn't even Catholic. Wolfgang pushed his glasses up with his fingertip. I agree. If this guy went to preach, in at most 20 years he could inherit the Pope's seat at the Vatican. Because I don't understand Japanese, and that's not a disadvantage. I mean, it allowed me to feel the emotions more directly, Joachim said. It felt like the little house of hope in my soul was renovated. The last time I felt this way was attending Mass at the Milan Cathedral, hearing the boys' choir with their pure voices. The band Jünger Quark shared one common thought. Thank goodness this was a 2-day festival. They still had another chance. Each stop of the festival lasted 2 days. That meant Mishima Island would host performances again tomorrow. Today, Jünger Quark played 3 songs. Tomorrow, they would play another 3. There was no doubt about tonight's MVP. It was Chu Zhi. Jünger Quark felt they had a shot at taking tomorrow's. Perfection? No, flawless perfection. Haben Kai evaluated silently. Higuchi had the nerve to tell me that Chu Zhi was overrated and that his stage presence wasn't anything special. Looks like Higuchi has been proven wrong again. Haben Kai had been teammates with Hanabito for many years, so he knew well that Higuchi was the type who loved networking and forming cliques. But whenever his advances were rejected, he would lash out destructively. There had even been a promising singer who ended up blacklisted by Higuchi Hanabito, their career destroyed. But Chu Zhi was already established. His wings had grown strong. He could not be destroyed. At the moment, he circled back to the resting area, not heading to the passage right away. Instead, he hurried to change out of his performance clothes, which were stifling and hot. The performance itself hadn't been exhausting, but sweat beaded on his forehead. Why isn't Brother Joe here yet? I have to ask him for tips. His singing is too amazing, said Joey Yu. Of course, asking for guidance was just an excuse. What he really wanted was to emphasize his closeness to someone of Chu Zhi's caliber. Someone who truly had that thought was Yang Zichuan. For songs, and each stage better than the last. That was no joke. Mom, if one day I could stand on a stage of this level, I'd be willing to be 8 centimeters shorter, muttered Long He to himself in a voice only he could hear. Joey Yu pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and sent Chu Zhi a meme of a panda man holding a nuclear bomb with the caption, "Bro, light up the big one." The festival went on, but compared to Chu Zhi's stage, The acts that followed felt like makeshift fillers, overshadowed completely. It was the effect of cross-dimensional suppression. At 8 in the evening, the first day of the Summer Supersonic Festival Osaka stop came to an end. Ojima Kaicho, what's wrong? Asked a tall, thin young fan in a cat CAF uniform, worried at his distracted expression since the festival had ended. I can't give up. I can't be a coward. Only cowards run away, muttered Ojima Matsushika. Don't give up hadn't soothed Ojima Matsushika. After all, the pressure he had endured since childhood couldn't be resolved so easily. He thought of his dark thought. Things would be fine. Once his father died. But no, Ojima Matsushika's fighting spirit was burning again. He would outlive his father, he was certain. At most 10 or 20 years more, and this shadow would be gone forever. With that thought, Ojima Matsushika suddenly felt happy. Another happy man was Amori Gento. He had just received a report from the planning division chief, confirming that his promotional strategy was approved. Chu Zhi's Japanese language album was going on sale. Number 489. Only the strong deserve to possess. Inside the cabin on the return flight, Lung He, Yang Zichuan, and Zhou Yui happened to be on the same plane as Chu Zhi. First class had 8 seats, and the 3 of them occupied half of them. Teacher Chu, what are you doing? As the plane climbed, Lung He noticed Chu Zhi casually lowering his tray table, then pulling out a book and pen from his backpack. Nothing much. Just passing the time, reading and practicing French, Chu Zhi replied. He was still working on translating selected plays of Baipu into French. Compared with Japanese and English, French demanded far stricter consistency and nuance, so every word had to be weighed with care. French. Yang Zichuan's eyes flickered. Even though she had been caught up in the entertainment world lately, she had not completely abandoned her French studies. She stole a glance, curious to see what he was copying down. She could not stare too openly, so she was not sure exactly what it was. This man felt like a monster. Based on fame and schedule alone, Yang Zichuan knew very clearly that Chu Zhi's calendar had to be far busier than hers. Yet somehow he still managed to release 2 albums a year, compose his own songs, steadily improve his vocal skills, and even keep up with learning French. It was terrifying. Lung He asked, isn't flying tiring? Teacher Chu, shouldn't you rest a bit? I can't really sit idle, so I want to make good use of the time, Chu Zhi said. You should rest, though. I just can't keep still. Rest was definitely needed. Zhou Yui had just performed at a music festival the night before, then gone out singing karaoke with friends in Tokyo. Today he was barely awake. Lung He had planned to nap as well, but seeing someone as accomplished as Chu Zhi still working so diligently instantly killed his drowsiness. He pulled out a book he had just bought, I Am a Willful Child, to enrich himself. Heaven offers you a path, yet you don't take it, and instead you sail your bitter little boat into the endless sea of study, Zhou Yui muttered after glancing over, unable to resist commenting. Wait, that sounded a little strange. But it did kind of make sense. He frowned, not entirely sure. Chu Zhi noticed the book in Lung He's hands and said, You like poetry collections? Not really. I'm not that into modern poetry. It's just that this author has gotten really popular overseas lately, so I picked it up to see what the fuss was about. Lung He explained. Oh, Chu Zhi had half expected some praise and lost interest when none came. He turned back to his translation project. Although the Emperor Beast had already left Japan, his influence remained. In Tokyo's most bustling Ginza district, massive billboards hung over the skyscrapers. Shinbashi and Bujo, Ginza Mitsukoshi, Matsuya, Marui, all displaying advertisements for his new album. Bookstores that sold CDs had long since swapped out their displays for Chu Zhi posters. The spectacle was grand. Sony Music, a giant in the entertainment world, had joined forces with Chu Zhi. It was like Gaia stepping onto the earth, enough to make the ground tremble. Of course, entertainment media outlets would never let such a big story slip by. They had dispatched their best reporters. From Weekly Bunshun came journalist Teuchi Kadono, infamous for once staking out for 2 days straight without even using the restroom to catch actor Kamaki Daisuke's extramarital affair. That scoop had blown up Japan's tabloid world. Kamaki Daisuke was the young actor friend of Takeuchi Kadoin, notorious for cheating with not just one person but an entire married couple. In fan jargon, Waikate meant young actor under 30, while Hayu meant male actor, and Joya meant actress. News on Chu-san is too easy. Do I even need to investigate? Taguchi muttered. It wasn't that he thought the story was small. Quite the opposite, it was huge. Writing the piece would be child's play. Pick any angle, and it would work. Sure enough, the moment he reached Shibuya's center street, he was struck by the scene. The broad avenue was completely jam-packed with people, spilling over onto the sidewalks. And this was still early in the morning. Hi. Are you also here to buy Brother Joe's album? Let's go together. My legs aren't too good. I might slow you down. That's fine. With me here, we'll definitely both get copies. Fortunately, the sea of fans remained surprisingly harmonious. Damn it, you're blocking traffic, Taguchi cursed inwardly. Out loud, he said nothing. There were too many fans around. Shibuya's center street had once been the area with the highest concentration of record stores. Even in this iron age of physical CDs, it remained a sacred place for enthusiasts who loved the real thing. This scene, it reminds me of the 80s and 90s, 50-year-old Teichi thought wistfully. Back then, during Japan's economic boom and the golden era of physical albums, Center Street had been exactly this lively. Nowadays, with most families under financial strain, and this being just a normal weekday, such a crowd was nothing short of astonishing. All right, my headline will be, One Man's Strength Revives the Lost Golden Age of Records. He considered it for a moment. Passable, but perhaps lacking punch. Other options came to mind as he glanced up at the giant banners. 5,000 Years of Chinese Beauty. Chu Zhi's Japanese album, With You goes on sale today. Chu Zhi's first Japanese studio album, With You shakes Hokkaido, Honshu, Shikoku, and Kyushu. Squeezing through the mass of bodies, Takeuchi finally reached the entrance of Tsutaya, the colossal 9-story flagship bookstore and music retailer. Even here, the crowd made it nearly impossible to move. At 8:40, when most stores began opening their doors, the sound of rolling shutters echoed like a signal. The crowd surged forward like a flood breaking through a dam. Judging by just this turnout, Chu-san's Japanese album will sell at least 300,000 copies, Taguchi thought, slipping away to the third floor to take photos. Tsutaya's layout was simple. Floors 1 to 2 sold CDs and DVDs, floors 3 to 5 rented them, 6 to 7 housed a CAF and bookstore, and the top floors were adults-only sales and offices. The fans were all packed into the lower levels, but from upstairs Taguchi had a perfect view. 5 cash registers had been set up, with 2 dedicated solely to Chu Zhi's new album With You. They didn't even bother placing them on shelves. Albums were sold straight from boxes. Unlike South Korea, where purchases were limited to a few per person, Japan, the last bastion of physical media, had no restrictions. Many fans bought 7 or 8 copies at once. One even tried to buy 20. Sir, do you really want 20? We only have 2,000 copies in stock today, and there are many others waiting. The cashier began. The fan, dressed head to toe in Antas sportswear, silently pulled 13 Fukuzawa Yukichi bills, 10,000 yen notes, from his wallet, along with some change. The message was clear: less talking, more selling. Sony had produced Chu Zhi's Japanese album with exquisite care, pricing it at 6,500 yen, about 320 renminbi. Chu Zhi himself received a 38% cut. Sony took 30%. That meant each CD earned the Emperor Beast about 120 renminbi. What do you need 20 for? Don't you know you're making things harder for others? There are so many people behind you in line. You're being selfish. Complaints erupted immediately. At an average of 5 albums per person, just 400 people could wipe out Tsutaya's supply. And the line clearly stretched far beyond 400. I'm helping my friends buy. I've got 5 of them. And besides, accusing me without knowing the truth. Aren't you the ones causing trouble? The Antaklad fan shot back. At least he wasn't Ojima Matsushika. If it had been Ojima, the purchase would have started at 50 copies, and the uproar would have been even greater. Watching from upstairs, Takeuchi chuckled. Before sales began, fellow fans were all comrades. Once the doors opened, it became a battle of sharp tongues. Cashier, grab album, take money. Open new box when stock runs out. Fan, accept album, hand over cash. The process was smooth and fast, which was why Tsutaya's 2,000 copies were soon gone. Fans who had waited in line for hours but walked away empty-handed were furious. No more? Why didn't you tell me when I first lined up? You wasted my whole morning. If you're out, restock from another branch. I've already waited 5 or 6 hours. What's another one? I want my album. Anger spread like wildfire. The staff could no longer control the crowd. Even regular customers who had come for books turned away, afraid of the chaos. The manager finally stepped out. We sincerely apologize. Our store did not prepare enough copies. We are very sorry for the inconvenience. He bowed at 90 degrees, along with several employees, then shifted tactics. However, there are still dedicated record shops like HMV and Books Shibuya and Tower Records nearby. They may still have stock. If you urgently need the album, you could try there. As for us, new shipments won't arrive until tomorrow. Sataya was Japan's largest music and video retail chain, dwarfing even Tower Records and HMV, which only sold music, which meant those smaller stores definitely had less stock. If Sataya was already sold out, there was no way the others had much left. Takeuchi immediately realized the manager's cunning. Sure enough, though fans continued to curse under their breath, they rushed out the doors, scrambling toward the other stores. There was a commotion downstairs. Takeuchi Kadoin rushed down in a flurry, eager to see what was going on. The 8-story Tower Records stood in Shibuya with its bright yellow sign and bold red letters, a landmark on Center Street. But today, it wasn't the sign drawing attention. Instead, it was a scuffle right outside the entrance. That's mine. What do you mean yours? I don't see your name on it. Stop fighting, stop fighting. What if you damage the standee? Men and women were tangled together in the fight, while the crowd gathered, restless and excited. A reporter's instinct is to cut through chaos quickly. Takeuchi Kadoin slipped into the crowd and pieced together the situation within moments. Some fans who hadn't managed to buy Chu Zhi's new album had set their eyes on the life-size cardboard cutout standing at the store's entrance. The moment one fan made a move, others joined in. Everyone wanted to claim it. Never mind the key fact that the standee belonged to the store and was never meant to be taken away. In the frenzy, not one of them cared. Is Chu Zhi a walking stimulant? Takeuchi Kadoin thought to himself. Or should I change stimulant to hormone? He snapped photos rapidly, clicking away for several minutes until finally, the standee found an owner. Only the strong can have it, declared a fan. He was a towering man, easily over 1.8 meters, with the build of a laborer. His method of victory was simple. He lifted the standee high above his head, far out of anyone's reach. The store staff were overwhelmed inside, with the new release rush and had no time to intervene. So, the moment the man secured the standee, he bolted. His speed was shocking. His clothes and posture screamed construction worker. For someone like that to be a Chu Zhi fan felt almost absurdly out of place. Maybe his wife or kids were fans. Whoever it was, Takeuchi Kadoin sensed a story. He lifted his camera and gave chase. But a 50-year-old journalist, even one used to pounding the pavement, couldn't match the giant stride. Sir in the white t-shirt up ahead, stop running. Takeuchi Kadoin shouted. That was a mistake. The man froze at the voice, assuming it must be a Tower Records employee trying to take back the standee. No way. He had waited in line for 5 hours and hadn't managed to buy the album. At least he could take this home as a keepsake. That thought only made him run faster. Huh? Why is he speeding up? For a moment, Takeuchi Kadoin was confused. Then it hit him. His words had been wrong. Quickly, he tried again. I have Chu Zhi's new album. I can sell you one. The man skidded to a halt. He turned, suspicious, and saw only a middle-aged man with a camera. A reporter? At least not a store clerk. You bought Chu Sang's new album with you? The man asked. Takeuchi Kadoin hadn't, but lying was part of survival. He asked instead, so you're a fan of Chu Sang? Of course. Chu Sang is my idol forever. The answer was immediate, without hesitation. Would you share your story as a fan? Takeuchi Kadoin asked. If you're willing, we can give you a signed copy of With You. Let me introduce myself. I'm a reporter for Weekly Bunzhan. Here's my press card, issued by Kyoto News. This was where experience showed. He knew Chu Zhi's album would shatter records. Straightforward sales reports would be everywhere. To stand out, he needed a different angle. His plan, tell the story of an ordinary fan. That would hook others in the fandom. As for the signed album, he didn't have one. But he could always ask his editor-in-chief to request one. Weekly Bunzhan was a heavyweight in the entertainment press. Sony Music would likely oblige. The offer thrilled the man. He introduced himself. His name was Fujiwara Hideshire, 35 years old, a construction worker, single, and a devoted Chu Zhi fan for 2 years. When Takeuchi Kadoin asked if he could visit his home, Fujiwara Hideshire thought a moment, then agreed. Japan even had a show called May I Follow You Home, where staff offered late-night workers free taxi rides in exchange for visiting their homes. Compared to the cost of taxis, any fan would value a signed album far more. Fujiwara Hideshire lived in Ohanajaya. Takeuchi Kadoin knew the place well, a cheap residential area compared to central Tokyo, thanks to its reliance on the Kisi line. Missed the last train, and commuting became a nightmare. The area was also known for its funeral hall, Shigi Seijo. Many low-income workers lived there. They arrived at a small 3-story building tucked off a side street. Fujiwara Hideshire led him up an outdoor staircase showing its age, then into a 12-tatami room on the second floor. "I'm home," Fujiwara Hideshire called instinctively as he opened the door. Inside, the space was neat and spotless. The layout was simple: 2 parts kitchen, 3 parts bedroom, 5 parts shared living area, bathroom, and corridor. Books stacked in the corners were arranged with care. It was hard to believe a single man lived here. "Would you like iced tea or coffee, Teuchi-san?" Fujiwara Hideshire asked, setting the standee carefully against the wall. "Coffee would be great, if it's no trouble," said Teuchi Kadoin. "Ah, sorry, I forgot. I don't have coffee in the house." "Iced tea then?" "Yes, thank you." He served iced tea with a plate of cookies, then slid open the tatami mat storage. "Takeuchi-san, please look. This is my collection." Beneath the mat was a hidden compartment, filled with every physical album Chu Zhi had ever released, except for today's newly launched With You. There were also countless bits of merchandise, carefully saved and collected over time. Takeuchi Kadoin filmed everything, struck by the contrast. Fujiwara Hideshire was broad-shouldered, rugged, with the look of a laborer. And yet he was this devoted. The difference was startling. Noticing his doubt, Fujiwara Hideshire began to explain. 3 years ago, his wife and daughter had gone hiking. A sudden storm trapped them in the mountains. By the time rescue teams found them, it was too late. When Fujiwara Hideshire heard the news, his world collapsed. For more than a year, he lived in a haze. It was Chu Zhi's music that gave him the strength to keep living. He still hadn't gotten used to being alone. He still called out, "I'm home," as if his wife and daughter could answer. He still forgot there was no coffee in the house anymore because his wife, who loved it, was gone. But Chu Zhi's songs carried a force that allowed him to bear it. "My dream now is to save up, really save, and buy a house in Okinawa. My wife and daughter loved Okinawa," Fujiwara Hideshire said, laughing in a way that sounded too light, too forced. The words blindsided Takeuchi Kadoin. He hadn't expected this kind of story. Could music really do that? Could the songs of a foreign singer give someone enough strength to keep living? He had read such things online, but now he was sitting face to face with someone living it. Still, he didn't ask aloud. It would have been rude. Just as Fujiwara Hideshire was about to continue, his phone rang. "Excuse me," he said and answered. "Log into Twitter now? Check what I sent you." His friend's voice was urgent before the call cut off. Sensing something serious, Fujiwara Hideshire opened the app. His friend had tagged him in a post. It was a news headline. The circuit breaker who stopped others from suicide couldn't stop his own. "What?" Fujiwara Hideshi's face went pale, his composure shattering. Number 490. When the idol burns himself away. The loud outcry from Fujiwara Hideshire startled Takeuchi Kadoin, who had been casually filming nearby. Takeuchi's eyes had just fallen on a photo album resting on the bedside cabinet, its cover pulled over. Inside was a family portrait of 3. The thought of family hit him hard. The grief that surged up was so great, he did not dare look directly. The burly man across from him was staring rigidly at his phone, as if witnessing something beyond belief. The shock in his expression was greater than if Fat Tiger suddenly sang like a heavenly voice. Unable to hold back, Takeuchi asked, "Fujiwara-san, is there something I can help you with?" Rong-san was an orphan since childhood. He even attempted suicide once. He suffers from severe depression. Fujiwara Hideshire spoke as though talking to himself, yet it also felt like he was answering the reporter. "Important things said 3 times. Takeuchi Kadoin was completely baffled. "Takeuchi-san, Look at the news. The online headlines, Fujiwara Haicher said. As a reporter, the word headline was like a hook. Takeuchi instinctively pulled open the Bluebird app. The news about Chu Zhi had already taken over the entire entertainment feed. A flood of stories exploded before his eyes. His professional instincts allowed him to quickly trace where this Japanese internet firestorm had started. It began with JU News. The headline read, "Look, that angel seems to be bleeding. What you are about to read is an unbelievable investigative report. Chu Zhi is unquestionably one of Asia's top superstars. Even if you have never listened to his music or liked him, you must acknowledge his influence. The question is, beneath the adoration of countless fans, what kind of person is he in private?" Chu Zhi is from Shanxing, China. In 2017, he debuted as the champion of the variety show Future Star while still a senior in high school. After the show ended, he enjoyed a short period of glory. Armani, Bottega Veneta, and other world-class luxury brands extended olive branches. With a contract worth 366 million yen, he became the spokesperson for their China market. But very few knew about his family. Orphaned from childhood, he lost both parents early. At 20, the grandfather who had raised him also passed away. That same year, he suffered slanderous attacks from rivals. Social media was flooded with abuse and doubt. A staff member from Weibo, China's largest social media platform, speaking anonymously, said, "From June 2019 onward, the platform deleted more than 100,000 hateful comments against Chu Zhi every single week. They were unbearable to read. As a moderator, I felt tormented. Later, conclusive evidence proved all accusations false. But before that, the online storm had already taken its toll. Chu Zhi developed severe depression, plagued by nightmares, sleeping fewer than 5 hours each day. The report was painfully accurate. Amori Jinto's blade was swift and merciless. He even included screenshots from back to the countryside, showing Chu Zhi waking in terror from a nightmare, along with excerpts from Dream of the Red Chamber, where Chu Zhi wrote a farewell letter and his medical diagnosis. If Chu Zhi's treatment in China had been like a slow knife cutting flesh, Amori Jinto's approach toward fans was like a guillotine falling on their necks. My first impression of Chu Zhi came from once. I too wanted to end it all. After the Hokkaido earthquake, that song gave countless people hope. He was called the voice of salvation. But in truth, Chu Zhi deceived us. He did not only think about it, he acted on it. He overdosed on sleeping pills. Chu Zhi is still alive. His attempt failed. Yet depression clings like a shadow. He even suffers from PTSD. To perform publicly, he relies on alcohol to get through. Why do songs like Riding on the Silver Dragon's Back, Don't Give Up, even if our hands hold nothing at all, and once, I too wanted to end it all, give people strength? Because he braided his despair and suffering into a rope, and those drowning in the mire could climb up by clinging to it. When I listen to Chu Zhi's music, as I fall toward him, I feel infinite gentleness. Over 1,000 words were skipped in the middle. After all, it was a full-length headline piece. Hidden within was a subtle push for his new Japanese album, though fame-wise. Once, I too wanted to end it all far outshone the two freshly released songs. Different people, reading the same article, latched on to completely different details. For Fujiwara Haicher, what struck deepest was the fact Chu Zhi lost his parents in childhood, and later his grandfather too. For Takeuchi Kadoin, it was the PTSD. He once mentored an apprentice, now working at TV Tokyo's news site, who had written a piece. Levi penned 100 poems drunk. Chu Zhi must drink to sing. Suddenly, the reason fell into place. No wonder Chu Zhi always carried a fragile aura on television. At the same time, Takeuchi criticized his apprentice inwardly. The kid had only ever chased hot topics without learning how to dig for the story behind them. Had he done so, he might already have secured a stronger position within TV Tokyo's news department. After all, TV Tokyo News was the official news portal of TV Tokyo. Turning his thoughts, Takeuchi recalled the Hokkaido Ishikari earthquake rescue and found his title. How can we stop Chu Zhi from walking toward self-destruction? The very idea quickened his breath. The thrill was as strong as when he had first, in real life, seen his favorite AV actress. Takeuchi Kadoin was excited, partly at the thought of how his report might explode in popularity, partly because Chu Zhi's state, destroying himself while still saving others, aligned perfectly with what he adored, the Japanese love for mono no aware, the beauty of impermanence and sorrow. A sobbing sound interrupted his excitement. He turned. The burly man was crying, holding the framed family photo from the cabinet. Crying because he thought of family? The reporter asked softly. Fujiwara Hideture choked up. Takeuchi-san, I know very well what it feels like to never see your loved ones again. When my wife and daughter died in that accident, for 1 or 2 months I desperately wished I could dream of them. His eyes reddened as he continued. But once I came out of that grief, I no longer wished for it. Not because I forgot them. The best state for humans is to bury such sorrow deep in the mind, not drown in it. But it is so hard. Too hard. I could only rely on Rong-san's music. But then, who can Rong-san rely on? He thought of Chu Zhi, still only 25 years old. To countless people he was medicine, salvation. But what about when he reached the point of collapse? For Fujiwara Hideture, that thought carried unbearable sadness. The strong man's sturdy frame trembled as if it could no longer contain the torrent of pain. Shaking where he stood, he spoke. My parents died when I was very young. I may not have had deep feelings for them, but my grandfather, who was always by my side, became the pillar of my life. Takeuchi-san, said Fujiwara Hideture earnestly, when a person's life pillar collapses, 95% of people will never again be able to live a stable life. Those heartfelt words made Takeuchi Kadoin realize the gravity of the situation. As a journalist, he asked with solemn respect, Fujiwara-san, may I include your insight in my report? Over the next hour or two, Takeuchi Kadoin continued his interview with Fujiwara Hideture during the breaks. He began piecing together a pattern. The way fans addressed their idol revealed why they followed Chu Zhi. Those who called him Rong-san, the circuit breaker preventing human suicides, were often people saved by his songs, just like the burly Fujiwara Hideture. Meanwhile, those who used nicknames like Ragdoll among humans, Fairy among cats, tended to be fans who admired his appearance. The titles Brother Gio or Chudano came from intensely devoted girlfriend fans, while there were countless other variations not worth listing one by one. Fujiwara-san, please leave me your address and phone number. A signed copy of the album with you will be sent to you within 7 working days. With that, Takeuchi Kadoin left the CAF Ohanajaya. Back at his office in Hamamatsucho, he requested a front-page slot on the company's website for the next day. After work, he went straight home, writing his article through the night. By the early hours, it was ready for review. If he hadn't been a long-time senior at the company, there would have been no way to push through a piece under such a tight deadline. The next day was Wednesday. Weekly Bunshin's website published it as the top headline. The Chu Zhi incident had already set ablaze Japan's internet and entertainment world, like a bonfire sparking everywhere. On commutes, during school breaks, while grilling skewers at izakayas, people casually brought it up. The headline, "How can we prevent Chu Zhi from walking into self-destruction?" was like pouring gasoline onto the flames. It devastated many cat-loving fans. One excerpt read, I consulted Professor Egawa, an expert in medical psychology. He explained that Chu Zhi's disregard for his own safety while rescuing people during the earthquake was a textbook sign of self-destructive tendencies. He squeezes his emotions dry to give strength to fans and listeners, and squeezes his body with daily routines that allow far less sleep than any healthy adult. To Professor Egawa, Chu Zhi is like a cruise ship with a fatal engine failure. Even as it's about to break apart, even with its fuel nearly gone, it still insists on delivering the passengers on deck safely to shore. Let me emphasize, Professor Egawa said, there's no need to doubt Chu Zhi's goodwill. When a person has decided to destroy themselves, the more common behavior is indifference, living out the remaining days in carefree indulgence, breaking rules they once never dared cross. To still think of saving others before self-destruction, that's a quality most people do not possess. Takeuchi Kadoin's article cited references, layered arguments, and wove a complete chain of reasoning that pointed to Chu Zhi's self-destructive tendencies. He even included all the testimony from Fujiwara Hideture the day before. The article closed with a chilling question for fans. When Chu Zhi dies, who will replace him? Where will the passengers of his ship go? Will they drown in the waters? The three rapid-fire questions made it sound as though Chu Zhi might die at any moment. Many fans had once been drawn only by his looks or his music, but swept up in this wave of media coverage. Even they now understood the weight of it all. Why would anyone attack and slander someone as kind as Chu Zhi? Even if he falls into the abyss, he still plants it full of flowers. I've never cried over an artist before. Today I broke that rule. My best friend betrayed me, and I wallowed in self-pity for a year. It wasn't until I found Rongsan's songs that I found strength again. But reading this news, I froze. Who can save Rongsan? I wish Rongsan could rest for a few years. No, he must not. Chu Zhi must live. Twitter and Instagram exploded. The article's reasoning was difficult to refute. The fragile mental state, the lack of sleep, the backbreaking schedule, everything suggested he had little time left. And yet, as has been said before, mono no aware, the Japanese aesthetic of tragic beauty, drew in even more new fans. They were not moved merely by kindness, but by the sight of someone so powerful slowly destroying himself. Before, Chu Zhi's popularity in Japan was something local top idols could compete with. Now, sheer fan numbers alone placed him above them. That was no small feat. Chu Dano's childhood was not much better than mine, yet he became an idol for countless people. Thought Eri, once threatened by her teacher. I still have my mother who loves me. Chu-san has no one left. He's all alone, thought Ojima Matsushika, who endured her father's abuse. Does he really like living this way? I don't think so. I believe Chu-san doesn't either. But still, he clings on. Thought Ono Akio, who survived on only 4.5 hours of sleep a night. So there really are people this foolish, exhausting themselves just to help others. Thought Suzuki Kano, violated by her stepfather. More and more people read the news. To compare tragedies, to give someone comfort or courage, is cruel and foolish. Suffering cannot be measured in that way. Just because someone is worse off doesn't erase another's pain. But Chu Zhi was not competing in misery. He was a model. By his actions, he guided others out of their fog. His pain became the background color, and from that, countless people drew strength. Japan's administrative divisions are arranged in a peculiar way. Prefectures, cities, towns, villages, and wards. It feels awkward, since prefectures outrank cities. The system, after all, was modeled long ago on China's Tang dynasty's 5 provinces and 7 roads. In Yamanashi Prefecture's Tsuru district, tourism had once been sparse. But with the rise of Aokigahara's fame, the infamous suicide forest, visitors multiplied. Yes, because many chose to end their lives there, the forest became a bizarre tourist attraction, drawing even more attention. It has been featured in films many times. Reality is often absurd. "What are you all doing here together?" asked Shibata, a security officer in his 40s, as he spotted several people lingering at the forest's edge. He quickly approached with long strides. Because of the suicides, Tsuru district not only posted warning signs, but also hired patrols. The 3 high school girls looked about 16 or 17. Their eyes were swollen red, as if they had been crying. Could they be planning a group suicide out of despair? This was serious. Shibata's chest tightened. He hurriedly said, "It just rained. The paths are muddy. You can't go wandering in the forest." "Uncle, we're not here to explore. We want to place this sign here," replied the leader of the 3, Adachi Nanaha. Looking closer, Shibata noticed what they carried. Makeshift T-shaped signboards, crafted from thin plywood nailed to mop handles. The girls had raided every mop they could find, making over 50 signs. On them, written with waterproof markers, "If you are having troubling thoughts, please call us." Followed by a phone number. And this is... Shibata was taken aback. "We know Aokigahara is a suicide spot. Dozens of people come here every year to end their lives. We want to save as many as we can," said Adachi Nanaha. The seriousness in their eyes convinced him. "I'll help you put these up," Shibata decided at once. And so the 4 of them set to work. Suicide intervention like this is not uncommon in other countries either. In Seoul, South Korea, the Mapo Bridge spanning the Han River was also known as a suicide hotspot. To combat this, the government had renovated it, placing motivational phrases along the railings such as, "Have you been doing well lately?" or "Go see the people you love now," and Your wife and children are still waiting at home to have dinner with you. Beside these words were photographs of warm family moments and the number for the suicide prevention hotline. It was a heartfelt idea, meant to stir memories of a beautiful life. But what if the person with suicidal intent had lost their wife and children? For someone like Fujiwara Haidsure, a burly man carrying such grief, those words and photos were nothing but salt in the wound. The following year, the suicide rate doubled. Compared to that, the students' campaign posters seemed better, simpler, without the gaudy embellishments. News from Japan. Hokkaido region. The Hokkaido Shimbun reported, a pregnant woman in Sunagawa City went into premature labor after hearing about idol Chu Zhi's tragic family history. Her emotional state triggered uterine contractions. Doctors warn husbands not to let their wives become overly agitated during pregnancy. Tohoku region. The Fukushima Environmental Protection Organization launched a campaign titled, Take Responsibility, Don't Give Up. The organizer claimed it was after listening to Don't Give Up that the idea to act was born. The aim was to push the authorities to take full responsibility for nuclear radiation issues. Kanto region. Several shops in the Nasu highlands of Tochigi Prefecture remained closed. Chubu region. Many fans who loved Ragdoll, after seeing the news, wanted to do something themselves. In their hometown suicide sites, they left encouraging messages, hoping to save those standing on the brink. Kinki, Chugoku, Shikoku, and Kyushu regions. Many schools reported unusual numbers of student absences. People often said Chu Zhi had a powerful influence on reality. This time, Japan was experiencing it firsthand. Many of his fans, students, and young office workers alike, had taken leave because of the Chu Zhi incident. The scale was almost absurd. Japan was shaken badly. Back in China, however, things remained calm. Chu Zhi's Chinese fans, the little fruits, filled the internet with playful comments. Sorry everyone. Last night, I was reading Grimm's fairy tales before bed and forgot to close the book. My prince walked right out. According to the principle of Tianji's horse racing, it makes sense that a man of perfect looks would end up paired with lowly me. The tones were wildly different, but all brimming with affection. If all else fails, you could ask Jiawei to write a song, suggested agent Brother Jean. Without a lead single, the album could not be released. No, Zhou Yu waved quickly. Once is asking a favor, twice is taking advantage. That startled Brother Jean. For the past half-year, Zhou Yu had been acting with his head in the clouds. Yet now, he seemed oddly principled. Oh right, Brother Jean, free up my schedule for this Friday and Saturday, Zhou Yu said. Saturday was already accounted for, Brother Jean knew. He would accompany Chu Zhi for a game of badminton. Since Chu Zhi had gone international, his time was even more limited. Their monthly games had already been cut from 3 down to 2, sometimes even 1. But what about Friday? You've got the show roll, baby cow, then a phone-in interview. There's hardly any room left, Brother Jean said. Make room, Zhou Yu insisted. I need to practice badminton, get my hand back in. It's been a while. He dared not be careless. Controlling the score against Chu Zhi was no easy feat to keep the match believable. He had to maintain a razor-thin loss, a back-and-forth battle. Brother Jean sighed. If only you took singing this seriously, you wouldn't keep embarrassing yourself on stage. That's different. I have to guard my title as Chu Zhi's lifelong rival. Zhou Yu's tone was firm. Right? Badminton cannot lose Zhou Yu, just like entertainment cannot lose Chu Zhi, just like the West cannot lose India. Brother Jean gave him a thumbs up, then shifted back to business. We're visiting teacher Wang Shun this afternoon. If we can secure him as music producer, half the album is already a success. Zhou Yu's face was full of reluctance, practically screaming. Do I really have to? Wang Shun is a gold medal producer. Countless acclaimed albums were born under his direction. It's best to show respect, Brother Jean urged. No need. Wang Shun is signed with our company too, isn't he? Pay him well, and he'll do the job. No need for formal visits. Collaboration should be an equal relationship. Zhou Yu was stubborn. In his eyes, Chu Zhi was number 3 in the world after heaven and earth, and Zhou Yu believed himself to be on the same tier. Why bow and scrape to some producer? Meanwhile, Chu Zhi, alerted by Japanese manager Li Guoxuan, learned what had been happening. A seasoned businessman, Chu Zhi instantly saw through Amori Genjin's ploy. It was obvious. Amori had used Chu Zhi for hype without even informing him beforehand. That crossed the line. It called for a different price. At Chu Zhi's direction, Li Guoxuan went to confront Amori Genjin directly. Amori Genjin, however, was delighted. His plan had worked perfectly. Day 1, 394,000 copies sold. Day 2, 422,000 copies sold, boosted further by strategic promotion. Day 3, 361,000 copies sold. The staggering daily sales quickly placed the record at number 3 in Japan's all-time single-day rankings. Most of those charts were dominated by classics from the 1980s and 90s. In just 2 days, sales surpassed 800,000. Amori Genjin and his team were thrilled. A gold-tier album was all but guaranteed. Rock singer Higuchi Hanato not only introduced the album during its release, but also posted a lengthy review on Yahoo Japan under his own account. This is Chu Zhi's first official Japanese-language album, and without a doubt, it is the revival of J-pop in 2023. Its release date, August 2023, is stamped into history. When humanity encounters events that cannot be altered, yet carry lasting impact, we call them history. The quality of Kimi ga iru koto, jinga iru kato, because you are here, will go down in the history of Asian music. He went on to analyze each track in detail. Riding on the back of the silver dragon and Don't Give Up held pure emotional strength. Even though our hands are empty was his personal Temazalamide. Jealousy strolled effortlessly with soft harmonies over cymbals and bass slides. Counting the distant stars breathe through its dense, icy bass line. The Street Where Flowers Dance combined acoustic rhythm with electric guitar and drums in seamless play. Crimson. Lips layered keyboards with violin-like tones and vocals like a golden goblet drum duet. Secret. My heart evoked summer drives with the windows down, the city alive outside. Song of Spring shimmered with synths between J-pop and old-school European pop. Destiny carried the sound of Shibuya-kei, fringe rock reborn after decades. This album carries Chu Zhi's consistent message of salvation and preventing suicide. At the same time, it creates a space of happiness, with songs like Jealousy, The Street Where Flowers Dance, and Song of Spring transcending borders and language to stir the purest memories of love. Higuchi praised Chu Zhi's voice as well, wide in range, spanning 3 octaves with ease, especially in the highs. Russian critic Vadidova had once said his singing makes the world rediscover the beauty of the high register. Yet in this album, Chu Zhi did not flaunt that skill. Instead, he sang with unfiltered sincerity. Anyone who listens will feel his expression, Higuchi wrote. For decades, J-pop fell into a rut. Music became like a stranger whispering, reminding us to get into the mood, but we never quite could. With Kimi ga iru koto, Chu Zhi shares his own experiences. Those who share them unknowingly step into his world, a world full of hope. Yahoo Music ratings confirmed the storm. His previous EP, A Little Expectation for the World, scored 4.7. Now Kimi ga iru koto scored 4.9, with over 130,000 reviews. It ranked 11th in Yahoo Music's all-time chart, a monumental feat given the sheer volume of J-pop, indie, and folk albums hosted. The comments were glowing. If angels have names, one must be Chu Zhi. I believe everything he says. He said, the people of Japan should respect history more, and I began learning history. 4.9. I fully agree with Higuchi-san. Chu-san's songs tell his own story. After learning his background, I wept while listening. 5.0. I'm here for the music, not the story. Regardless of background, Kimi ga iru koto is great in melody and popularity. 5.0. This is the greatest Japanese album of the past decade. 4.5. 3 days, 1 million records sold. In an era when physical CDs were all but obsolete, this was unprecedented. And for Chu Zhi, in just 3 days, revenue would surpass 100 million yuan. Yet beyond the numbers, Amori Genjin's strategy showed signs of spreading to South Korea. Projected domestic sales in Japan, more than 3 million. Amori Genjin was ecstatic. Higuchi Hanato, on the other hand, had complicated feelings. On his Instagram, after posting the review, Fans left messages such as, "Your analysis of the Ragdolls album was excellent. I discovered you through him. At first I loved Chu Zhi, so I gave your rock music a try, and it's really good too." But the tone stung. Higuchi Hanato was already a renowned rock singer in Japan. Why did it sound like Chu Zhi had single-handedly brought him fame? It felt absurd. Number 491. Entangled. Minister Shi, do you have a suitable candidate in mind? Chu Zhi asked after listening carefully to the leader's explanation. Not at the moment. Minister Shi hesitated briefly before replying. The hesitation wasn't because he couldn't tell Chu Zhi the truth. It was because in his mind, there was already someone he thought of, Sui Wu, who carried an official background. But after a moment's thought, Minister Shi dismissed the idea. Sui Wu had already shifted his focus to acting, becoming obsessed with taking patriotic-themed film roles. His singing career was practically abandoned. His New Year's Eve live performance last year was a disaster, and his Strawberry Music Festival stage earlier this year was also a flop, leaving him mocked by netizens. Although this hadn't shaken his core fan base, if his performance collapsed once more, it would be difficult to recover. If there's no suitable person, I'd like to volunteer. Chu Zhi said calmly. Consultant Chu, are you serious? Minister Shi was stunned. If I don't meet the selection requirements, then please don't force it, Chu Zhi replied. In truth, Chu Zhi was the perfect candidate. He had an excellent public image, immense popularity, no scandals, and he was even regarded as half an official figure. The reason Minister Shi hadn't considered Chu Zhi was simple. The journey is 25,000 li. It will be exhausting, Consultant Chu. Your health. It's by car, not on foot. The martyrs back, then did it all with their legs. What right do I have to complain about fatigue? Chu Zhi answered. Even in a car, driving 1,000 kilometers a day still takes half a month, Minister Shi said. He knew exactly how much a single endorsement deal with Chu Zhi was worth. To ask him to dedicate 15 days to filming was practically impossible. He didn't even know how to bring it up. With National Day approaching, the government wasn't preparing a grand celebration. It wasn't a 10th or 5th year milestone. Still, a directive had been given. Central Television would produce a program, gathering a few celebrities to retrace the long march, to understand the blood and sweat the martyrs shed for the founding of New China. Minister Shi was a leader in the production department of Central Television and also a deputy station director. The schedule might be tight, but opportunities to follow in the martyrs' footsteps are rare, Chu Zhi said. Seeing that Chu Zhi's determination wasn't a passing whim, Minister Shi immediately replied, If Consultant Chu can make time, our program team would welcome you with open arms. Clearing time was the difficult part. Chu Zhi asked for the precise filming dates, then excused himself to make a phone call. He dialed Niu Jiangxue. Given Chu Zhi's current standing, even badminton prodigy Zhou Yiyu's agent had to negotiate carefully just to free up 2 days. For Chu Zhi, it was far more complex. After careful thought, Niu Jiangxue gave a compromise. Xiao Chu, your schedule doesn't leave a full 15-day block free. But at the end of the year, we've set aside time for recording your English album. If you join this program, the release of your second English album will have to be delayed by 1 or 2 months. Chu Zhi knew perfectly well why 15 days meant a 1 to 2 month delay. Choosing songs, recording, post-production, and promotional campaigns all had to be reshuffled. It triggered a chain reaction. The delay would clash with Chu Zhi's personal career plan. Please help me clear the time, Sister Niu, Chu Zhi said. I'll handle it right away. After a pause, Niu Jiangxue added softly, Xiao Chu, I'm sorry. I couldn't find a perfect solution. There's no need to apologize. I should be the one saying sorry. It was my sudden idea that added to your workload. But I trust your ability, Sister Niu. You always manage to handle more than most. The words were sincere, and they warmed her. Without further pleasantries, Niu Jiangxue hung up and immediately began rearranging schedules. Carving out half a month at short notice meant massive negotiations and adjustments. For example, Chu Zhi had been confirmed to attend The Splendor of Shangying on September 11th, hosted by Shanghai Film. Its aim was to cultivate new directing talent from the Shanghai Theatre Academy. Now he suddenly couldn't go. The venue was already booked. The guest list finalized. It couldn't be changed for a single guest. The only solution was to wait until the next opportunity. Neo Jiangshue's fix was to have Chu Zhi attend the late November premiere of the film Shan 2, also an investment of Shanghai Film. His appearance and an interview there would balance things out. Back in the office, Chu Zhi said to Minister Shi, "The timing works. There's no problem. That's excellent." Normally restrained, Minister Shi couldn't help but beam, overjoyed to have secured far more than expected. "I have a small idea," Chu Zhi added. "Please, Consultant Chu, share it," Minister Shi said at once. "It's nothing major, just a thought. I'd like to compose a promotional song for the program." The idea had sparked in Chu Zhi's heart just after he hung up the phone in the hallway. "That would be perfect. Consultant Chu, your talent is known nationwide." Minister Shi was delighted. What he thought was a burdensome task was turning into a great opportunity. If the song gained popularity, it would be an even greater achievement. "Don't worry, Consultant Chu. I know the value of your work in the market. The station will make sure you're properly compensated." Minister Shi spoke with confidence. He was in charge of the program, and he knew the budget had enough room. "I can be a star and earn comfortably today only because of the martyrs. Without them, forget stardom. Even getting enough to eat would be difficult. I was fortunate to be born into a strong nation. I've long wanted to do something like this, but lacked the time. I should thank you for giving me the chance," Chu Zhi said sincerely. "With Consultant Chu joining, our program is that much stronger," Minister Shi replied. The two exchanged polite compliments. The song as wished seemed to fit the program's theme perfectly. Chu Zhi and Minister Shi finalized the broad direction of their collaboration. The details would later be handled by professionals like Lao Qian. Leaving the production office, Chu Zhi felt much lighter. He had only been back in China for 3 days, yet had already attended 2 meetings at Central Television. Retracing the Long March was a directive from Central Television, but the guiding units were the Ministry of Culture and Tourism as well as the Central Propaganda Department. As the chief consultant for the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, Chu Zhi's participation was only natural. As for why Chu Zhi and Minister Shi had a private side discussion, it was because the main meeting focused on the transmission of spirit and expectations for the event. It took a long time, and the candidate list still hadn't been settled. No wonder he was given a bureau-level honorary position at such a young age. He really does carry a burning red heart for China. Alone in the office, Minister Shi filled in the guest list of the program proposal. Beside it, he wrote, "Chu Zhi, a Central Television program, one backed by the official website with high hopes. Most celebrities in the entertainment industry would jump at the chance." Yet even so, Chu Zhi not only made time, but also offered to write a song. That spoke volumes about his character. And character was precisely what had worried Minister Shi and the team at first. If someone had a scandal and disgraced the Long March, it would be unforgivable. "Jiwai, could you sign your name for me? Can we take a photo together? I really love your work. It's Xiaojiu. Husband, marry me." Chu Zhi had barely walked a few steps down the hallway when people recognized him. He had forgotten his hat today, and the staff at CCTV immediately began asking for autographs. Since it was work hours, they kept themselves restrained. Even the one calling out "husband" in jest wasn't loud. That person happened to be a man. Since he was already here, Chu Zhi decided to visit an old friend in the underwear building, the nickname for CCTV headquarters. His friend was Li Yong, the director of CCTV's variety channel, whom he had gotten to know back when Li Yong was chief director of the Spring Festival Gala. On the 7th floor, Li Yong was busy producing the program Yishang China, a 12-episode series spotlighting the art of traditional Chinese clothing. The project sounded promising. "Xiaojiu, what brings you here?" Li Yong's voice was hoarse from shouting as he coordinated production. When he paused to drink some water, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. "I came for a meeting and thought I'd stop by to see you, brotherly," Chu Zhi said. Li Yong felt a twinge of guilt. By all rights, he owed Chu Zhi favors. Yet it was always Chu Zhi who sent him greetings during the holidays. Now Chu Zhi had taken the initiative to visit him, highlighting just how neglectful he himself had been toward a friend. Just about lunchtime. "Xiaojiu, no matter what, I'm treating you today," Li Yong said firmly. "Then I won't stand on ceremony with you," Chu Zhi replied with a smile. What made Emperor Beast remarkable was not just his status. It was the fact that despite his immense fame, he remained down to earth, tirelessly maintaining his relationships. They went for hotpot lamb. The sesame paste with fermented tofu was especially good. Li Yong, being a Beijing native, knew all the hidden gem restaurants. The two ate heartily. But elsewhere, some people could hardly bring themselves to touch food. News of Japan's idol scandal, nicknamed Angel's self-destruction, had spread to South Korea. Many students and fans of idols were so shaken they lost their appetite. Even kimchi no longer tasted good. Only China could nurture someone like Chu Zhi, said Kim Jae. Kim Jae had become vice leader of the South Korea branch of Chu Zhi's overseas fan club largely because of his talent for praise. Well, not just that. He was once among the closest fans to Chu Zhi, having twice shared a car ride with him. To Kim Jae, Chu Zhi wasn't pitiful. He was strong. If it had been him, facing the double blow of losing family while being attacked online, he knew he wouldn't have survived. In fact, he would probably have lashed out before going under. But Chu Zhi endured. Elsewhere in South Korea, another he wept. This was Song Ming-hee, Chu Zhi's co-star in My Love from the Stars. A person's ability to endure suffering is like a container. Different personalities and upbringings create containers of different sizes. But once the container overflows, anyone can collapse. For Song Ming-hee, the sorrow was overwhelming. South Korea's entertainment industry is both thriving and ruthless. Reporters dig relentlessly. The daily sports newspaper, despite its name, focuses heavily on entertainment gossip. Somehow, it obtained a video and splashed it online. Chu Zhi on New Year's Eve night, standing alone, looking up at the sky. Musical note: in this world, with so many people, one door stood open in the crowd, and in my misty eyes remains forever. That morning I first saw your blue dawn. Musical note: in this world, with so many people, how lucky we are to have our US. Musical note: the lyrics were in Chinese, with Korean subtitles. It was a warm, beautiful song. Yet Chu Zhi's eyes held no focus as he gazed toward the night sky. It seemed as though he longed to look at the bright moon, to share it across 1,000 miles. But the sky above him was pitch black, empty. The wide balcony made his thin figure look even more fragile. Ah, this is terrifying. Song Ming-hee whispered through tears, makeup streaking her face. He only dares to reveal his loneliness when he's completely alone. Because to countless lonely souls, he is the light. Light can illuminate everything, but it cannot reflect itself. Ah, this is terrifying. Song Ming-hee whispered through tears, makeup streaking her face. He only dares to reveal his loneliness when he's completely alone. Because to countless lonely souls, he is the light. Light can illuminate everything, but it cannot reflect itself. South Korean media then made compilation edits, counting every time Chu Zhi seemed to zone out in public. According to incomplete statistics, for every 3 public appearances, at least one included a moment where he drifted away, lost in thought. Number 492. Exaggerated sales. Loneliness, drifting out of place in reality. All of it weighed on the fans' hearts. Jeezy losing to Chu Zhi is no injustice. In terms of character and ability, they cannot compare with him, muttered Song Ming-hee to herself. Last year, a scandal erupted. The leader of Jeezy, Lee Junseok, had his Naver cloud password cracked, his own birthday, and videos leaked of him in bed with several young female fans, including minors. To clarify, in South Korea adulthood begins at 20, but in their age-counting system, 20 is about the same as 18 in China. The news dealt a devastating blow to Jeezy. The main vocalist, Jo Kwon, took the chance to go solo, and what was once Asia's #1 group scattered into chaos. That was why Song Ming-hee spoke as she did. Song Ming-hee recalled the lyrics of Chu Zhi's Korean EP title track, Let It Be. Musical note: once again I fall into the gray. Even though I've endured it countless times, I must keep holding on, because everything will pass. Musical note: the words resonated more deeply with her now. She wept while listening to Let It Be, until her gaze fell upon her own reflection in the mirror. The woman in the glass had tears streaming down her face. Her eye makeup was smudged, but somehow she looked rather pretty. If only her eyes were a little bigger, she thought, she might be beautiful. This sudden distraction pulled her out of the grief she felt for her idol, helping her calm down a little. Once steady, she wanted to spend some money on her idol. After the clouds clear, purchased 30 copies of Kimi Ga Iru Kodo, Because You Are Here, from Amazon. Fearing the issue might not blow up further, the Daily Sports jumped in again, deliberately comparing past scandals in the Korean entertainment industry, such as Lee Hyun-chae and Kim Bin-soo, and drew a conclusion. Kim Bin-soo drove 2 innocent girls and 1 pure-hearted boy to attempt suicide. If they had not been discovered in time, 3 lives would have been lost. Kim Bin-soo was mentally sound, yet chose to harm others. Meanwhile, Chu Zhi, though suffering from unstable mental health, used every ounce of strength to save lives. How can the difference between celebrities be so vast? The real importance lies in the reflections that this contrast provokes. Comments followed. Why do our country's stars not possess even half the nobility of Chu Zhi's character? I never followed entertainment news. I didn't realize the industry had so many criminals. No wonder Chu Zhi's album After the Clouds Clear moved me so deeply. Our entertainment environment is rotten, dirty like the Han River itself. Look at the stars from China, and then look at the ones filling our prisons. And many more such remarks. Thinking carefully, these comments felt familiar. On the Chinese internet, too, some self-media outlets twist a single point and escalate it into criticism of the entire nation. Even so, the debate brought benefits. Emperor Beast's fan base in South Korea was mostly made up of young white-collar workers and students, with very few older fans. This incident actually brought Chu Zhi new followers in their 40s. This child is too kind, many mothers said, turning into mom fans. Why put fans through so much hardship? The answer was clear in Amori Jinto's profits. Sales reached 1.31 million copies in Japan within 4 days, and 470,000 copies in South Korea in a single day. On Japan's Billboard charts, Kimi Ga Iru Kodo landed in the top 3 across 7 lists: Hot Singles, Discovery Songs, Downloads, Best User-Created Songs, Hot Albums, Best Album Sales, and Download Albums. In 4 of these, it was number 1. In South Korea, it debuted at number 1 on Melon, Genie, and Bug's weekly charts. Kimi Ga Iru Kodo topped every real-time and daily chart across all streaming services, effortlessly achieving 24 perfect all-kills, PK, with the record still holding. Sony Music's coordination department released a forecast: 3 million sales in Japan, 2 million in South Korea, and with a healthy decline curve, total sales may surpass 5 million. Mamma Mia, his previous English album, the one gazed upon by God, only managed to break 5 million after exhausting promotion and countless roadshows. Now a single Japanese album might do the same? Although these were projected numbers, barring accidents, they seemed reliable. 13 years earlier, the last time a Japanese diva's greatest hits album sold over 3 million, it was already the end of the CD Silver Age. Looking at Oricon's top 50 all-time album sales in Japan, the 20th place was just past 3 million. Chu Zhi had a chance to break into that ranking. In this parallel world, Japanese album sales ceilings were lower than Earth's. On Earth, Hikaru Utada's debut album First Love alone sold over 7.6 million copies, while in this world, the highest-selling album in Japan was only around 6 million. I'll hand over the work as quickly as possible. There will be no problems. I won't let you down, Mr. Mitsui. After hanging up, Amori Jinto grinned, so widely his smile nearly split his face. He had successfully transferred laterally to Sony Records as head of marketing. Though called a transfer, working for Sony Records, the global giant, was nothing like staying in Sony Music Japan. Such numbers, achieved through ruthless maneuvering, came at a price. Amori Jinto had already issued public apologies. Some people apologize sincerely, while others mean, I already said sorry, so you can't blame me anymore. Unfortunately, many Japanese executives fell into the latter category. But even faced with Amori Jinto's shamelessness, Lee Goeishuan still managed to secure tangible benefits. The success of Kimi Ga Iru Kodo didn't fade quickly. Days later, more news came. Asahi Shimbun announced, Japan's High School Baseball Federation had chosen Don't Give Up as the entry theme for the National High School Baseball Championship at Koshien. Kadokawa Publishing also revealed that they were considering including Don't Give Up, or Even Though Our Hands Are Empty, in middle school music textbooks. Baseball is widely referred to as Yakyu in Japan, and some Japanese textbooks are compiled by private publishers. Even with Emperor Beast shining in the spotlight, his mood was not good. "Sorry to trouble you, Brother Boo." Chu Zhi ended the call. He had just seen the South Korean news. Even a video from last New Year's, where he sang on his balcony, had been leaked. Chu Zhi decided he needed to move. Filmed accidentally by residents? Impossible. A casual recording would not have captured even the sound so clearly. The quality suggests professional equipment used at close range. Only one explanation made sense. Reporters had been staking out his residence. Then again, it might not be reporters, but overly obsessed fans. After all, security at his complex was strict, and it was hard for outsiders to get in. Either way, Chu Zhi decided he had to move. Being caught off guard and exposed was not the same as choosing to appear. So Chu Zhi called his real estate contact, Bu Shangfan, to help find a new place. He had many requirements, and little time to search on his own. He wouldn't sell his current house, though. The soundproof practice room decorated with star and vine patterns had become famous across Asia. To call it a celebrity residence might be a bit much since Chu Zhi was still alive, but if open to the public, countless fans would come. Drawing the curtains in his living room and bedroom, Chu Zhi began to ponder the next important matter. The 4th Orange Festival was coming. What new performance should he prepare? He had originally planned to sing Explosive and Combustible for the fan event, but since he had already performed it earlier, he would need something fresh this time. Number 493. Difficulties upon difficulties. The 4th Orange Festival this year was a bit special, primarily because of two major updates to Orange Home. The first update introduced an English version of the Orange Home app, which had already been polished and optimized. The second update transformed the English version into the international app, Orange Family, which added Thai, Japanese, Korean, and Arabic, and even entered a strategic partnership with NetEase Udao to provide real-time translations. The key difference between Orange Family and Orange Home was that the former didn't offer free music streaming. 6 months after launch, the international version reached 500,000 daily active users, greatly boosting fan cohesion. So far, the only downside was that Chu Zhi's fan CAF in South Korea had been removed from DOM. Ever since Chu Zhi had appeared on South Korea's The Masked Singer, his CAF's paid subscriber count had always ranked in the top 5, earning over 10 million won each year. The short-term loss wasn't much of a concern. Everyone, including Neo Jiangxue and Old Qian, agreed that a long-term perspective mattered more. The results were already showing. Korean fans and student groups left comments like, "Orange Home CAF is so much better, and it's free too. Professor spent so much money developing this app because he wants us to have a better experience. If you feel guilty, just buy a few more of Professor's albums. Free things are always the most expensive." Neo's team's grand strategy was to solidify Chu Zhi's influence across Asia, and this approach was ahead of its time. Back to the festival. The Orange Festival, which had previously hosted 300 attendees, increased its capacity to 320 this year, with 50 of those spots reserved for international app users. Why not increase it to 350? 30 more seats didn't sound like much. In reality, 300 was already the limit for a fan festival. Any more, and it would be impossible to ensure each fan's experience. Even raising it from 300 to 320 took several rounds of rehearsal. Chu Zhi, the self-proclaimed Emperor Beast, pored over plans, scratching out draft after draft, determined to ensure every attending fan felt valued. While the star agonized over the details, some fans were still desperately trying to get a ticket. Neo's team had spent a fortune developing Orange Home's raffle system, which gave higher chances to more active users. This system significantly reduced scalper activity, and as in previous years, tickets were non-transferable, tied to a verified phone number. Chu Zhi's stance was straightforward. If scalping were allowed, only wealthy fans or irrationally passionate ones would dominate the event by buying their way in. The Emperor Beast refused to let that happen, even if it seemed overly strict or unpopular. The rule remained unchanged for every festival. While tickets couldn't be privately traded in China, the situation abroad was different. Every country had its own policies, and places like South Korea frowned on linking personal ID or phone numbers to accounts, so Orange Gia's tickets were more lenient overseas, which also gave wealthy international fans a chance to show off. "I finally got a ticket, nice." Ghazi cheered, waving his arms. He had paid $10,000 to a Thai fan for their phone, number, and ticket. He tweeted to celebrate, then went to buy himself a gold leaf ice cream. Lucky. I got picked for the Orange Festival. How should I act so I look composed? Old sayings say humility is best. Ghazi hadn't even finished his ice cream when his phone rang. The caller ID read, Princess Maysa. Mayasa's purpose was simple. She began by asking how hard he was working. It's been tough. I go to the Royal Investment Office right after 2 every day and work 3 hours straight until 5, Ghazi replied. But I think I should push myself. Brother Joe's songs tell us not to waste our lives. Working until 5 was rare for royalty, but Maysa declared she would encourage the rest of the royal family to learn from Ghazi. Then her tone shifted. The Royal Investment Office wouldn't run without you as deputy director, Maysa said. I'll be attending a cultural exchange event at the Forbidden City in a few days. Why don't I go to Brother Joe's fan festival for you? In Arab culture, women had no inheritance rights. The last queen in their history dated back to the 3rd century, Queen Zenobia. It was ancient history. Thus, Maysa traveled the world, promoting her country by spending lavishly on art and antiques, bringing them back to Qatar. Ghazi froze. Thinking quickly, he insisted that fan festival tickets were non-transferable. Maysa saw through him instantly. Tickets had been announced in mid-August. If he had truly won one, he'd have bragged already, not waited until now. You're worse at keeping secrets than Zikrit's greenery, Maysa scoffed. Zikrit, located in the southern area of Al-Shamal municipality, was a rocky limestone region. Ghazi wanted to argue, but couldn't. She was right, and he couldn't refuse her. Maysa outranked him, and they were close friends. So, before he could even enjoy his victory, his ticket flew away. He sulked briefly, but Ghazi wasn't one to stay down. If he could buy one, he could buy another, as long as the price was right. He logged into his accounts and posted on Twitter and Orange Grove. Andahai 99. Looking for another Orange Festival ticket. Generous reward for any leads. His old ID had been JHW, a nod to a classic line in a famous novel. He changed it to Andahai 99, I love you in Arabic, which the system couldn't display. The username was also the name of a star cluster in the karaoke app. Out of millions of karaoke IDs, Arabic usernames were rare. Getting this one had cost him time and effort, not just money. Little Fruit's user who owned this ID practically struck gold, earning nearly 100,000 yuan from the sale setting. The second highest record for a virtual username transaction. The highest was also for a star cluster name, bought by Chun Wu, daughter of the president of Panga Bank, Thailand's largest bank. Time passed quickly, and the global Little Fruits festival drew near. Discussions in the fan circle grew livelier. Please, those attending the Orange Festival, take lots of pictures. When will I ever get to go in person? 3 years ago, when I first downloaded Orange Home, I wished I'd get into Peking University. Now I'm here. But getting chosen to attend is a once-in-a-lifetime dream. Fans joke that since the venue was fixed, why not buy out the entire convention center? Then they could stroll in as owners. Realistically, even if you owned the building, you couldn't just walk in when it was rented out. The safer plan was to apply for a job at Love Fruit Company. Online chatter aside, Love Fruit really was hiring. There were 4 business divisions: South Korea, Indochina, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, the new region, Myanmar, Malaysia, Thailand, and other Southeast Asian countries, and the Middle East. Each needed a regional head. Japan's head was Li Guihun, and his team was already assembled. Mr. Kai Yunyong, CIO of Cine Media, please share your goals and expectations for compensation, said Chu Zhi. Chu Zhi and Brother Fei handled the interviews. Brother Fei's sharp insights always proved helpful. Technically, these weren't job applications. All 3 candidates had been recruited through headhunters, so this was a mutual evaluation session. Chu Zhi reviewed Kai Yunyong's profile. Cine Media was Singapore's largest media company, partnered with several countries. As CIO, Kai had significant connections and resources. Kai looked older than expected, around 50, with sharp eyes. Before coming here, I looked into Mr. Li Guihun's decision-making in Japan. I admire it. It was a diplomatic way of saying he wanted equal authority in the new region. Ambition wasn't surprising. Why else leave such a high position? As for goals, Kai continued, Mr. Chu's fame in Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, and Myanmar is already high. In Singapore, he's a top-tier celebrity. The Man Washed by God sold 30,000 copies, topping annual sales charts, and he's had endorsement deals with SMRT. There's limited room for growth there. But Malaysia and Myanmar, especially Malaysia, offer great opportunities, Kai said. My research shows Mr. Chu's sales power there is second tier. Last year's top-selling Malaysian album hit 68,000 copies, but Mr. Chu's English album only sold 37,000. My goal is to increase his influence in these countries. He pulled out a tablet with detailed charts. This isn't empty talk. Mr. Chu has a strong fan base in these countries. The data, gathered by polling firm Zero Point through online surveys of 10,000 respondents per country, focused on 15 to 25-year-olds. Kai was well prepared. My goal is to boost Mr. Chu's album sales in the new region by 100,000 copies, Kai said confidently. And more importantly, raise his commercial value in these countries by 20%. The data showed 73% of respondents recognized Chu Zhi as a Chinese superstar, but most associated him with Professor Bai or Su-11. Companies in the region could afford high-profile endorsements, and Chu Zhi was already stealing meals from local celebrities. For example, he recently signed an endorsement deal with Vietnam Dairy, a national brand. Their ads used to feature Vietnamese stars, but after Chu Zhi's music went viral, they switched to him, tailoring the slogan, "The taste of mom's love, drink Vietnam Dairy." This was why Chu Zhi had reached the Forbes Asia Top 3 before even breaking into the Western market. Taking iconic roles to boost fame and drive sales is a strong plan. I recommend Mr. Chu take another role similar to Professor Bai, Kai added. Easier said than done. Netflix had produced many popular Korean shows, but none of their characters had captivated all of Asia like Professor Bai. Fortunately, Chu Zhi's upcoming film Unsinkable was set to take him global. Before wrapping up, Brother Fei asked a question with Chu Zhi's nod of approval. Mr. Kai, would you prefer stock options and dividends or a high salary? Can adults say both? Kai joked. But personally, I'd lean toward a high salary. Thank you for your honesty, brother, Fei said, signaling he had no further questions. After Kai left, Brother Fei explained, ambition was fine, but he worried Kai might see love fruit as a stepping stone. Choosing stock options showed commitment. Choosing salary hinted at other motives. Chu Zhi, a seasoned businessman, understood. If Kai truly had the talent to use him as a springboard, that made him a formidable ally. He recalled a lesson from his past life. He once learned the song The Brightest Star in the Night Sky to keep an employee, but failed. Yet that act of goodwill came back as a blessing later. The recruitment continued. Scene shift. Early morning, Japan. The sky was bright blue. Outside the window, an ambulance wailed. What happened to the patient? The doctor asked. Her younger brother, Hunta, shook his head. I don't know. My sister just fainted. The doctor quickly considered causes like epilepsy, anemia, and low blood pressure. He asked more questions, and 15-year-old Hunta relayed every detail he thought might help. There were no signs of tumors or epilepsy. What was her mood when she fainted? The doctor asked. She was super happy. She drew a Professor Beck photo card. Only 10,000 exist, Hunta recalled. The likely cause was excitement-induced tachycardia and high blood pressure leading to oxygen shortage in the brain. The doctor examined her while piecing together the details. You couldn't really blame her. The album's marketing was genius. After selling 1 million copies, Amori announced, we've hidden 10,000 official Netflix-authorized Professor Beck photo cards in the album. This might be the first and last time Chudano plays Professor Beck. With both Netflix and Chu Zhi fans ecstatic, sales soared. With You Here sold 2.63 million copies in Japan in its first week, and over 1.41 million in Korea in just 5 days. Sony Music's projections suddenly looked conservative. Chu Zhi was about to land another 5 million copy album. 3 flowers bloomed, 2 had been picked. The third belonged to someone from an often overlooked nation. Alves stared blankly at the ticket in his hands, torn between joy and worry. How could he possibly attend in China? He was a native of the Nusa Tenggara Islands, from East Timor, Asia's poorest nation. The name, East Timor, might sound like something from a fantasy novel, like the tomb of the great emperor. In reality, It simply referred to the eastern half of Timor Island, with Indonesia occupying the west. The word Timor came from Portuguese. Chinese netizens' limited awareness of East Timor was largely thanks to viral posts claiming the country's coins featured Chinese characters to thank China for its help, or that it barred Japanese visitors. Both were misleading. Japan was one of East Timor's biggest aid providers, and Chinese characters on coins dated back to the Portuguese colonial era, when Chinese merchants dominated local commerce. Today, East Timor only minted small-value coins, while its paper currency was entirely US dollars. Alves stared at the outfit he'd received in the mail, his expression full of uncertainty. Number 494. There's really a perk like this? Lawton County's capital, São Paulo, was where Alves lived. If you wanted to be polite, you'd say the city had plenty of greenery. If you didn't, you'd admit that even for a county capital, development was shaky, and a lot of the roads between districts were still muddy dirt tracks. Alves's dad was a teacher, and his mom worked at a supermarket run by Chinese owners. The family was better off than some, but it wasn't enough to send him abroad for an event. Should he borrow a little cash from classmates? It wouldn't help. This wasn't the kind of problem a little cash could fix. He opened his inbox and saw an unread email. Subject: Travel plan for 9/1/24. From Xiaohong, Events Department, Love Fruit. Hello, Mr. 9/1/24. I'm Xiaohong from Love Fruit's Events Department, assigned to handle your travel for the Orange Festival in China. We haven't been able to reach you by phone for a long time, so I'm contacting you by email. Since there's no direct flight from your country to China, our company has 2 routes for you to choose from. Plan 1. Travel first to the capital, Dili, then fly from Presidente Nicolau Lobato International Airport to Singapore Changi Airport, and transfer from there to Shanxing, China. Plan 2. Fly from Presidente Nicolau Lobato International Airport to Sukarno, Hatta International Airport in Jakarta, Indonesia, then transfer to Shanxing, China. We look forward to hearing from you, Mr. 9/1/24. It was a long email spelling out that Love Fruit would cover all travel and lodging for the festival, followed by clear contact details and next steps. The Orange Festival was the gold standard for fan events in China, the absolute ceiling. Everyone in the fandom knew fans got to eat well and take home goodies. People abroad didn't know the specifics, though. Alves just stared, stunned. Did a plate of Portuguese-style sturgeon just fall out of the sky? In East Timor, the main phone operator was Timor Telecom, TT for short. Once you left Dili, signal got spotty fast. Alves had a habit of switching to Instagram DMs and email whenever he went home for break, so he hadn't charged his phone in ages. It wasn't just him. Lots of people in East Timor did the same. Smartphones hadn't really taken off there, and East Timor was the only Southeast Asian country not in ASEAN, so you couldn't judge it by your usual habits. He finally hustled around, plugged in his transient phone, and it charged quickly. When he turned it on, missed calls and messages popped up in a flood. The texts were similar to the email. One thing jumped out, though, a DHL notification. A package for him had arrived. He went to pick it up. The sender was Love Fruit. What was it, a mailed invitation? Didn't seem like it. The package was thick. It looked more like clothes. No point guessing. He tore the plastic open. Inside was a long-sleeved white t-shirt. The front had a chibi portrait of Chu Zhi. The back had an orange icon and a line of Chinese. Woman live sui la. Women li su la. Or we're 6 years old. He looked it up on Twitter and figured out it meant, we're 6. It referred to Chu Zhi debuting in 2017, which made it 6 years. He pulled it on right away, twisted in front of the mirror, and grinned. It fit great. It looked great. Then it clicked. No wonder the Orange Festival raffle had asked for a detailed size form. There were bonus outfits included. He was so glad he hadn't filled in nonsense. The clothes were made by the Muchire brand. Right after leaving the clothing studio, Chu Zhi headed to Pioneer Design Studio. Bu Shangfan had found a good neighborhood. The previous place had been designed by the original owner in a business hotel style, and the Emperor Beast hadn't bothered to change it. But this new place had to match his own habits. He met the designer and laid out his needs. If I didn't miss anything critical, designer Lao Zhao said, you want all interior doors disguised like a secret room setup, so they're hidden? Lao Zhao had designed homes for a lot of stars. Some wanted walk-in closets bigger than the bedroom. Some wanted the whole place open plan with only load-bearing walls left. Still, this request surprised him. I want anyone who steps into my home for the first time to fail at finding the bathroom door, the bedroom door, the kitchen door, and the study door right away, he repeated. Is it too hard? He asked when he saw the frown. Our team can try, Lao Zhao said. He wasn't about to let a big order slip away. Thanks, designer Zhao. I trust Pioneer's skills, he said first thing. We've never taken on a case like this, and there aren't many references like it at home or abroad, Lao Zhao admitted, playing it safe and setting expectations. We'll be feeling our way forward with no stepping stones. You're too modest. If Brother Bu recommended you, I've got faith, he said. Truth was, Lao Zhao wasn't confident. They finished the real talk, and both sides were busy, so there was no time to chat. Overall style, East European vibe blended with new Chinese. Taboo. Client has trypophobia. Budget, around 8 million. Small request, hide all room entrances. The style mix had been decided long ago, no problem there. This small request was the problem. He rubbed the corner of his eye and felt the pressure. If you look at it through architectural psychology, he muttered, hiding all the doors screams deep insecurity. He didn't dwell on it, though. Too many factors shaped architecture. Maybe the client just loved escape room aesthetics. Deep insecurity was only one possible reading. And he wasn't a therapist. Better to focus on his actual job. Speaking of jobs, it was time to talk about yesterday's hiring results. The new region's chief executive for performance arts would be Kai Yun-young. South Korea's performance group lead would be Park Old Fiend. The titles were different, but the functions were basically the same. They'd had conflicts in philosophy during mutual interviews for the Middle East and Indochina leads, so those two slots would need more time. They'd already introduced Kai Yun-young in detail yesterday. He didn't look impressive, but his ambition and ability showed through. He was different from advertising agent Chichio. Chichio wasn't handsome in the face, but everything else was handsome, a classic shrimp-type boyfriend, great body. Kai had the kind of face and figure unity no one wanted. As for Park Old Fiend, the nickname said it all, sharp as a knife. A 34-year-old who earned that moniker. You could imagine his personality. He'd been a prosecutor. If you've watched enough K-dramas, you know how powerful prosecutors are in South Korea. Overwhelming isn't an exaggeration. Here's something you probably remember. In the case of GZ's former top idol Lee Jun-sik, the agency YG had suppressed the news at first, but Park and his colleagues blew it open. No one knew why he'd resigned and turned up to apply here. Was he here to dig up dirt on the boss? Maybe. But his network was wide, and his plan fit perfectly. They add model artist proposal. Got Brother Faye's strong approval. In Korea, there are artists who basically shoot ads, don't release much, yet never drop in status. To pull off that trick, you needed 3 things: high popularity, strong national recognition, and real works. Brother Faye called it thick blood. Didn't that fit him perfectly? With connections and a workable plan, it was no surprise Park passed the interview. Time blurred by, and September 5th rolled around, the day before the Orange Festival. Alves put on his new festival t-shirt and set off for the airport. The farthest he'd ever gone was Dili for school. He'd never even been to neighboring Indonesia. Even if the trip was free, this was still his first time flying abroad, and at 20, he was a little nervous. He was spacey on the plane. He took out his MP3 to listen to songs. He'd never bought a physical album, but he did download legit tracks. He chose to transfer in Jakarta instead of Singapore because he knew a tiny bit of Indonesian, which made the transfer less scary. Timor Island was split east and west. The east was his home country, and the west belonged to Indonesia's East Nusa Tenggara province. Of course there was exchange between them. Clearly, Alves didn't have a full picture of just how meticulous Chu Zhi could be. Number 495. A clever touch. A placard read, "Welcoming Mr. Alves traveling to China," written cleanly in both Portuguese and Tetum. Alves was still spacing out when his eye snagged on his own name. He hurried over. The greeter at Jakarta's airport looked Indonesian, dark brown skin and a strikingly big nose. "Are you Mr. Alves?" Once he confirmed it, he switched to Tetum. "Hello, I'm your local guide in Indonesia. Since your flight to Shantung, China has a 4-hour layover. We can grab a meal first, then board." They'd even arranged someone to escort him during a transfer. The The sign had thoughtfully used East Timor's two common languages. Tidum was an Austronesian tongue native to Timor Island, and Portuguese needed no explanation. Portugal had once colonized this land. Colonization hits a country's cultural continuity like a hammer. Of course, there are exceptions. India flipped the script on Britain in some ways, and if you look at it like that, India really did come out on top. All your entry visas are already handled. Dobby casually took his luggage from his hands. The reception staff were so warm that even though Alves wasn't shy, the enthusiasm pushed past his comfort zone. It felt a bit like those times when Hadaleo's service goes a little overboard. They ate at the airport. During the meal, Alves asked, curious, do all Orange Festival attendees get arrangements this detailed? I'm not sure, the big-nosed guide said. We're United Elites, Indonesia branch. We do custom high-end service. I don't know the exact scope, I just follow orders. What I do know is Love Fruit also placed cooperation orders with branches in Thailand and Vietnam. So basically, it meant international fans were getting similar treatment. Alves couldn't help muttering. That's gotta cost a fortune. I don't know the total bill, the guide said, but a star personally ordering our service for fans, far as I know, that's a first. Even as an outsider, he had to admire how freely a Chinese star was spending on fans. Checked tickets, security, boarding. Then a few hours later, Alves landed in China. Staff had been waiting. Right at Zhongbei Airport, a red-haired, blue-eyed girl bounced up and clapped him on the shoulder. Friend, you're a fan of Mr. Zhou too, right? I knew it. Your shirt sold you out, you can't hide it. Alves blinked. He didn't understand her, which ruled out Portuguese and English. But she wore the same t-shirt as him, so he could guess she was a fan of Chu Zhi too. Orange fans are one big family. What a coincidence, you're a fan of Mr. Chu Zhi too. I'm Alves. I'm from East Timor, he said in Portuguese. It isn't one of the UN's 6 working languages, but it's one of the world's 8 major lingua francas, so plenty of people get it. This is so exciting. My parents didn't want me going to China at first, but when I explained it's for Mr. Zhi's event, they instantly agreed. My mom even wanted to come with me. You know, Mr. Zhi's super famous in our country. Katyusha Yura. Yura? Got it, Alves thought. You're Russian? I've always wanted to see Moscow. I'm Talia. What's your name? I can't wait. I really want to see Mr. Zhi soon. An East Timorese and a Russian, 2 completely different channels, and somehow they still chatted for ages. Among the 50 international invitees, everyone quickly discovered they didn't have to worry about a thing. Even pocket Wi-Fi was prepared, so they could go online and reassure family back home. Alves didn't have a smartphone, but Chinese staff helped him place a call to let his family know he was safe. Fans from Russia, East Timor, Vietnam, Thailand, South Korea, and Japan all arrived in China under careful arrangements. Once again, Chu Zhi felt the same truth land on his shoulders. A person's energy is limited, but the things they want to do are endless. Lately, he'd been juggling talks on his new home's design, a French translation of a classical text, a pre-production collaboration with CCTV for retracing the Long March, and, tomorrow, the Orange Festival itself. Wang Yuan was overseeing the expo center's setup, but he still wanted to swing by and see it with his own eyes. Even the Emperor Beast had to set one thing aside for the moment. Zhou, what time's your flight to CCTV this afternoon? Old Qian asked, multitasking while he handled business calls. 3 o'clock, he said. Brother Qian, you don't need to come. I'll fly back tonight. Xiao Zhuzi, keep an eye on him, Old Qian said to the life assistant, hands still busy. I've got it, don't worry, Xiao Zhuzi said, thumping a fist to her chest. Life assistant Xiao Zhu was basically half a managing executive by now. The workload had shot up, and yeah, the paycheck looked much nicer too. The trip to the Underpants building went smoothly. Retracing the Long March had invited 3 stars, including him. The other 2 had already nailed down their pre-cooperation talks with CCTV days ago. His schedule only opened today, so Minister Shi made sure everything lined up perfectly. By the time he walked out of the Underpants building, night had settled in, but the office towers and streetlights made it bright as day. Sometimes he wondered, maybe all those bright lights and lively streets are the reason people sleep late. Back in Shanxing, he looked up. The moon wasn't clear, the stars were sparse. At 11:30 p.m., he headed for the expo center. Even though Shanxing's a city that thrives at night, There weren't many pedestrians or cars at that hour. He inspected everything carefully, then finally relaxed. The king's way of doing things was reliable. "Thanks for the trouble, master," he told the on-duty venue worker. He could tell the man was a heavy smoker, so he bought a carton of Zhonghua cigarettes to show his thanks. He returned to the hotel and slept dreamlessly. September 6th, Lunar Gingshan month, Dingmao Day. Auspicious for marriage, travel, and cleaning. Not good for groundbreaking or haircuts. Most little fruits showed up 2 or 3 hours early and waited at the doors. Almost everyone wore orange merch, so when you looked out over the crowd, it was a sea of orange. As usual, underage little fruits could bring a parent, so the head count would exceed 350. Good thing his reputation was solid, and the officials regularly praised him. Parents liked him too. That kid's an excellent idol. Otherwise, if you swapped in a different star, a mom like Meng Meng's would never let her first-year high schooler attend. But for him, no objections. "So many foreigners," Meng Meng's mom said, surprised. "Of course, Mom. Xiao Jiu's an international superstar." "What did you think?" Meng Meng answered without thinking. She was also stunned. The Orange Festival had gone global. "I know. I saw the news. Chu Zhi's a real artist at such a young age, representing the country overseas," her mom said. Time slipped by in the lively crowd. For people who were waiting, every minute stretched. Finally, it was time to scan tickets. There were 8 entrances in total, 6 for domestic verification and 2 for international. Domestic fans only had to scan a QR code. The international verification was a bit quirky. He'd insisted on more windows anyway. More windows meant shorter lines. Talia from Russia was in the first batch. As soon as she walked in, staff handed her a real-time translation earbud, provided by iFlyTech. It couldn't handle complicated vocabulary, but it was perfect for everyday conversation. "It's absolutely perfect. So far, I can't find a single thing to suggest," Talia said. Walking past the corridor, you'd see the group photos from the first 3 festivals and snapshots from game segments. The moment you stepped in, all those smiles just rubbed off on you. Talia bounced along even happier. She already loved parties, so a lively, free-spirited venue like this was perfect, especially when she'd get to see her idol. The venue had started getting set up 2 weeks in advance. That's right. Chu Zhi didn't rent this wing of the convention center for a day or 2. He booked half a month. A lot of the decor needed time. Rushing would have looked sloppy. From the sofas to the hanging orange lanterns, everything looked meticulous. This was already the 4th time they'd run it, so it only got more polished. The only things that never changed were the circular stage set close to the audience and the snack walls all around. "How much does it cost to rent a place this big?" Meng Meng's mom asked. "I told you, Xiao Jiu isn't like other stars. He really wants us fans to have fun," Meng Meng said. Honestly, her mom's question was the same one dozens of first-timers from overseas were wondering, and fans watching Orange Family's livestream too. This was free. That was free. So how much was all this costing? There was a tiny hiccup at security. "What do we do, Sister Wang?" the logistics staffer Xiaomu reported. The situation didn't fit any of the 3 preset plans. Wang Yuan paused, didn't answer right away, then hurried down to the convention center parking garage. The issue was parked there, literally. Qatar's Royal Princess Maisa and Royal Investment Office Deputy Director Ghazi had both won Orange Festival slots and showed up. Ghazi was fine. The problem was the princess. A royal either had bodyguards in tow or the venue's security had to meet a VIP protection standard. Obviously, the Orange Festival didn't hit that level. If they backed down and let the guards in, you'd have towering men in formal suits planted at the sides like half-built towers, completely clashing with the vibe, and atmosphere was something Chu Zhi valued like crazy. It really did feel like an impossible conflict. Strictly speaking, with Princess Mayasa's identity, showing up at a packed event without security was a diplomatic incident waiting to happen if anything went wrong. You couldn't gamble on that. Princess Maysa and Wang Yuan hashed out a middle path. The bodyguards would change into casual clothes and stand around the perimeter. There was already a medical team on standby anyway. Every step they took was to protect the Little Fruits experience as much as possible. "We've got to prioritize fairness in the overseas raffle soon," Wang Yuan thought. Anyone with half a brain knew Ghazi and Princess Maysa, 2 members of Qatar's royal family, had clearly used the power of money. They weren't the only ones. There was also Chen Wu, the low-key daughter of the president of Thailand's Panga Bank, who'd been mentioned earlier. She didn't bring a big security detail, just her fiancé, Kim Seo. Kim Seo was the third son at South Korea's Kakao. The company owned KakaoTalk and KakaoPay, basically the Korean versions of WeChat and Alipay, so you could imagine what kind of alliance this engagement looked like. For one star, you came all the way to China? If you want to see a star, why not just pay to invite him over? Kim Seo's take screamed Chable logic. Reducing an idol to a price tag made Chunwoo furious, but when your values didn't line up, words didn't bridge the gap. She said, pay him? Professor took first on Forbes' global celebrity list last year with $240 million US. How much are you paying to invite him? A Chinese star beat Hollywood and hit #1 on Forbes. He felt like this was more unbelievable than the Incheon landing. That was over 340 billion won in a year. Terrifying. Even if his father had once been Korea's richest man, you couldn't ignore that kind of earning power. People who knew how the Forbes list worked also knew the numbers skewed low. He'd studied in Los Angeles, and now he had to take this Chinese star seriously. Professor's so famous, he was appointed chief advisor to China's Cultural Bureau. You can think of it as the same rank as a director at South Korea's Ministry of Culture. Sports and tourism, she said. Don't say I'm lying. Everyone in China knows this. You can look it up. A bureau director at that ministry's is senior civil service rank. Above that, you're talking vice ministers and ministers, and above that, Blue House territory. A celebrity appointed to a bureau director level post because of fame. What kind of monster was that? The pressure finally hit him. He took off his deerstalker jacket, revealing the orange support shirt underneath. He'd thought it was a couple's shirt when he put it on. When he got here, he realized it was fan gear. He didn't care about the weather. He'd grabbed a jacket to cover it up. Now that he'd seen the scale, he didn't think wearing it was embarrassing anymore. Once they were inside, he kept searching Chu Zhi on his phone, and one achievement after another popped up. Demon King of live singing. One of the 3 great oddities. The national girls' idol, Professor Beck. The Chinese artist who refused Korea's cultural medal, and culture, sports and tourism had zero leverage over him. The more he read, the more rattled he got. How did China, a market people called barren in music, produce a singer like this? His Asian popularity was ridiculous, and when he finally touched the Western market, he broke in easily. It didn't make sense how strong he was. Maybe because he was too strong, that worship the strong DNA finally kicked in. Chu Zhi's the same birth year as me, he said, spotting a common point. I'm begging you, Kim Seo. If you're not into the event, just sit quietly. Don't wreck the mood. Chun Woo said, nervous even as she reminded him. Everyone had arrived. The lights bloomed like clouds at sunset, and as the glow came up, the host stepped out first. Hi, everyone. I'm your Orange Festival host, still me. Wei Tongzi took the stage. She was definitely one of the most successful Little Fruits turned professionals. Except for the second festival, when schedule conflicts let Kuan Yun snag the job once. She'd hosted all the rest. At the very first festival, she'd co-hosted with Huang Yuru. The latter had fiercer career drive and took off even harder. By now, Huang Yuru had left Mango TV and was running 3 shows of her own. Over there you'll see the snack hill. Since we've got fans from other countries, Brother Joe specifically picked several foreign snack brands. Wei Tongzi said, I've got to add one more thing most of you don't know. While picking snacks, we chose a pretty famous market brand of dried apricots, sent it for testing, and it turned out the sulfur dioxide residue didn't meet the National Food Safety Standard. Anyone curious why we're sending snacks to a lab? Wei Tongzi continued. Because Brother Joe really cares about Little Fruits, so every snack on site goes through random inspection. This wasn't what a perfect host would do, and there was no line in the script that planned to expose this at all. But she was a Little Fruit first. She couldn't stand the thought of her idol doing so much and nobody knowing. With that bomb dropped, it was time to welcome the star. The Emperor Beast came up, and fans realized they were basically wearing couple outfits with their idol. The pattern was almost identical. The only difference was the shadow graphic on the front. The fan t-shirt's chibi background had the character Zhi, and Chu Zhi's shirt had the character Ju, orange. In a heartbeat, every Little Fruit on site lit up. They thought it was just support merch. Turns out it was matching gear, brother-style couple tees. The cheers sounded like it might blow the roof off. Ghazi was relieved. He'd planned to keep the orange shirt sealed as a collectible and wear something fancier, his diamond-studded battlesuit. After some back and forth, he'd chosen the orange shirt. Good call. We've got lots of fans from other countries here, and many are using translators, so I'm going to slow my pace a bit, Chu Zhi said. After quick greetings with fans, the event jumped into the first game phase. This time the design started with a hunt for the heart key. Whoever found one could move on to phase 2, where you could either spin the big wheel or exchange your keys for small gifts. The big wheel had lots of options. Duet any song with Chu Zhi. 10 push-ups. Ask Chu Zhi any question. Must answer seriously. 20 squats. Try not to laugh challenge. And so on. It was luck versus skill. All the big wheel prizes put you face to face with Chu Zhi, but if luck went south, you didn't just miss out on a prize, you also had to take a penalty. For about 40 minutes, everyone searched for keys via 3 routes: puzzles, treasure dig, and memory trial. There were 250 keys in total. Chen Wu picked the memory trial. She knew everything about her idol by heart and felt confident. There were easy questions like, what's Chu Zhi's zodiac animal? And brutal ones like, what's the highest note Chu Zhi's ever hit? She went all out, and, after all that sweat, ended up with 2 keys. Not bad. With a bit of time left, Chen Wu dashed to the puzzle corner to round it up to 4. She didn't answer a single one. Those were pure logic tests. For example, 2 prisoners share a cell. The prison gives them 1 pot of water per day. They fight over how to split it, both thinking they got a bad deal, until they try one pours and the other chooses. Peace restored, for 2. A few days later, a 3rd prisoner arrives. How do you divide the water so all 3 feel it's fair? 2 keys are fine too. She turned, looked at her fiancé, and saw him sitting quietly. No trouble. Good. Hold up. What's that in his hand? 5 keys. Did you buy those with money? Was her first thought. No need to pay. There's a puzzle station over there that's pretty easy. I cleared 5 in a row, Kim Seo said. She stared, unconvinced. Easy. Then why did her head throb the second she saw those questions? In the second phase, most little fruits chose the big wheel. Today, Lady Luck felt stingy. 8 or 9 out of 10 spun penalties. Gazi got penalties twice, 5 burpees, and then 20 squats. Princess Mesa wasn't much luckier. Even Chu Zhi chuckled. With luck like this, I'm starting to wonder if I messed with the wheel. Chen Wu's 2 chances both whiffed. Her dream was a quick hug with her idol. Her fiancé, Kim Seo, pulled it off instead. He landed the try not to laugh challenge, and the winner could make a small request. Kim Seo won with a hell joke. Do you know what China has that South Korea doesn't? Do you know what South Korea has that China doesn't? The answers were sovereignty and the universe. The Russian girl, Talia, drew duet any song with Chu Zhi and picked opera too. Bold choice. Both of them sang like their lives depended on it, except his sounded, well, heavenly, and hers was less so. Happy moments fly. Before anyone knew it, over 90 minutes had passed. Host Wei Tongzi cued the 3rd segment, Chu Zhi's gift. I often read our Orang Home Little Fruits comments and noticed something, he said. As Chu Zhi spoke, the big screen lit up. Very lazy fish. Ugh, insomnia again. It's 3 a.m., and I've got an early morning. Fanfic. I keep wanting to sleep early, but I just can't. 0 and non-gate 0. I get restless every night. Netese cloud sads carved into my bones. Haha cry. V arrives as promised. Been listening to GY all night. I'm wired. Claire Fallon. I want to become a fairy. Happiness doubled. Hundreds of messages scrolled by, all cleared with the account owners in advance. That's only a fraction. School, life, all kinds of emotional pressure keep a lot of little fruits awake, Chu Zhi said. So I composed a light music track to help you sleep. Meng Meng's mom perked up. She got insomnia too. Doctors told her she worried too much and needed to relax. But how do you relax when your nature's to overthink? Writing a piece just for fans' insomnia. That was exactly what the People's Daily had praised, saying Chu Zhi was the kind of young star post-90s should learn from. The piece is called Annie's Wonderland. Give me a sec to set up. He spoke into a walkie-talkie, and staff rolled out instrument after instrument. You might not recognize the title right away, but if you're an 80s, 90s, or aughts kid, there's an 80% chance you've heard this pure music classic. It's one of the most famous instrumental tracks on Earth, the soundtrack of spring for so many childhoods. Soon the small circular stage was dotted with instruments: piano, clarinet, strings, flute, harp, plus a laptop wired to recording gear. It's ambient at heart, adapted from European folk. I hope it gives you a moment of calm. Insomnia really sucks, he said, and started laying down. Tracks live, 5 instruments, one by one. This Rain layers a sample I recorded a few days ago on Fairy Mountain, Chu Zhi added, then stacked the laptop's 7 tracks together. After a little over 10 minutes, Annie's Wonderland played. The music did exactly what the name promised. Close your eyes, and it felt like stepping into a wonderland. You could spread your arms and flop onto your bed, and in an instant, the mattress turned into soft grass. Flowers flew of their own accord, drifting up to you with a breath of perfume. You could run barefoot as you pleased. Even if you tripped, you'd fall into water and drift, easy as a cloud, across a quiet lake. Number 496. King of Involution. 4 little fruits on site and those watching from home. The difference was huge. The ones that were lost in the dream their idol wove for them. The ones behind screens were already blowing up the chat. In Annie's Wonderland, is Annie that shameless little fox? It's gorgeous, but who's Annie? Kinda awkward, my English name's Annie. Sounds amazing, Jui puts so much heart into fans. A few minutes later, the music in the side hall faded, but the room stayed quiet. Most people were still savoring the aftertaste. Pure instrumentals cross borders easily. Whether it was Russia, Thailand, South Korea, or Japan, everyone could feel the calm of that wonderland. It felt like when I was a kid, legs skimming through a creek, cool and sharp, Talia said. I've always said Jui isn't just a top-tier lyricist. His arranging and composing are top-tier too, Meng Meng said. I felt the first light of dawn spilling onto my blanket. I could smell that sun-dried quilt scent, Chinwu said. Pretty words, but just saying, Kim Seo said. That sun smell you described is the 2-methylpropanol and 2-methylpropanol produced when textiles sit under UV light. The piece uses instrument timbres, especially that faint rain, to help some people fall asleep. Some fans waxed poetic about how it felt. Some were allergic to romance. Whatever their flavor, the song had them all. Alves didn't speak. He didn't like how his Tatum sounded, and he didn't want to switch to Portuguese. He didn't feel confident about representing his country. While everyone heard a wonderland, he heard a thread of sorrow in Annie's Wonderland. The chatter swelled and sparkled. Those prep translation earbuds were a great call. With how expressive Talia was, she made a bunch of new friends in no time. After a bit, Chu Zhi raised a hand to steady the room. The buzz softened, and he finally spoke. I'll upload the full track to all major platforms later. If you've got insomnia or trouble falling asleep, give it a try. The Emperor Beast added that it'd be a free download, at home and abroad. With that, the 3-hour Orange Festival wrapped up, and the next phase began. The guests take everything run. Souvenir merch, untouched snacks, everyone stuffed their bags for dear life. Meng Meng's mom noticed her daughter tugging a rolling case and reminded her, don't grab things at random. You've got to pay. You shouldn't snag cheap-looking stuff, a rule she'd learned after traveling a lot. But then she remembered the flights and hotel were covered, so she said, ask for the price. If it isn't expensive, we can buy it. What do you mean price? It's all free, Meng Meng said. It was her first time attending, but she'd watched all 3 previous festivals. She knew the flow by heart. She'd been eyeing the merch for ages. The official flagship store never had stock, and resellers listed for crazy prices. Her stash was never enough. It's all gifts, really. Ask that guy, she said, pointing at the staffer portioning out snacks. Love Fruit's employee, Xiao Mu, answered. Snacks and souvenirs are all Mr. Chu's gifts to fans. Only then did Meng Meng notice a change this year. Backpacks had been upgraded to small orange rolling suitcases. It didn't take long to realize why. There were too many gifts to fit in a backpack. A coin purse, an orange ripeness watch, a sun and rain umbrella, and more. Meng Meng was as giddy as a 98 gene kid. The best part was how clever the merch was. Take the orange ripeness watch already strapped to her wrist. It counted from 0 to 1,439 minutes every day from midnight, meaning we aren't wasting each day. We're gaining more and more time. If you wanted the exact time, though, you still had to check your phone or do some math. It sounded as useless as a Da Vinci contraption, but since young people already had phones, a watch's utility wasn't the point. The orange ripeness watch looked great. It was a match-anything piece. It proved again Chu Zhi's merch wasn't cookie-cutter. He really put thought into it. Lots of items weren't just commemorative, they worked in daily life. Still, considering how many little fruits couldn't bear to use them, most would probably end up carefully tucked away. They picked up their rolling cases and followed staff to the restaurant. The chorus of orange wheels humming across tile layered into a crisp, cheerful sound. Because 50 international fans attended, the banquet leaned fusion, part Chinese, part Western. Honestly, the fourth Orange Festival's budget was up by about 50% over previous years. Just imagining the dishes made your wallet ache. Meng Meng's mom squirmed in her seat. Meng Meng, aren't we overdoing it? Wait, what was overdoing it? Meng Meng blinked mid-bite, claws deep into a crayfish. Our 2 plane tickets, that hotel isn't cheap either, plus today's banquet and the venue, and you're walking out with a whole case, her mom said, plain and simple. How much is Chu Zhi losing here? Meng Meng swallowed. That's why GYS, the positive energy idol official media keeps praising. He's genuinely good to fans. He really was. Her mom nodded. It wasn't just about spending money. At 43, Meng Meng's mom noticed tiny things. When duetting with fans, he'd adjust the mic stand to their height and stand on the outside, letting the fans stand inside. So if they got too into it, they wouldn't step off the edge. It was a natural, almost unconscious move, proof that he instinctively wanted to protect fans. One hidden benefit of the Orange Festival was that even though Chu Zhi had been #1 on the Huruan China celebrity list 3 years in a row, the entire fandom still felt he deserves to earn that much. Once you've taken the moral high ground, the effect's unbelievable. Inviting international fans, a Qatari princess chasing a star, sending snacks for testing so little fruits can eat safely, composing a sleep aid track. You could already see the hot searches lining up. Every year someone rises, and every year someone falls. The industry was used to it by now. Melon eaters had their seats ready, waiting for the next spectacle. Each Involution King season always managed to drag out a few lousy idols. Logging into his LV12 account, Lin Xia, one of the most iron-willed top stars, tapped his sign-in for the 1,348th day. If not him, then who? Writing soft music just to help fans with insomnia. Seriously, how does this guy come up with new tricks every single year? Lin Xia muttered. He actually admired it. To him, fan festivals felt like a burden. Just a 1 or 2 hour event could eat up several days of preparation. Lin Xia had switched more into film and TV recently. Running between 2 sets left him double-booked, even clashing schedules. Taking time out for a fan event would cost too much. But I've got to hand it to Chu the Involution King. His fame's already huge, yet every year he throws more and more time into these fan festivals. Lin Xia didn't feel jealous, only impressed. His own team copied Chu Zhi's playbook often, and only after walking that path himself did he realize how hard it really was. Inside or outside the circle, most people could never agree on one artist's evaluation. Celebs often claimed, "I'll never forget my original intention." Lin Xia himself had said that countless times, just empty words. In his experience, only Gu Peng, Chu Zhi, and Zhang Xingyue actually lived by it after making it big. Speaking of Gu Peng, Orange Home had plenty of insiders lurking around, including Gu Peng, nicknamed the Surfing King. What caught his eye most was Chu Zhi's fluency across so many instruments. The Billy Billy Weapon Master title wasn't for nothing. Damn, maybe Xiao Jiu really is a genius, Gu Peng admitted. Think about it. Mastering hundreds of instruments, speaking multiple languages, juggling everything else. Hard work alone wouldn't cut it. That kind of output had to come with extraordinary talent. Scrolling through the comments, Gu Peng saw, Jun Liu. Why do I feel more awake the longer I listen? Big Salted. Fish Flame Night. Xiao Jiu could totally write OSTs. This piece is just too good. Little Watercolor. I love pure music. Can we please get more? 179 Handsome Guy. Brother Jiu on the piano, my dream man forever. Too restrained, Gu Peng thought. He typed his own reply. If it's for insomnia relief, I think Jiu should try recording ASMR sleep tracks. Bonus points if they're 18+. Just saying. Within minutes, hundreds of likes piled up. Gu Peng nodded in satisfaction. Everyone here had verified IDs. Why act so shy? Just as he was about to close the Orang Home app, something hit him. Chu Zhi poured his heart into making sure little fruits could sleep peacefully. But wasn't he the one suffering the worst insomnia? Nightmares, restless nights, barely a few hours of sleep. He was worse off than most insomniacs. So who was going to soothe him? That thought froze Gu Peng's smile like cement setting in his face. He switched to a smaller account, hovering over the post button. Should he say something? In his eyes, they were good friends, even if they'd only met a handful of times. Each time, he'd felt how thoughtful Chu Zhi was toward others. Gu Peng was socially anxious. Usually, over-attentive people made him uncomfortable. But Chu Zhi had this perfect sense of balance, never making things awkward. Xiao Jiao probably wouldn't want people to know, Gu Peng muttered, dropping the idea. Then he hesitated again. His fingers flew anyway, typing out a post titled, "You're always thinking of everyone else." From a bird's-eye view, the Orange Festival's livestream pulled over 1 million simultaneous viewers on Orang Home. Every year, the numbers just kept climbing. Honestly, unless you were hardcore, you wouldn't bother watching a fan festival stream. Chu Zhi's domestic loyalists were terrifying in scale. Across Asia, the Orange family audience hit 5.45 million, according to official numbers. Third-party data company Ipsos put it even higher, over 6.2 million. Now that's what you call everyone watching. Even Reuters, usually fond of gloom and doom filters, snarked. I've no doubt if Chu Zhi decided to livestream himself sleeping, he'd still have millions watching. If he really wanted, he could run Denmark, since Denmark's population is under 6 million. Denmark, you better have business here. The snide tone only confirmed his impact. To be precise, Chu Zhi's fourth Orange Festival wasn't just shaking up domestic entertainment, it was reaching across all of Asia. The Asian entertainment world was about to feel the storm of Chu the King of Involution. Number 497. Bosses under crushing pressure. Saying Chu Zhi's half the Asian music scene sounds way too braggy, but saying Chu Zhi's swept up most of Asia's entertainment fans isn't something anyone can argue with. The Involution King's range had expanded across the continent. If someone invited me to an event and said food, lodging, and travel don't cost a cent, I'd call 191 right away, because I'd assume it's some dumb scammer. I already knew. This star even showed up at a fan's wedding to sing. I paid 200,000 yen to attend boy group 13's meet and greet. Hotel and meals were 20,000. The ticket was 180,000. This orange meet and greet's unreal. Why can't our South Korean stars do this? Please tell me how to make sure my favorite star sees this. I don't even stan anyone, and I'm suddenly jealous of the fans at the orange meet and greet. Isn't it basically a free trip with food, room, and transport covered? You don't even need to pay for souvenirs to bring home. From those comments alone, you could tell people were chiming in from South Korea, Thailand, Japan, and more. The envy was overflowing, especially among folks who hadn't known about the raffle until now. Downloads of the Orange Family app shot up across Asia. Nyo-Nyo's team moved fast. That same night, they pushed Annie's Wonderland online. Love Fruit had the muscle to bounce a song across the whole region on command. For Japan and South Korea's entertainment industries, it wasn't so much the stars panicking as it was their agencies. From a company's point of view, fan meetings usually had one goal: harvest the leaks. You invest a little kindness to fertilize the field, then reap. Orange's meet and greet wasn't a little kindness. It cost real money. Little thief, you're breaking the rules with a sneak attack. Big agencies were feeling it. Their official sites even got comments begging them to copy the Orange-style meet and greet. At Johnny and Associates, Japan's biggest male idol agency that Chinese fans called J-Family, President Fujishima Tsugawa was fuming. Copy that model? Who's paying for it? He knew the concept of long lines and big fish, sure, but pouring a huge sum every year into a single idol's fan meet. What if the fish never bites and the idol stops trending? Who dares guarantee those little expenses will come back? Bad news. Someone just broke the unspoken rules. Good news. It wasn't a Japanese agency. So they watched. If the comments stayed small, they'd play dead. If it hit a certain volume, Fujishima Tsugawa would step out with, Japan's got its own national conditions. China's market's too big. With that market at his back, Chu Zhi's basically untouchable. Amori Jinto, transferred from Tokyo to New York, could only sigh. After landing in the US, he got more news. Chu Zhi was working with Fox, investing in a Hollywood blockbuster. Reaching this level as a singer, it was almost unbeatable. Chu Zhi stirred panic among artists above and stoked envy among fans below. In South Korea's fandom world, a famous big spender fan named Song Ji had a legend of her own. She'd started standing idols at 16, from first-gen K-pop to fifth-gen, and she'd spent over 5 billion won, about 20-something million yuan. No one had ever exposed her identity, maybe because no one dared. If a K-pop group made it to the top, odds were she'd chase them at some point. There was also the folding fan-type fan Kim Mina, who became a Twitter big account by translating idols' updates. She tried to recommend acts to Song Ji. To put it bluntly, she wanted the rich lady to spend. Song Ji had never been interested in foreign stars. She wouldn't even listen to their songs or watch their shows. If a fan doesn't want to look at you at all, you can't reel them in. This time, her old friend and classmate Kim Seo ran off to attend Chu Zhi's event. Song Ji took a peek. That face, it looks like an anime character walked out of a panel. Then she saw how he interacted with fans, and that was it. She fell. South Korea cares a lot about how idols treat fans. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a whole single category called fan songs. She'd attended countless fan appreciation events. Free food, free hotel, free travel. Take gifts on top of that. She'd never seen anything like it. Korea's idol merch was world-leading because the industry was super commercialized, but even Song Ji hadn't seen merch like Chu Zhi's. She especially loved the orange ripeness watch. Wear it and your mental math gets better, like triggering a superpower. The official store had no stock though. Once you change your mind about someone, everything else starts feeling reasonable. The out-of-stock status, to Song Ji, meant they were keeping the merch precious. She felt like that scarcity was something all of South Korea lacked. So she started aggressively recommending. I know there's a Chinese post making the rounds in Korea. For 20,000 won, you can see a dream collage festival in Korea, 20-plus idol groups partying with you. For 200,000 won, you can watch a Japan tour. For 1,000,000 won, you can do an offline cruise date with idols in Thailand. But in China, even if you shell out 20 million won, you not only get nothing, you might even become gossip fodder. My friends and I laughed at that post for ages. I'm not laughing now, because China has Chu Zhi, the idol you don't even dare to dream about. I might switch from a ladder-type fan to a folding fan type, or even an antenna-type fan. At today's rates, 20,000 won's about 100 yuan. K-pop fans even had types, based on the time and effort you spent. Pyramid, ladder, folding fan, antenna, ring, and liquid. Ladder type meant, I like several idols, there's no single bias, or they're all my bias. Folding fan type meant, I have one true love, the rest are just walls. As for antenna type, let's not get into that here, since it hadn't really gone mainstream in the Chinese scene. Because of Song Ji's hype, people in South Korea who'd never stand a foreign star started standing a Chinese one for the first time. Asia was getting swept up in the grind, and Lao Qian's old bones were even more tired than the grind itself. I've really got to hire 2 more secretaries. I'm beat, Lao Qian said. Annie's Wonderland blew up, and a ton of films just sent scoring invites. The menu's getting too big. You can hire an assistant, but let's hold off on scoring work, Chu Zhi said. I'm too busy right now. I don't have time to add anything. Lao Qian stretched. Maybe he imagined it, but his lower back popped audibly. Fair enough. Let's stick to the plan. Once we've planted our feet in the West, we'll open the film's scoring front. Composers rank high in the film world. Big-name directors and producers treat them with serious courtesy. For the team, scoring was a lever to amplify influence, not the main quest. Jiwai, are you really going to that CCTV variety recording without even bringing an assistant? Lao Qian asked. It's retracing the long march. What would I need an assistant for, he said. We're in a car the whole way. It won't be tiring. Lao Qian nodded. He loved that gig for personal reasons. His great-grandfather had been an old Red Army soldier. Brother Chu, the recording session's ready, Xiao Zhuzi said, popping in. Got it. He stood, then added. Brother Qian, I'm fine with hiring an assistant. Send the requirements to HR. Don't overwork yourself. If your back's not great, rest. He wrapped the talk with Lao Qian and hustled to the meeting room for recording. The team was pushing hard, hoping to wrap other tasks before he joined the CCTV program group, so the transition would go smoothly. Busy or not, you still had to eat. Wang Yuan was a mom fan and couldn't stand him skipping meals for schedules, so whenever needed, she'd force the team to feed him first. Meanwhile, other little fruits in China still had a burning question. A lot of people keep asking who Annie is and why it's Annie's Wonderland. I rewatched the Orange Festival livestream. Jiwai said it's adapted from a European and American folk tune. I dug around, and it's probably the English folk song Annie, so he titled it Annie's Wonderland. Don't overthink it. There's no special meaning. I'm just amazed at Jiwai's musical literacy. He can grab a folk tune even locals barely know and make it sing. The internet's full of hidden experts. A user named "Wanna Become the Good Kind of Awkward" cleared it up for Chinese little fruits. For most people on Earth, the biggest names in pure instrumentals are Sojiro, Bandari, and Zhou Hisaishi. In China, Swedish Bandari Orchestra was famous, but it didn't really exist. Strictly speaking, Bandari wasn't a band name. It was a project name under Sweden's AVC label that created meditation music. They'd bought piles of European classical copyrights and adapted folk tunes. Annie's Wonderland lined up with what internet sleuths found. That explanation soothed the fandom's curiosity, but Peng's small account comment turned curiosity into heartache. VillageNet Fat Scholar. My idol, Chu Zhi, used to be one of those fresh-faced idols in China's music scene. When he debuted, Li Xingwei and Zhou Guowu hadn't fallen from grace, and the industry hadn't even set the certified diamond album standard. Chu Zhi debuted first place on a talent show, #1 in total votes, start to finish. When results came out, he led the runner-up by 147 million votes, and the runner-up plus third place together had only 58.23 million. One day, the internet suddenly flooded with negativity. Secretly married, knowingly third-wheeling, kept by a sponsor. He became a rat everyone wanted to beat. Just past 20, Chu Zhi attempted suicide. He didn't want to live. On a certain program, he brought evidence and cleared his name. I hope there's less misunderstanding in the world. I especially don't want what happened to me to happen to someone else, because that feeling's too hopeless. That's how he summed it up. In the first year of his comeback, he released 25,117 possibilities and held a fan festival. In the second year, he climbed Shufeng Peak at daybreak, gave fans a sea of stars, and wrote Proud Youth to cheer on Gaokao and Zhongkao exam takers. In the third year, he released the fan-dedicated album Little Fruits Are Sweet to thank everyone. By the fourth year, he was appearing in official reports again and again, basically the role model of positive energy idols today. Fans are the first priority in my career. If any other star said that, people would roast him. There's one exception. In December 2022, when he'd just turned 24, he did a face-to-face interview. Host Dong Qian asked, "What do you want your future girlfriend to be like?" He answered, "I'm focused on my career. Fans come first in my career. As for a partner, I haven't thought about it. When all my fans hope I get married, I'll consider it." He's always like that, putting fans first. Lots of little fruits in Orang home said they couldn't sleep, so he went to Fairy Mountain to record rain and made Annie's Wonderland. But has he ever thought about saving himself when he's suffering insomnia every day? Number 498. Closing the loop. Sudden clarity. Like waking from a dream. Light dawning on the mind. Those three phrases fit the little fruit's mood perfectly. Right, their idol didn't just have insomnia, he had nightmares too. It hit especially hard for the ones obsessing over who Annie was, and the ones arguing whether Annie's Wonderland really helped you sleep. A lot of people ask themselves hard questions. Ash who never slips. If you're always good to someone, they start thinking your kindness is just how things should be. I never thought that line about romance would apply to Stanning, and I really didn't think the person taking it for granted would be me, a fan. Daoist 0759. It used to be I got caught in the rain, so I hold an umbrella for others. Now it's I got caught in the rain, so I tear up others' umbrellas. Only JYS like this. I caught a downpour and a nasty cold, so I work myself to the bone developing medicine for everyone else's cold. My name is Silent Flame. I seriously spent time worrying if Brother Gio's found a girlfriend and is about to go public. I really White-haired bamboo temple. I took a hard look at myself and realized I don't worry about Xiaojio because he's too unstoppable. Especially in his career, he's been charging forward and becoming a Chinese label overseas. He's so strong I forgot he's a patient. Mature little fruits know how to turn the knife on themselves, and Gu Peng had set the tone. How many stabs did it take to make it count? Zoom out from a single case. Ling Zinan was a super lucky little fruit. He made it to the Orange Festival and even got picked as a Strawberry Music Festival volunteer. He happily shared the light music with his mom. Then, before he knew it, the blade was in his own ribs. No one knew what scenes he'd cooked up in his head, but he spent an entire afternoon editing a video, then posted it to Douyin and the Orange Family 2 Creation channel. The content was simple. He borrowed footage from the MVs for Like Smoke and East Wind Breaks, cutting together scenes of Chu Zhi in ancient costume looking frail, plus shots of him playing the zither. A caption ran along the side. I hope my little fruits can sleep well, followed by a cut to scenes of late-night studying. In the original MV for East Wind Breaks, the scholar studies hard for the imperial exams. Under this edit and caption, it felt like he was hunched over writing songs for fans instead. He grew thinner day by day, until he collapsed on the road. Books spilled from his bag. The final shot was the scholar's cracked lips moving, like he was whispering. Ling Zinan added subtitles. Little fruits, you can go to bed early now. Then the pure instrumental Annie's Wonderland began to play. Good grief. Ling Zinan's scissors were ruthless. He chopped a War and Famine MV into a full-on guilt trip. Wah, I'll sleep properly. I swear I won't play on my phone tonight. I'll sleep early. Can Jiwai promise to sleep early too? More comments came in. I was touched at first, didn't expect a public service ad about sleeping early at the end. That public service ad line stuffed my tears back down. You sinner, give me back my feelings. You can keep feeling touched, because Gio really did compose pure music for little fruits. Gu Peng swung the blade. The fans got cut, and according to one of the 3 universal laws, people who get cut want to cut others. They started making more fan works. More fans got cut, and the community formed a tidy little closed loop. More and more fans felt guilty. A lot of people cleared guilt by spending money. Too bad Annie's Wonderland was free. Fine, buy merch then. Well, everything was sold out. They couldn't even splurge recklessly for their idol if they wanted to. Only some old hands knew how to set up a ladder to foreign shops for physical albums, or find dependable buyer's agents. Look, I did want Annie's Wonderland to stab fans a little, Chu Zhi said in the nanny van, scrolling Weibo, but there's no need to swap a small blade for a bone scraper. He opened his DMs to apologize to a bunch of little fruits, and his public comments got pushed straight to the top. Hashtag you always care about others shot to number 2 on the hot search. A fan topic tag hitting top 3 without paid promo set at all. That blade hurt. Number 1 was, let's say, an official promo slot. Annie's Wonderland crash landed in the top 3 of multiple hot song charts. Singers who weren't in the loop yelled, "What the heck kind of bot brush is this? A pure instrumental up here." Then they saw the composer. Oh, it's Chu Zhi. Never mind. Worth noting, Gu Beixing's new song was mid-push on the charts and got sunk again, 3rd or 4th time now. Just happened to collide with the Chu iceberg. Gu Beixing's fans, the Shells, joked he was the perennial number 2 under Chu Zhi. Strictly speaking, there was pride in it. After all, that was under Chu Zhi. The nanny van parked in the Underpants building's garage. Chu Zhi had arrived to shoot Retracing the Long March. Today was the meet-and-greet dinner for the show's core creatives and guests. Time to sit down and get acquainted. The Emperor Beast rubbed the corner of his eye. Zhuzi, could you hand me my glasses? Xiao Zhuzi passed over the silver wire frames. The makeup artist said they didn't matter much, but the stylist still needed to lock the public-facing look every time. Professional work should be left to professionals. He trusted the original body's looks. If he could pull off Mu Chire's designs, what other goblin-level looks could possibly stump him? The life assistant didn't get out. Before taking the show, he'd already decided Lao Qian and Xiao Zhuzi wouldn't tag along. She still nagged him to eat on time. Just hearing about the CCTV show made you tired. She tried to pump him up. Brother Chu, you've got this. When you get back, I'll cook something delicious for you. Lao Qian was speechless. She clearly had a misunderstanding about both his taste and her cooking. He could have sworn he saw Chu Zhi's back stumble for a step. There were 5 people in the SUV, including the driver, Lao Qian, Xiao Zhu, Ma Weihao, the driver, and Chu Zhi. One got out. The 4 who stayed behind felt the vehicle's center of gravity shift, then waited a good 10 minutes in the garage before Lao Qian finally spoke up with a destination. Star Alliance Jingxing Film City in Beijing's HR district, meaning Bona Film's headquarters. The matter was simple. A Bona director had shot himself in the foot by speaking on a sensitive topic. The film couldn't get the Dragon seal. After rounds of review and favors, still nothing. The kicker, Chu Zhi had written the theme song Legend for that film. Everyone knew hiring the Emperor Beast was tier 0 price. Since Legend was already written, it felt like a waste. So they approached his team, asking if they could, use it one more time. No doubt. This was the beauty of holding the song rights. If Bona owned the usage, they couldn't just keep using it forever. This was like Jiang when using Joe Hisaishi's score across 2 films. Number 499. Could we have it? Inside the studio. Ro, can you please keep it down? Fong Yi sighed. Ever since they sat, the person next to him kept making tiny noises, more annoying than mice at night. I'm just really nervous, Jiang Xingyue said with a blank face. You couldn't hear a hint of nerves in her tone either. Nervous about what? Fong Yi asked. The third guest is Chu Zhi. You're a little fruit? Even 40-something Fong Yi knew the fandom nickname. No. She shook her head. I'm nervous because I feel like I've made it. I'm actually on the same show as Chu Zhi. If you put it that way, this washed-up singer should probably be a little excited too, Fong Yi said. Fans and friends all called Jiang Xingyue Ro, a nickname from a variety show bit about the old radicals for moon and meat. You meant Ro, so you became Ro. Ro. Don't ask, it stuck. About half an hour later, led by staff, Chu Zhi walked into the studio. It was nearly empty, only a few people scattered around. A ceiling lamp had blown, so the room felt lopsidedly dim, like a corner had caved in. An assistant from another guest sat there in the gloom, invisible as furniture. Chu Zhi glanced across the space and, naturally, only clocked the stars under the spotlight. Fong Yi and Jiang Xingyue stood, and the 3 exchanged greetings. Brother Jiao, longtime admirer. I really like your songs. I'm your fan, Jiang Xingyue said, eyes and expression unchanged. Inside, she was thinking plenty. This young guy's face is illegal. Glasses should be banned on that face. I mean, when he holds concerts, do people even listen, or do they just sit there and stare? Her thoughts wandered off somewhere. Teacher Fong, Teacher Jiang. Chu Zhi returned the greeting. Before coming, he'd read up on the guests' careers. Fong Yi had been a love ballad prince in the 2000s, with tons of nationwide hits. Every 80s and 90s kid had heard him, if only because barbershops looped his tracks. He hadn't put out anything big in the last decade. A couple of his old songs went viral again as short video BGM these past 2 years, which brought him back to public view. The other guest, expressionless and monotone, was Jiang Xingyue, 35. On stage versus off stage, she was 2 extremes. In the biz, folks said, men have Yang Guiyun, women have Jiang Xingyue, meaning they were the country's best at soul singing. Unlike Yang Guiyun, who stuck to one lane, she'd done work in campus folk and traditional styles too. People in the industry called her a talented auteur. They chatted for a few minutes. Chatted is generous. You said one line, I said one line, and only about songs. Chu Zhi found her interesting. Gossip delivered with 0 facial cues. The contrast was wild. Like, the key in left hand pointing to the moon is too high. Even dropping the key, I still can't hit it. Teacher Chu, your music's really awe-inspiring, she said, with no awe or surprise in sight. Talking with them, he noticed how Fong Yi kept lightly calling himself a has-been. The Emperor Beast tucked that detail away. Around 5 in the afternoon, they'd booked a few tables for the show's kickoff banquet. Chief planner, executive producer, academic advisor, showrunner, director, tech supervisor, the list ran long. A few mattered most. Chief planner was Minister Shi. Lead director Sun Danfong had helmed the famous CCTV variety Chinese Poetry Conference. The academic advisor was military historian Cheng Yu, a Long March specialist with a shelf of books on the subject. Over dinner, The creative team walked through the process while Chengyu added context. The guests already knew the route, but they restated it anyway, starting in Ruijin, Jiangxi, and ending in Lanzhou, Gansu. They all had early call times tomorrow, so everyone kept it civil. No drinking. Time, 7 a.m. Place, Capital Airport. Event, flight to Yeping Airport. Shooting started at the Capital Airport. You three will follow this route and drive yourselves. First, please pick a team leader, Director Sun Danfong said. Not me. Jiang Xingyue said first. I nominate Brother Fong, Chu Zhi said. Usually the eldest served as lead. I'm just a washed-up singer. A team leader, with what qualifications? I can't, Fong Yi said, backing off with a triple denial. Chu Zhi picked it up. I don't think washed up is an insult. It just means time's moved from one side to the other, and you show up in headlines less. It doesn't mean fans forgot you. If anything, it goes from casual mentions to being etched in their hearts. When that familiar melody plays, they start singing right away. If only you hadn't laid everything bare that day. If only I hadn't had to leave that day. He slipped into a verse from one of Fong Yi's signature heartbreak songs. Something clenched inside Fong Yi. He often called himself washed up because, in one live stream, he'd seen the word fly by in the chat. It stuck in his head like a barb. Hearing Chu Zhi say this, on camera no less, made him want to recognize a soulmate on the spot. I agree Brother Fong should be team lead. He's got experience, Jiang Xingyue said. Then I'll give it a try, Fong Yi said with a slow breath. Leader picked. They boarded. While he was in the air back home, a few things were happening abroad on the ground. Jingai Irukoto, Kimi Ga Iru Koto, hit its first full month in Japan and Korea. The Japanese studio album sold 3,631,000 copies in Japan alone, breaking into the all-time Oricon top 10, standing as the gatekeeper at number 10. How crazy was that? There wasn't a single top 10 album released after 2005. Jigai Irukoto was a true outlier. With time, it might climb further. Number 9 and 8 were only a couple 100,000 copies ahead. South Korea's first week sales were 1.57 million. First month, 2.77 million. Japan and Korea combined not only hit Sony Music's 5 million forecast, they blew past it, straight to 6 million plus. 6,401,000 was a terrifying number. In Japan and Korea, hit dramas, blockbuster films, and high-selling records were all called achievements. In those two entertainment powerhouses, idols sit at the low end of the industry chain. How do you move up? By stacking achievements. Think of big-name Japanese drama kings like Oda Yuji, Kimura Takuya, Sakai Masato. Each has over 10 major achievements. Chu Zhi proved it the hard way, even making history-level achievements appear on command. Even the most seasoned Japanese or Korean artists wouldn't dare underestimate him. Whether they did or didn't matter. What mattered was this one album brought Chu Zhi nearly $110 million in revenue. You read that right. Dollars. This year's Forbes celebrity list, Chu Zhi's going to run away with it again, Neo Jiangxue said, reading the sales and revenue report Li Guoxuan had sent. Too much money, way too much. Just Jungai Irukoto alone could put him in the global top 5. On top of that, he had endorsements, commercial shows, and copyright income. Saying he'd run away with it wasn't exaggeration. It was literal. Especially copyright fees, the fat slice of the pie. On Earth, Dan 2 from Nan Quan Mama wrote Disintegrate, Fall Back, Stranded, Maple, If You Don't Love Me, Then Leave, and those 5 songs alone brought in 7 figures annually. Famous Japanese lyricist Oikawa Namuko, who wrote Zenkaku no Tenshi no Thesis for Neon Genesis Evangelion, famously said after being scammed out of 30 million yuan in a marriage, all I lost was money. I lost nothing else. That's how bold you get with hit song royalties. Chu Zhi already had too many retirement insurance songs. I feel like we've got room for 2 more Japanese studio albums, Neo Jiangxue said. As lead agent, she planned long-term. It wasn't about short-term cash grabs, but still, this was a lot. Other people don't turn back till they hit a wall. Qin Fei won't turn back even after ramming the wall, Neo Jiangxue muttered, flipping through a proposal Fei Ji sent. The title was American Development Plan. That alone told Neo what it was, the third similar plan he'd submitted. Fei Ji proposed moving HQ to New York or Los Angeles and having Chu Zhi base in LA for a few years. The argument was simple. At home, even across Asia, there wasn't much headroom left. The West was a tough cookie. After a full internal discussion, they agreed the focus could tilt west, but HQ had to stay in China. Chu Zhi's reasoning was simple. China's our backstop, and it's our roots. If we move abroad, Sister Niu, Sister Wang, and others would have to live overseas for years. That's not great. Fei Ji almost said it'd be no problem for him to go abroad, but the words died in his mouth. He realized the plan was a bit self-serving. The core now is to join a variety show again. Things just got interesting, Niu Jiangxue said, sitting up straighter. Fei Ji wasn't talking HQ relocation anymore. He wanted Chu Zhi on The Masked Singer 7. The proposal laid it out. It was produced by Fox, essentially the American version of King of Masked Singer. It wasn't famous in China, but it was huge in the States. You don't get to 7 seasons if it's not. And since it was Fox, the guest list was heavy, Grammy winners, A-list pop stars dropping in. If Chu Zhi went, he wouldn't be lowering his status. Fei Ji detailed the why. The show itself was popular, plus Fox had already struck a deal with TF1 to bring it to France. TF1's the biggest private TV network there, covering France, Switzerland, and Belgium, which would conveniently push his European reach. Imagine a Chinese singer winning The Masked Singer 7. That'd be fun. It's a solid plan, Niu Jiangxue murmured, then sighed. Right now, though, Chu Zhi probably wouldn't want another competitive variety. Number 500. Itching to jump in. They set out from the Ruijin Memorial. The car was a Xingtu Lanyue, a domestic 7-seat SUV. The back row was mostly for a cameraman and gear. Teacher Chu came alone. He didn't even bring a life assistant. Executive Director Jiang said, genuinely surprised. Lead Director Sun Danfeng nodded. I figured his team would come ahead to set things up. Didn't expect he'd really come solo. Feels, well, free. The other 2 guests weren't alone. Jiang Xingyue had a life assistant, a makeup artist, and a managing agent. Fang Yi brought an assistant. By the usual logic, the bigger the name, the bigger the entourage, so Chu Zhi should have had the most people. Minister, she said the show's focus is retracing the long march. Let's not miss the point, Sun Danfeng reminded. Director Jiang nodded. As the executive director, it was his job to make sure camera, art, and all the backstage teams carried out the director's intent. Counting the guest's car, the production had 5 vehicles. The executive and lead directors shared one, the command hub. 2 cars were for filming, 1 for tech support, and 1 for the guests' assistants and agents. The cars kept a low profile. No CCTV logos, different models too. From a distance, you'd never guess they were together. They rolled out around 10 in the morning toward Yizhang County. The route laid out plain as day. Ruijin to Yudu to Xinfeng to Diyu to Ruqing to Yizhang. At first, the van was chatty. Ro even played a demo for Chu Zhi, a melody without lyrics. The lyrics are somewhere in this long march, Ro said. Fang Yi, unlike her, didn't write. He leaned on whatever good songs the company could find. That was a big reason he'd gone quiet for so long. An hour later, conversation thinned. No one's a fountain of small talk. You can't force it. By 12:30, after roughly 200 kilometers, they found a roadside diner. The crew booked the whole place. They still filmed while eating, but it was just the 3 guests and the academic advisor, Cheng Yu. It's been a long time since I drove this long. My neck's stiff, Fang Yi said. I usually take the subway or a ride-hailing car. He tossed a topic. Ro, Xiaojiu, Teacher Cheng, do you drive when you go out? Ever since the morning when Chu Zhi suggested Fang Yi as captain, Fang Yi had subconsciously shifted from Teacher Chu to Xiaojiu. I got my license 3 or 4 years ago, but I've probably driven fewer than 30 times, Chu Zhi said. Still, please don't worry, my driving's fine. I'm usually in a nanny van, so I don't get chances to hold the wheel, Jiang Xingyue said. By the show's plan, each guest would drive 4 hours a day, 12 hours total as a team. I drive. Myself, Cheng Yu said. The institute's a ways from home. I go back and forth every day, about 50 to 100 kilometers. That's got to be tiring, Fang Yi said. Time for the academic advisor to shine. Cheng Yu continued. Driving 100 kilometers is nothing. In May 1935, during the battle to seize Looting Bridge on the Long March, The Red Army's 4th Regiment force marched 240 li in less than a day to capture the timing for attack. Now that's tiring. The pivot was abrupt, but the story was shocking enough to carry it. Less than 1 day, and all of it mountain roads, Chung Yu added. Chu Zhi picked it up. Less than 1 day, even a full day's only 24 hours. That's more than 5 kilometers per hour with gear on mountain trails, and they had to hold that for 24 hours. Every soldier in that unit was built like iron. I panted after a 3-kilometer hike last time, Jiang Xingyue said, then asked, "We're passing Looting Bridge, right?" "Of course," Chung Yu nodded. The flying seizure of Looting Bridge was one of the most important battles of the Long March. She nodded. Good. She wanted to pay her respects. Over lunch, she and Fong Yi barely ate. She ate less than a cat. Chu Zhi, on the other hand, ate heartily and with real joy. At 1:30, they climbed back into the Xingtu and pushed forward. By 6, they reached the first day's target, Daoxian County. Day 1 was about easing the guests in. The driving was simple. No time to relax, though. The main task waited. They visited the Long March National Cultural Park, only finished this year. The tour guide recited, "The Long March National Cultural Park is a site for patriotic education, revolutionary tradition, and national defense education." No wonder the show needed guests. Even Chu Zhi felt sleepy listening to such official lines. There were powerful moments. One stop left him unsettled, the Memorial Hall for Martyr Chen Shuxiang. After finishing the mission to cover the Red Army's main force crossing the Xiang River, he ran out of bullets, got wounded, and was captured. While the enemy carried him toward Changsha, he lay on a stretcher, reached into his wound when they weren't looking, pulled out his intestines, twisted them hard, and died rather than be taken. He was only 29, Chu Zhi said, chest tight. Break the gut, but never the spine. Jiang Xingyue's face stayed blank, but her tears streamed. Ripping your own guts out. How much must that hurt? She couldn't even imagine it. I can't do this part. I can't look. Fong Yi turned from the camera. He wasn't about to let them film him crying. When we passed Guanyang earlier, there was a martyr's cemetery with a monument for unknown soldiers, Chung Yu said softly. They worship more than 100 Red Army soldiers there. The Xiang River battle was the hardest of the Long March. Over 100 severely wounded soldiers couldn't be moved in time and were pushed into the Wine Sea well by the enemy. They had no names. Based on excavated remains, the youngest was 15, the oldest not even 20. They shared one thing. All of them were thin, even frail. The shortest skeleton was just 1 meter 37. Chung Yu studied this for a living. He'd seen too many heroes, so he could speak calmly. The guests and crew could not. Many cried openly. Those small bodies, barely taller than the Hanyang-made rifles in their hands. Most Red Army soldiers weren't even 20, Chung Yu said. He meant that Martyr Chen Shuxiang dying at 29 wasn't unusual among the fallen. They all didn't have names. Chu Zhi knew it was a pointless question, but he couldn't help asking. Chung Yu shook his head. For soldiers persecuted and killed by the enemy like that, most couldn't leave names behind. There were more than 290,000 unnamed martyrs' graves across the country. Night fell. They checked into a hotel in Daoxian, under 200 yuan per person. It was probably the plainest place Chu Zhi had stayed while appearing on anything, but he felt it was normal. He wasn't here with an event mindset anyway. He'd come to make a pilgrimage. The Emperor Beast didn't follow any religion. In his heart, the saints were those who died for the nation. Knock, knock, knock. A clear rapping on the door. Chu Zhi opened it and found Fong Yi and Jiang Xingyue standing there. They blinked. He hadn't changed into comfortable pajamas at all. He'd changed into formal wear. The three eyed each other. They were dressed almost the same. Clearly, they'd had the same idea. They headed out without calling the crew. This was their private trip. Fong Yi hired a car. Jiang Xingyue bought 3 bouquets. Guanyang's monument to the unknown martyrs is only 70 or 80 kilometers away, Fong Yi said. We can make a round trip. It won't take long. No matter how long it takes, I want to go, Jiang Xingyue said. Chu Zhi didn't speak. He was tidying a small box in his hands. What was in it? Jiang Xingyue was about to ask when the driver cut in. With a Hunan lilt to his Mandarin, the driver asked curiously, You 3 heading to the Martyrs' Monument in Guanyang this late? Fong Yi, riding shotgun, answered, We passed it in the day. Only realized after. Oh, That's thoughtful, the driver said. But can you even get in at night? The Red Army Memorial Park closes at 5 in the afternoon. That made Fang Yi and Jiang Xingyue jolt. They truly hadn't thought of it. Their brains had pictured a monument standing alone in the hills that you could visit anytime. The next second, they heard Chu Zhi say, "Thanks for the heads up, Master. I called the park administrators earlier, so we can enter." The monument to the unknown martyrs stood inside the Xiangjiang Campaign Sinway Blocking Action, Red Army Memorial Park in Guanyang County. People came from all over to mourn, especially on Martyrs' Day, so of course it had to be managed. Open hours were Tuesday through Thursday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. For the admin to let them in late at night, Chu Zhi had clearly used a few methods. Ro and the captain both exhaled. They'd nearly eaten a closed-door refusal. Young was young, but he handled things steady. Fang Yi made a note of it. They took the Xiaorong Expressway and reached the park in about an hour. At the intersection of Provincial Road 201 and Township Road 520, night swallowed the park until it felt like part of the dark itself. It was so quiet you could hear your heartbeat. Jiang Xingyue was scared of the dark. Anywhere else, she'd have screamed at a night like this. Right now, walking here, she didn't feel a bit afraid. Chu Zhi called the admin as they approached, so not long after they entered the park, a beam of flashlight cut through the night. The administrator came to meet them. "Thanks for the trouble, Master Li," Chu Zhi said. "Not asleep yet. No trouble," the admin said, leading the way. Each of the three carried a bouquet. Chu Zhi also gripped that little box. "Xiao Jiu, what's in the box?" Fang Yi asked. Jiang Xingyue sneaked a look too. She'd wanted to ask in the car, then got sidetracked. "I bought some candy," Chu Zhi said. "Teacher Chung told us the youngest of the remains they recovered was only 15. Their average age wasn't high. Even the oldest were my age. This candy's for them." "So many were still kids," Chu Zhi said. "Still kids." Fang Yi had heard that phrase before, usually from bad parents defending bad kids. Right now, it stabbed straight into him. Tears slid down. It was already dark. No one could see, so Fang Yi didn't have to hide it. Right, Red Army soldiers fought for this country and its future, and so many were truly just kids. Inside, Jiang Xingyue's emotion shifted from respect to a deeper ache. Many of them probably never even tasted candy. Jiang Xingyue murmured. The administrator said nothing. He just led them on, and in a moment, they arrived. The monument to the unknown martyrs bore the words, "Your names are unknown. Your deeds will last forever." One bouquet, one handful of candy. Chu Zhi, Jiang Xingyue, and Fang Yi paid their respects. 100 stars weren't as bright as one moon. That night the jade disc hung high. On the way back from the memorial, neither Jiang Xingyue nor Fang Yi could sleep. To be fair, Chu Zhi usually couldn't either, but he had a certain oddity that let him sleep soundly. Elsewhere, Niu Jiangxue also couldn't sleep, this time from too many errands. The St. Petersburg International Cultural Forum was coming up again. As a member of the culture group, Chu Zhi needed to nominate guest invitees. The shortlist was giving Niu Jiangxue a headache. Per Chu Zhi's wish, they should try to lift up the younger generation. There weren't many who truly fit. Niu Jiangxue went down the list her staff submitted and put an X through each one. This one's vocals aren't there yet. Worse, they get nervous easily. At an international cultural forum, one mistake's a disaster for a young singer. This one's got skills, but they're ungrateful. This one just had a bad scandal. And so on. 15 people in a row failed the selection. Niu Jiangxue stretched and glanced at her phone. It was already 1 in the morning. "Forget it. I'll deal with the rest tomorrow. I'd better save a few strands of hair. Staying up late like this makes it fall out." But just as she was ready to crawl into bed, her stomach growled. She opened that damn food delivery app. The obesity rate among young people in China keeps going up, and honestly, a big reason is these delivery apps. In the past, even if I was hungry, I was too lazy to go out. But now, just a tap of a finger and food's at your door. Niu Jiangxue poked at her own belly, muttering while scrolling, one hand tapping through the menu like a pro. Late-night hunger, the only people who can resist it are the true kings of laziness. And what's a king of laziness? Someone who really wants food but is too lazy to even open the app. Clearly, Niu Jiangxue wasn't at that level yet. Her cultivation in laziness was still lacking. So midnight snack it was. The next morning, She didn't crawl out of bed until 9. One of the perks of Igua companies. Humane management was that as long as you didn't affect anyone else's work or delay your own progress, you got 3 no punch-in days per month. In plain terms, if you arranged it with the company, you could even work from home. After pulling an all-nighter, there was no way she could clock in on time, so she'd already planned ahead. Of course, she still had to head to the office before 3 in the afternoon, because that was when she had to receive Qatar's Ghazi. October was coming, and with the World Cup in November, they had to finalize the details of Chu Zhi's appearance. If needed, they could even run a rehearsal on-site in advance. Ghazi was one of the key coordinators. Something like this couldn't be handed to subordinates. He had to handle it personally. Then again, personal wasn't the full story. After all, Princess Mayasa had gone back home after attending the Orange Festival, yet Ghazi was still lingering in China. Mr. Chu's not at the company? Ghazi's disappointment was obvious when he saw Niu Jiangxue instead. Hey, could he maybe hide that look just a little? Brother Chu left 2 days ago to film a show, Niu Jiangxue explained. He won't be at the company for a while. The second she said for a while, Ghazi's expression soured even more. The rest of their discussion was half-hearted at best. Niu Jiangxue was speechless. You're a coordinator for the World Cup. Could you try acting a bit more professional? Meanwhile, the man he was longing to see, Chu Zhi, was still on the road. The 3 guests weren't stuck in front of cameras 24/7. Otherwise, why even bring assistants along? For instance, Jiang Xingyue was allergic to garlic, so a lot of the food during their journey had to be specially prepared off-camera. Just then, Chu Zhi's phone buzzed. It was Minister Shi. Consultant Chu, has the theme song been finished? Minister Shi asked over the line. No rush, I just need to let the station's promo team know. I recorded it before joining the show, Chu Zhi replied. It's in post-production now. I should be able to send it over in the next day or 2. Thank you, Consultant Chu. I just hope it fits the program, Chu Zhi said humbly. With you writing it, I've got nothing to worry about, Minister Shi reassured him. After the short call, Chu Zhi went back to filming. That day's shoot took an unexpected turn when one of the crew's vans brushed against a truck on the highway. Thankfully, it wasn't the guest vehicle, but one of the camera cars. The truck driver had been speeding recklessly, and the whole crew was furious. Shooting paused for a bit. By the time they got back to the hotel that night, Chu Zhi still had work to finish. He opened WeChat and saw a message from Wang Yuan. As always, it was about an Orang Home app event, where one lucky little fruit's wish would be granted. The event had been running for 3 years now. The first year, Chu Zhi went to a fan's wedding and sang Sugar. The second year, a fan wished for a one-of-a-kind piece of merch. This year's winner was Chu Zhi's little bunny, whose wish read, My girlfriend is also a little fruit. I'm preparing to propose soon, and I hope Jiwai can record a video message to surprise her. This ID is actually a guy? Chu Zhi rubbed his forehead. I really don't understand the internet anymore. The wish wasn't unreasonable. If his schedule allowed, he'd even consider showing up in person. But the problem was, is this proposal a natural next step? I mean, are they both truly ready to marry, just waiting on the proposal itself? Sister Wang, could you please check with him? This matters. A public proposal, when both sides were in love, was romantic. It let everyone witness their happiness. But if the relationship wasn't ready, then a big flashy proposal was just pressure in disguise. And nosy bystanders yelling say yes, or kiss him, only made it worse. Since both of them were his little fruits, Emperor Beast didn't want to become part of that pressure. At the same time, Nyo forwarded him a new plan written by Fei Ji, participation in the American version of The Masked Singer. Chu Zhi had to admit, he kind of wanted to go. Not for any noble reason. Mainly, it had been too long since he showed off. His hands were itching. If he had to justify it, he did have one. Last time he'd gone to South Korea, he hadn't won king of singers. If he could go back to South Korea's dad this time and win it, that'd feel pretty damn good. Number 501. End of filming. Reply email. We can contact the production team. Chu Zhi agreed to Brother Fei's plan. Using The Masked Singer 7 as a stepping stone, he'd push open the gates of Europe and America. As for the bolder ideas listed at the end of the proposal, well, those could wait. Ideas like the highest altitude performance ever or the deepest underground concert might sound insane, but Western audiences, especially in the US, loved flashy gimmicks like that. There had already been concerts held more than 2,000 meters down in Canadian mines, and even classical performances staged in old catacombs. Creepy enough to disturb the dead? No one knew, but the organizers swore the acoustics were great. Brother Faye's plan was to arrange the world's highest altitude concert, so long as safety was guaranteed. Ideally, he wanted Chu Zhi to perform in Lhasa, Tibet. In Lhasa, singing back to Lhasa, Chu Zhi forced himself to put aside the jumble of thoughts in his head and focused on finishing up company matters before starting his daily routine. He pulled up the Orang Home app to run his daily fortune draw. The result: great luck today. Expected, but still satisfying. The night sky without a moon was perfect for opening a blind box. He had 39 personality coins. One blind box left him with 34. After a nod to the system brother, the rewards appeared. Rare item: Firefly candy. Rare item: Tip of the iceberg elixir. Title: Do you want to dance too? Song pack: Dalabangba. Song pack: Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Dialect compendium. As the saying goes, the fewer the words, the better the prize. The dialect compendium covered the 7 major dialect families: Mandarin, Wu, Xiang, Hakka, Min, Cantonese, Gan. Not complete, but it covered most. The question popped up in his mind: which was harder, mastering all the dialects of China or learning all of India's dialects? He couldn't figure it out because 2 other rewards immediately grabbed his attention. The tip of the iceberg elixir was fascinating. Drink it, and as long as you kept a straight face without speaking, people would feel an icy chill just standing near you, too intimidated to approach. The firefly candy was even better. Eat it, and you'd instantly stand out in a crowd, like a firefly glowing in the dark. A true ice-cold male god. In summer, just stand next to me, and you won't even need air conditioning, Chu Zhi muttered. As for the candy, fun as it was, he didn't even need it. His face alone could pull off the same effect. Qinghai Tibet Plateau? Speak of the devil. Earlier, he'd muttered about back to Lhasa, but Qinghai Tibet Plateau was an even more famous classic. The other pack, Dalabangba, leaned into the anime nerd side of music. Rapid-fire lyrics, constant voice switching, and tongue-twisting delivery, showboating at its finest. The Do You Wanna Dance Too? Title was legendary. The moment music started, your body would naturally blend into the rhythm. Even if you couldn't dance, you'd move like ancient humans who danced freely during rituals and harvests. System brother, how many titles like this do you even have? There are too many to keep up with. The system replied, thousands. Still the same beast as always. Please, I'm begging, give me the dialect compendium or that title. Chu Zhi clasped his hands together. Everything else was fun, but not very useful. He picked another blind box, opened it. Luck wasn't on his side this time. Song pack, Dalabangba. Not bad, not bad. He quickly adjusted his mood. If he didn't pull what he wanted, he could always try again. Maybe if he opened one more, something better would show up. He should trust the app's fortune-telling. System brother, let's try a guy. Wait. No, don't get greedy. Chu Zhi slammed the brakes on his own impulses. The filming schedule was packed. Call time was 8 in the morning, which meant washing up, makeup, and breakfast all had to be done before 7:40. Luckily, he was used to appearing barefaced, but Fong Yi and Jiang Xingyue had to get up much earlier to prepare. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The trip had been tiring, especially with most of the driving done on winding county roads that required full attention. Some nights, their bodies felt like crumpled paper tossed aside. But all 3 agreed it had been worth it. The historian Sheng Yu would explain key events from the long march along the way. Chu Zhi and Jiang Xingyue often took the initiative to bring up questions. Fong Yi didn't talk much, but as team leader, he always fulfilled his duty. Each of them was supposed to drive 4 hours a day, but he usually took an extra hour on top. I'm an old driver. A little more time at the wheel won't hurt me. He'd say this every day, and his little more was always an extra 60 minutes. Chu Zhi and Jiang Xingyue both received plenty of that care. Looting Bridge, Baozhua, Laziku Pass. The more they learned, the harder it was to imagine how the Red Army had ever managed to break through so many layers of encirclement. What does it mean to be the People's Army? On the internet, there's a quote often linked to Chernobyl. I'll go first, then the commissar, then the party members, and the young pioneers. The rest of you follow and stay safe. The Black Sea resorts already been arranged for us. No one knew if that story was true, but what the Red Army did during the Long March was the real thing. Time and again, instructors, many only about 25 years old, became the backbone of the troops, giving their last food to younger soldiers while crossing swamps and snow-covered mountains. By mid-September, the program crew reached Fengcheng. Their last stop was the site of the Long March Army's reunion. Chu Zhi stood in front of the memorial tower, staring blankly at the calligraphy carved by the lead designer, the strokes strong and resolute. We've only experienced 1% of the hardships the Red Army faced. Cheng Yu's closing words hung in the air as the cameras powered down. A few last drone shots were filmed from the sky. That night, at the celebration banquet, after 2 weeks together, everyone felt closer. Drinks flowed, glasses clinked, and people laughed heartily. As soon as the feast ended, Sun Danfeng immediately led the production team back to Beijing. They had to catch a 6 a.m. flight from Qingyang Airport the next day. The show was scheduled to air on National Day, which left only half a month for editing. They couldn't waste a single second. Chu Zhi was flying back to Shanghai, while Fang Yi and Jiang Xingyue returned to Beijing. The three chatted for a while in the VIP lounge before parting ways. The first time they met, they only talked about music. This time, the range of conversation was much broader. 3 hours later. Chu Zhi, it's been so long. You really look thinner. Xiao Zhuzi handed over his red water bottle, his voice full of concern. Xiao Zhuzi, Sister Wang. Chu Zhi greeted them with a smile. It's only been half a month. Why do you sound like it's been 6? Wang Yuan teased. Then she added, we booked a welcome dinner tonight to celebrate your return. For an airport pickup, having just the assistant was enough. But Wang Yuan had cleared her schedule to come too. Now that's service. Back home and straight into a feast. Chu Zhi laughed. Meanwhile, the management team wasn't slacking either. With existing ties to Fox and Chu Zhi's growing international fanbase, it hadn't been hard at all to secure him a premiere spot on The Masked Singer, Season 7. Back in Shanghai, Chu Zhi had to make up for all the postponed work, spinning like a top again. Before he knew it, October 1st arrived, China's 74th National Day. Number 502. The wish we're living for. The first day of Golden Week in Shanghai brought cool weather and light rain. Raindrops tapped against the windows, soft and steady. But the internet wasn't quiet just because the weather turned chilly. In fact, it got even busier. Tons of people decided to stay home and travel online, which meant way more viewers hanging out. CCTV really knew how to play this game. At the very least, their promo trailers were god tier. The preview for Retracing the Long March dropped on National Day, and within minutes it shot to the top of trending lists across multiple platforms, especially short video apps. The trailer started normally enough, with Chu Zhi, Jiang Xingyue, and Fang Yi introducing their journey along the Long March route. Nothing unusual there. Then the footage switched to the Red Army crossing the grasslands. The material had obviously been added later. CCTV had mountains of footage from earlier documentaries, so there was no shortage of powerful scenes to use. The narration was recorded by the historian Cheng Yu. Sure, there were plenty of clout-chasing internet, big versus spouting nonsense, but there were still real experts and professors who knew their stuff. From 1935 to 1936, the Red Army crossed the marshy grasslands on their way into Gannan. This wasn't just wide-open plains. Because of the weather and terrain, the soil became treacherous peat that could swallow anything whole. Musical note, you're the distant road, the light in the mountain fog. I'm the child walking in your gaze. You're the clear moon and gentle breeze. I'm the dream you shelter. Whether we meet or not, I'll hold you for life. Musical note. The song played as the screen cut between students doing morning exercises on a modern campus and the desperate march across the grasslands. The students ran in from the left, the Red Army trudged in from the right, and the two groups met at the center of the frame. One careless step on the marsh meant being swallowed alive. So many soldiers never resurfaced. Even the cooks starved to death, and they were the ones responsible for food supply. The footage showed the Red Army's cooking unit during the Songpan grassland crossing. The old squad leader, who doubled as instructor, tried his best to take care of the wounded. He set up camp near a pond and fished to give them nutrition. But he only ate the bones himself, refusing to touch a single bite of meat. In another world, that story would become the textbook essay The Golden Fishhook. Musical note. And I'll love the world you loved. Wish for the smile you wished. Hold your hand while I stumble. Please lead me toward tomorrow. If you once bore the bitter, I'll live the sweet in your place. I'll live as your wish. Never in vain, always brave. For this flourishing age, every day. Musical note. The video shifted to the Xiangjiang campaign. There's an old saying there. Don't drink Xiangjiang water for 3 years. Don't eat Xiangjiang fish for 10. Breaking that defensive line had cost a devastating price. Soldiers of the 34th Division held their ground for 4 days and 5 nights, forming a wall of flesh and blood. They fought until every bullet and grain was gone. Their commander was none other than Qin Shuxiang, who cut his own intestines rather than be paraded as a captive. Out of the 80,000 soldiers who set out on the Long March, only around 30,000 made it across the Xiangjiang River. The water ran red with blood. Then the montage sped forward. 1964, China's first atomic bomb test in Lop Nur. 2012, the Liaoning aircraft carrier commissioned after being rebuilt from the Variag. 2019, the launch of China's first domestically built aircraft carrier. This was the flourishing age they had dreamed of. Musical note. You're the long river of time, the sky lit with sparks. I'm the one gazing up, singing you into song. You're where I came from. You're where my heart returns. All roads in this world will lead me back to you. And I'll love the world you loved. Wish for the smile you wished. Hold your hand while I stumble. Musical note. The chorus repeated with its core line. I'll live as your wish. On screen now was the Battle of Chu Zhi. The enemy had dug into favorable ground at Dongshanao, making the fight brutally tough. But the Red Army's 25th Corps, led personally by their commander, crushed 3 enemy regiments and completed the first stage of the retreat. What made it more shocking was that the 25th Corps was the legendary Child Army. Their average age was 15. Just like Chu Zhi had said at the Nameless Martyrs Monument, they were just kids. Yet it was these Red Army kids, these fallen heroes, who laid the foundation for the peace of today. The footage cut again, this time to 15-year-old students in bright classrooms, reading aloud together. The Red Army fears not the Long March's trials. 1,000 rivers, 1,000 mountains, we treat as but trifles. 5 ridges wind like gentle waves. The Wumeng rises like tiny balls of mud. Musical note, the rivers and mountains are safe. Fireworks are ordinary. But it's the view you wish to see. Children, sleep well, like you once loved. And I'll dream of the reunion you dreamed. Wish for what you wished, walk the road you walked. Such love for you always. Musical note. The screen switched between last year's National Day military parade and footage of the Long March's army formations. The uniforms and rifles were different, but what never changed was that these were all the people's troops. The eyes of every soldier shone with the same fierce love for their country. China's economy had transformed, becoming the world's second largest, the #1 industrial nation. With ultra-high voltage transmission, quantum communication, 5G, and other cutting-edge technologies, China had gained real global influence. None of it wasted the sacrifice of those who came before. The country was only getting better. Musical note. I'll see the world you never saw. Write the poems you never wrote. The moon on the horizon, the thoughts in my heart. You're always beside me. A lifetime promised, clear and pure. Like your youthful face. Musical note. The frame froze on photos of surviving veterans of the Long March. Grandpa Xiang, the youngest boy soldier, Grandma Wang, the youngest girl soldier, Grandpa Tu, Grandpa Zhang, Grandma Jian, and more. Their faces would always remain young. Comments flooded the screen. Please live to 200. Grandpas and grandmas, you've got to live a long, long time. Even better days are still ahead. Long live to 300. Live to 500. Live forever. The hashtags trended instantly. Hashtag 74 years of struggle saluting national revival hashtag, pinned. Post. Hashtag Ilavisirwish hashtag. Hashtag Golden Week Day 1 traffic jam hashtag. They topped the hot search charts. Patriotic education was a must. Letting hostile narratives dominate online had proven dangerous before. Think of the constant praise foreigners got online. Japanese craftsman spirit, tap water safe to drink, British efficiency, German punctuality, French culture, where people supposedly only read books on the subway. The last one might not even be French. but somehow it always ended up as a jab at Chinese readers' habits. Blah, blah, blah. This time, CCTV nailed the assignment. Retracing the Long March had gripped the entire nation. Those soldiers from the 25th Corps looked way too young and thin. Were the documentary actors just miscast, or someone left a comment right after watching? Replies came quickly, some from actual researchers, others from people who had just Googled it. It's not miscasting. The 25th Corps was literally the child army. Most of them were orphans from the 4th Army. Their parents had already died in battle. The vast majority of rank-and-file soldiers were under 18. Instructors and company commanders were barely 20. Even the overall commander wasn't 30 yet. Given how poor life was back then, of course they looked skinny. The original commenter was floored. What? That young? How did they even fight in a war? What if they ran into the enemy? Another reply. Funny enough, that's exactly what a certain warlord surnamed Ma thought. He figured kids could be wiped out easily. Instead, he almost ended up a prisoner himself. The 25th Corps fought like hell. Look up their 5 miracles, like annihilating an entire enemy battalion at Sanyao, or completely wiping out Shaanxi's 1st Security Brigade at Yuanjia Valley. The shock only grew. Wait, how do you people even know this? 3 exclamation marks barely captured the mood. It wasn't just the original poster. Even people who followed history closely had no idea about some of this. The revelations were staggering. I'm 15. Yesterday I twisted my ankle playing basketball and laid on the couch all day. Compared to the martyrs, I'm trash. Trash +1. I thought my exams were killing me, but now? Give me 10 more papers, I'll crush them. I wish it was fake. So many kids my age died on the Long March. They never tasted chocolate, never sipped lemonade, never played basketball. I cried so hard, because I know it's all true. On and on the comments went. The preview inspired countless people, and clicks on the full episode skyrocketed. CCTV had shot for half a month, edited it into 3 episodes, and dropped them all at once. The program's views far outstripped their other shows. Director She was thrilled. He'd overseen plenty of similar projects, even as chief director of historical documentaries, but no one ever cared before. Back then, CCTV uploaded an 8-episode Long March doc to their site. The comment section had 8 comments. 3 were duplicates. Honestly, without Chu Zhi, no current celebrity would have agreed to this, Director She sighed. If it had been a main theme movie, every A-lister would have fought to squeeze in. But a documentary? Half a month of shooting? Even if a star said yes, their agency would never let them. Director She was still clocking overtime during the National Day break, but it felt pretty sweet this time. He finally had results he could show off. After lunch, he logged in and started refreshing Weibo again, eating a big orange. Thanks to everyone on the team for pulling together and finishing retracing the Long March. Let's cherish the present and do our part. Every one of us is fighting for China's rise. At Jiangjiang sends the moon _ at Fangyi _ at retracing the Long March official hashtag #IllaVisYourWish hashtag. He reposted it on his own account. 2 things about the broadcast caught even this seasoned old hand off guard. First, the little fruits showed serious restraint, telling other fans not to spam goofy comments under a video like this. Second, Fangyi suddenly picked up a wave of new fans because of the show. Director She almost laughed out loud. Last time CCTV tried making someone trend, it was on China's best songs. The reasons weren't complicated. Fangyi got caught secretly crying on camera, and he kept looking out for Chu Zhi and Jiang Xingyue, especially the former. Fans always feel extra grateful to anyone who takes care of their favorite. Goddess Jiang always replies first. Wah, the uncle just wanted to cry in peace. Why do you have to keep filming? Fangyi, you'd better have a reason. Feels like Xiao Jiao, Ro Ro, and Uncle Fong have perfect variety chemistry. I hereby grant you 3 The Leaf Village's 3 gourds. That gourd joke came from a story in Shangbao Village, Ning County. 10,000 Red Army soldiers passed through without disturbing a soul. The villagers cooked for them with open hearts, and the army only ate half a pumpkin. When they left, they placed 6 copper coins to pay for it. Why do people call the Red Army the People's Army? That's why. The crew made their own lunch that day, so the 3 guests got pumpkin porridge. Fangyi muttered, I've never eaten this much squash. My stomach's about to turn into one. That's how the show's 3 gourds meme started. The three gourds had no national daybreak. Jiang Xingyue was the bitter gourd. She had no way to talk about it on air, but the brand sponsoring her long-running talk show suddenly posted a statement supporting Xi independence. The backlash was instant, and the program might be canned. Fang Yi was the veggie gourd. He was filming a new MV, but every time the camera pointed at him, he stiffened up, so most of his shots were the back of his head. That left Chu Zhi as the South gourd, busy down south and bouncing between multiple locations in a single day, from Chadun Film Park to the Bund, Yuyuan Garden, Qibao Old Street, and the Expo Museum. The last stop didn't need interior access. They only needed the Expo Museum's playful exterior as a backdrop. Back home that night, he immediately watched the full Retracing the Long March. All 3 episodes took a little over 2 hours. Maybe they were keeping runtimes tight, because a few meaningful moments from filming ended up in the bloopers, like the story of an elderly man with dementia who couldn't remember much of anything. Yet he kept repeating, "The Red Army are good people. They're really good people." During the chaos years, the Red Army saved him, gave him food and a bit of money. He'd forgotten everything else, but he remembered that. "When I retire, I'm definitely going to walk it," he said to himself, setting a retirement goal. He'd always felt grateful in his past life, but never thought about actually walking it. You don't really understand until you see it for yourself. He did some math. A healthy solo hiker can manage a little over 40 kilometers a day. The Long March was roughly 25,000 li. That'd still take about a year. No way he'd have that kind of time before retirement. He washed up and pulled the curtains tight. The new place wouldn't be ready for a while, and he didn't want to stay in a hotel. He was still at the old place, which meant, given what had happened, he had to protect his privacy. Fresh and clean, he opened his laptop. The corner clock read 1:43. He decided to finish work first. Chu Zhi, a Kendabell, Sail Band, Lee Stanton. It was the performer list for the Qatar World Cup opening ceremony. Looked like Ghazi drafted it himself, since he'd put Chu Zhi at number 1. No way he'd be first if they'd sorted by alphabet or rank. Number 2 was a Kendabell, the new era pop king with 171 million in cumulative global album sales. Tons of Grammy nominations, only 1 win. On the Forbes celebrity list, Chu Zhi always edged him out, but when it came to Western popularity, Chu Zhi couldn't touch him yet. For the opening show, and I'm closing the stage? You sure this is okay? He scrolled to the end and sighed. His fan Ghazi really did believe in him. He'd been too busy with Retracing the Long March and hadn't checked messages. His "We Will Rock You" proposal had been rejected. The reasoning was blunt. If a stadium full of fans started stomping in unison, the place might collapse. Even when Ghazi said he could reinforce the venue, no one wanted to risk it. Tens of thousands stomping in sync is no joke. The fix was simple. Make that song the promo theme, then write another for the live stage. 2 songs for 1 World Cup sounded great. He immediately sent over a Latin-style track, The Cup of Life. Most people don't recognize the title at first, but the moment they hear that go, 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 ol, 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 they get it. It's one of the 3 most successful World Cup anthems ever. Next on his to-do list was the St. Petersburg Cultural Forum recommendation sheet for October. One candidate stood out, Ma Chi, a Manchu singer from the domestic hi-fi circle. Average viewers didn't know his name, and his songs weren't widely popular, but TV galas and programs loved inviting him, and his fee wasn't cheap. The reason was simple. His low notes were on another level. Singing low well is actually harder than singing high, and once you get it, the sound just feels rich and magnetic. Chu Zhi played 2 tracks and nodded. He sent an email to the forum's culture committee. If Ma Chi wasn't interested, he could refuse. An invitation wasn't a summons. Next item, the Wishgrant event. Chu's little bunny wife had asked for a proposal VCR. Wang Yuan investigated it, and everything checked out. He always wanted to pull a blind box at night. So why was he clinging to his 34 personality coins like a miser? Because the main coin sources, like I Love Carbs, Ruthless Butcher, Face King, and Smoke Emperor, took at least a year to farm. Only Charity King could still be pushed, which meant coin drought. He had to save. A lot of artists worked straight through the holiday. One of them was his old pal, Zheng Bro. No wonder foreign scholars say Chinese civilization's like a culture that absorbs everything. That was Zheng's first impression. He was recording his final farewell album. The guy was a walking cheat code. He sang rock for decades and still hadn't blown his voice. Even so, this year he finally felt his limits. Better to bow out with dignity than get booed off stage. He'd announced it months ago. It was a huge deal in the music circle. He'd planned to watch at 1.5x speed, but after a few minutes, he slowed it back down. He found that little bro, Chu, kept lowering his own presence, so the focus stayed on Chung Yu's narration of the Long March. Our people's history is a history of heroes, Zheng He murmured. He rubbed his glasses and muttered, I'm getting old. Even my lashes are short now. Can't block the dust. Movies, not stars, on National Day. It's the second biggest box office season after Spring Festival, and this year's slate was loaded. The promo lines were everywhere. 3 comedy kings unite. Laugh your way through the holiday. Action at its peak. Punch the tiger. Horror sci-fi. A different kind of space terror. Big budgets. Bankable leads. Studios burned cash on offline and online marketing. No one expected a CCTV doc like Retracing the Long March to carve out real space on the internet. That was rare. For people on vacation, the paid time off started running out on day 1. For the wage slaves who didn't get a break, it barely made a difference. Blink, and it was October 7th. Clinging to the holiday's tail, as Wish dropped on every platform, free as always. They'd chosen the very end of the holiday to avoid cannibalizing the show's traffic. Plenty of viewers had already rewatched the trailer a dozen times just to hear the song again. Honestly, the preview alone made people cry. Too many replays, and it got hard to bear. Fans were over the moon. Finally, it's here, and thank God we never gave up. Zhuai opens his mouth, and it's the sound of a great nation. I love this song so much. Another one for Infinite Loop. Your hand, I stumble while holding. Please lead me toward tomorrow. The most common line in the comments was, this flourishing age is exactly as you wished. It cruised to number 1 on every new song chart, with zero pressure. The National Day box office closed at $4.5 billion. Nightmare City led with $910 million, and Twin Heroes vs. Tiger Fist followed with $860 million. The Three Comedians mega movie turned out awful. It opened at $230 million and crawled to $510 million by the end of the week. Why mention the box office? Because poor Chu Zhi stole half a day off, felt like catching a movie, and randomly bought a ticket to, you guessed it, Tiger Fist. Number 503. I'm good at this. Another year, another frost. Xiao Chu. Got time to swing by and do a cameo? The call was from Wang Ani. A cameo means lending your popularity to help a film's box office. Depending on the lines, there's a paycheck. One of the more famous rumors on Earth was a certain 5-minute cameo in Avengers 3 where Scarlet supposedly pocketed a ridiculous fee. Who knows if that's true? There's also the friendship cameo. No pay. You just help a friend. Coming from director Wang Ani, Chu Zhi automatically treated it as a friendship cameo. When exactly? Chu Zhi asked. He had to fly to Qatar on the 19th next month, and there were gigs at the end of the month too. Even if he wanted to agree on the spot, he had to consider Niu Jiangxue and the team. They'd already reshuffled everything once to block out time for Retracing the Long March. Asking for another overhaul would crush the schedule. I've got a few commitments I really can't move, he added. I get it, Wang Ani said. We'll be shooting near the end of October. Anytime on or after the 25th is fine. Come to the set in Jinling. We'll finish in a day. It's only a few scenes. No problem. I'll call ahead before I come, Chu Zhi said. If the timing's flexible, it's just stealing an hour out of a packed day, like when he records voice work at home. A little later, Wang Ani sent the script. The role was schizophrenia, basically a living backdrop. About 3 minutes of screen time, not many lines, nothing crucial. The protagonist feels the world's driven him mad, then runs into this person. They don't speak, and even his appearance doesn't stir the lead's emotions. It sounded kind of useless on paper, but Wang Ani wanted to show the flow of people. A big-name director has her own sense of composition and story rhythm. Chu Zhi read it, and that was that. He wasn't about to give notes. This is great. Playing schizophrenia is right up my alley. I've got sick note anyway, he said. He'd tested in advance, get the feel. He silently invoked the sick note, epic title, set it to schizophrenia, moderate. Last time he tried severe depression, he nearly couldn't take it, so he wasn't looking to die today. Instantly, a sound grew in his ears, like tiny bells and a low-flying plane. the two braided together. It was faint, tiny, but dead on. No, more accurate to say the sound was growing inside his ears. He looked around by reflex, but there wasn't a source. The room was quiet. He realized it must be auditory hallucinations, a classic symptom. Annoying, sure, but still within tolerance. He exhaled and tried to shift his focus. He logged into his Bilibili alt. He followed tons of craft makers. Besides watching people praise him, he loved the food and DIY sections. The uploader was restoring a mid-tang dragon scale binding. It needed machine-level precision. The uploader's hands didn't shake at all. Absolute unit. Chu Zhi typed in the chat. My hands were born to make up the numbers. The moment he hit send, he froze. Why'd he type that? Normally he'd just spam 6666. Since when did he roast his own hands as useless? Something was off. That brief thought stream had felt wrong. Like something had hijacked his brain. The buzzing kept scraping his thoughts out of line. Don't try to fool me with fake signals, he told himself. Was the system nudging his mind? He wondered. Then his brain leaped even further. Simulated illness is damaging host cognition. System shutting down automatically. The system popped up. The next second, his head spun like he'd turned in place 300 times. He pressed his fingers to his brow and breathed through it. He remembered every thought he'd just had, yet it didn't feel like him. Why had he jumped to baseless suspicion? Now that he was clear again, he couldn't even understand himself from 2 minutes ago. He'd never understood schizophrenia before. Now he did. There are degrees to it, and the line's how much it breaks your ability to function. You don't overthink it your way out. It's not the cool genius disease. It's not cool at all. You don't walk out of it with willpower. Think about John Nash, Nobel in economics. Smart enough? When he was sick, he believed he got messages from aliens or coded letters from foreign governments. When he was better later on, a reporter asked, "You're so smart. Why would you believe aliens were sending you messages? Doesn't that sound absurd?" Nash answered, "Perceptions of the supernatural are like mathematical insight. They arrive without reason or warning." That hit the nail on the head. It was exactly like the suspicion that had just bloomed in his mind. First reaction, schizophrenia is terrifying. Second, how desperate must patients feel, and how impossible is it for outsiders to understand? System, would using sick note any longer have hurt me? He asked. Severe schizophrenia can lead to psychiatric disability and has some heritability. The epic title, sick note, can withdraw a condition at any time and won't physically harm the host. The system answered. He got it. The real danger wasn't physical. It was not realizing the thoughts came from schizophrenia. If the system bro hadn't yanked the plug just now. I didn't show enough respect, he said. Thanks, bro. You saved my life again. The system stayed humble and silent. Still rattled and sweating, he took a cold shower. Lying in bed, he couldn't get comfortable. He asked the system if that had really only been moderate. The system confirmed it. A thought rose in his head anyway. He wanted to know what someone with severe schizophrenia actually saw. He wasn't going to play chicken with his life, though. He asked his unrelated bi-blood twin, the system, to watch him. If anything went wrong, yank it. He flipped the switch. To be polite, it was like opening the door to a new world. To be honest, it was like stepping into hell. A chair sprouted a lump of shadow, like a cup overflowing with some unknown liquid, and inside the blackness, there seemed to be a set of razor-sharp features. Calling facial features sharp felt weird, but it fit. The faint noise in his ears turned into a crowd of whispers. Your mom's still in the nursing home while you feast, oh? You've thought she was a burden for a long time. The voices hissed in a dozen throats. He couldn't make out every word, only the mockery and spite. People think schizophrenia looks crazy because patients see things others can't. Hallucinations and voices don't just scare you. They drag you into another world. He endured 20 minutes, then needed 2 hours to come back. It was late, and the mental fatigue stacked. He owed today's practice. Even a machine like him, rain or shine, had to rest. It said enough about what patients shoulder. He did gain something. When he showed up for that cameo in 2 weeks, he'd turn in a performance people would remember after just a few minutes. And now that he knew what this illness felt like, he wanted to donate. He looked it up and found the country had already gotten there first. Long-acting injectables were covered by national insurance. Phew, good, he said, and went to sleep. There's no sunlight at night. There's no moonlight at dawn. So don't sunbathe at midnight or moongaze at noon. Don't waste your effort. He and Niu Jiangxue just missed each other. She flew to Qiantang City. He pinged her on WeChat about taking a one-day cameo in Wang Ani's new film, gave the who, what, when in a few lines. The 29th works. I checked the calendar. You've got an event in Jinling on the 28th, so you can shoot the next day. One small thing, you might wrap late on the 28th. About 10 minutes. Later, Niu Jiangxue sent 2 replies. It was a special moment on the calendar, so he did a quick rundown. In this parallel world's delayed schedule, the World Cup kicks off November 21st, 2023. Qatar's promo machine had been grinding for years, ever since they won the bid. Everything from big to small was moving. People ask how they spent over $100 billion on the Olympics. It's the same logic. 7 new megastadiums, including the $700 million Lusail Stadium, airport expansion, and a blizzard of supporting projects. On October 25th, the World Cup promo video went up on YouTube and across the web. Chu Zhi's single from 2 years ago rode the World Cup wave straight back into the stratosphere. We Will Rock You hit the top 10 on multiple SPO national charts. At Fuji Outdoor Rock Festival, director Hojo Koshi stared at the dashboard this morning as live sales of We Will Rock You spiked like crazy, even surpassing this year's live bundle. Weird phenomenon. This song should have been the final apostle already. It should have wiped every other apostle off the map. Hojo Koshi wasn't even surprised. He felt the track that won the festival's first ever full arena participation achievement should have gone global long ago. It only didn't blow up because there wasn't a single release. Now the live version's out and traffic's feeding it back. That's way too normal. Today felt special for another reason too. The national delegation for the St. Petersburg International Cultural Forum was heading to Russia. When Ma Chi received the invitation letter from the forum's culture group, he stood there half dazed and half delighted. He thought, my sparkle finally got noticed, and fired off a reply to accept. He reached St. Petersburg and soon linked up with the national team. It's better to move with the main group overseas anyway. He chatted with the country's human subwoofers, the bel canto singers. It's pretty easy to analyze. The St. Petersburg International Cultural Forum is the biggest window for Aurora's culture. It outranks the Moscow Film Festival by a full tier. So people who can even submit nominations are few. Directors and writers aren't part of this, and cross-field nominations aren't on the table. On our side, music only has 3 members in the nominators' culture group: Li Weiwen, Deng Kai, and Chu Zhi. Li Weiwen and Deng Kai put forward 2 young vocalists. So, Little Ma, you were probably nominated by Teacher Chu. Through the chat, lyric baritone Lin Anqian, the human analyzer, pieced the situation together. If you ask me, Teacher Chu's absolutely a young prodigy. Li Weiwen and Deng Kai, the former's the soul of domestic bel canto, the latter served as principal at the Moscow choir. Only Teacher Chu. Lin Anqian held back for a long beat, then found the phrasing. He's powerful in a way that's inventive. Everyone nodded. The other singers chimed. And one by one, Teacher Chu's first turn with Opera 2 shocked everyone. Aurora's own news agency and a bunch of major papers abroad reported on it. Tenor Shan Ting said, he was riding the wind. The audience was in his pocket. The vocal group leader that year was Li Weiwen, the same Uncle Li who gets lost, the one Chu Zhi teased with. Uncle Li, you don't want your fans to know you can't navigate, right? Shan Ting's his old friend, and he painted the stage picture for him. The second time he came, he sang Katyusha. Shan Ting spread his hands. In that country, that song's status says everything. If I remember right, Teacher Chu's the youngest person in the cultural group for the entire St. Petersburg Forum. Katyusha is a dimensionality reduction strike on that stage, Ma Chi said. Teacher Chu's technique is strong. He didn't say the back half out loud. I'm not weak either. He wasn't trying to butt heads with Katyusha. There are lines you shouldn't cross. Still, he had confidence. A human bass cannon firing at the St. Petersburg Philharmonia, a full-power show like Opera 2. He believed he could stun the hall. They drifted to other topics, like pop. The bel canto crew was unusually unified, probably because most of them were 45 and up. Not many good songs these past 2 years. Not a lot. I overheard my granddaughter's playlist a month ago. Hard to love. I know Lin Xia is huge with the young crowd. Some lyrics of his curry a bit too much favor. If we look at the market, is it because physical albums don't sell? So no sales means no money. So making music becomes paying out of pocket. So everyone aims to finish albums fast and cheap. Ha ha ha. Lao Shao, you don't know how much they earn. I feel a lot of indie kids make decent stuff. Even though Ma Chi's low register sounded premium, he was still a pop singer, and the age gap meant there was a wall. He couldn't jump into the elders group chat. Listening in, he realized something else. None of the elders placed Chu Zhi under pop singer. They called him a vocalist. That stunned him. In society, changing how people label you is brutal. It's like an actor stacking acclaimed films, yet people still reflexively call him an idle kid. Chu Zhi debuted only a few years ago. How'd he flip the label so fast? After lunch at the hotel, he walked the nearby sites to digest and calm his nerves. He was performing tomorrow. He'd sung 1,000 gigs, but the first time on an international stage, your heart's allowed to wobble. On the day, he arrived at the St. Petersburg Philharmonia with his fighting spirit up. The lineup was as heavyweight as ever. Reporters from major wire services sat in the press pen. A German soprano, an Italian dramatic baritone, a famous Aurora folk diva. When the Latin coloratura unleashed a torrent of fireworks, Ma Chi's scalp tingled. The pressure rolled in. You don't get the forum's gold content from news clippings. You only feel it when you're here. Honestly, it's obvious. If you're invited, you're a national team pick. Young singers come to learn. He tried to comfort himself. He had a unique bass. Then the slot right before him turned out to be Aurora's own basso, singing the folk classic song of the Volga boatman. That song sits at the peak of Russian folk music. Not a single accusatory word, yet its plain lyrics and melody sketch a time that squeezed laborers dry. The singer's tone was rich and heavy, like a skiff drifting on the river while stones slid into its hold, slow and steady, until the boat slipped under without a sound. Mom, that bass was more bass than the human bass cannon. His cannonballs were in danger of sinking. He took a long breath and pulled up the courage to burn the boats. East wind blows. War drums thunder. Who would he fear besides his cousin? Courage is great, it's just not a cheat. His performance didn't go Super Saiyan. He knew it. He wasn't as good as many nights back home. Applause still came from the floor. Dreams are plush, reality's bony. The gap was too wide. He walked off in a daze. You did well. The first phrase shook a little, but you corrected right away. Solid show. Shan Ting saw the slump on him and came to steady him. Teacher Shan. Ma Chi looked up. Were the lineups this stacked in Teacher Chu's 2 years too? In terms of vocal rosters, yeah, about the same, Shan Ting said. They invite principals from the top national choirs. Then how did Teacher Chu stun the room like that? Only after stepping out there did he understand how impossible the task felt. Flash the technique, Shan Ting said. In front of that many pros, you've got to dazzle so hard they can't help being shocked. Late October, the day before Chu Zhi would head to the abnormal is normal set. I didn't expect you to ask Xiao Chu over. Didn't you look down on his acting? Zhao Yuxing asked. Wang Ani said, I don't look down on him. I'm just being honest. His script sense isn't nimble yet. Acting takes grind and gift. If you compare to Xiao Li and Xiao He, he's far behind. Xiao Chu doesn't have much aura. Zhao Yuxing rolled his eyes again. The Xiao He and Xiao Li in that mouth are what exactly? The first is from a Peking opera family. Got 100 Flowers Best Actor nomination at 13, youngest Best Actor nominee ever. The second clawed his way from extra to Best Actor, the kind of life you could write a novel about. Holding those two up as benchmarks, isn't that bullying? Then Wang Ani turned the corner. But as a person, Xiao Chu's first class. That's true. He messaged me before he even arrived, said long time no see. Let's have dinner after his scenes tomorrow. Zhao Yuxing nodded. Big directors tend to work with the same crew, so the cast and team of Abnormal is Normal was basically the same group Chu Zhi worked with on. Xi Lang. He'd sent pings to everyone he knew, director Wang included. Fair's fair. If he hadn't invited director Wang to dinner, Zhao Yuxing's line would have been a little awkward. Number 504. Acting with sudden spark. Time. Early morning. Place. A small rented lot at the Confucius Temple area, including a little building called the Rui Inn. Cast. The whole crew. Uncle Wang, Uncle Zhao, Uncle Sun, Uncle Feng, long time no see. I think the last time we met was, well, the last time we met. Chu Zhi opened with a classic Lin Feifei style throwaway line. He was starting to like useless chatter. It really closed distance fast. Kid, you just said something that said nothing. Wang Ani stood there with the aura and look of a crime boss. The past month or two, your name's everywhere. My grandson's at home stomping and pounding the table. Art director Lao Feng said, imagination built on craft is productivity. Simple clapping and foot stomps can turn into music. Lao Feng, you watch soccer too? Prop Chief Lao Sun asked. His hairline had marched back, leaving him a shining forehead. My blood pressure's high. Doctor told me to avoid stimulating stuff, so I quit soccer. Lao Feng was on the heavy side, with both blood sugar and pressure up. I like the one Chu sang on National Day more. I'll live as your wish. Those lyrics are beautiful. Lao Sun said. Honestly, the whole October chart belonged to him. The end of the month and the start of the month both dropped songs that crash-landed at #1, proving the legend of Chu singles are never simple. Most of the core creatives here were in their 50s. They didn't care much about the World Cup. When they chatted, they perked up for the Long March show. That's enough. Wang Ani cut it off, face straight. Looks like you're healthy. You got here this early, must have caught a dawn flight. It's just a few minutes of cameo, you don't need to rush like this. She added, your body's your own, take care of it. Don't always try to please everyone. Your health matters more. It sounded harsh, but it came from real concern, not scolding for scolding's sake. No reason to argue. The Emperor Beast just put on his best sticker face, cat being obedient.jpg. I won't ramble. I'll introduce you to some veteran actors. Just like the National Day Parade gig, the director was still widening his network. Even if he didn't dive into film long-term, more friends meant more paths. To be fair, actors who worked with Wang Ani, or got invited by her at all, were all heavy hitters. Even the child actor who, only 9, had 7 or 8 films behind her. I know Brother Chu. Who said, Brother Chu's my mom's little fruits. She wore a big bow on her doll cut. When she tilted her head, the bow bobbed like fluttering wings. Brother Chu, did I say it right? You said it perfectly. I'm your mom's little fruits. He smiled. With her answer, confirmed, who cheered that she'd tell her mom later. Top directors choose actors, and great actors choose scripts. It goes both ways. Wang Ani's a dream collaborator for everyone, so even the retired Gao Tan came back to play the second male lead, pretty much co-lead. Gao Tan's the most audience-beloved actor among the post-80s. His acting's sharp. Critics thought he'd be the first of his cohort to ascend to Best Actor with real weight. Right when his career was climbing, he announced retirement. The reason warmed hearts. He'd made a pile in investing. No matter when I drive, your songs pop up on radio. Can't even dodge them. Gao Tan said. Luckily they're good. I like them too. As long as it fits your ears. Chu Zhi said. Saves the station the trouble of digging tracks. Radio spins pay royalties by airtime and ad revenue. It all adds up to a nice chunk every year. He'd arrived early. The prop team was still checking setups, and no one had eaten breakfast, so he bought a few baskets of buns. Crews aren't fussy. Boxes, a ladder laid on its side, a prop or two, anything becomes a stool. He carefully moved a plastic fire hydrant aside. The red lacquer and weathering were dry, but the smell still lingered, which wasn't great for eating. Better park it further away. I've got it. How can Teacher Chu do this kind of thing? A stagehand rushed over, flustered. No way he'd let a star handle his job. No, you just enjoy your bun. I'm already moving it. I'll wash my hands before I eat. Chu Zhi said. One more person washing hands won't break our schedule. The stagehand looked 30-something. He didn't know the guy's name, but calling him brother was fine. That brother made the man flush. The Emperor Beast, always tuned to others' feelings, could feel it plainly. People put stars on too high a pedestal these days. Wait, he was a star too. He blinked. Was his, but about to betray his class? Breakfast was quick. Actors had to leave time for makeup. One little detail, the stagehand wolfed down his bun, then hustled the prop back, like he was terrified Chu Zhi would move it again. His cameo role was a person with schizophrenia. The stylist's plan was pretty sloppy, and he raised a question. Aunt Wang, for this character, is the mental state written as severe or relatively mild? Wang Ani went quiet for a moment, then said, moderate. Let's take the middle road. If it's moderate, considering how the illness impacts social function, the look won't be a homeless guy. In this phase, when they're lucid they're still foggy, but many keep basic hygiene. He added, to expand a bit, it's a hard illness to grasp. Families either support treatment wholeheartedly, or they try to lock the patient down, whether for safety or to dodge trouble. He paused. In both cases, it wouldn't look like this. He skipped the darkest possibility, being abandoned or losing family. Just thinking about it made his chest tight. You make sense. Wang Ani looked at him, surprised. Good kid. A few months, and he's researching prototypes and analyzing the script. Not bad. If talent's a bit light, attitude can carry. With the director's nod, the stylist adjusted. The messy explosion hair became a normal cut, just a bit oily. Clothes switched to a plain t-shirt and jeans. Makeup added a touch of haggardness. Chu Zhi glanced at the mirror and nodded. He felt good, but the director frowned. To be precise, Wang Ani felt both satisfied and worried. Realism checked out, but with no lines and no direct interaction. How do you show schizophrenia? Silent acting with that level of detail is brutal. Not just for Chu Zhi. She figured even best actor types would struggle. This kid might be floating. Wang Ani's brows eased. If they couldn't land it, they'd stitch it in post with edit and score. Film's a multi-tool art. At 9, camera, lights, and rigs were ready. Extras and safety were in place. Action, Wang Ani called. Rolling. His scene partner, Zhang Li, played the male lead of Abnormal is Normal. Strong brows, clear eyes, holding 2 A-tier Best Actor trophies. But he cracked up easily, always, yee, laughing mid-chat. His role, Sheng Kai, wasn't even labeled normal or not. From his first step on screen, the vibe was dead inside. Lifeless was the word. He didn't walk, he dragged his legs, aimless, up to an empty, worn rooftop. He climbed past the railing. Not to jump. He just wanted the height and the view. Zhang Li nailed that hollow. In his head, even with no lines, he'd try to guide with slight eye contact, small movements. Don't overpress. TSK, this acting. The other leads like Gao Ten came to watch even without scenes. While they were savoring, Chu Zhi entered. He'd already toggled on sick leave and asked his system to filter certain layers so he wouldn't feel like he was on camera when the title took hold. The system bro agreed, charged him 1 personality coin. In an instant, the illogic flooded back, rolled over every emotion, and seized his mind. He felt a high-tech surveillance carrier hidden in the clouds, watching him every second. It wanted to snatch him and rip the system away. No wonder the system was so obedient. He was just a test subject. This whole parallel world was a lab. Current tech couldn't find it. This rooftop was a temporary blind spot. Did they station a watcher in the blind spot? So the parallel world really was under control. In that case, he'd go scorched earth. He wouldn't let those higher-dimensional beings get what they wanted. He glared at the watcher. Zhang Li was a veteran, but the sudden, almost tangible killing intent nearly cracked him. The director hadn't called cut, so he kept playing. Facing a stranger's hostility, a normal response would be confusion and fear, but Sheng Kai's settings didn't include fear. He showed only a flicker of bewilderment. The 2 actors' emotional planes weren't even the same dimension. Chu Zhi's state flipped fast, because a woo-woo-woo, like a machine tool spun up in his ear. He knew it was the airborne carrier descending. Despair. Absolute despair. Was the watcher sending the signal? Were they about to erase him and recover the system? Chu Zhi stared up. He could just make out the outline of the ship in the clouds. The instinct to live, the shout of run now, roared through Chu Zhi's head. He sprinted 2 steps, then stopped. Heh, with tech like this, what's the point of running? He tilted his chin up and stood his ground. Good cut, Director Wang Ani called. At the same time, his trusty system bro lifted the effect of sick leave off him. The set went dead quiet. That look in his eyes had hit too hard. To be precise, it was his aura. Everyone's got an aura. It's weird and slippery to describe, but it's real. At least Gao Tan and the other actors all felt it. That despair rising from the pit of the heart. Despair so real it felt solid in his gaze. If you caught even one glance, you couldn't look away. With acting like this, why is he still singing? Gao Tan rubbed his chin, thinking. 2 best actors and 1 best actress on site, and all of them silently gave that run a thumbs up. Wang Ani said, that was great. Strangers' hostility, strangers' killing intent, then despair at the Unknown. It hit 200%. She popped up from her little stool, already sketching the cut in her head. You all right? Zhang Li saw that after the cut, he still hadn't moved. Maybe it was hard to shake it off. He kept his voice low. I'm good. I just spiked my emotions too high, so I need a second. Chu Zhi explained. Chew some gum. Zhang Li handed him a piece, the kind his assistant always carried. His way to step out of a role was to chew Green Arrow. Too bad the brand wasn't paying him. A burst like that is a 400-meter all-out sprint. You're gonna feel it. He shared his tip and snuck in a little self-praise. Bro, I was planning to shepherd you a bit so the interaction wouldn't go flat with no lines, but you almost blew me off the track. Lucky it was me. Anyone else, they'd have dropped the ball. Wang Ani beckoned them down to Video Village. Before Chu Zhi could talk, the tent filled with applause. That eye attack, I thought I was seeing things. You've leveled up like crazy. Assistant Director Zhao Yuxing said. If you'd kept this level on 11 Lang, would Bergayondo still have walked off with the prize? Bergayondo was the best actor at that year's Venice. Zhao Yuxing threw a side eye at the director that said, This is what you call no talent? Wang Ani cooled down, studied Chu Zhi for a long beat, then admitted, It wasn't what the script said, but the acting had real spark. You fully sold that you weren't in a normal state. When I say not normal, I mean it as a descriptor, not an insult. Wang Ani added, I know. Schizophrenia is a disorder of perception and emotional behavior. That's all. He nodded. Wang Ani was sure he'd visited patients. That's how he could be this precise. It was a favor cameo, yet he was scared of doing it badly and did the work. That moved her. Your steps were more normal than Zhang Li's, steadier, but that only sharpened the symptoms. Especially that guard dog look at the start. I've only seen eyes like that once, a stray mama cat in a park watching anyone who got near her kittens. Art director Lao Feng said, My grandaunt has schizophrenia, runs in the family. Prop chief Lao Sun said, A lot of the micro-expressions match my grandma. If you can hit that, you're a good actor, period. That despair made my chest tight. I just studied more. I'm still a long way off as an actor. Chu Zhi answered. One take, done. Wang Ani hadn't expected it. So he had nothing else for the day. He hung out and kept Huhu company. Her mom needed to care for a sick grandma, and her dad served with border armed police, so he couldn't come to set. Even so, the kid was sweet. She sat and watched the grown-ups act without fuss. He ran little errands and played with Huhu till 6, then walked hand in hand to meet her mom at the gate. Brother Chu, can I ask you a favor? Can you tell my mom, right to her face, that you're her little fruits? Huhu tipped her little head up. He crouched so she didn't have to look up. One big, one small, eyes level. My mom said she has 3 biggest prides in this life. Huhu stuck a pudgy finger up. First, she has a smart and cute baby. That's me. Second, she married a good husband. That's my dad. She stuck up 4 fingers, the hand so close her index finger almost poked her mouth. Third, she has little fruits. No problem, he agreed. They waited at the curb about 10 minutes. Huhu's mom hurried over in a gray-brown light trench, windblown and dusty. Thanks. Sorry to keep you waiting, driver. She apologized on reflex. She didn't recognize him. His cap was low and his chin tucked, so most of his face was in shadow. Hi, I'm your little fruits. He smiled, saying it the way Huhu asked. That voice was familiar. She squinted. It really was her idol. She froze. Mom, I found your little fruits. Huhu claimed credit. Little fruits. She blinked, then it clicked. Her daughter had flipped the line, but the greeting, I'm your little fruits, and the way her idol looked at Huhu with that soft fondness made it obvious. Brother Gio was spoiling her kid. This was too good. Hi bro, Brother Gio. She greeted him, then happily snapped photos. To be precise, it was a trio pic, plus a signature. Mother and daughter went home grinning. A lot of people had a good night. He treated the team to dinner, and that was a good time too. Time slid by in all that joy. Since we finally got everyone together, Machi, tell us, how'd it feel on stage at the St. Petersburg Philharmonic last month? Bald Chong asked, curious. The friends leaned in. They all worked in music. They'd say they were above fame and just wanted to write from the heart, but envy doesn't care what your mouth says. Machi remembered he'd stumbled on his first line. He sighed inside. Most of the time, stage integrity matters most. Teacher Chu strong. He answered honestly. His friends blinked. That wasn't the question. Teacher Chu, as in Chu Zhi? Bald Chong asked. He nodded. Bald Chong frowned. So Chu Zhi went to the forum this year too? He didn't. He's just younger than me, and Machi wanted to say more, but then remembered the bragging he'd done, so he shifted. We always said his strength's songwriting. Truth is, his vocals are insane too. How insane? More than a six-sided war god of songwriting. Bald Chong teased. Why Bald Chong, you ask? Because he's bald and he's strong. He once set the Sanlitun Flower Garland record at a bar residency. To be blunt, Bald Chong thought he was no slouch. Teacher Chu's double S, writing and singing both. I watched his past Opera 2 stage in Russia. Put it this way, when I went, I realized I was small fry. Almost everyone on stage had 20 years of voice work, all professor level. Even then, he got up there and just mowed the field. Bald Chong and the boys made that classic meme face, the one that means, pick or it didn't happen. Truth be told, he'd been the one recommended, so their filter for his recommender was as thick as a city wall. What's with the look? Why would I lie? Go search it, it trended back home too. Machi said, that Opera 2 stage, I watched it. Don't talk to me about profound intent or whatever. It was pure technique flex. It made my scalp prickle. All right, park that. Let's talk World Cup. This year we've got to find a proper place to watch it. Bald Chong said. They were all old soccer heads. And the non-fan, Chu Zhi, landed in Qatar again. The opening ceremony was almost here. Number 505. Thinking about retiring. Lusail Stadium can hold 80,000 people. It's the biggest arena in Qatar, printed on the 10 Rial note and the 22 Rial commemorative bill. One of the builders was China Railway Construction. The 35 square meter screen hanging over the pitch also came from a Chinese company. Right now, Chu Zhi was in a small bay city north of Doha, staring at the World Cup's main stadium. The whole area felt super high-tech. 2 minutes later, the guy he was waiting for showed up. A black custom Ferrari fishtailed in with a scratchy screech that wasn't cool at all. It almost clipped a lamppost. No one knew what that drift was supposed to prove. Gotzi climbed out, a bit embarrassed, and slapped a new topic over the failed drift. I booked the restaurant. Brother Gio, while you're in Qatar, don't worry about meals. Say what you want, we'll get it, Chinese food included. Gotzi said the royal chefs handled the 3 grand cuisines, Chinese, Turkish, and French. Whatever he wanted, they'd fly the ingredients in cold chain. It'd be the real deal. That's what different treatment looks like. Other big guest performers had landed too, and as the overall coordinator, Gotzi met them once, then left the rest to staff. In his mind, that wasn't slacking. It was letting the most capable do the most. He just wasn't capable of not personally hosting his idol. Brother Gio, how many hours do you study every day? Gotzi asked over dinner. About 3. I never feel like I've got enough time. Chu Zhi said. He crammed when others slept. No surprise he was his idol. That sounded brutal. 3 hours felt as long as Gotzi's entire workday. Gotzi asked if he'd thought about taking a real break, like 2 months off. He even volunteered to take him around the world. He ended up poking a giant melon. I think once I say goodbye to the stage, I'll have plenty of time to rest. Chu Zhi thought for a moment. Since landing in this world, he'd counterattack non-stop, variety shows, albums. If he did stop, he honestly wouldn't know what to do with himself. Say goodbye to the stage? Gotzi jolted, grabbed the keyword, and probed. Brother Gio, are you thinking of retiring? Not anytime soon. I haven't hit my long-term targets. Yet. Chu Zhi had been climbing the path he laid out years ago. Gotzi exhaled half a breath. Most singers retire in their 50s or 60s. You're still young, don't think about that. 50s or 60s. He definitely wasn't singing that long. He wanted out way earlier, but there was no need to say it now. After dinner, Gotzi drove him around the city to help digestion, like Chinese tradition. That's a pretty wild take on tradition. Since when did blasting a Ferrari with the windows down count as digesting food? He might be casual at work, but as a fan he was serious. He'd even hired a Chinese tutor. He'd learned a decent chunk of Chinese trivia. In this world there hadn't been an epidemic, so the streets were packed. Tourists from everywhere flooded the new city, buzzing it up. You only realize how precious something is once it's restricted, like crossing provinces whenever you want, or going out barefaced. The Ferrari rolled to a stop under the hotel's big U-shaped portico. Gotzi's service was thorough, right down to watching his idol's back disappear into the lobby. Columns, a 7-tier crystal chandelier, and slabs of black gold marble tiles gave the lobby a proper palace vibe. Inside, Chu Zhi spotted a man dragging a dark gray suitcase. Jorman Hulk, a Spanish-American rapper from Las Vegas. He was the only Hispanic who'd cracked the American rap market, breaking the genre's black monopoly. Even the Anglo crowd hadn't managed that. He clearly had chops, but he looked pissed, cursing under his breath. You guys already got here? Dog crap airlines. Delayed 8 hours. I'm writing a diss track. Hulk's other problem was his assistant. For some mysterious reason, Qatari immigration refused him, so he had to check in and handle the bags himself. They didn't know each other, so they didn't greet each other. Chu Zhi headed to his room. Hulk recognized him too. There weren't many Chinese who'd made a name in the Western pop scene. Their eyes landed on each other for a second, then moved on. He tipped the porter to take the luggage up and kept roasting his day over the phone. The guy on the other end was an old friend, the lead of 7 Men Band. Fuck. Lucky me. Why is that Chinese guy like a ghost? He's even at the World Cup opening. The 7 Men Band's frontman, Lei Taeyong, hung up and received the organizing committee's performance slate. His face said he wasn't thrilled. He shoved the list at the other 4. There were nearly 20 guest performers. Other than Chu Zhi, they were just now seeing the full lineup. The 4 looked it over, lingering on 3 names, Chu Zhi, Akinda Bell, and Megan Jordan. Akinda was the current king of Western pop. Megan was a Canadian singer known for a body and sound that made people, respect her. It's Wacken all over again. They slotted Chu Zhi right after us, again. Guitarist Dimitro frowned, remembering how their flawless set still got blown off the stage. Let me see which poor puppy's shaking, bassist Madden sneered. Dimitro chuckled. Turns out it wasn't Madden who went weak in the legs at Wacken. 3 of the 5 had gone weak after hearing him of the Tez River. Madden exploded. I was tired. I'd just finished. Everyone knows I'm anemic. That's why the legs. What else could it be? Anemic body. Dimitro clapped. My bad. We've known each other 4 or 5 years, and I'm just hearing you're anemic. Need me to drive you to a hospital? The baiting made Madden want to weld his keyboard onto Dimitro's skull. Why not use his bass? Don't be dumb. Breaking a bass would hurt. What are you 2 even trying to win here? Lei Taeyong cut in. The 2 froze. Right, they fought a lot on values, and they sometimes argued to win, but today, what were they even arguing for? No matter who won, it still proved that Chinese singer was strong. We're hitting the venue for extra reps, Lei Taeyong said, meaning no repeats of last time. Why worry? We've got us, Hulk, Megan, and Belle. What's that Chinese singer gonna do? Madden said. Dimitro wanted to say we're his past casualties, but that had crushed morale, so he softened it. If he sings him of the Tez River again, no one's walking away. Wacken had beaten him into true belief. Hulk's flow, Megan's heat, and Belle's star power, that's the core of this opening. Lei Taeyong forced down the urge to snap. How did the band end up with a defector? The quiet keyboardist, Downing, stood up and headed for the door. Downing, where you going? Madden asked. If he was going to use someone's keyboard as a weapon, he had to care where it was. Stadium. Rehearsal. Downing dropped 2 words and left. Madden blinked, then got up to go too. The other 3, Dimitro included, headed out for practice. Here's one thing none of 7 Men Band could figure out. The guest lineup was set by Gotzi from the royal office. Why invite this British rock band at all? Because they had good taste. They were hardcore fans of his idol. Gotzi was a softie, so he granted the dream and put 7 men right before and after his idol. The guy they couldn't stop thinking about, Emperor Beast, had his own serious business. Hello, Reporter Chow. Hello, Teacher Chu Zhi. Longtime fan. I grew up on your songs. Reporter Chow from Xinxia News cracked a joke to break the ice and keep it light for the exclusive. Why call it a joke? Because when he grinned, his crow's feet and smile lines popped. He had to be 35 plus. Shall we start? Reporter Chow asked. Anytime. Chu Zhi said. Coming back here, do you feel any differences compared to China? In Qatar, Teacher Chu Zhi, you're one of the most famous singers in the market. You still hold the album sales record. First question, researched and ready. Official interviews get formulaic. This one had a template answer baked in. The biggest difference isn't the buildings, it's the people. He said, as for holding #1 in sales here, I take it as encouragement. I'll keep pushing on the next English album. Reporter Chow paused. Usually when someone says the difference is people, the next line digs into cultural impressions. He pivoted instead. Fine. They'd already aligned the outline with his team anyway. In showbiz, unless it's a press conference ambush, interviews always get prepped. Anything you can share as an exclusive? Reporter Chow asked. The English album's theme is tentatively world music. I'm going to fold a lot of styles together, like Latin and global fusion, plus Nordic flavors and special instruments, African hand drums, that sort of thing. He gave a quick sketch. One sentence, and that's a lot of info. Reporter Chow moved to the next card. Do you watch soccer, Teacher Chu Zhi? Who do you think will go far this year? He didn't really watch, so he tossed a pick. For Qatar's World Cup, I like France. Xinxiao wasn't a sports outlet. It was state media, so he reined it in and went back to formal. Last question, Reporter Chow asked. What do you hope for in the future, Teacher Chu Zhi? I hope my work spreads everywhere in the world. He didn't hedge. We can't wait to see your performance at the opening tomorrow. Number 506. The Cup of Life. Every World Cup opening needs a theme to set the tone. Even the badly reviewed Brazil one had it. They dropped a giant spherical screen in the center, started with a Big Bang sim, then showed a planet growing water and plants as dancers embodied life blooming across the surface. In the middle of Lusail Stadium, a huge chunk of limestone rose up, maybe 3 to 5 meters high. Dancers circled it, light steps and flowing moves, their sand-colored gauze skirts rippling, using bodies to show yellow sand swallowing the limestone. The theme was clear, Qatar overcoming harsh nature at the country's birth. Gotta say, all the dancers were Qatari locals. Chu Zhi watched the broadcast on the dressing room monitor. He got the idea, but the opening dance really wasn't his thing. He figured that was culture and region talking. The big event opener that stuck with him most was still the drum countdown from the 2008 Olympics. When's China gonna host the World Cup? People always say it's a pity that the big powers, America and China, don't do football. Well, America's doing fine now. Chu Zhi's thoughts drifted. Plenty of Chinese fans on site were feeling away too. Even though China didn't qualify, tons of Chinese spectators still showed up. 80,000 seats, none empty. Most wore their favorite team's kit. Some even painted flags on their cheeks. The crowd wanted to vent that heat in their chests. The 32 teams stood in neat ranks around the pitch. It was loud. Like, really loud. I heard Jiwai's a guest too. Of course. We came just for Brother Gio. With Jiwai on stage, it's gonna stun the stadium. The two talking wore the number 5 jersey of a powerhouse team. They had the figure and the face to match any pitchside model. A 37-year-old guy nearby, Defong, heard them and frowned. He turned to see which fake fans were talking, glanced once, then looked away. Since they were hotties, fine, no problem. He even got a bit worried. In this setting, forget Chu Zhi. Even a king-level superstar wouldn't matter. The World Cup audience only cares about football. Everyone else is just here to hype the mood. He figured the two beauties were in for disappointment. Chu Zhi wouldn't stun anybody. The host nation's honor guard marched in with the flag. The Qatari flag looked like satin cut in two. After the showcase, they hustled up ladders and tools and broke down the big limestone block piece by piece. Surprise, it was a clever assembly. In a few minutes, a temporary stage stood at the center. Guest performers started rolling out. First up was Joseph. Joseph, in the West, is as common as dirt, Hebrew for may God add another son. But there's only one Joseph, like the guy planted dead center on the stone stage, overflowing with machismo, a voice that hit like a hammer and smooth like velvet, the Danish singer Cowan Joseph. He wore worker overalls with nothing underneath. If the two straps hadn't landed just right, we'd be filing indecency complaints. His arms were tree trunks. Close up, you could see the chest hair. The song was pure fire. Muscles worked, wild charm on full blast. Cowan Joseph was strong, but the stadium was too open and the crowd too huge. His voice and presence got eaten alive. The reaction was lukewarm. Chu Zhi felt the problem too, even through the monitor. The noise floor crushed the vocal. Makes sense. Think about how big 80,000 is. If you met two new strangers every day from birth, you'd need over 100 years to meet 80,000. He glanced at the black water bottle on the table. He wasn't nervous. When he popped Drunken Immortal, he'd own the place. His assistant wasn't so calm. This stadium's massive, and no one's gonna hush up for a song, Chu Zhi muttered. Don't worry, let's not get tense, Chu Zhi soothed her. I'm not tense. I'm worried you'll get tense, Chu Zhi said. Don't get tense, okay? With you comforting me, I'm already better, he said. She relaxed a bit, and they kept watching. Next was rap star Hulk. People thought things would climb from here. Nope. He landed worse than Joseph. Joseph at least threw a lot of fourth octave highs that read better outdoors. Fuck shit. Idiots, jerks. Hulk clocked the stage problem too and cursed the crowd in his head. As he left through the players' tunnel, he crossed paths with the next guest group and tossed a curse their way. You'll eat it too. He didn't even know who they were. He just didn't want anyone doing better than him. The cursed guests were a South Korean boy group, not Chu Zhi, a newer rising act. Anyone who knows K-pop knows it's heavy on dance. Any boy group that survives the grinder has solid basics. The limestone stage had a quirk. It was narrow and uneven. Their choreo couldn't stretch. Just like Hulk wanted, the set wasn't clean. Back in the lounge, he grinned like a split melon. Northern Koreans suck. They'll never be good, Hulk said. Guests kept rotating. Some hit well. A few had done stadium shows, like Megan and Belle, and they were steady. Most of the crowd watched the giant screens in the rafters. Megan hit the stage and drew a wave of screams. Make it a scream fest, Lei Taeyong told his 4 bandmates as 7-man band went up. Dimitro and the others nodded, grabbed their weapons, bass and guitars. Madden almost tripped. The limestone steps had terraced ridges. Triumphant Return was the pick. It was the English National League walkout track. Rock asserts itself. In plain speak, the contour's hot and loud. Even if you don't nail the singing, you can't be ignored. It was one of their signature songs, decently known worldwide. No way it'd flop. Whether it was extra practice or pressure, 7-man band turned in the best set so far. They even outshone Belle a bit. You could hear it in the applause, louder than anyone before. The wind died. The rain cleared, and Lei Taeyong felt himself again. Thanks for the love, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, please enjoy a piece by my idol Chu Zhi. He won't let you down. Same trick again. Doesn't it get old? Dimitro thought. Lei Taeyong didn't feel tired of it at all. He wanted a show. Was there going to be a show? You bet. 80,000 bodies flipped Chu Zhi's passive skill, crowd freak, to the second to last stage. The stages are 100, 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. That buff's scary already, and this was the 50,000 stage. The moment Chu Zhi stepped out of the tunnel, every cell screamed, I'm ready, I'm ready. Add Drunken Immortal's 90% boost, and he was a live warhead. With a will that could bulldoze the whole stadium, he climbed the stage. Asia's #1 pretty boy. Megan had heard the rumors. He'll flop for sure, Hulk kept cursing. So the closer's a Chinese singer, Belle said. He knew him well enough. 2 years running on the Forbes list, Chu Zhi had edged him out. Belle had planned to grab a shower. Seeing Chu Zhi step up, he put it on hold. Bring everything you've got, Belle thought. The music desk fired the intro. A referee whistle cut through a bed of conga, a go-a-go, electronic snare, floor tom, timbals, and acoustic kit, pumping straight out of the PA. This style. Lei Taeyong hadn't expected a pivot like that. The Chinese guy had switched lanes again, straight into Latin. Madden locked on the screen. This time, those legs weren't going weak. Are you listening or hunting your father's killer? Dimitro thought. He noticed the whole band was laser-focused, forcing their spirits up. Congas and a go-a-go are classic Latin American percussion. Anyone with basic ears could taste the Latin vibe. Musical note, go, 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 ol, ol, ol. Musical note. The whistle rode the groove. The crowd's claps snapped in on 2 and 4 like they'd been rehearsing. The floor started to thrum as 80,000 bodies moved. Chu Zhi didn't waste a breath. He took the center like he owned the grass. The verse hit. Tight syncopation, clean consonants, vowels like bells, the kind of forward placement that slices through stadium air. His heel-toe steps marked out a samba sway. Then he kicked a half-turn that pulled the cameras in without begging. The hook detonated. Musical note, the cup of life. This is the one. Now is the time. Don't ever stop. Musical note. The congas rolled. A go-a-go ticked like bright steel. The bass sat fat but springy. He shouted the call. The stands gave the response, and the wave traveled a full circle before the line ended. The sound engineer's meters kissed the limiter and held. Hulk's smile curdled. Bell stopped leaning on the rail. Lei Taiyang's grin froze. Dimitro lifted his eyes, then chuckled like a man watching a hurricane hit the shore he just left. The bridge dropped to a drum break, just percussion and voice. Chu Zhi let the delay hang, then snapped the crowd back with a sharp hand hit and a chesty shout that rode the slap back like a surfboard. He pointed left, the east stand roared. He pointed right, the west roar answered. He punched both hands up, the north and south stands slammed together like thunder. The last chorus wasn't sung so much as carried. He didn't push. He didn't need to. He let 50,000 bodies sing it for him and rode the crest, a conductor with no baton and all the power in the world. When the cutoff hit, it was clean, like a guillotine. 3 heartbeats of silence. Then the stadium blew. Bell laughed and clapped without thinking. Hulk stared at his shoes. Lei Taiyang bowed on autopilot. Madden checked his knees out of habit, found them steady, then nodded once, hard. The limestone stage crews began to swarm again, but for a full minute, nobody looked at them. They looked at the guy in black at center, breathing easy like he'd just jogged down for groceries. He smiled, waved, and walked off. The roar followed him into the tunnel. The percussion locked in with the brass, trumpets sparking a charge while whistles rose and fell and lit the fight. Charge, charge, charge. The intro hit way too hard for Chu Zhi to just stand there and sing. With 2 passives stacked, he couldn't keep still anyway. He held the mic in his right hand and raised his left high. Musical note, La vida es pura pasan. Hey que leaner, copa de amor. Para vivir hey que lucar, un corazón para ganar. Como confiable, es un partido cruel. Musical note. Sounded hot-blooded, didn't it? Not sure? Keep listening. Out of the corner of his eye, Defong noticed the 2 girls by his seat had been hyped since Chu Zhi walked out. They were waving and clawing at the air, and if they weren't worried about making a scene, they'd probably be jumping. He kept listening. He didn't say a word, and he couldn't understand the lyrics anyway. If you translate The Cup of Life into Chinese, it's simple enough. It's a cruel match. You've got to fight for your dream. Hold on to your honor. Most of it's Spanish with a little English mixed in, so the crowd mostly didn't get the words. What they got was melody and feeling. Lucky break, because those 2 were top tier tonight. Musical note Tyo ol, ol ol. Musical note Chu Zhi swung into the chorus, that world-conquering earworm line. Musical note go, 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 ol ol ol. Musical note. Brass and nylon string guitar set the bed. Half a listen, and it was like a steel spike driven into 80,000 heads. Folks always say passion burns like fire. His voice burned hotter than passion, hotter than fire. He started windmilling the raised arm. The crowd copied him right away. Musical note, El mundo es de pie. Go, go, go. Ale, ale, ale. Musical note. 2 lines later the next go, go, go hit the same hook, and a ton of people just had to sing with it. There are lots of catchy songs, but almost none that make a stadium want to sing along before the first chorus ends. In the Brainworm League, The Cup of Life sits top 3. No one knew who started it, but waving wasn't enough anymore. One by one people stood, flags flapping, vuvuzelas blaring, thunder sticks banging. Defong stood too. Mostly. He didn't want to be the weird one sitting. The song slid into the B section, and the crowd was fully lit by his voice. Of course there were drones for the opening at Luzail. From the air, he was a small black dot on the stage, but that dot pulled tens of thousands into motion, a black sea. Hands rose and fell with the rhythm like waves rolling. Did Lei Taiyang really understand how busted level that 5th tier of crowd freak was? It was like black clouds pressing a city to its knees. Musical note. Lucar por Ella. Lucar por Ella. Lucar por Ella. Musical note. When the groove snapped back in, more than 60% of the stadium shouted, go, 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 ol, ol, ol. Everyone's accent was different, and mashed together it sounded even more massive. Luzail felt like it was on fire. Dimitro took a long breath. The stadium-wide unison hit his ears, and he felt the same shock all over again. This Chinese guy didn't seem human. He felt like a god of the stage, same cloth as Jehovah, wrecking any stage he stepped on. How were the bandmates doing? Dimitro glanced back at the 4 of them. What could he say? Reyes and Madden weren't singing, but they were nodding and swaying. The emotional contagion was unreal. Even he was bouncing a knee. Near the end, Chu Zhi stretched his arm and offered the mic to the crowd. The next second, the fans didn't let him down. The stadium roared it back. Musical note, go, go, go. Musical note, ol, ol, ol. Musical note. What beats an 80,000 voice chorus for proof? Then the screams and applause came like a tidal wave. I want to go run a marathon right now. Go, go, go. I swung so hard my shoulder tweaked. We haven't even started the match and I'm this pumped. That was a good opening show. This song was born for the World Cup. No, wait, We Will Rock You Too. My God, both are by that Chinese singer. He's too talented. The chatter was all praise. Defong realized he'd been yelling and dialed it back, then muttered to himself, Chu Zhi's crazy good. That was an all-spark and lightning flex. Up in VIP, the royals clapped till their palms went red. Liaison Chief Ghazi kept going. He felt proud. He'd been the one who pushed for Brother Gio. Oh man, I feel like I'm about to combust. Chu Zhi drew a deep breath and forced down the urge to rip into the Internationale. If the fifth tier of crowd freak was this scary, what would the final tier be at 100,000? He walked back down the players' tunnel to thunder and brushed shoulders with his fan, 7-man band's frontman. This wasn't a solo concert, and this was a new song. Bell's brows were locked tight. He could feel the pressure from the man sitting on his head. If he weren't a person of color, he'd already be a pop king, Bell thought, feeling the squeeze. No wonder that Lei Taong guy worships him. His stage presence is ridiculous, Hulk admitted. Even if you handed him the same track, he couldn't have pulled that off. Then Hulk swiveled to cursing again. One show and a Chinese singer's the brightest light. The program had to go on. All 32 teams rolled out. Netherlands, France, Ecuador, Senegal. Say what you want. The opening ceremony pulls insane attention. Chu Zhi just blew up. Here's a weird truth. By reach and eyeballs, the World Cup outruns the Olympics. You can straight up call it the #1 sports event on Earth. So that god-tier stage blew him up worldwide. He'd planned to fly out the night of the opening, but Ghazi and Princess Mayasa invited him to watch Qatar versus Ecuador, so he stayed half a day. Then it was 2-1. Ecuador knocked in 2 in the first half and iced it. What could he say? He thought of that meme. What is this show you made me watch? Ghazi and Princess Mayasa sat on either side of Chu Zhi. Their faces were hard to describe. It's fine. Scoring 1 is still great. My national team didn't even qualify. Do I need to comfort you? Probably not. That's like telling an author, it's fine, 2,000 words is amazing. Sounds a lot like shade. He realized silence was gold, and silence was tonight's 2-1. He had no idea what kind of drills Qatar would be running after this. The next day, he and Xiao Zhuzi flew home. Ghazi and Princess Mayasa didn't push them to stay. At Hamad International, the most photographed thing after the 5 or 6 meter yellow teddy in the center was Chu Zhi himself. A Qatari fan recognized him. Then a flood of Japanese and Korean fans came over. To avoid clogging the terminal, he bought out the terminal CAF, R.T. For a while, treated everyone there to a drink, and signed as much as he could. Professor Sumnada. I can't believe I also saw the ragdoll. I saw Twitter say Professor was at the opening. I missed it. Japan and South Korea had group games in 2 and 3 days, so their fans showing up made sense. Why were there so many fans from Annam, though? Annam didn't even qualify. He signed at least 100 autographs in that little CAF. He hadn't expected that many fans inside the terminal. And the Emperor Beast World Cup stage, it blew up worldwide. Number 507. An unexpected harvest of fans. The whole world had its eyes on the World Cup. But when the host, Qatar, lost its first group match, nobody really talked about it. Nobody had high hopes anyway. Instead, Iran beating England set the internet on fire, and the dazzling opening performance became another hot topic. I couldn't understand most of the lyrics, but damn, my hands and feet wanted to move along. Go. It's a shame I couldn't be there in person. From the YouTube videos I watched, the atmosphere in the stadium was insane. Imagine someone getting 80,000 fans to groove with a song inside a football arena. That final moment, 80,000 people singing together, I thought I was watching a global superstars concert. Music really is the oldest and most powerful bridge for human communication. I know him. I've even seen my friend buy his album. Honestly, I knew it. I've always believed this Chinese singer had it in him. Those were comments left by Europeans and Americans online. The internet really does shrink the planet into a village. Even a Russian chimed in with a reply that made people laugh. Isn't the most powerful bridge of human communication actually aircraft carriers and nuclear bombs? At least that's what I think Americans believe. Of course, Mr. Chu sings beautifully, but in our St. Petersburg, everyone knows Russia produces professional singers. Another reply popped up, this time from India. Isn't this our little brother Gio? Not bad. I suddenly feel like dancing. One day, you should come to my house for a concert. That comment instantly got linked to Brother Gio, since so many people online already called Chu Zhi that. Indians are often called Brother 3 online, so them calling Chu Zhi little brother turned into a running joke. Fans in Japan, Korea, and Vietnam were buzzing like it was a festival, bouncing off the walls spreading the news. The opening ceremony lineup had pop princess Meghan, rap giant Holman, and Akinda Bell, the guy everyone thought would inherit the title of global king of pop. But to fans, none of them mattered. What mattered was their idol stealing the show. Stop calling Professor just an Asian superstar. His influence goes way beyond Asia. He's got a strong following in Europe and America too. With his talent and looks, he deserves even more recognition. Keep going, Professor. Your students will always support you. I saw a Chinese fan comment. After listening, I carried my husky up 15 flights of stairs. I tried the same, managed 3 floors, now I'm in the hospital. Gotta say, the hospital's Wi-Fi is great. Brother Gio's songs always touch me differently. Every time I hear his voice, I think of my mom. And that was just scratching the surface. You couldn't go online without bumping into more. Of course, that much buzz had downsides too. Fans of Akinda, Meghan, and Holman weren't thrilled. Nobody likes seeing their idol treated like a background prop, especially when some media reports started pushing that narrative. So naturally, their fans saw Chu Zhi as the guy stepping on their idols to climb higher. The backlash came fast and heavy. Why do they all like this Chinese singer? Do Europeans and Americans just love his exotic vibe? I get it now. He was the only Asian on stage, so of course that gave him an advantage. Who lasts till the end is steady, efficient, and spectacular, words that describe Akinda Bell. And this Chinese singer? Poor language skills, weird. Spanish-English mix, sloppy stage presence. Who really deserves the praise is obvious. His style just happened to fit that stadium. Football fans are the most enthusiastic crowd, so the feedback looked big. Anywhere else, no way it'd work. I've seen him around Wall Street types before. Why is the whole world hyping him like this? The irony? Another South Korean group, also made up entirely of Asians, had performed at the opening ceremony too. But honestly, nobody cared about that detail. What mattered was exposure. For an artist, even controversy wasn't bad. At the very least, it meant brands noticed you. Luxury brands didn't come knocking, but international streetwear labels did. Chu Zhi's team declined after reviewing, mostly because his main brand, Mojire, already had him tied down. If not, he had his own label anyway. Caught at the center of this storm, Chu Zhi didn't have time to read headlines. There was too much work lined up. He couldn't record an English album and also prep a Chinese album themed on the 4 great classics at the same time. Putting together the English album's gonna be tough, he muttered as he flipped through his packed schedule. With his current status, most business collaborations and events were booked months in advance. Back from Qatar and heading into Christmas season, things only got crazier. Brands pushed their holiday campaigns, and events piled up nonstop. Coca-Cola ads take the most time, he mumbled. After shooting a holiday spot for their new packaging, he sank into the van's seat afterward, exhausted. Brother Chu, between Yuanqi Forest and Coca-Cola, which one do you like better? Xiao Zhuji asked softly. They're both fine, Chu Zhi answered. To be blunt, he didn't like either. He preferred plain water and wine. The wine was mostly to trigger his system skills, otherwise he drank less for his health. After all, he only had one system bro. I like Yuanqi Forest better. 0 sugar, 0 calories. Coke makes me gain weight too easily, Xiao Zhuji said. The comparison made sense, since Chu Zhi endorsed both brands. Usually, contracts with a major company blocked you from endorsing direct competitors. But his Coca-Cola deal only restricted carbonated drinks, so he could still work with Yuanqi Forest. That kind of negotiation showed just how insanely popular the Emperor Beast was in Asia. After chatting, Bamboo reclined his seat, and let Ma Weihao start a massage. Chu Zhi closed his eyes to rest. System bro, you see I've been earning lots of personality coins lately, but my balance is nearly down to double digits again. Can you help me out a little? He asked inwardly. Host, please state your request, the system replied. Search for songs or theme tracks inspired by the 4 great classics. I want to put together something. The system instantly pulled up a dense list of dozens of songs, many of which Chu Zhi recognized. Wukong, Chow Chow. History's Sky, The Rolling Yangtze Flows East, Hopelessly Condemned Love, so many. Some are too traditional or folk style, not quite my type, but I'll find the right ones. He'd always wanted to make an album based on the 4 great classics. But with back-to-back albums like 25,117 possibilities, Chu Ci Ode to the Orange Tree, Chu Ci 9 songs, and Little Fruits Are Sweet, he only got the chance now for his 5th release. The van ride to Tang City, near Beijing, would take over 2 hours. Normally the bullet train took just 90 minutes, but for him, driving was simpler than dealing with stations. 30 minutes of massage later, he sat up, refreshed, and went back into work mode. Have you picked the venue? Ordered the wedding rings yet? He asked on the phone. Wang Yuan reported back, venue's booked. The guy's planning to propose at Tianya Haijiao in Luqing. He's even bringing all her parents and relatives there. Honestly, the kid's impressive, really capable. His girlfriend has no clue. A surprise had to stay secret. Chu Zhi nodded along. The rings and everything else are ready too, Wang Yuan added. It was obvious the guy had planned every detail. That meant everything was ready, and all that was left was for Chu Zhi to tweak a fan's wish. The fan, nicknamed Little Bunny, had originally wanted him to record a cover of Like Smoke as a special gift for his proposal. That was Little Bunny and his girlfriend Xiao Qi's love song. They'd fallen for each other the night he sang it at karaoke. But Chu Zhi suggested a change. Write a new song called The Most Romantic Thing. Teach it to him. Let him sing it live when he proposes. He also planned to prep a VCR montage showing the fans' learning process with him, which would be revealed during the proposal. That way, the spotlight stayed fully on the fan, not the idol. Why? Because Like Smoke didn't really fit a proposal mood, while The Most Romantic Thing would show his girlfriend Xiao Qi how much effort he put in. For the fan, this was a miracle. His idol not only wrote him a custom song, but also coached him personally. What kind of god-tier idol was this? Now, let's look at the fan himself. Little Bunny's real name was Shun Halian. He was 27, with one small flaw, standing just under 1.7 meters tall. But his skills and personality more than made up for it. His girlfriend Xiao Qi loved champagne roses, whose flower language was, "Falling in love with you is the greatest happiness of my life." So he'd chosen 99 champagne roses for the proposal. But he suddenly worried it'd look odd without any red roses, so he called the florist to adjust. With that settled, he practiced the lyrics. Musical note: the most romantic thing I can think of is growing old with you slowly, collecting every laugh along the way, saving them to share in rocking chairs later. Musical note: by 11 p.m., Shun Halian connected with Chu Zhi on video call for another singing lesson. After 2 or 3 sessions, he felt almost ready. He sang through once, finding his rhythm, confidence rising. Most of the video lessons happened after 11 at night, and Shun Halian gladly adjusted his schedule to match Chu Zhi's. Bad news: Shun Halian was a little tone deaf. Good news: The Most Romantic Thing wasn't hard. Bad news: progress over video calls was slow. Good news: they had enough time. Class ends here today. Chu Zhi stretched lazily, then opened the news on his phone. He hadn't expected Cup of Life to blow up like this. As he scrolled, even he was surprised. Spanish is the world's 2nd most spoken language by native speakers, right after Chinese, concentrated in Spain and Latin America. Even Spain itself hadn't imagined Chu Zhi would perform the new opening song in Spanish. His pronunciation was a little off, sure, but the performance overall was solid, especially with how authentic the melody and arrangement felt. Of course, the pronunciation issue was inevitable. Right now, the system had given him English, Japanese, French, and Russian as his drawn languages. Korean he'd picked up little by little from performing songs, but for Spanish he only had one song to lean on. There wasn't enough experience stacking to perfect it. Globally, the performance was dazzling. But in Spain specifically, It hooked a wave of fans. His earlier album, The One Gazed Upon by Gods, had sold just 19,000 copies there, maybe 20,000 total. Against a population of over 40 million, that was practically nothing. Then Cup of Life hit, and suddenly the album sold out in Spain. Not that stock had been huge to begin with. Online orders flooded in, sales climbing by 37,000 more copies. More money, more influence. Chu Zhi's Spanish needs work, but his grasp of Latin music is spot on. I've been Spanish for 19 years, and I respect him. I've been Spanish for 26 years, and I swear this is the best Spanish song I've heard all year. For other opening ceremony performances, I could have gone to the bathroom, maybe smoked a cigarette. But the moment Chu Zhi stepped on stage, I couldn't look away. One song, and I became his fan. Worldwide sales of The One Gazed At by Gods climbed to around 200,000, but Spain was the biggest spike. Since Spain came up, let's talk about a funny story from Qatar. Holman and Leighton, good friends, happened to be booked on the same show. Naturally, they arranged to grab dinner together. That night, both of them stood each other up. But since they both flaked, technically nobody had broken the promise. Holman had been pulled into a royal banquet, while Leighton took 4 teammates out, trying to mediate rising conflicts in the group. He wanted to smooth things over before the band fractured. The outcome? Madden and Dimitro got into a fistfight anyway. The next night, with the World Cup still running, both men stuck around Losail. Each turned up an hour late, finally meeting at an Italian restaurant. Fuck, the cabbie screwed me over. Kept driving in circles, that's why I'm this late. Holman greeted him with a curse. I ordered you a ham and cheese steak. Just make do, Leighton shrugged. He'd only just arrived himself. The restaurant was packed thanks to the cup, so the food came slow. Holman cursed at first, then quieted down once the steak turned out tasty. Tell me something, Leighton. Is my singing really that bad? Holman asked suddenly. What? Leighton blinked, not following. Friend, how much do you love that Chinese singer Chu Zhi's songs? At Wacken Open Air, at the World Cup opening ceremony, you kept hyping him up. Damn it, you've never hyped me like that. Holman's voice rose. Keep it down, Riton hissed, seeing people turn to stare. Earlier swearing had been low-key, but now all eyes were on them like knives. Stars had to watch their image. When Holman finally lowered his volume, Leighton muttered, It wasn't admiration. I was just using reverse praise, trying to backhand him. That's why I kept recommending him. Liar. You're lying, Holman shot back. The first time at WA, fine, maybe I believed you. But you saw his talent there, standing out even against Phoenix, Freezer, and all the other bands. And his World Cup performance? No way that was backhanded. Nobody's stupid enough to try the same failed trick twice knowing it won't work. Not even. Some shit for brains idiot. Oh no, friend, this insults your own IQ. And don't tell me you dragged your bandmate Madden in just to reverse hype that Chinese singer too? Fuck, now you're telling me it was all fake. Holman's rap roots showed as words flew out like a machine gun. Leighton's face went from sunny to stormy in seconds. After a long breath, he admitted, Fine, you caught me. I really do like Chu Zhi's music. That's why I recommend him in public. Doesn't my music deserve recommending too? Holman glared, then his eyes widened. God damn it. Don't tell me you're gonna recommend him at your February concert too. Shit, this conversation was exhausting. Leighton didn't even know how to respond. While Leighton was at a loss for words, Chu Zhi himself was simply drained. It was that kind of tired where you come home after work and don't even want to talk. The next stretch of days was exactly as Chu Zhi expected, too busy to even think about recording. The Emperor Beast could only use off hours to lock down the English album's theme. Working title, All Nations. Theme, blending the styles of many countries. Examples, Russia's Moscow Nights, France's Champ Slices, Argentina's Don't Cry For Me Argentina, America's Endless Catalog. He planned to pick something from MJ. For China, he was still thinking. If the first English album exploded, then the second had to go even further and crown him a god of music. Seal the gods, huh? Well, better not get ahead of himself. As the saying goes, 2 pies don't fall from the sky at once, because you can't eat them both. The opening ceremony had been a gift pack. Spain's team, on the other hand, crashed out in the round of 16. Brazil won again, lifting the cup for the 6th time. By December 25th, Christmas was here. Stores put up festive decorations early. Some just shoved a plastic tree at the door, hung cheap bells inside, maybe handed out Santa hats for the staff to wear. Meanwhile, the young couple Xiao Qi and Shun Halian were on a Christmas trip to Luqing. Number 508. A god-tier idol. Luqing had tons of places to play and wander, like Wuzizu Island, Lahuta Park, Yazhou Ancient City, and the Coconut Dream Promenade. Even so, Xiao Qi picked the Tianya Haijiao scenic area first. It was famous, a well-known foray spot. But honestly, once you bought the ticket, you were basically there to look at 3 big rocks. They had the carvings Tianya, Haijiao, and a pillar of the southern sky. If you went in with low expectations, you wouldn't be disappointed. Xiao Qi had high hopes though, so she felt a little let down. She'd heard all those love legends about to the ends of the earth and the corners of the sea, vows as deep as mountains and seas. In reality, there wasn't much romance in the air, mostly seniors taking photos and kids running wild. Since it was Christmas, the park had set up a few Christmas trees, and the staff wore Santa hats. Little Bunny, whose real name was Shun Halian, stayed at her side. When he noticed her disappointment, he said, "At least we've seen Tianya Haijiao, and the scenery's pretty nice. Let's just enjoy the view." He secretly pinged his friends too. They'd bought tickets earlier and had already set everything up. Shun Halian tamped down his nerves and stuck to the plan. There were folk legends about the Tianya and Haijiao stones, but Xiao Qi didn't want a history lesson. The two of them just strolled hand in hand along the beach. There are so many couples taking wedding photos. Picking this place for that is actually pretty great, Xiao Qi sighed. It feels nice. What do you think, Xiao Hot? It's not bad, Shun Halian said, then pointed. Look over there. Is that a movie screen on the beach? She felt a flicker of disappointment at the subject change, but when she followed his finger, her attention snapped to the strange setup. Right on the sand, there was a big screen like they were about to screen something. Staff were bent over, working hard, clearly arranging a grand scene. Let's go take a look, Shun Halian said, squeezing her hand as they walked over. Workers rolled out a red carpet. Xiao Qi tried to guess what it was for, never noticing the 2 people filming nearby with a camera on a tripod. Wow, it's a proposal, Xiao Qi blurted, her voice and face full of envy. The scene came together quickly. Red carpet, balloons, and champagne roses framed the space. A man who looked a little familiar to her stepped up. She felt like she'd seen him somewhere before. A crowd gathered fast, a few dozen people already. A slim man in a suit with single-lidded eyes held a wireless mic. Someone else is proposing today. Who could it be? He suddenly pointed straight at Shun Halian. It's that handsome guy over there. Xiao Qi instinctively turned. She saw her boyfriend holding a microphone, staring at her with all the tenderness in the world. Her mind went completely blank. Musical note, sitting back to back on the carpet, listening to music, talking about dreams. You hope I'll be gentler and gentler. I hope you'll keep me in your heart. Musical note. Musical note. You said you wanted to give me a romantic dream. Thank you for letting me find my heaven. Musical note. Shun Halian's tone wasn't perfect, a little husky, but the feeling was raw and real. His love for her poured out, line by line. Xiao Qi slowly came back to herself. She'd never imagined he'd propose, and in such a romantic way. Champagne roses on both sides. All those admiring eyes, the sweet scent and the heat of the moment rushed at her together. Happiness flooded her, and the lyrics kept building. Musical note. The most romantic thing I can think of is growing old with you slowly. Until we're so old we can't go anywhere. You'll still hold me like the treasure in your palm. Musical note. Whoa, nice. He can sing. I've never heard this song. The crowd cheered. People everywhere loved a good scene. Almost everyone held up a phone to record. Whatever happens, you've got to capture it on your phone. That's just how people live now. Xiao Qi heard a voice she knew and glanced around. Her parents were there too. Her father stood out like a lighthouse, the tallest guy with a receding hairline. So that was why they told her they couldn't travel together, using the excuse, "Your third grandpa's grandson is getting married. We have to attend." They'd lied. Xiao Qi understood all at once, and the happiness on her face couldn't be hidden. It was spilling over. When the song ended, Shun Halian said, "Xiao Qi, today's our 913th day together. From the moment I first saw you, I was hooked, already plotting how to marry you. We've had a few small squabbles, but no big fights. I think we're a great match." He smiled. "I've also got a surprise for you today." The big screen lit up. On it was Xiao Qi's idol, Chu Zhi. More precisely, it was a split screen, a singing lesson video. Back to back. Pay attention to the enunciation on back. Keep going. Don't press the consonants too hard. Let's look for that sighing feeling. That's how you slide the note down. Right. On the carpet, the word on needs a clear upward glide. Send the sound up. On the most romantic thing, remember to breathe here. The quick edit covered the 20-plus days of video lessons. Xiaoqi clapped a hand over her mouth as tears streamed down. Drops hung from her lashes. She was crying because she was moved, because she was happy. Hello, little fruits. I'm Chu Zhi. I wrote the most romantic thing after hearing Mr. Shin talk about your love story. He's been studying hard. I wish you two all the happiness in the world, Chu Zhi said. Her idol had written the song, and the person she loved most used that song to confess to her. It was a double chef surprise. Then the video switched to photos of Shun Halian and Xiaoqi together. The editing was simple, just basic PPT fades, but the impact on the two of them multiplied tenfold. Xiaoqi, will you stay with me forever? Please marry me. Shun Halian went down on one knee and held out the ring. With a roar of applause around them, Xiaoqi held out her hand. They were in sync, and the proposal was a success. Shun Halian's friends were the perfect hype crew, popping streamers. They didn't use glitter since it's a pain to clean up afterward. Among the onlookers, a few were little fruits, or casual fans at least. They were just as excited, pumping their tiny fists and eating melon like they were inside the moment. He wrote a song, then taught a fan to sing it. I'm crying. My maiden heart can't take it. This is too romantic. I'm done. This single life just took a critical hit. After the celebration, Shun Halian led Xiaoqi off with her parents. The MVP friends cleaned up under the staff's supervision. The crowd posted what they'd recorded to their feeds. Everyone had a great time, except the cleanup crew, who had a busy time. One more note about what Xiaoqi felt earlier, that double chef surprise. It means two things you love crossing paths and appearing together. The term often gets explained wrong on Chinese internet. People say chef and middle schoolers sound similar in Japanese, and the latter was a slang insult that later morphed into the meaning of XX Chu, as in XX obsessed. Over time, double chef came to mean being a fan of two things that collide in a perfect crossover. The pronunciations of Chu, CH, and Zhongfang, Ramaji, Chubwa, aren't worlds apart, but they aren't actually connected either. Zhongfang/Chubwa, is short for Zhongxie Huasang, Zhongshu Shang, Ramaji, Chugakusiai O Boson asterisk, basically middle school monk, once used as a label for delinquent students. Later, it shifted into meaning ridiculously obsessed with something. The switch to Chu, CH/Chu, as fag or stan came purely from a mistranslation on 2ch, and I-Chanaru/Tunu. Little Bunny, whose real name was Shun Halian, proposed a little after 10. By lunchtime, the whole thing was already fermenting online. Hashtag Chu Zhi help say proposal. That hashtag slid quietly up the hot search. Since tons of bystanders had uploaded clips, there were multiple angles. The clearest cut was the one Shun Halian's designated tool friend recorded. I want to take singing lessons from Brother Jiu too, sob. When I saw the headline, I thought it was some huge scandal. Turns out it's envy launching me into a spiral. Little fruits, you two better be happy. What kind of god-tier idol did I stan? He sang at a wedding before. Now he's writing a new song and teaching the fan himself. I want this on music platforms within 3 days. If not, Peppa, will defeat everyone present. News about Chu Zhi never struggles for heat, and nobody had ever pulled off a move like this. Casual viewers were jealous as hell and sent blessings to Xiaoqi and Shun Halian. Some people zeroed in on the song itself. Even hearing a fan sing it through phone mics, you could tell it was a lovely love song. This reminds me of the mysterious poet Huainan's When You Are Old. Anyone else feel that? So many of Brother Gio's great songs aren't released as singles, sigh. Other singers would rush to drop 5 versions if they had a hit like this. Jiwai, please find time to record it. I want to play it at my wedding. It wasn't only singers grinding their teeth at Chu Zhi's habit of not releasing singles. Songwriters in the industry called it a huge waste. Count them up and you'd find at least 7 or 8 single-worthy tracks left unreleased. Firefly, Elopement, Orphans of a Beautiful World, and more. You could tick them off on your fingers and still run out of fingers. A famous superfan who jumped ship after Zhou Guowu's scandal, username Lume is #1, weighed in. A superfan here means the kind who buys thousands of digital copies without blinking. Hammer Girl was a superfan among superfans who once bought 20,000 copies of Zhou Guowu's new album at 12 a pop. After the scandal, Hammer Girl became one of Little Fruits, though with a slightly jaded edge. Lume is #1. When people talk top traffic in domestic entertainment, Chu Zhi's first, and there isn't a second, third, fourth, or fifth. This is why other stars don't even have time to work on their own vocal skills, never mind teaching fans. 23333 friends. That's what a gap looks like. You could call it savage, and it hit home. Plenty of traffic idols really do struggle with basic skills. Back when Lume stan Zhou Guowu, she often had to pay the price for her idol's weak performances. When others slandered her idol, she'd scramble to find proof. Most of the time it turned into flame wars, because everybody knew many idols' skills were visible to fans only. After she fell for Chu Zhi, the whole world looked different. Great public image and top-level evaluations from the country, fan circles, and the industry alike. Even when someone occasionally nitpicked his vocals, Lume stayed calm. She knew it wasn't true, and most people didn't buy it anyway. A few viewers asked why both the wedding and the proposal had Chu Zhi's fingerprints on them. Was he working as a full-time professional matchmaker now? September 9th News Post Station. When will it be my turn to win the draw? If you're jealous and adorable, go speak up more. Image. The image was a screenshot of Little Bunny's thank you post in the Orang Home app, explaining why this Little Fruits got special treatment. That Big V account also smartly plugged the app. 2 fulfilled wishes for Little Fruits in a row gave the Orang Home app a download spike. Maybe, just maybe, it'd keep exploding. Once Christmas passed, the New Year vibe got stronger. Chu Zhi couldn't really feel it while he was racing between gigs, but time doesn't pause for anyone. Whether he felt it or not, time pushed him forward. February 10th, the new year arrived. The new house still wasn't ready. Time really doesn't wait for anything. Since Big White Milk Candy was doing great in supermarkets across Southeast and West Asia, Su Shangbai had a mountain of work. Long story short, Dubai definitely couldn't come back to China for the holiday, so Chu Zhi spent New Year's alone. He wanted to step onto the balcony on New Year's Eve and watch the stars, but he was scared of getting photographed. He didn't want more candids floating online. The Emperor Beast kept the curtains closed all night. For his New Year's Eve feast, he made a Chaos Han beef hotpot for one. The broth bubbled, and Chu Zhi swished slice after slice of beef through the rolling boil, eating meat by the mouthful. He didn't want to watch the Spring Festival Gala, so he didn't even keep it on as background noise. The only sound was the simmering pot, which felt a little too quiet. He opened a playlist and hit play on Proud Youth, his own recording. It wasn't narcissism. It was just that the only things that made the Emperor Beast feel linked to this world were the songs he'd drawn from his system bro. Xiao Zuji. Happy New Year, Chu bro. Your career's gonna soar this year. Zhenghua. Happy New Year. Drop by if you've got time. Brother Fei. Rest well. Our schedule's heavy this year. Wang Ani. Eat well and drink well tonight. Wang Yuan. Xiaojiu, what are you eating for New Year's Eve? And many more New Year blessings rolled in. After dinner, Chu Zhi replied one by one. It finally felt like the holiday. Until the 5th day of the new year, the Emperor Beast didn't visit anyone. He stayed home and finalized the track list for the English album All Nations I. System Bro helped a ton. He couldn't exchange for everything, of course. His custom song vouchers still had space for 12 tracks, which meant he was short by the rest. Chinese, Rock on the New Long March, Chronicles of the Gods, Glorious Years. English, Thriller, Beat It, Don't Cry for Me Argentina. Russian, Moscow Nights. Spanish, Despacito, Sofa, Danza Kuduro. French, Les Champ Slices. Japanese and Korean. If You, Yukiage Hanabi. Arabic, Arabian Late Autumn. Number 509. A Timely Rain. Blind Box. One album in 8 languages. That's never been done anywhere in the world. Niu Jiangxue held the planning sheet. The more she read, the more her eyes filled with admiration. Things were getting interesting. One album covering all 6 official UN languages, plus extras. Forget parallel worlds. Even Earth had never seen anything like it. Didn't expect this, really didn't. Jiwai, you even know Arabic? Lao Qian clicked his tongue in surprise. I just started learning, really only a little. Worse than my Spanish, Chu Zhi answered. Oh, come on, brother Chu. That's exaggerating, Chi Chio said. You barely start studying and you're already writing songs? What kind of crazy talent is that? Oh my god. Nyo nodded. It was outrageous, but thinking back, Chu Zhi had already pulled off plenty of ridiculous feats. By now, outrageous was almost normal for him. Wang Yuan stayed quiet, just looking at the track list with the silent message. I knew my Xiao Jiu would be this amazing. Adding an Arabic track wasn't really optional. You couldn't release an all-nations album and leave one UN language out. That'd look bizarre. Think about the publicity too. Qatar had practically become a Chu Zhi nation of fans, and that fandom helped push big trade deals with China. Plus, the investment offices Ghazi and Princess Mayasa were both little fruits. Leaving Arabic out would have been a slap in the face. After picking through options, he settled on Arabian. Late autumn. Simple lyrics, but massively famous in the Arab world. When the album dropped, his popularity in the region would skyrocket. The Japanese and Korean songs were in there mostly to boost sales. Chu Zhi had a small ambition. Could all nations I crack 10 million copies and become a legend in the Black Iron era of physical albums? It sounded impossible, but broken down, not so crazy. 5 million in Asia, 5 million in Europe and America. Within Asia, China would take the lead. In the West, America would carry the numbers. Not impossible at all. Qin Fei, what do you think? Niu Jiangxue asked Brother Fei directly. People might argue about his bluntness, but on big calls, everyone valued his opinion. All eyes shifted to him. It's impressive, no doubt. But will the album have staying power? Worldwide, it's still English songs that get the most circulation, Brother Fei said, always straight to the core. The 2 English songs and the Spanish ones were designed for spread. Shouldn't be a problem, Chu Zhi replied. Thriller, Beat It, plus Despacito, Sofa, and Danza Kuduro. The first 2 were Michael Jackson classics. The last 3 had billions of plays on YouTube. With those as anchors, there was nothing to worry about. Realistically, if an album had even 1 or 2 global hits, it was already a smash success. I believe in Brother Gio's songwriting. With that level, no problem, Brother Fei nodded. With that, the first major project of the new year was locked in. Help me contact the recording studio in Belfast. Chu Zhi suddenly remembered. Belfast. Everyone frowned. That was the capital of Northern Ireland. What was so special about recording there? Niu Jiangxue figured it out first. The Unsinkable crew starts soon. The others snapped awake. They'd just come back from the holiday, brains still half foggy. Chu Zhi nodded. Niu Jiangxue was right. The filming site for Unsinkable was Belfast. After more than half a year, Director Cameron's demand to rebuild the Titanic at full scale was finally complete. Then I've got to go too. Damn, I hate traveling abroad. Brother Fei sighed. I'll need to start arranging the handover. Igwa Company was one of the big investors, so of course someone had to be dispatched as producer. Even if Kamran was a top director, Unsinkable wasn't run on a producer-first system. Still, someone had to watch the budget and accounts. There's still a week. Enough time for handover. No need to rush, Chu Zhi said. Being producer sounded cushy, and it was in some ways. But it also meant half a year abroad, barely any chance to come back. Nobody in the core team wanted the role. Still, the producer had to be someone trustworthy. In the end, Brother Fei volunteered, putting an end to everyone else's reluctance. Reluctant didn't mean refusing, just, if there's a better option, it doesn't have to be me. Brother Fei was head of the advertising department, a key company position. His absence wouldn't be short, so they'd need an acting head. It was the first meeting of the year, so the agenda was packed. Finish one item, move to the next, and the time blew past schedule. Next, Nyo brought up a case she'd noticed last year. Some fans had strange habits. A group of them only listened to old songs. No matter how good new songs were, they ignored them, unless one hit their exact taste. It looked like a new trend forming among little fruits. How can that be? JYS new songs are always top tier, and the promotion's flawless. Why would this happen? Lao Qian frowned. Maybe it's because his past work was too good? Fans start thinking of Xiao Jiu like a veteran with decades in the industry, so they treat him like a classic artist. It's like how none of us would read a heavy literary classic just to kill time. Wang Yuan analyzed. Is that really possible? Lao Qian stayed doubtful. It could be, Wang Yuan said. Think about it. If Teacher Chen dropped a new album, would you rush to listen right away? Teacher Chen wasn't Edison Chen from Earth, but Chen Aigui, an old rocker Chu Zhi had met a few times. Chen Aigui was known as the most individualistic rocker. At one concert, he got so hyped he threw his guitar into the air, planning to catch it. He did, but he'd thrown it too high. The force of the fall fractured his hand. Even so, he finished the show before going to the hospital. Lao Qian didn't follow stars, but liked Chen Aigui's music. Several of his songs were staples on his playlist. When Wang Yuan asked, he instinctively wanted to say of course, but after thinking a moment, he admitted, I guess it doesn't matter. If I remember or stumble across it, sure I'll listen. But I won't go looking. Whatever the cause, I want it stopped, Niu Jiangxue said flatly. She didn't care about reasons, only solutions. The group brainstormed. Chi Chio suggested a bold idea. Release a few songs under an alias, build hype, then reveal the alias was Chu Zhi. Instant explosion. Chi Chio got more excited as he spoke, saying they'd need to change style and compress the vocals a bit. Chu Zhi could do it. He had plenty of sad love songs tucked away. He could easily play Prince of Ballads under a mask. But it wasn't worth the hassle for something this small. The meeting rolled on with more discussions. Don't be surprised by how much there was to cover. Even deciding whether to renew endorsements after contracts expired, or how much to raise fees if they did, was a big debate. Chu Zhi's workload piled on too. Valentine's Day promos had to be shot. Christmas and Valentine's were the two holidays capitalism had hyped into monsters. His schedule proved it. Valentine's, Rainwater, late winter festivals, Lantern Festival. Before the New Year vibe faded, the entertainment industry already had fresh drama. Two rising starlets fans kicked off a massive war over billing order. Billing order came from Japan's showbiz. Whoever's name came first on promotional material was first billing. In domestic entertainment, young actresses and actors obsessed over it. The fan war came from a series called Splendid Celebration. It had two female leads. The producers had already been super cautious, matching poster space, equal promo slots, even equal character name spacing in the credits. But when a reporter asked the director, "Were you satisfied with the lead's performances?" he answered, "Song Li's acting shocked me. Her portrayal of the crown princess of Qinghua has me full of anticipation." He only praised Song Li. Fans of the other starlet lost it, bombarded the show's official account, and dragged both the director and Song Li into the firestorm. The director didn't matter. He barely had fans. But Song Li was popular, and her fanbase clashed with the other side. The whole internet dove in for popcorn. There's some truth to the saying, fans pay the price for idols. Without some tacit approval, or even fanning the flames from the two stars teams, it wouldn't have blown up like this. Time, early March. Characters, Chu Zhi and Xiao Zuji. Landing at Belfast International Airport, they were met by Assistant Director Capono, a clear sign of top-tier treatment for the male lead. Capono was in his 50s, with deep smile lines that made him look older and sharper than his years. His eyes were piercing, leaving a strong impression. "Mr. Chu Zhi, welcome to Northern Ireland," Capono said. He was assistant director, but since he was from Londonderry in Ireland, it made sense. "It's my first time here," Chu Zhi replied. "Northern Irish are warm and hospitable. Our crime rate's the lowest in the UK, even lower than America's. It's a wonderful place for tourism." Even though Capono had worked in Hollywood, he was full of affection for his hometown, enthusiastically introducing its music and dances. Chu Zhi was the perfect listener. When you talked to him, especially when you were excited, his focused questions and encouraging gaze made you feel completely at ease. After a half-hour drive, Chu Zhi arrived at the filming site and finally met the main cast of Unsinkable. "Come on, everyone. I'm honored to introduce a key figure," Capono said. The female lead, Rose, was played by Idolia. Her role was that of a young woman forced into an engagement to save her crumbling family, though her heart rebelled. Only when she met the kindred spirit, an Eastern youth named Li, did she decide to follow her true feelings. The second male lead, Tobit, was played by Hollywood actor Momoko. He was cast as the steel tycoon's son, the fiancée Rose was meant to marry. Chu Zhi greeted the older Rose, Rose's mother, the captain, the lower-class friends, and the rest of the major supporting cast one by one. Behind the scenes, director Kamran wasn't on site, and the two producers were out as well. One of them was brother Fei, who had arrived 2 days earlier. Since it was his first time as producer, he had to figure out a lot by trial and error. The launch ceremony for the film was held at the Grand Central Hotel in Belfast. The main creative team lived there too, right in the city center, just a few hundred meters from City Hall and Victoria Street. Wong's a very talented director. In 11th Son, he fully drew out your cinematic talent, Kamran had told him earlier. My hope is to tap into another side of your skills to create the visuals I want. No wonder Kamran had dared to cast a Chinese actor as the lead. Hearing that, Chu Zhi understood a little. Kamran was an arrogant man, the kind of director who said the visuals I like, instead of the visuals the audience likes. It was a reminder not to judge by appearances. Kamran looked gentle, even scholarly, a bit far-sighted with reading glasses perched on his nose, his brown eyes calm and quiet. In contrast, Caponeau's hawk-like gaze made people feel like one wrong move would draw fierce criticism. But in practice, it was Kamran who tore into everyone on set. Idolia, if your performance were just a bit better, I might believe those newspapers calling you a genius. Why's there an error here? If the lighting's wrong again, I'll do it myself. This crew doesn't keep people who don't work, so sir, you'd be fired. Perfect, Mr. Chu Zhi's performance could win a golden raspberry for worst actor. Sorry, I laughed, but your acting just now was awful. So much for gentle Kamran. His directing style was nothing like Wong Ani or Atsuit Tsuji, both world-class directors. Wong's approach was to guide actors to grasp the heart of their character, but Kamran was a scalpel, slicing straight into flaws with sharp words that hurt but forced improvement. If Wong Ani was a tyrant on set, then Kamran was a surgeon, cutting deep and leaving you aching. Chu, let's hit the bar tonight. Momoko clapped him on the shoulder. Momoko's role in the movie wasn't likable, but off-screen he was easygoing, often treating people to meals, clearly well off. Tonight, Chu Zhi hesitated. Yeah, let's party hard. Tomorrow's a rest day, no need to worry. The best holiday gift is a blackout drunk. Drunk till you can't remember your own name. Momoko said with a grin. American film crews usually had weekends off, sometimes even local holidays. For example, Northern Ireland's unique Orange Day meant a mandatory day off. I've got a recording session tomorrow, so I won't kill the vibe. You guys have fun, Chu Zhi replied. Momoko smacked his forehead. Right, you're a singer too. Man, that's tough, filming and recording at the same time. I've heard your songs though. When the album's done, make sure I get a signed copy. Of course, no problem, Chu Zhi said. Most of the crew went off with Momoko to party. Chu Zhi returned to the hotel instead, paying attention to his diet to keep his voice in good condition. The next morning, Saturday, he woke early, jogged, showered, and headed to breakfast right as it opened at 7:40. The spread was simple: bread, jam, and cereal with milk. Director Kamran, up this early? Chu Zhi spotted him looking surprisingly energetic. If he remembered right, Kamran had been invited out last night too. A little wine doesn't stop me waking early. Besides, I'm used to it, Kamran said. From Momoko's tweets, it looked like they'd drunk a lot. Damn, the man was getting older but still had stamina. The Neo Jiangxua team proved their efficiency again. They'd already booked a studio near the filming site, Kurt Recording Studio, so Chu Zhi could easily keep recording All Nations Eye. Meanwhile, his anonymous donations had officially crossed 300 million yuan in just a few days, thanks to a burst of crazy spending. The Emperor Beast had reason to suspect the Charity Federation already knew who he was, or they wouldn't have created a special channel for anonymous large donations this year. As long as it didn't affect the system's recognition, he didn't care. Achievements meant personality coins, and that was what mattered. Over 4 or 5 years, he donated 300 million, easily earning the title of Charity Pioneer. He unlocked the achievement, low-key donations of 10 million 30, and gained 30 personality coins. Doing the math, 33 plus 30 to 10, he had 52 coins left. The minus 10 came from the custom album coupon freezing 10 coins. Even if he used all the coupons, he'd still be short 3 songs. So he made his biggest purchase since crossing over, a triple blind box pull. The results: selected poems of Chu, Spanish language pack, custom album coupon 1. The system knew how to hand out prizes. All 3 were exactly what he needed. I'm now a guy who can handle Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Russian, English, French, and Spanish. Sure, not as crazy as those Republic of China big shots who juggled 8 or 9 languages, but I'm half a big shot myself. He needed 3 Spanish songs anyway. Last time, with Musical Note Cup of Life Musical Note, critics had said his accent wasn't great. Now nobody could complain. As for Chu Zhi had once used one of his lines as a signature on Earth. Promise me, endure your pain in silence. Walk across this city without a word. Later, when he read the full poem, he realized the line had a very different meaning in context. Still, he loved it. With 37 coins left and another custom album coupon, I've got enough to finish the record. At Kurt's studio, he found it odd at first. He was used to Dream Dragon Studios, and switching to a foreign setup took some getting used to. Life in Northern Ireland became a rhythm of surgical-level criticism from Kamran during filming, then recording sessions during breaks. Busy days, but progress was solid on both fronts. Since he'd be abroad for half a year, vanishing completely wasn't an option. The team periodically released updates on his work. March, Chu Zhi becomes the first Chinese actor to lead a Hollywood blockbuster outside the action genre. Mid-March, genius scholar Idolia calls Chu Zhi the best conversationalist I've ever met. Mid-April, enormous investment in Unsinkable leaves Fox producers feeling the pressure. Late July, from Wang Ani to Bagan, Joseph, and now Kamran. Why do the world's top directors favor Chu Zhi? Late August, the rise of Igwa, how a no-name company partnered with Hollywood giant Fox. And so on, each bit of promo fresh and different. Idolia's image as a genius scholar was especially solid. With her Oxford Masters in Electromechanical Engineering, she'd have been a top researcher if not scouted for her looks. No 2 promos were alike. Neo Jianshue's team handled it perfectly, timing everything to avoid clashing with hot news while keeping Chu Zhi in the spotlight. Number 510. Super A performance. The drive took half an hour. When they reached the set, Chu Zhi met the main cast of Unsinkable. Come on, folks, I'm honored to introduce a key player, Capono said. The female lead, Rose, was played by Idolia. She'd been written as a woman engaged to someone she didn't love to save her family's decline. Later, when she met a like-minded Eastern youth named Lee, she finally decided to follow her heart. The second male lead, Tobit, was played by the Hollywood actor Momoko, the son of a steel magnate and the man Rose was supposed to marry. There were the actors for Old Rose, Rose's mother, the captain, friends from steerage, and a string of other important supporting roles. Chu Zhi greeted them one by one. As for the crew, director Kamran wasn't on site, and both producers were out. One producer was Brother Fei, who'd flown in 2 days earlier. Since it was his first stint as producer, he had to feel his way through a lot. The film's launch ceremony was held at Belfast's Grand Central Hotel. The creative team stayed there too. It was right in the city center, close to City Hall, and only a few hundred meters from Victoria Street. Director Wang's incredibly talented. In 11th Son, he drew out your visual gifts, Kamran had said. I want to use another side of those gifts and build the visuals I like together. No wonder he dared cast a Chinese lead. Hearing that, Chu Zhi understood. Kamran was pretty full of himself. He didn't say what the audience likes. He said, what I like. It proved the old saying about looks being deceiving. Kamran looked gentle and bookish, a little far-sighted with reading glasses on the bridge of his nose, calm brown eyes that seemed peaceful. Capono, on the other hand, had a hawk's glare that made you feel like one wrong move would get you torn apart. But when it came to shooting, it was Kamran who roasted everyone. Idolia, if that last take had been a little better, I might agree with the papers calling you a genius. Why did this error happen? If the lighting's wrong again, I'll do it myself. We don't keep people who don't work. Sir, you'll be let go. Excellent. Mr. Chu Zhi's performance could win a golden raspberry for worst actor. Sorry, I laugh because your acting just now was terrible. So much for gentle Kamran. His style wasn't like Wang Ani or Atsuo Tsuji, both world-class names. Wang Ani guided actors to grasp the core of a character. while Kamran stabbed straight at flaws with sharp words, forcing targeted corrections. If Wang Ani was a tyrant on set, Kamran was a scalpel. Getting cut hurt. Chu, bar tonight, Momoko said, clapping him on the shoulder. Momoko's role wasn't likable in the film, but off-camera he was a good guy, and from the looks of it pretty well off. He treated people often. Tonight, Chu Zhi hesitated. Yeah, we'll go hard. Tomorrow's a rest day, don't overthink it. The best way to spend a holiday is a hangover, drunk till you don't know your name. Momoko laughed. American crews usually had weekends off, and sometimes they matched local holidays too. In Northern Ireland, there was the unique Orange Day, and they'd take that day off. I've got studio time tomorrow. I won't kill the vibe. You guys have fun, Chu Zhi said. Momoko smacked his forehead. Right, you're a singer too. That's rough, recording while filming. I've heard your tracks. When the album's done, I want a signed copy. Of course, Chu Zhi said. Most of the principals went out with Momoko. Chu Zhi returned to the hotel instead and watched his diet to keep his throat in good shape. Next morning, Saturday, he got up early, went for a run, washed up, and only then grabbed breakfast. The Grand Central's breakfast started at 7:40, and it was simple, bread and jam with some cereal and milk. Director Kamran, you're up early, Chu Zhi said when he saw him, full of energy. If he remembered right, Kamran had been invited out last night too. A little wine doesn't stop an early morning, and I'm used to it, Kamran said. From Momoko's tweets, they'd clearly drunk a lot. Damn, still got stamina at that age. You could always count on Neo Jiangshue's team. They'd already found a studio not far from the set, Kurt Recording Studio, so Chu Zhi could record All Nations I without hassle. In the last few days, his anonymous donations had reached 300 million yuan, thanks to a burst of heavy spending. The Emperor Beast figured the Charity Federation probably knew who he was, or they wouldn't have set up a special channel for anonymous large donations for him this year. He didn't care as long as it didn't mess with the system's judgment. The goal was achievements and the personality coins that came with them. In 4 or 5 years, he'd given 300 million. He was a charity pioneer, no question. He naturally unlocked low-key donation, 10 million 30, and gained 30 personality coins. By his grad student math, 33 plus 30 minus 10 left him with 52 coins. The minus 10 was the frozen cost of a custom album coupon. Even after using the coupons, he'd still be 3 songs short. So he made his biggest spend since crossing over 3 blind boxes in a row. The prizes: selected poems of Heisey, Spanish language pack, custom album coupon 1. The system really understood gotcha. All 3 were exactly what he needed. I'm a guy who can work in Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Russian, English, French, and Spanish now. I'm not at the level of those Republic-era monsters who tossed around 8 or 9 languages. But I'm half a monster, he joked. He needed 3 Spanish songs anyway. Last time, with Cup of Life, people nitpicked his accent. This time nobody would. As for Heisey, he decided the next poetry album would use that. Back on Earth, he'd used one of Heisey's lines as his signature. Promise me. Endure your pain in silence. Say nothing. Pass through this whole city. Later, after he read the full poem, he realized the line's meaning and context was completely different, but he still loved it. I've got 37 coins left. With a new custom album coupon, I've got enough to finish the record. When he reached Kurt's studio, he had to readjust. He'd gotten used to Dream Dragon. Switching to a foreign room felt strange at first. Life in Northern Ireland settled into a rhythm, surgical cuts from Kamran on set, then album sessions on days off. Busy, but the music and the shoot both moved along well. Since he'd be overseas for more than half a year, he couldn't go dark. The team released progress updates now and then. March, Chu Zhi becomes first Chinese lead of a Hollywood non-action blockbuster. Mid-March, Genius scholar Idolius says, "Chu's the best conversationalist I've ever met." Mid-April, huge investment in Unsinkable, Fox producer admits enormous pressure. Late July, from Wang Ani to Bagan, Joseph, and Kamran, why top directors favor Chu Zhi. Late August, Inside Igua, how a no-name firm partnered with Fox. And so the promos kept rolling. Idolia's genius scholar persona was the most successful in Hollywood. She'd earned a master's in electromechanical engineering from Oxford's Queen's College. If she hadn't been scouted for her looks, she would have been a research star. The promo content never repeated. Neo Jiangshue's team did great, reading the room and riding the trends. If there was a hot topic that month, they didn't fight it, they slid around it and kept Chu Zhi shining. Meanwhile, the set buzzed. Your turn. The next scene's tough. Look at director Cameron's heavy expression, you know it's serious. Logistics has cold meds, hair dryers, and absorbent towels ready. This sequence was a load-bearing moment near the end. Lee, in sub-zero ocean water, clung to a floating board and urged Rose to live on. To shoot the finale, Cameron rented a massive warehouse and built a huge temporary pool about 1.5 meters deep, green screens on all sides to help with VFX and keep the actors safe. Budget maniac. It's not his money, so he spends it like water, Brother Fame muttered, combing through every expense. He hated Cameron's lavish style. This pool's water was hauled straight from the sea, because the director insisted only seawater showed the way darkness swallowed. You're absolutely right, Cheen, said the Fox producer, fully agreeing. If the two producers hadn't chopped away needless costs, that $200 million plus budget would have still gone over. Don't be nervous, Chu. You've got this, Idolia said. They were about the same age, but with more than a dozen films on her resume, she had the stronger acting chops. Over months of shooting, her NG count was far lower than his. This scene was the two of them head-to-head, so it made sense for her to reassure him. Thanks, Chu Zhi said. I'll calm myself down. Was he nervous? Maybe a little for other scenes, but here he had a hidden edge. The pool water was kept a bit over 20 degrees, basically warm. That was nothing like the sub-zero North Atlantic in the story, so the shivering and agony had to be acted. But the Emperor Beast had sick leave man. He could trigger a high fever chill, a cold that bit. Straight to the bone. He'd checked with System Bro, who guaranteed there'd be no damage to his body. C-round checks complete. Moving to final D-round checks. D-round safety check complete. The safety crew clocked out. Dressed in sky blue uniforms, they didn't look like they belonged on set. They were the insurance company's people. Cameron called action. Chu Zhi struggled to float. Idolia slumped weakly on the wooden board. The instant they locked eyes, she felt his state shift. His brows drew tight from cold. Even the shape of his mouth changed from the chill. What's going on? Why did the expressiveness just spike? Idolia missed her cue for a second or two. On a big screen, that had popped the audience right out of the moment, a huge problem. Cameron didn't hesitate to call cut. It invited comparison. The genius scholar's acting had slipped. When Chu Zhi guest starred as Zhongli earlier, a sudden split personality snap. Zhongli caught everything in an instant. Props hustled in to reset. The floating ice looked real, but it was carefully crafted plastic. Makeup moved too, touching up the leads and the extras. Most extras played victims in the water, floating in life vests as corpses. Frost on skin, hair ends, and even lashes came from a base wash and frosty particles. Classic SFX makeup. Repeated NGs crush actors. Take this scene. Every cut meant props, makeup, and dozens of extras reset around you. A small army watching. 20 minutes later, they tried again. Once more, Cameron said. Chu Zhi could guarantee repeatable performance. He flipped on sick leave man. In the story, Lee got Rose onto the board. Don't do this. It's not time to say goodbye. Not yet, you hear me? Chu Zhi sounded like he was trapped in an ice cellar, teeth chattering as he spoke. I'm so cold, Idolia's Rose whispered. Her cold was acting. His was real. It was too cold. The warm pool turned to needles once he triggered the fever chills. Every drop of water felt like it stabbed his skin, pain straight to the bone. He gripped Idolia's hand like he could pass her his strength and calm her down. His head swam. His body shuddered. His consciousness felt like it might float away. Listen, Rose, you'll be saved. You'll live. You'll have so many children. You'll live long. You'll die in a warm bed. Not here. Not tonight. Not like this, you understand? There are plenty of ways to get violent chills, but he'd chosen the infectious kind, say pneumonia. His brain felt cooked. That last short phrase, you understand, scraped out through clenched teeth with everything he had left. My body's numb, Idolia breathed. For a second, she really felt the North Atlantic, the sea full of ice and bodies as far as she could see. She'd been pulled into the performance. His pain made her feel like she was there. Has Chu hit his peak yet? Momoko, the actor playing the fiancé, watched from the side, stunned at what he was seeing. If a student who usually gets a C scores a B, you can call that their best. But if they score an A, that's not their best, because their best shouldn't even look like that, Assistant Director Capono said. Everyone agreed with Capono. Right now, the way he showed the cold and the pain was the ceiling. Even a Best Actor performance wouldn't go beyond this. Idolia lost a bit of emotional continuity. If she'd kept it, this exchange would have hit even harder, said veteran actor Luo Wenwefa. Luo Wenwefa played Old Rose. He was once the pearl of British TV, rooted in the hearts of viewers from the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and he'd been made a DB by the Queen. If Chu can hold this level through the whole film, he'll win Best Actor at the BAFTAs, Capono added. That's what real impact is. It wasn't just crew praise behind the camera. His scene partner was completely submerged too. I won this ticket, and it's the happiest thing in my life. Meeting you is my luck, Rose. I'm satisfied. Everyone knew that once your mind fogs past a certain point, your thoughts thin out and your consciousness slips away. For the Emperor Beast to get all the lines out was already a miracle. Rose, I'm satisfied came out in his native tongue, the last thing he could manage before blacking out. As soon as he said it, Chu Zhi lost consciousness. Only his hands still clung to the plank. There was a crack of the clapper, and Idolia felt her heart shatter. She honestly thought Chu Zhi was dying right in front of her. It hurt so much. Her voice came out hoarse without her meaning to, calling for Li. It wasn't in the script. By the rules, they should have cut. But so many iconic moments in film are born on the spot. You know, that sort of thing. Chu Zhi's Li was written as a wandering painter from the East, ambitious but blocked by nationality and skin color. So even if his English was fluent, his mother tongue was Chinese. Kamran felt this was a stroke of genius. At that brink of death, his brain wouldn't register that his lover didn't understand Chinese. He might not even realize what he was saying. He still wanted to tell her that meeting her satisfied him. Cut. Kamran had been glued to the monitor and stopped the scene at the perfect frame. The moment it ended, logistics rushed in. Some brought towels and hot water. Others carefully lifted the actors out of the pool. If anyone so much as sniffled, they got meds at once. Better to overtreat than miss something. The medical team stood by. Chu's performance just now grades better than an A, Kamran said, eyes leaving the screen. It sounded like a critique of Chu Zhi, and also like him joining Capono's earlier debate. He walked to the leads. Chu Zhi had already turned off sick leave man and was toweling down. Good, very good, excellent. Chu, I'm proud of that performance, Kamran said, rare praise. On set, I thought this scene would drag on. Sorry, that was on me. I never imagined you'd nail everything on the second take, Kamran said, patting Chu Zhi's shoulder. Go on, get some real rest, Kamran urged. They weren't only shooting one beat in that temporary pool. There were 5 scenes in total. This was just the heavy one for Chu Zhi and Idolia. The extras had it toughest. Leads could change and rest after a take. But he noticed a lot of extras still soaking, like one unnamed actress cradling a silicone prop baby, playing a mother trying to shield her child, only for both to freeze to death in the story. Hollywood avoided real infants and animals when it could, so the baby was a silicone prop. SFX makeup took time to clean off. Even if the base gum was mild, removal was a hassle. Chu Zhi had it easier. Idolia still had alcohol grease, paint reddening her cheeks for frostbite. Chu, you alright? Momoko asked. I'm fine, Chu Zhi said, sipping the ginger tea Xiao Zuji had prepared. Seeing the healthy color in his face, Momoko relaxed. You scared us back there. It felt like the next second something awful would happen. I'll take that as a compliment, Chu Zhi said. It is. I was watching from the side. Even the director surrendered to that performance, Momoko said. Looked like the effect beat even what he'd hoped for. As far as illness goes, sick leave man's flawless. Mental and psychological stuff's a bit tricky, but anything physical, rock solid, Chu Zhi said. Strictly speaking, it wasn't acting, it was experience. No matter how good an actor is, can they beat the real thing? Big films take a year or more. Kamran was actually moving fast, mostly because if he didn't, the money would run out. Chu Zhi wasn't anxious. In that half year of shooting, he'd used weekends and breaks to finish recording All Nations I. The album was already in post. The MVs needed travel shoots in Russia and Spain, so there was no rushing it. Like he'd said before, while Unsinkable filmed, Neo Jiangshue's team kept steady promo rolling. Little Fruits were hyped for their idol's first Hollywood lead that wasn't in the action genre. Take Gu Peng, who was a star, a fan, and a friend. Every day, he switched 4 or 5 outs to post in Orang home. Another day without seeing Jiawai. Jiawai's too damn sexy. I want Jiawai's backdoor right now. It's been 194 days without a new song. Do you know how I've survived these 194 days? Even the village donkey wouldn't dare rest this hard. On each alt, Gu Peng posted something different. One sounded like a true believer, one went feral, another pretended to be a casual listener. He'd been roaming the internet for 5 or 6 years and had never posted from the wrong account. The second unhinged post got the most replies. Weibo isn't a no man's land. Big-chested bro, what are you doing? You broken pervy fruits. Don't scare Xiaojio. Your account hasn't been banned yet? Why do I see you every time? And so on, with memes like the turtle carrying the barbershop.jpg to show their mood. While scrolling Chu-related news, Gu Peng found an interview with big-name director Wang Ani about her new film Abnormal is Normal, done by Arts and Life Weekly. The headline read, Wang Ani says Chu Zhi's acting exceeded expectations, best actor level. Can we not pull this clickbait crap? You're smearing Brother Gio, Gu Peng snapped. He'd been interviewed by Arts and Life Weekly before. Awkward interview, sure, but they'd felt like a responsible outlet. Why were they acting like shockbait you see now? How to describe Brother Gio's acting? With his professionalism, you can't call it bad. In Xi Lang, under a master director, he'd even had highlight moments. But exceeded expectations and best actor level. What was that supposed to mean? Arts and Life Weekly kept it arty and focused on the film. Near the end, the reporter asked, Zhang Li, Gao Tan, and Wei Tingjun are all superb performers. Director Wang, what do you think of their acting? They did very well and met what the audience expected. But the ones who surprised me most were Hehu and Chu Zhi, Wang Ani said. Hehu's a little actor in our crew, but he's gifted. Most importantly, he's serious. He's got every line down cold. Everyone in the team likes the kid. As for Chu Zhi, I've worked with him once before. I've said his acting wasn't good then. This time, he blew my mind. He delivered a best actor performance. To be precise, even best actor Zhang Li almost couldn't catch him when they played off each other, Wang Ani said. Number 511. Rap on the roll. Director Wang Ani, blink if you've been kidnapped. That was Gu Peng's first thought after he finished reading Arts and Life Weekly's interview with director Wang. Turns out the magazine's title wasn't exaggerated at all. If anything, it undersold it, because Wang Ani said the performance even left Zhang Li struggling to keep up. Who's Zhang Li? He's a best actor at the Karlovy Vary International Film Festival and the Shanghai International Film Festival. Only just 40, but easily tier 1 in acting. If even Zhang Li almost couldn't catch it, Gu Peng couldn't even picture what that looked like. Did Wang Ani use Brother Gio for hype? Gu Peng's mind spun. Didn't make sense. Wang Ani had a good relationship with Chu Zhi and had worked with him on Xi Lang. And with Wang Ani's status as China's top director, why would he need hype like that? So what was going on? Gu Peng decided he needed fuel for his brain, which really meant he was just hungry. He ordered sushi for 3 on his phone. Everyone preached healthy eating now, so he ate more meals with smaller portions. A cold gleam first, then the spear follows the cage. Guys, what's happening here? He switched to his Orang home account with the longest ID name and posted the whole thing in the discussion board. Note, Orang home IDs can be 1 to 15 characters. More people saw Wang Ani's praise. Gu Peng wasn't the only one shocked. Little Fruits who read the post were stunned. I remember Jiawai said acting's just his side gig. Don't drag Zhang Li to lift Xiaojio. Wang Ani, that's dumb. Is this just promo? And so on. The debate heated up fast, because the interview did raise questions. Arts and Life Weekly hadn't expected it. They'd interviewed tons of stars and directors. A casual answer from Wang Ani blew up and spread beyond the usual circles. The editor-in-chief sighed that the market's really hard to read. Hashtag Zhangli responds that afternoon. The tag climbed the hot search. Zhangli got caught by reporters while traveling with his wife and got asked about Wang Ani's answer. Director Wang's not wrong. Xiaojio's cameo this time being best actor level, no question. That rooftop scene, when I played against him, I felt real pressure. Zhang Li chuckled twice. He'd remembered that night's dinner, when Chu Zhi treated the crew. A few people wanted to drink against him, and every single one got knocked under the table. Realizing the laugh was out of place, since it sounded snide in that moment, he straightened up and answered seriously. I thought of something else just then. As for your question, I'll guarantee it with 2 Zhongli's. Everyone in the crew saw the same thing. Zhongli's catchphrase. I'll guarantee it with 2 Zhongli's. No one knows how one person guarantees with 2 selves, but it meant he was dead serious. Gaotan posted, I can confirm, director Wang's right. Actor Go Yi. Brother Zhang Li's not wrong. Several leads spoke up, and lots of accounts claiming to be part of the abnormal is normal crew chimed in online, all confirming what Zhang Li and Wang Ani said. The internet splits into 2 camps fast. Thanks to The Wire, opinions polarize. Right now, it was 2 clear groups. Little Fruits were hyped for the soon-to-premiere Abnormal is Normal. They wanted to see what kind of performance had everyone praising in unison. The other side just sneered and called it clout chasing. 2 sample comments. It's a hype ploy, and you really believe it? For real, it screams hype. Even director Wang bowed to capital. The gap between Zhang Li and Chu Zhi in acting is like the gap between Chu Zhi and Wu Tang in music. Wu Tang was a name that hadn't popped up in a while. Back in the Wu on one end, Chu on the other, Soaring Spirits era, he was top traffic. Now his popularity had dipped. According to his team, he was focusing on music. He got dragged for no reason, but whatever. The point was that Abnormal is Normal's heat was visibly rising, topping the wanna-watch lists on ticketing apps like Maoyan and Teopiropio. Wang Ani didn't care. Her films got T1 theater, scheduling whether they trended or not. That said a lot about her standing. When post-production on Abnormal is Normal wrapped and publicity began, Wang Ani suddenly thought of something. Huizhi, do you think Xiao Chu might have dissociative identity disorder? Wang Ani asked out of the blue. Xiao Chu's a good person, he just lacks intuition. Nice guy. Why can't he open up? Forget it. I picked the actor myself. Back during Xi Lang, Chu Zhi's name popped up often in Wang Ani's late-night calls. Han Huizhi knew her temperament. If she kept mentioning someone, she genuinely cared. I don't think so. Didn't you say it yourself? Xiao Chu treats people the best you've ever seen. If he had dissociative issues, he couldn't manage that, Han Huizhi said. She never asked why she suddenly worried. She focused on the question. Made sense. Chu Zhi's social grace was rare not just for his age group, but across all ages. Still, Wang Ani wondered, why did Xiao Chu suddenly perform like a god? Xiao Chu's performance was too good. Thinking back, it felt very real, Wang Ani muttered, eyebrows nodding. Ani, did you forget? Xiao Chu has serious psychological issues, Han Huizhi said. That realness you felt, could it be reflections of his condition? One line woke her from a dream. Right, that made too much sense. Wang Ani wrapped her phone on her kneecap in frustration. The phone hurt, and so did her kneecap. If part of it came from real emotional pain, then he shouldn't praise it in public. That kind of praise bordered on celebrating suffering. She picked up her phone, ready to call friends and cool the hype. Han Huizhi saw what she planned. I think the call should be to Xiao Chu. Wang Ani froze a little, less smooth than before. She didn't quite dare dial. If you don't dare, forget it, Han Huizhi teased. Classic reverse psychology, and he really didn't dare, not because she feared blame, but because if Xiao Chu didn't care, it'd be awkward. She looked at Huizhi that's smiling beside her. Forget it, she thought. Next time we meet, I'll treat Xiao Chu to dinner. Far away in Europe, Chu Zhi didn't care about any of it. If he had time, sure he'd take a look. Enduring sick leave man's pain was for the praise anyway, right? Right now he had no time and no Wi-Fi. Unsyncable. My scenes are finally done. Unless something unexpected happens, I won't take another film. The last time he said something similar was when You Who Came from the Stars wrapped. It turned out exactly like he expected. He didn't take another drama. Surprisingly, the airline didn't have in-flight Wi-Fi. The Emperor Beast sat in business class, drank the hot tea the flight attendant poured, and felt groggy. It wasn't the set that exhausted him. He'd caught a slight cold last night. It was chilly, so he set the heater on a 2-hour timer. He must have fallen asleep and got too warm, kicked off the blanket, and woke at dawn with it neatly on the floor. Catching a chill made perfect sense. He'd taken the oddity dead pig miracle medicine and the sweet dream magic chocolate, then slept like a rock, and even had a good dream. In the dream, He dragged the Unit 01 out of a frozen wasteland and saved the world. Cold as it was, his spirit was flying, which meant he didn't wake from the chill. A few hours later, the plane landed at Ministro Pistarini International Airport in Ezeiza. He'd arrived in Argentina's capital to shoot the MV for Don't Cry for Me, Argentina. The song commemorated the First Lady in Argentine hearts, Eva Pern, Evita. On Earth, the famous version came from the musical Evita. Even though the writers weren't Argentine, the song still took off. Whenever something big happened in Argentina, this song played. When Diego Maradona passed away, this song rang out. In this world, there wasn't an Evita musical, so he included the song as a standalone on the album and had to explain its origins. The MV plan had him visiting Vault 57 at Recoleta Cemetery and touring the Eva Pern Museum, her former residence. The more famous Evita Fine Arts Museum in Argentina was really just a name. The exhibits there didn't have much to do with Eva Pern. By the museum's rules, photos were fine, video wasn't. He got a film purely by face card. That dazzling World Cup opening performance had given him huge global name recognition. And in Argentina, everyone followed football already. The curator was a kindly grandpa, already past 80, but still sturdy. He took the stairs like a champ, opened doors and moved things without help. Chu Zhi thought if he had that body at 70, he'd be thrilled. The curator personally narrated Eva Pern's life by his side. Even though her corpse was desecrated after death, it was still a life worthy of respect. In 1948, I saw Ms. Evita once, and she shook my hand, the curator said with pride. He always used that line to open his tours. The exhibits included newspapers, letters, and photos. The most precious were a dozen sets of clothing. After they finished the whole museum tour, the curator's eyes were full of memories. Mr. Chu Zhi, is your new album about Ms. Evita? There's one song written to commemorate Eva Pern, Chu Zhi explained. I read a biography of her back home, so I wanted to write a song like this. When the record's out, you must send me a copy, the curator said. Of course, Chu Zhi agreed on the spot. He noticed the curator never said Mrs. Pern, only Ms. Evita. He understood the old gentleman's feelings a little better. They left the former residence, tucked in a neighborhood lined with sunshade canopies. Sir Curator never married. He adopted a daughter, said the photographer Daiwan. I remember an interview where he said his heart belonged to someone from the time he was 10. Chu Zhi didn't really understand that kind of love, but he respected it. Daiwan was the local photographer Chu Zhi hired, so he knew more about the curator. The MV director could fly in from China, but there was no need to import a photographer. For the record, the international album's MV director was an old friend, Li Tedian. The MV for Don't Cry for Me, Argentina used a one-take plan. It didn't need flashy tricks. Once Li Tedian heard Chu Zhi's idea, he set everything as simple as possible. They wrapped that day and took an early flight to Spain. At the exit of Adolfo Suarez Madrid, Barajas, Li Tedian and Xiao Zhuji followed behind. Before they could even reach the parking lot, they spotted a young man holding a sign that read, "Welcome, Chief Consultant Chu Zhi." "Brother Chu, is that our ride?" Li Tedian asked. Looked like it wasn't a namesake. Weird. They hadn't arranged any pickup. Chu Zhi walked up, and the slick-back youth quickly introduced himself. "Consultant Chu, I'm Wang Ting from the Chinese embassy in Spain. Here's my ID. Ambassador Li sent me to receive you." "All right," Chu Zhi said calmly. In truth, the Emperor Beast hadn't expected the embassy to send staff to meet him. Not only that, they'd arranged everything, from lodging inside the compound to meals and transport. Aren't they being a bit too polite? Adults all know extra polite means there's a favor to ask. TSK, only by sticking with Chu bro can you make it this far. I never dreamed I'd get to stay in an embassy one day. And we're being hosted too. I'm high as a kite. Feels like life's already peaked. Li Tedian was impressed. If a star can reach this level, who else can compare? He'd be bragging about this for years. And yes, the politeness came with a request. Ambassador Li said, "Consultant Chu, I have a small favor to ask. If you have time, could you arrange a meal with Princess Sofa of the Spanish royal family? She's a devoted fan of yours." One princess alone wouldn't push the ambassador to ask, but Princess Sofa had made real contributions to promoting Chinese culture in Spain. Ambassador Li wasn't over-promising, but the message had to be delivered. My fans are all princesses, Chu Zhi suddenly thought. The light novel title wrote itself. A meal was fine. They set a dinner date. Chu Zhi hopped through 5 countries to film MVs. In the middle of that, good news landed. His poetry collections, including Do Not Go Gentle Into That Good Night, now came in Chinese, English, French, and Japanese editions. He'd just pulled Spanish in the system, and he'd planned to translate a Spanish edition himself once he had time. But as the books spread through the literary world, several translators emailed to request authorization. He checked each translator's representative works and picked 2. One would handle German, one Spanish. He chose the German translator for pure fame, with 2 Goethe Prizes and 1 Beckner Prize for translated works. He chose the Spanish translator because he was currently fluent in Spanish and genuinely admired that translator's craft. That makes 6 languages for the collection. Still far from those literary giants with 20 or 30, but we're getting there. While he hustled abroad, Abnormal is Normal opened back home. Lee Silu was one of those popcorn-in-hand skeptics. He wasn't exactly cynical at 30-something, but he did run conspiracy theories like a pro. He bought a ticket for the midnight premiere. Lally wanted to see how that wildly praised cameo actually looked. Attendance was solid. A glance around said at least 60%. The dragon logo flashed, the film rolled, and 20 minutes in, Lee Silu's mood shifted. He'd been pulled into the story. The world building had a brush of magical realism. Everyone was born with a measure constant in their brain. The constant could precisely gauge your give and take. The protagonist was born without one. The script wasn't by Wang Ani. It was adapted from a novella with a different screenwriter. Still, the film's quality lived or died on the director. Crazy background settings adapt to anime fine, but live action can feel fake. Somehow Wang Ani's weighty visual style pressed the floaty setup into something real with strong immersion. It hit especially hard with the simp storyline, the one where you give 98 points and receive 6 and still float for days. It hurt. It hurt a lot. Lee Silu had a friend. Just like that. He rubbed his eyes and wiped away the treacherous drool. Around 90 minutes in, it came, Chu Zhi's cameo. Under pressure, the protagonist made a choice against his heart. He decided to make a pair of measure glasses so he'd be no different from anyone else. Before that, he drifted up to the rooftop. He stood on the edge, blocking the wind with his body, and every gesture said he'd lost the future. A nameless passerby came up not long after. Plain clothes, makeup only a little haggard. Lee Silu recognized Chu Zhi at a glance, but he couldn't connect that man to the bright superstar in his mind. A closer shot. The passerby realized someone was on the roof, and his wary eyes and posture treated the protagonist like a mortal enemy. Across the theater, including Lee Silu, many people wondered if they'd missed something. Had this passerby appeared earlier? The passerby looked away, then stared at the sky in bottomless despair. The expression sold the feeling that the sky could collapse in the next second. Despair turned into sorrow, one the Milky Way couldn't wash clean. He tilted his head back and stood there like a nailed post. The camera held both faces, Zhang Li's lead and the nameless passerby, but every eye in the theater fixed on Chu Zhi. This guy's absolutely not normal. I swear on all 10 fingers, Lee Silu muttered. Switching between 3 extreme emotions in seconds wasn't something a regular person pulled off. On screen, the passerby never spoke to the lead. The lead left the roof to make the glasses, the passerby vanished, a brush with a stranger you'd never make sense of. Before, the protagonist would have comforted his friend, played by Gao Tan. Now he decided he didn't qualify. People are bundles of informational elements. What kind of person you are decides what work you can do. Even whether you can help someone depends on whether they can accept help from someone like you. The film dropped a quietly nihilistic monologue. The ending felt bittersweet. More babies like the lead were born around the world, newborns with no measure. A cyclical ending. Then again, maybe not. If the lead had more of his kind, his choices might change. Lee Silu wondered if there'd be a sequel. He flowed out with the crowd, still dazed by the film's aftershocks. Most people around him looked stunned too. This isn't a sci-fi blockbuster, but it talks about as much as one, he thought. Wang Ani still got it. I thought winning the palm would kill her drive. Didn't expect she'd have another round in him. This must be her first stab at soft sci-fi. He mulled it over as he walked. The film hit him so hard he forgot why he came. Only when he got home did it hit him. That nameless passerby Chu Zhi played, was that, like, God tier? Number 512. Skilled Little Fruits. Little Fruits finished watching and asked curiously, was Xiaojiu in there? I didn't notice him at all. Scratch his head. Sisters, think about the rooftop scene. No wonder you didn't notice. I only realized when the credits rolled. Role of the rooftop split personality patient. Chu Zhi. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. I'm stunned. The movie was insane. Brother Zhou's acting was god tier. Brother Zhou's always soft and gentle in every occasion. But this despair and sadness? He's never shown that before. I couldn't even connect the two. Xiaojiu's amazing. His acting improved way too fast. The controversy that had blown up some time ago disappeared completely with tonight's midnight premiere. His performance spoke for itself. Even Little Fruits was dazed. She asked, "It's not just me looking through rose-colored glasses, right?" On the rooftop, Zhongli honestly didn't seem as good as Xiaojiu. "Someone please wake me up. Is my fan filter that strong?" A passerby replied, "It's not the filter. That cameo was straight up god tier, no explanation needed." Online analysis gods also started breaking down the performance, saying Chu Zhi's acting is better than Zhang Li's might be too much. More precisely, in that nonverbal face-off, Chu Zhi grabbed more attention. Bold guess, Chu Zhi probably pulled off a superhuman performance. Zhang Li didn't react in time, but the fact he managed to catch up later proves his experience. And so the discussions went. It was just a single scene, not even core to the plot, normally not worth overanalyzing. But when you're expecting a regular dumpling meal and suddenly get served a seafood feast, it feels excessive. Besides, hype and anticipation had already been built sky-high before the release. Lee Silu wasn't a professional critic, not even a big account, so his long reviews rarely got much traction. But his review of Abnormal is Normal was an exception. It exploded. Not because he was ruthless with words, no, but because he made a shocking hypothesis. Why did Chu Zhi's acting improve so rapidly? Here's my hypothesis. What if that wasn't acting at all? He opened with interviews of Xi Lang's main cast, where they'd all been asked about Chu Zhi. Wang Ani. He doesn't have exceptional talent, but he's very professional. Yu Quan. Xiao Chu learns quickly. I have high hopes for him. By Dong Tao. He often gets scolded by the director, but his mindset's great. By review writing standards, this was amateurish. But then he continued. From the above interviews with actors, writers, and directors, 2 points are consistent. Chu Zhi's performance as Su Shi didn't particularly satisfy the director on set. Chu Zhi works very hard. Whether he has talent, I won't say. But in the past year, I checked his schedule, back-to-back projects without pause. Even a genius can improve their craft without practice time. So how did Chu Zhi manage to shine shoulder to shoulder with best actor Zhang Li? Here's the answer I found. Chu Zhi once attempted suicide and was diagnosed with severe depression and PTSD. I'm no psychologist, so this next part has no academic basis. It's just pure guesswork. His nameless cameo hit so hard because of the rapid emotional shifts. I even asked an acting teacher who confirmed this. But what if those shifts didn't come from technique? What if they came from his private depressive state? Chu Zhi always shows a positive image to the public. But can someone with severe depression really be all sunshine? Is that even possible? For context, by Dong Tao, the one quoted, was a veteran actor who played the theater boss in Xi Lang. Most critics throw stones into a pond and make ripples. Lee Silu, however, had just dropped a nuclear bomb into Little Fruit's emotional ocean. The destructive power was unmatched. Fans read the post and reacted. Little Fruit's here, and I think the blogger's spot on. Xiaojiu's just showing us his best side. That stab out of nowhere, I want to cry. So you're saying Xiaojiu wasn't acting at all, just being himself? No way, I can't accept that. I'm a therapist. Depression can improve slowly, but being endlessly positive like Xiaojiu shows is indeed abnormal. Even healthy people can't always be positive. From a psychological standpoint, I agree. My heart aches for him. Lee Silu's review didn't just blow up, it went viral. By morning, he had 999 plus DMs and comments, experiencing internet fame for the first time. No matter how well you write or how much knowledge you have, nothing beats picking the right topic. That's when Lee Silu felt like he'd unlocked a secret technique. While he was gaining enlightenment, many Little Fruits were spending money. When you feel your idol's pain, you want to support him, buy albums, merch, whatever. But the merch had been out of stock for ages, and the albums required a VPN to buy. After struggling a bit, most fans' impulse calmed down. Meanwhile, far away in Russia, Chu Zhi immediately got the news. He drafted an explanation post and shared it online. Thanks to the support of fans and friends around me, my mental and emotional state has improved a lot. Thank you all for your concern. Please don't worry. Image. He ended it with a close-up selfie, showing he was doing fine. As the self-proclaimed Emperor Beast, he felt that if he'd become the sun for so many fans, then his health had to improve too. Only then could he light the way forward for Little Fruits. But things never go as planned. On multiple platforms, the feedback from fans was, "Xiao Jiao just wants us to feel at ease, sob sob sob. We all know the truth, Jiawai, but it's okay. I'll pretend to believe you're fine. Hugging you tight, the photo looks good, but thinking back to Dream of Red Mansions, Journey Among the Stars, and back to the countryside. When did you ever not look this gentle?" Exactly. Even on the live-streamed Red Mansions show, apart from sneaking cigarettes and drinks, he never once showed negative emotions. And so on. Two hidden winners in all this? Mango TV and Aichi. 2 or 3 years later, Che Luan had climbed from department head at Aichi to chief culture officer, CCO. A single issue with Xiao Jiao shakes the whole fandom. Che Luan muttered, "That's the ceiling of Chinese entertainment." He was both director and producer of the variety show Journey Among the Stars, so he kept an eye on internet buzz. But truth is, Xiao Jiao's health hasn't been great. He remembered filming Journey Among the Stars with him and suddenly felt guilty for not checking in sooner. Scrolling through WeChat, he saw the last message from Chu Zhi was months ago, on his birthday. Back then, Chu Zhi had sent him blessings, but he'd replied half-heartedly because he was busy with family dinner and too many greetings. The guilt weighed heavier. He thought about how Chu Zhi had saved their show during the Hokkaido earthquake. Without him, Che Luan might have lost his job instead of getting promoted. That was what you'd call a revived friendship. He messaged, "Brother, how've you been? Everything okay with your health? Let's find time to eat and catch up, it's been too long." Then, thinking it wasn't sincere enough, he quickly added another. "I just got promoted last year, so I was swamped. Things have eased now, so I'm doing much better." Satisfied, he put down his phone. But then he stumbled upon strange news. According to reliable sources, the Chongqing Exhibition Center was purchased. Rumor has it the buyers a Chu Zhi fan, just to host the annual fan festival. Che Luan frowned. Reliable my ass. Definitely fake. Even with all his fans, that place costs over 2 billion. The center was built by the government. No way it's up for sale. Still, he sighed at his new show's casting troubles. If they could invite Chu Zhi, sponsors would line up. But the cost was astronomical. Unless it was a show broadcasting across all of Asia, there was no way to recoup the budget. Back on the trending list, the internet was flooded with sympathy. To give him strength, countless Little Fruits uploaded clips of themselves singing the most beautiful sun and the brightest star in the night sky online. Early that morning, the Emperor Beast thought that posting an explanation would calm things down. After that, he went with Li Tedian and the film crew to reshoot 2 shots for the Moscow MV. The MV had been finished already, but during post-production they noticed a slip-up, so they rushed back to fix it. That night, when he returned to the hotel, he saw the online chatter had gotten even more exaggerated. For a moment, the Emperor Beast didn't even know what to say. The Little Fruits had grown up so much, but now they were finding new ways to stab themselves every single day. Chu Zhi was full of question marks. He never expected the discussions to spiral in this direction. Should he keep replying? After thinking for a moment, Chu Zhi decided against it. Judging from the current situation, the more he spoke, the more excited the Little Fruits got. What they needed was a distraction. After some thought, Chu Zhi realized he could redirect attention by promoting his soon-to-be-released international album. Once he had the idea, the Emperor Beast called Nyo Nyo and made a small request. Starting promotions early at home wouldn't be too hard, so Nyo Jiangxue quickly agreed. That night, Aigua's official Weibo and the Orang Home app announced Chu Zhi's carefully crafted new album, blending musical styles from multiple countries. All Nations Volume 1 will be released soon. Please look forward to it. Just as Chu Zhi expected, most of the Little Fruits' attention shifted immediately, especially when an Aigua staff member accidentally leaked some info. The boss's new album is insane, I'm telling you, absolutely explosive. I'll just reveal one thing. There'll be songs in Cantonese and French. That's all I can say. That single tease was like throwing dry wood onto the fire. Discussions exploded, and even casual listeners joined in. Chu Zhi's songs always had real impact, so produced by Chu Zhi, guaranteed quality wasn't an exaggeration. Anytime a strong musician dropped new work, the internet buzzed. Fans flooded with questions. When exactly would the album drop? Even just the month would do. No promo was needed at all on Douyin, Weibo, Dubon, Xiaohongshu.